In 2008, in Hell's Kitchen, Manhattan, New York, a corner of the city ironically nicknamed a land blessed by feng shui. I was working in the cramped back kitchen of a shabby Chinese restaurant with a middle-aged man. The lighting was dim and oppressive, the space so tight. It felt like we were crammed into a matchbox. The air was thick with oil and heat, suffocating, as though we were trapped inside an alchemist's furnace. The two of us scrubbed away at a mountain of dirty dishes with mechanical precision. The water in the sink had turned pitch black, its acrid stench making it nearly impossible to breathe. The tiles on the wall, stained yellow-brown with grease and water, resembled old, worn newspaper. The man casually took a plate from my hands, gave it a quick rinse in clean water, and asked, testing the waters, "Young-Soo, how long have you been in America?" I kept scrubbing as I replied, offhandedly, "A little over 3 years." Even as I spoke, my hands didn't stop moving. I made sure the greasy plates were spotless before passing them to this guy, who earned less than I did, yet always seemed eager to take my place. He looked at me in disbelief, reluctantly rinsing the plate and complaining. "Over 3 years? In a place overflowing with opportunity, and you're still washing dishes? What a waste." I didn't care about his attitude. After all, in years of dishwashing, I'd met every sort of oddball. I answered without much thought, "Nothing I can do. No green card, no one to sponsor me. Washing dishes is the only way to scrape by." He started boasting. "If it were me, after all these years, I'd be a millionaire by now, living in a mansion, raising pedigree dogs, surrounded by beautiful wives. My life would be completely different." His voice brimmed with excitement, as if that bright future was just within reach. When I first arrived, I used to warn newcomers not to cause trouble in Hell's Kitchen. This place was a chaotic mix, filled with everyone from junkies to thugs, each following their own unspoken rules. But after I once tried to advise a newcomer to work hard, save up, and get out, only to have him ignore me, get into trouble, then blame and threaten me for compensation after being roughed up by a gang of Mexicans, I learned my lesson. If I hadn't scared him off with a gun, he might never have left me alone. That was when I realized good intentions don't always get you good results. Once bitten, twice shy, I no longer tried to shatter the dreams of these fellow immigrants. I humored him instead. "I'm sure you'll achieve everything you hope for. Success is definitely waiting for you." Just then, a long-lost mechanical voice echoed in my mind, cold and electronic. "Ding! The infinite arrival system has been activated. The newcomer's starter package has been issued." Oh my God, my system has finally been activated. I tried my best to suppress the excitement bubbling up inside me. If I weren't so keenly aware that, as an undocumented immigrant in America, people like me have to be careful every moment, I probably would have thrown caution to the wind and celebrated right then and there. At that moment, the old man noticed I hadn't showered him with compliments like I usually did. So he asked, "What's wrong?" Fighting to keep my expression in check, and resisting the urge to walk away immediately, I forced a reply. "It's nothing, just remembered I haven't paid this month's rent yet. It's been weighing on me." He dismissed my worries with a wave of his hand. "You poor thing. I'll be moving into a villa soon, you know." I ignored his self-important bragging, took a deep breath to steady myself, and muttered under my breath, 3 years. Finally, the system is online. Do you have any idea how I survived these past 3 years? I was just starting to feel happy about it, when out of nowhere, I got hit by a truck and ended up in this strange place. If the original owner of this body hadn't been a nobody with no money, no ID, and no friends who'd been so devastated by an internet scam that he considered ending it all and finally found work washing dishes, I doubt I could have lasted even a week. As these thoughts swirled in my mind, my excitement only grew, and my hand sped up unconsciously as I washed the dishes. When my shift ended, I turned down the old man's invitation to grab a drink and hurried out of the restaurant. On my way home, I kept a sharp eye out, carefully avoiding anyone who looked like trouble until I finally made it to a nameless alley. No street signs, no street lights. Nothing. Thanks to a few run-ins with muggers in the past, I managed to make it back safely to my shabby, cramped little room. Back in that tiny space, barely big enough for a bed, I let out a long sigh of relief, as if I'd finally shrugged off a heavy burden and dropped onto the bed. Without another moment's hesitation, I opened the system panel that had been with me since I crossed into this world, but had never activated until now. The next second, a simple, almost primitive virtual panel appeared before my eyes. Host, Young-Soo. Arrival status. Reputation points, 0. This panel was even cruder than some third-rate games I played before. With a resigned sigh, I muttered, "Good thing I didn't impulsively quit my job. If this system turns out to be useless, at least I can keep washing dishes to get by." I sighed again and began to carefully study the system. It took me half an hour, but I finally figured out how it worked. First, by creating events that attract attention or amazement from others. I can gain reputation points. The more impressive the person I amaze, the more points I earn. Second, the system has a shop feature, where reputation points can be used to buy lottery chances. The lottery is divided into 5 tiers. The Black Iron tier draw costs 100 reputation points per attempt and grants Black Iron tier characters or everyday items. The Bronze tier draw costs 1,000 reputation points per attempt and yields Bronze tier characters or extraordinary items. The Silver tier draw costs 10,000 reputation points per attempt and provides Silver tier characters or powerful extraordinary items. The Gold tier draw costs 100,000 reputation points per attempt and can award Gold tier characters or legendary artifacts. Finally, the Celestial tier draw costs 1,000,000 reputation points per try and offers universe-level characters or guarantees a Gold tier character without fail. Each draw also comes with a bonus character shard of the same tier. Collecting 10 shards lets you synthesize a random character of that tier. Furthermore, every 10 consecutive draws guarantees at least 1 character card. After reading the system's explanation, a thought rose in my mind. How could anyone play happily without a salary? Without money, there's just no way to experience any of this. Forcing myself to set those feelings aside, I analyzed the situation more seriously. It seems, when luck is on your side, only doing a 10 pull is truly reliable. At least you're guaranteed a character and 10 shards. Looks like I'll just have to save up for a 10 pull. This kind of lottery is so unfriendly to someone with my sort of African luck. Having finished reviewing all the system's information, Yang-Su turned to gaze at the narrow window in his room, his eyes lingering on the belief that kept him moving forward. Outside, a towering skyscraper loomed, with the word Stark emblazoned in enormous letters across its topmost exterior, a sight impossible to ignore. Yang-Su fell silent for a long time, then let out a dry, self-mocking laugh. Here I am, struggling in this hellish world, still dreaming I could sidestep the system and gain superpowers. It's no different from those who sneak into America, dreaming they'll become millionaires. For someone like me, who has nothing, I probably won't even get a scrap of the windfall when Tony Stark gets kidnapped and the stock market tanks. Having vented his frustrations, Yang-Su cast another glance at the bare-bones system panel before him. If there were no system, I'd be left to survive on luck alone. And who knows, maybe one day, I'd just be snapped out of existence by some purple giant's finger. So, I'd better just get started with the lottery. After so many harsh lessons from reality, Yang-Su finally tapped on the newcomer's package, which hovered in the lower right corner of his panel like a little red lucky pouch. The moment he opened the package, a burst of golden light washed over the entire panel. In the center appeared an unmistakable line of dazzling golden characters. Log in to receive a guaranteed 10 pull. An exclusive character awaits. This all-too-familiar, seductive trick to encourage spending made Yang-Su's lips twitch in exasperation. He suppressed his urge to complain and reached out to tap the newcomer's 10-pull grand wheel, now visible as the golden glow faded. In the next instant, the virtual wheel on the panel began to spin at high speed, its surface adorned with all sorts of items and characters. After 9 consecutive flashes of golden light, the image of a young boy with short, medium-length hair and a white shirt appeared on the panel. The moment Yang-Su saw this boy, whose hairstyle looked like an upside-down bowl and who wore a white shirt, his heart leapt with delight. Could it be the legendary high schooler from Japan? What a stroke of luck! Brimming with anticipation, he glanced down at the panel to check the character's stats. Character, Bin Bin. Rank, Scrap Iron. Origin, a certain public welfare educational film. Skill, getting drunk. When drunk, if someone is nearby, there's a 50% chance he won't be chosen as a target. Description, you always have that sarcastic look on your face. Away. After reading the character's profile, Yang-Su was stunned for a moment. But when he saw the note at the end, his mood instantly plummeted. Note, Scrap Iron is a rank even lower than Black Iron. It cannot be obtained through regular means and only appears in the newbie's random draw, with odds of just 1 in 10,000. Damn it, are you mocking my luck? Seriously. Yang-Su threw a few angry punches at the air. Only after his emotions gradually subsided did he come to a halt. Still unwilling to give up, he carefully examined Bin Bin's attributes again. He focused all his attention on the inspection, checking again and again. In the end, he could only mutter to himself, utterly defeated. Well, if this guy were actually useful, he wouldn't have been rated Scrap Iron. Realizing there was no hope in this character draw, Yang-Su let out a long sigh and shifted his attention to the various items he had received. Second-hand prosthetic body, bronze, rumored to have once belonged to a female reaper. Bulletproof button phone, Black Iron. No matter how sturdy a button phone is, it's still destined to be replaced by smartphones. Solar-powered flashlight, Scrap Iron. Without light, it just won't turn on. 100 rolls of ordinary tissue, black iron. Just your run-of-the-mill tissues. 100 tubes of ordinary toothpaste, black iron. Just regular toothpaste for cleaning your teeth. 10 large gas canisters, black iron. This one's quite a hefty prize. 10 tons of flour, black iron. Ever since that one spy movie, this stuff has found some new uses. After looking over these items, Yang-Su is thoroughly deflated. He collapsed onto the bed and muttered to himself with a wry smile. Seriously? You expect me to make a name for myself and become a legend with this junk? That's just setting me up to fail. At least I didn't quit my job and run off straight away. I can still wash dishes to earn a bit for living expenses. Devastated, Yang-Su sprawled listlessly on the bed, staring at the fragments of characters drifting in midair. His gaze was empty as he feebly pieced together the 10 random fragments from the lottery with his right hand. As the fragments clicked together, the panel changed once again. A brand new character appeared on the screen. The character's face was deathly pale, as if smeared with cheap makeup, his lips torn into a scarlet gash, and his hair a deep, inky green. Oh my god, I finally drew something good. Sensing the extraordinary aura of this character, Yang-Su instantly sprang up from his bed, brimming with excitement as he checked the attributes. Character, Joker. Level, Bronze. Origin, Batman, The Dark Knight. Skills, Master of Crime, Agent of Chaos. Extremely proficient in all matters related to crime. Chaos born under the extreme suppression of order. Able to effortlessly spot weaknesses in any system of order. Description, the price of defending order is often far greater than the cost of destroying it. Note, I may be a joker, but I'm not just a clown. Right, Harley? Riding the waves of intense emotion, Yang-Su paid no mind to the hidden meaning in the note. With his heart pounding, he unhesitatingly tapped the descend button at the bottom of the interface. In an instant, a flood of knowledge and skills related to crime surged into his mind as if out of nowhere. Even his worldview began to subtly shift. Once the descent was complete, Yang-Su could clearly sense his body becoming unusually strong and his mind sharper than ever. He could now spot flaws in things with astonishing ease. Yet a brooding and oppressive emotion lingered in his heart, forcing a twisted, unsightly grin onto his face, as if silently releasing some deep-seated pain. Besides that, he could distinctly feel a ghostly figure, dressed like a clown, standing behind him. With a single thought, he could summon this power to merge with himself. Realizing something was wrong, Yang-Su hurried into the bathroom. When he looked in the mirror and saw a young man in plain clothes, wearing a smile more tragic than a sob, a chill went down his spine. Is the Joker influencing me? Or is this just the price I have to pay for this power? As he hesitated, unsure whether to keep using the Joker persona, the negative emotions in his heart suddenly vanished. Regaining his composure, Yang-Su felt a wave of lingering fear and even began to consider giving up the system altogether. But the moment that thought surfaced, his mind, already colored by the character's abilities, immediately rejected it. There's no turning back now. Either I use the system to carve out a path to survival, or I become just another casualty beneath the beacon of freedom. Even if there's a risk of being completely overtaken by the character, I have no choice but to press on. Struggling to quell the turmoil within, Yang-Su took a deep breath and switched himself fully into the Joker's state, his expression turning grave. Suddenly, he felt the shadow behind him swell rapidly, enveloping his entire body and forming a protective shell. The worst-case scenario he'd imagined, of a fierce mental struggle with the descending persona, never came to pass. In fact, Yang-Su barely noticed any real change. When he glanced once more at the bathroom mirror, he finally saw that his appearance had been completely transformed into that of the Joker. A purple suit, ghostly pale skin, and an exaggerated expression. All these details were reflected sharply in the mirror. The very instant he donned the Joker's disguise. As Yang-Su caught sight of his bizarre new reflection, a sentence suddenly surfaced in his mind. Those who obey the rules are like livestock shackled in chains. Yang-Su's mind, now razor-sharp, instantly grasped the meaning behind those words. He recalled the wave of negativity that had haunted him moments ago during the descent and formed new suspicion in his heart. That overwhelming, almost destructive negativity, that's the Joker's true source of power. That's why the system doesn't block it out, but instead lets it affect me. With this in mind, it's best to steer clear of characters with strong, subjective personalities, so I don't unwittingly fall under their influence. Having pieced together the truth, Yang-Su's panic faded away, replaced by calm. He no longer worried excessively. He moved about the cramped bathroom to test his body, quickly discovering that the shadow was merely a disguise to conceal his identity. It offered no tangible aid. This is just a mask. The Joker's power has already fused with my own body. Now that his thinking had been enhanced, Yang-Su swiftly sorted out his situation and felt no need to rush into action. He began to ponder carefully how, with his current lack of strength or support, he could still reap the greatest rewards. Before long, he devised a strategy. A strange, crooked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha! What could possibly draw more attention than robbing a bank in America? Even in 2005, rush hour traffic in the United States was relentlessly congested. Disguised as the Joker, Yang-Su sat in the back seat of a taxi, listening to the constant wails of car horns outside. He noticed the driver glancing curiously at him through the rearview mirror. Yang-Su patted the pistol nestled in his lap, a grotesque smile spreading across his deathly pale face. To think, just holding a little handgun is enough to make me rob a bank. Is it the Joker awakening my chaotic side, or have I already become him? The surrounding noise and chaos filled him with inexplicable delight. He felt more certain than ever that this city, shiny and glamorous on the surface, yet teeming with vice beneath, was the perfect stage for him. Violence, coercion, murder, robbery, every crime born from twisted order made Yang-Su's blood race with excitement. As the morning rush gradually faded, the taxi pulled up to its destination. He paid the fare and, with an elegant flourish, pushed open the car door. Before him stood the largest bank on the street. Yang-Su paused outside, gazing at the single-story bank spread over roughly 500 square meters, and let out a jaunty whistle. Carrying an empty briefcase, he sauntered inside with an odd, swaggering gait. As soon as he entered, he noticed the bank's interior felt smaller than expected, perhaps barely 200 square meters. Thanks to his master criminal skills, Yang-Su instantly memorized the bank's layout and identified all the staff. There were 5 teller windows, 8 employees, and about 30 customers queuing for service. 3 security guards were on duty, 1 stationed at the entrance, while the other 2 patrolled the floor, all armed with handguns. "Good morning, sir." He flashed an exaggerated grin and walked enthusiastically toward one of the patrolling guards. The guard stopped, eyeing Yang-Su, dressed as a clown, with visible displeasure. "Good morning, sir. I'm afraid I can't help you with your business." But just as Yang-Su closed the gap, his right hand flicked with practiced ease. A pistol slipped silently into his grip and pressed coldly against the guard's forehead. He spoke then, voice laced with mockery. "Don't move, or I'll shoot." A bank robbery? The guard froze, stunned for 2 seconds before realizing what was happening. With no intention of risking his life, the guard quickly raised his hands in a textbook French salute. Seeing how cooperative he was, Yang-Su nodded in approval. "Good boy," he complimented. Then, raising his pistol, he fired a shot into the air. The gunshot rang sharply through the bank's lobby, commanding everyone's attention in an instant. Seasoned New Yorkers recognized the danger immediately. They crouched down, trying to avoid stray bullets, their shrill screams piercing the air. Chaos erupted. People scattered in panic, cries of terror spreading through the crowd and fueling the growing disorder. Disturbance caused, gained plus 0.1 reputation among New York citizens. Disturbance caused, gained plus 0.3 reputation among bank guards. Disturbance caused, reputation gained. So, I was right. Infamy counts as reputation too. Having confirmed the method for earning reputation, Yang-Su swung his pistol, knocking out the frozen guard, and deftly grabbed the handgun from the guard's belt. By now, the remaining 2 guards had snapped out of their confusion. They drew their weapons and shouted at Yang-Su, "Freeze! Drop your weapon!" But with the crowd in chaos, the guards couldn't get a clear shot. All they could do was yell desperately, trying to regain control amid the turmoil. It's so much harder to maintain order than to create chaos, isn't it? Yang-Su's smile grew even more exaggerated. His sharp, peculiar laughter echoed through the bank, mingling with the continuous sound of gunfire. Yang-Su had no intention of hurting innocent bystanders. Every shot he fired was aimed squarely at the legs of the 2 security guards. If he wished, with his enhanced marksmanship, he could have taken their lives in an instant. After several gunshots rang out, the 2 guards collapsed to the ground, clutching their wounded legs and crying out in agony. Their pistols were flung aside, skidding across the floor. The repeated bursts of gunfire sent the already panicked crowd into even greater turmoil. Waves of screams erupted. People scattered in all directions, desperately seeking anywhere to hide. A fresh volley of shots cracked through the air. By now, the chaos had reached its peak. No one cared who was firing or what the strangely dressed man might be doing. Driven by sheer instinct, they screamed and dashed about the main hall, desperate to escape. Amid the relentless gunfire and the guards' anguished groans, people shoved and jostled their way into whatever corner seemed safest anxiously awaiting the arrival of the police and praying the robbers would leave quickly. Having emptied the magazines of both pistols, Yang-Su felt his suspicions about the conditions for acquiring legendary points, or rather, their limitations, had been confirmed. With the same group of people, no additional reputation can be gained from a second incident occurring on the same day. What a shame. I planned to round them up and lock them away, but it looks like that idea's gone up in smoke. Yang-Su absent-mindedly swapped out the magazines. Suddenly, the shrill wail of the bank's alarm cut through the chaos. Clearly, in the midst of the panic, a bank employee had managed to trigger the alarm. Yet Yang-Su showed none of the panic typical of robbers when the sirens blared. Everything was unfolding just as he had planned. By his calculations, the nearest police station was only a few blocks away. With morning rush hour over, the police should arrive within 10 minutes. Ignoring the huddled, trembling crowd pressed into the corners, Yang-Su strode over to the discarded pistols and picked them up. Only then did he turn to face the frightened, uneasy throng. At ease, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? This is a robbery. Men to the left, women to the right. If you're not sure where you belong, just stand in the middle. Thank you. With a hint of playful mockery in his voice, Yang-Su tried to calm the terrified crowd. Let me be clear. I'm only interested in the bank's money. Your safety is not my concern. As long as you follow my instructions, no one will get hurt. Under the intimidating presence of a truth handgun, no one dared resist or stand in the wrong line. The crowd quickly divided into two groups. As instructed, men to one side, women to the other, all crouched where they were told, with not a single person left standing in the middle. After settling the hostages, Yang-Su casually handed the briefcase to the bank teller behind the counter and said in a relaxed tone, "Fill this with cash. If there's any extra money, bring it all out as well." He then turned his attention to the bank manager, who was crouched among the hostages. "Mr. Manager, you must know where the control buttons for the bank security system are, right?" The manager, startled at being singled out, nodded in fear. Yang-Su gave a slight nod and continued. "In that case, please help me shut the security doors and lower all the protective barriers around the windows." "That's right, you heard me. Next, we'll all be spending a wonderful morning together." The lobby manager stared blankly at Yang-Su, who wore a complicated expression, completely unable to fathom his intentions. But as soon as he saw Yang-Su raise his gun, he immediately understood and hurried to comply. In moments, the bank's metal gates came down and the window barriers followed, sealing the entire building. "Excellent. Thank you for your cooperation, manager." Yang-Su suddenly called out loudly. "Since the bank is the greatest victim here, you'll need to follow my instructions. From now on, whenever I give an order, everyone must obey. That way no one gets hurt. All of you wearing coats, take them off and hang them on the iron bars of the windows." At that moment, the threatening crack of a gunshot echoed through the bank, sending a wave of terror through everyone inside. Under Yang-Su's intimidating presence, all the hostages crouched down and complied obediently with his commands. With everything in place, the American police, alerted to the robbery, arrived at the scene in force, dozens of squad cars encircling the bank. A police officer who looked like the commander stepped forward, picked up a megaphone, and shouted toward the building. "Attention, robbers inside. This is the Manhattan Police. You are completely surrounded. Lay down your weapons and come out with your hands up, now." Through the gaps in the coats hanging from the window bars, Yang-Su could glimpse the movie-like scene unfolding outside. And in this drama, he was the leading actor. Rather than nervousness, Yang-Su's face broke into a delighted smile. What a pity the pistol's range is too short. Otherwise, I'd take out that commander and probably score plenty of legend points. His excitement made him oblivious to the odd state of his own mind. Just as he was regretting his inability to shoot, he keenly noticed a squad of heavily armed officers in bulletproof vests stealthily advancing toward the bank. So, these must be the SWAT team, brought in to deal with criminals like me. Realizing the situation was shifting, Yang-Su randomly picked one of the hostages and handed him a cell phone, instructing him to walk out of the bank. Very soon, the heavy security door of the bank was cracked open just a little, and a man crawled out, his whole body trembling. As he crawled, he wailed, "I'm a hostage. Don't shoot. There's a bomb strapped to me. I really am a hostage." When he squeezed through the gap and saw dozens of gun barrels aimed squarely at him, he froze in terror, not daring to move an inch. The sheriff noticed a series of cylindrical objects strapped around the hostage's body, which looked very much like explosives. He was startled at first, then quickly grabbed a megaphone and shouted, "Everyone stay calm. Don't hurt the hostage. We can negotiate." The next moment, the hostage, still shaking and saluting in the French style, held up a high-end button phone. From its speaker rang out a clear, forceful voice. "I'm the robber. Which sheriff am I speaking to? Are you the one in charge?" No sooner had the words been spoken than the phone picked up a sound like the rustling of paper, as if someone was rapidly flipping through a roll of paper. Faced with such a situation, the experienced sheriff knew the other side was ready to bargain. He didn't answer the initial question directly, but instead announced his identity. "I am John Garcia. You're completely surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender at once." No sooner had John spoken than Yang Su's voice drifted lazily from the phone, tinged with a hint of amusement. "Hello, you don't mind if I call you Sheriff John, do you? You can call me the Joker." "The Joker? Never heard of that name." John was taken aback, then after a brief pause, raised his megaphone and called out again. "Mr. Joker, you're so calm right now. It seems you're a seasoned hand at this. I'm sure you know exactly where you stand. You're surrounded on all sides. Don't make this any harder than it needs to be. Your best option is to raise your hands and walk out to surrender, right?" Yang Su finished his sentence for him, his tone playful as he went on. "Unfortunately, I have no intention of doing what you say." John didn't bother questioning why a phone could overpower his megaphone. Instead, he asked urgently, "What exactly do you want?" "My goal. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. So I'd rather not say too much. However, I have some information you'll be interested in. We can use that as the basis for cooperation." Peering through the reflection on the glass, Yang Su calmly watched the armed officers hidden just around the corner outside the security door. He continued in an even voice. "I can tell you very clearly. I'm acting alone. There are no accomplices. Right now, I have 42 hostages inside. They're all alive, which you could say is quite lucky. Only 2 guards were shot in the leg when they tried to resist. I've already given them emergency treatment, and for now, their lives aren't in danger. I've told you everything about my situation. As an experienced officer, you should understand why I'm doing this, shouldn't you?" John was still holding the loudspeaker. When he heard Yang Su tell him call for backup, he froze once again. He hesitated for a long moment, disbelief thick in his voice as he asked, "Are you really trying to escalate this situation?" A chilling, bizarre laughter crackled from the hostage's phone the moment John finished speaking. The unsettling laugh quickly faded, and Yang Su's voice returned over the line. "That's right, Sheriff. You're a clever man. I want you to notify the journalists and the commissioner of the NYPD to come to the scene. I intend to play a little game with you all. Of course, before we begin this delightful game, if I discover that you're trying to cut the bank's power, planning an armed assault, or attempting to toss in smoke grenades through the vents and storm the place, then I'll have no choice but to take drastic action. That could mean shooting hostages, or even blowing up the bank. You know perfectly well that, as someone who's planned this out in advance, I'm fully capable of doing exactly that. Isn't that right, Sheriff?" Yang Su paused here, his tone softening as he added slowly, "Sheriff, every decision you make now will change everything. Please, don't let me down." After being threatened by Yang Su, Sheriff John clenched his right fist and slammed it against the roof of the nearby car, letting out a low, guttural growl. His face darkened, and at last, he reluctantly picked up the radio and ordered, "All operations are canceled. Withdraw immediately." Upon receiving the command, the armed officers didn't hesitate. They carefully retreated, eyes sharp and alert as they made their way back to the safety zone. Watching the officers withdraw through a narrow gap in the window, Yang Su spoke calmly. "You've cooperated well. I'm very satisfied. Now, you have plenty of time to meet my demands. If you can't manage it within half an hour, I imagine you'll have quite the headache. As for the phone in the hostage's hand, you can keep it for now." With that, the call ended and the phone screen went dark. As if following prior instructions, the hostage slowly crouched down, placed the phone on the ground, and under the watchful eyes of the officers, struggled back through the security door into the bank. "Damn criminal. Why did he have to choose my district for this?" Sheriff John cursed under his breath, snatching up the phone an officer had just checked, his face grim as he barked. "Report to Commissioner Stanzi immediately. Once we have approval, then call the press." Back inside the bank, the hostage hurriedly undid the explosive strapped to his body and tossed them to the floor. Yang Su wasn't surprised, nor did he panic. After all, the so-called explosives were nothing more than a fake device cobbled together from toilet paper tubes. Seeing the hostage return safely, he casually tossed a roll of dollar bills. The just-returned hostage hurriedly caught the money, thanking him repeatedly while looking at Yang Su with flattery in his eyes. Now, he looked nothing like the trembling wreck who, just moments ago, seemed on the verge of wetting himself outside. Amid envious and jealous glances from the other hostages, he carefully tucked the cash away, shrinking into a spot not far from Yang Su. "I told you, anyone willing to work for me will be paid accordingly. No exceptions." Yang Su's voice echoed through the bank's main hall, carrying a strange, mesmerizing force. He was sitting atop a suitcase overflowing with dollars, with more bills piled around him, spilling onto the floor in careless heaps. Swinging his pistol idly, Yang-Su glanced with interest at the thin, blond young man crouched not far away. The young man's gaze lingered longingly over the mountain of cash, eyes full of yearning. His ill-fitting suit betrayed the hardships of his life at a glance. Yang-Su plucked a few bills, crumpled them into a ball, and tossed them to the young man. Instinctively, the youth reached out and caught the flying wad. Before he could react further, Yang-Su lowered his voice, probing and coaxing. "What's your name?" The young man hesitated for a moment, clenching the money tightly in his fist, and stammered. Joey Morit." "Good. Joey, tell me, what's your dream?" Yang-Su's words carried a cruel hint of mockery. Joey seemed to understand his meaning, and his voice grew urgent. "I want money. My family needs surgery. I need a lot of money." Yang-Su nodded lightly, his tone softening as he continued. "I like working with smart people. So, tell me, what can you do for me?" Looking at the exaggerated smile on Yang-Su's face, Joey replied with a tremor. "As long as you pay me, I'll do anything." A strange laughter echoed through the bank hall, as if rising from the depths of the dark. The laughter faded quickly. Yang-Su gave his pistol a languid shake, and his voice turned tempting once more. "Then come on. Take as much as you think you'll need." Hearing this, Joey glanced at the other hostages who dared not meet his gaze. He slowly rose from the crowd, trembling as he approached the heap of cash piled half his height, and began stuffing bills into his arms without pause. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Joey took more and more. As the bills filled every pocket, the rest of the hostages grew increasingly restless. Were it not for the threat of the pistol in Yang-Su's hand, these greed-stirred hostages might have rushed forward to snatch the money themselves. Only when Joey's pockets were overflowing did he finally, reluctantly, stop. But after getting enough money, Joey didn't become any calmer. Instead, he swept his gaze fiercely over the hostages who'd been crouching beside him just moments before. In just a few short minutes, the hostages inside the bank had split into two camps. At this moment, Yang-Su let out another raspy, unsettling laugh. He looked at those among the hostages who could no longer hold back, and asked in a voice laced with temptation, "So what about you? What are your dreams?" No sooner had he spoken than 6 middle-aged people, faces marked by hardship, stood up quickly, their eyes burning with longing and greed. "Joey, register all their information for me." Yang-Su commanded. With Yang-Su's go-ahead, the group didn't hesitate for a second. They eagerly handed over their details, hoping to exchange them for a chance to line their pockets. Those who had already chosen to side with Yang-Su naturally clustered together, fixing the remaining hostages with menacing stares. Egged on by Yang-Su's constant persuasion and envy over their companions' gains, more and more people joined the scramble for cash. Even the bank's lobby manager and 2 security guards with limited mobility ended up joining in. When every last dollar of that waist-high pile of cash had been divided up, Yang-Su finally rose to his feet. He took the stack of information Joey handed him, and, led obsequiously by the bank manager, downloaded all the surveillance footage from the lobby for the past while, deleting the original files completely. Watching those energetic hostages animatedly discussing how to break through the police blockade, Yang-Su nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. I finally got myself a decent crew, haven't I?" Up to this point, the police outside remained completely in the dark. Every hostage inside the bank had switched over to Yang-Su's side. A little while later, the shrill ring of a phone echoed through the bank lobby. Joey, now fully on Yang-Su's side, reacted quickly, snatching up the ringing phone and handing it straight to Yang-Su. Yang-Su answered, his tone relaxed. "Hello, who's calling?" A stern male voice came through almost immediately. "This is George Stancy, commissioner of the NYPD." Yang-Su replied tearfully, "Ah, commissionaire. I've been waiting for your call. But tell me, has my other request been met yet?" "I've already done exactly as you." Before the commissioner could finish, a gunshot thundered through the phone. A chorus of terrified screams followed. Outside the bank, the crowd of onlookers erupted into chaos at the sound of gunfire, with police officers scrambling to take cover. And yet, one blonde female reporter held her ground, carefully ducking her head as she stood before the camera, continuing her report for the viewers watching at home. Director Stancy was startled by the sudden sound of gunfire coming from his phone. Regaining his composure, he immediately shouted anxiously, "Don't do anything rash. Please don't harm any of the hostages. We can negotiate." Yang-Su glanced at the hostages, who were busy placing gas canisters throughout the bank, and replied with a hint of mockery in his voice. "Director, as I said before, I want to play a game with you. And now, the game officially begins." As soon as he finished speaking, the bank's security door began to rise slowly. A gas canister rolled out from the gap beneath the door, its nozzle spitting out flames. "What's that? A canister?" Some of the younger, less experienced officers couldn't help but blurt out their confusion at the sight. But the seasoned veterans knew instantly what it was and quickly pulled back. Stanxi, who also realized the danger, didn't waste time questioning Yang-Su further over the phone. He snatched the loudspeaker from Chief John's hand and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Everyone fall back immediately. Find cover. There's a bomb." His urgent, commanding tone sent the officers surrounding the bank retreating even more nervously. Amid the frantic evacuation, the gas canister, which had already been burning for a while, began to shake violently. The next moment, a deafening explosion erupted, sending a blast of searing heat across the whole area. The shockwave hurled nearby obstacles into the air, and even officers who hadn't managed to get far enough away were thrown several meters by the force. Cries of pain and terror rang out. "Ah! Mom, help me!" The scene descended into chaos as terrified screams and calls for help from the wounded filled the air. "Are you insane? What are you trying to do? I told you, we can negotiate." Director Stanxi bellowed into the phone, his trembling voice betraying an undisguised fear. Having anticipated the director's outburst, Yang-Su held the phone away to avoid the tirade. He glanced at the control panel, watching his reputation points climbing higher and higher, and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad, another success. And this new brain really is something. I can even calculate the explosion timing down to the second. Truly remarkable." Silently congratulating himself, Yang-Su picked up the phone again and addressed the still breathless director. "I just wanted to give you a taste of my abilities, so you don't do anything reckless. After all, only if both sides play by the rules can the game go smoothly." Director Stanxi forced down his anger and shouted sternly, "No matter what tricks you pull, I will never let you get away with this." Listening to the threats coming through the phone, Yang-Su let out a few low, unsettling chuckles and slowly replied, "Well then, let the game begin. Next, I'll release all the hostages. All you have to do is guess where I'll be. Is he hiding among the hostages? Or is he concealed somewhere in a corner of the bank? Or perhaps he's already slipped away through a secret passage?" For a moment, Stanxi couldn't grasp what Yang-Su meant, his mind clouded with confusion. He wasn't alone. Every police officer nearby wore the same bewildered expression, unable to make sense of Yang-Su's words. Yet Yang-Su didn't wait for them to catch up. With a languid tone, he continued, "The game's prize is a bomb. If you manage to catch me, I'll give you the information about it. Now that the rules are clear, the game begins." The moment he finished, before Stanxi could press him about what would happen if they failed to catch him, Yang-Su abruptly ended the call. Soon after, the bank's security doors, warped and battered by the blast, began to rise with a grating, metallic groan. All the officers ducked behind cover, tense and ready, guns trained on the opening door. But what they saw as the door lifted startled them all. Inside, over 40 hostages stood together in neat rows. 2 guards with leg injuries were being supported by others. Each hostage's upper body was wrapped again and again with white tissue paper, making them look bulky and oddly misshapen. Just then, Stanxi's phone rang sharply in his hand. Confronted by this bizarre scene, while reporters swarmed around outside, Stanxi answered, his face clouded with anger. As soon as the call connected, Yang-Su's mocking voice came through the receiver. "Chief Stanxi, now you get to guess. Am I hidden among the hostages? Or have I strapped bombs to some of them? Of course, you could also choose to shoot them all and end this game right here. But the hidden bombs and all those reporters outside, you'll have to handle them yourself." Before Stanxi could respond, Yang-Su's voice rose, brimming with undisguised excitement. "Hurry, everyone, step outside. Let our dear chief make this delightful decision." At his words, Joey, one of the hostages inside the bank, trembling as he faced the muzzles of dozens of guns, took the first hesitant step forward. Every officer drew a deep breath, waiting for Stanxi's command. Watching the hostages file out one by one, Stanxi clenched his jaw and gave a low order. "No one is to fire. Clear an isolation zone immediately. Don't let a single hostage escape. John, get the bomb squad here right now. I need them on site without delay." Then, covering his phone with his hand, he quietly asked the officer beside him, "Any sign of suspicious targets from the snipers or plain clothes outside?" "No sign of anything, sir," the officer quickly replied, then added, "After the explosion, the perimeter of the bank has been under strict surveillance. So far, there have been no unusual movements." Upon hearing the report from the officer in charge of the outer cordon, Stanxi let out a discreet sigh of relief. Then, in a low voice, he issued his order, "Have the tactical team stand by at all times. As soon as all the hostages have been evacuated safely, launch an immediate assault on the bank." The officer, having received his orders, glanced down at his phone, shielding it with his hand, gave a slight nod, and then turned to arrange the next steps. The hostages began to emerge from the bank in small groups, But instead of easing, Stancy's unease only grew stronger. When the last Asian teenager stepped out of the bank and the security door slowly closed behind him, every officer's nerves stretched taut as they watched the stumbling figures approach, anxious that one of the hostages might suddenly turn violent or be hiding a weapon for an attack. As the hostages made it halfway across the open ground, Chief John took the initiative to step forward. Raising his voice, he called out to them, "Please follow me first. The robbers may have tampered with you in some way, so we need to conduct a safety check. We hope for your cooperation. Your safety is our priority." After speaking, John couldn't help but swallow hard, worried that these recently freed hostages, shaken as they were, might react unpredictably. But, to John's surprise, not only did the hostages remain calm, they even assisted him by passing the information along to others. Soon, under John's guidance, all the hostages were ushered into an area cordoned off by several police cars. Seeing this, the officers within the security zone finally allowed themselves to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed, for a moment, that the robbery was about to reach a safe conclusion. Gradually, the tension eased. Some officers were reassigned to assist the bomb squad, which was on its way. Meanwhile, following Stancy's instructions, John and the tactical team prepared to storm the now-sealed bank. As for Stancy himself, he greeted the throng of reporters with a practiced smile. "Chief, why are you isolating the hostages? Isn't this lacking in compassion? Mr. Stancy, can you reveal the identity of the robbers?" "Chief, how do you assess the current state of public safety in New York? We've heard the robber calls himself the Joker. Do you believe he has antisocial tendencies?" Bombarded by microphones and questions, Stancy remained poised, answering each query with calm assurance. Just then, the phone that had previously been hung up on suddenly rang again. Amid the clamor of voices, its crisp ringtone cut sharply through the noise. Having dealt with Yang-Su several times before, Stancy immediately knew who was on the other end. Under the curious gaze of the assembled reporters, he answered the call with confidence, his tone grave. "You no longer have any hostages. If you surrender now, I'll consider pleading your case to the judge." However, Yang-Su didn't respond to his proposal. Instead, he said casually, "Turn on the speakerphone. I think you'll want everyone to hear your supposedly meticulous plan." Stancy felt a sudden tightening in his chest at this fearless remark, sensing things slipping out of his control. The confidence on his face began to waver. The reporters, quick to notice any change in the director's expression, sensed a potential big scoop. They pushed their microphones and cameras closer, eager not to miss a word. Under Yang-Su's insistence and the mounting pressure from the media, Stancy, feeling a little uneasy, reluctantly pressed the speakerphone button. Immediately, Yang-Su's mocking voice came through the line. "Dear director, you've lost this game. You should have been more thorough. Checked every single hostage. Then you'd know where I am and where the bomb is." The reporters, stunned by this revelation, turned their eyes to Stancy, full of confusion and anticipation. Stancy did his best to mask his growing unease, putting on a front of calm authority as he replied sternly, "I anticipated the possibility of explosives on the hostages. The bomb squad is already on the way. If you're trying to threaten me with their lives, you'll be disappointed. I won't compromise. I will never bow to evil." Yet, Yang-Su at the other end of the line wasn't discouraged. His tone grew even more disdainful. "It seems you've misunderstood. The hostages were never my real target. That will be too easy, no challenge at all. After all, what could be more interesting than taking on the U.S. government directly?" This provocative statement startled Stancy, as if a realization had just dawned on him. He immediately turned around. He saw a squad of heavily armed SWAT officers gathered at the bank's warped and battered security door, ready to force their way inside. In an instant, he understood the danger. He snatched the radio from his belt and shouted anxiously, "Fall back. Everyone fall back. Don't approach. The bank is rigged with explosives." The armed officers, just about to breach the door, were momentarily stunned. But their training quickly kicked in. They obeyed without hesitation, retreating swiftly from the entrance. Meanwhile, the reporters on the scene, upon hearing the word bomb, grew even more animated, their excitement and fervor reaching new heights. One of them thrust his microphone desperately towards Stancy's mouth, despite the director's clear unwillingness to give an interview. At the same time, the surrounding officers realized the threat of explosives at the scene and immediately began seeking cover. Their panic spread rapidly, and soon even the onlookers were swept up in the chaos. Screams and shouts erupted once more, and the whole scene descended into utter disorder. At that moment, Yang-Su, now disguised as Bin, was mingling among the hostages. He noticed the growing unrest around him. In the next moment, he shouted with an impassioned, rousing voice, "Art, is explosion. No sooner had the words left his lips than his right hand pressed the detonator, triggering an electrical short. Sparks burst from the outlets inside the bank, instantly igniting the gas that filled the sealed space. Then, with a deafening roar that tore through the air, the entire bank was blown apart in an instant. Flames shot skyward, and thick smoke billowed as the blast wave leveled the building to the ground. The force of the explosion rippled through the surrounding streets, shattering windows in nearby buildings and sending shards of glass flying everywhere. Terrified residents screamed as they fled, chaos erupting all around. Car alarms wailed up and down the street, and people scattered in every direction, desperate to escape. Police, journalists, and citizens alike dashed about in panic like headless chickens. Even Chief Stancy and Captain John, shouting at the top of their lungs, could do nothing to restore order to the mayhem. Meanwhile, in the hostage isolation area, Yang-Soo ended his current call and slipped back into his clown persona. Facing the hostages, whose faces were flushed with excitement, he raised his voice and proclaimed, "Rejoice! Celebrate! This explosion is a masterpiece we created together. Now, take your share of the spoils and the thrill of victory. Leave this place with your heads held high." With that, he yanked off the toilet paper wrapped around him, revealing the suitcase he'd been hiding. The other hostages quickly followed suit, unraveling their makeshift restraints to reveal pockets stuffed with cash. They carefully pocketed the toilet paper, potential evidence, then quickly dispersed, blending into the panicked crowd and passing themselves off as ordinary citizens. Even the two guards with injured legs helped each other limp away from the scene. Still in his clown makeup, Yang-Soo avoided the patchy surveillance and ducked into a deserted alley, transforming back into the polite and proper Bin-Bin. He used black tape to give his suitcase a hasty disguise. Then, merging with the crowd, he kept a wary eye out for pickpockets prowling in the chaos. Clutching the suitcase, Yang-Soo jogged out of the riotous district, grumbling under his breath. "What a headache. Everyone else's system comes with item storage, but here I'm lugging a suitcase around." Once he put some distance between himself and the mayhem, Yang-Soo flagged down a cab on a relatively calm street. As the driver grumbled endlessly about the bank explosion, Yang-Soo made it safely back to Hell's Kitchen. Flush with cash, he generously tipped the cabbie $10. Amid the driver's enthusiastic thanks, Yang-Soo strolled home in high spirits. Upon arriving, he happily counted his stacks of money while browsing through the steady stream of system notifications. Created explosive chaos. Reputation with New York citizen A increased by 0.1. Created chaos with explosions. Gained 0.1 reputation points from New York resident B. Created chaos with explosions. Gained 3 reputation points from George Stancy. Created chaos with explosions. Gained 0.1 reputation points from Joey Morit. Gazing at the stack of over $357,000 neatly arranged and accounted for on the bed, Yang-Soo couldn't help but sigh. If I relied on a regular job, I'd never make this much in my whole life. It's true what they say online. The quickest ways to make money are all written in the criminal code. But it's a bit of shame. If only the sacks and suitcases weren't so conspicuous, I could have carried off even more. Still unsatisfied, he counted the cash several more times before finally, with a sense of contentment, placing the money back in the suitcase. What could be more thrilling than getting rich overnight? After this moment of wonder, Yang-Soo looked to the system, excitement gleaming in his eyes as his reputation points continued to rise. Without the distraction of all that cash, he quickly noticed something different about the system's messages compared to when he first robbed the bank. Carefully comparing the two sets of notifications, Yang-Soo soon grasped the reason. As it turned out, within a single day, he could earn reputation points multiple times from the same person, but only if that person experienced different events. For instance, Joey, who had been a hostage, first experienced the bank robbery and then the explosion. That way, the system could extract reputation points from the same individual in succession. Once he figured this out, Yang-Soo switched on the old TV in the room, a set that had clearly been used by countless people before, and began gathering intelligence. No sooner had the screen flickered to life than NBC's news report about the now-ruined bank came into view. The scene cut to the NYPD commissioner, George Stancy, who was standing before a crowd of reporters, his face stony as he fielded their sharp questions. "Commissioner Stancy, what's your comment on the criminal who made off with over $1 million, blew up the bank, and then escaped right out from under your perimeter?" Put on the spot by the reporters, Stancy's expression darkened further, but he still answered gravely. "This criminal, who calls himself the Joker, is extremely dangerous and displays a pronounced antisocial disposition. Based on my conversation with him, his target is the United States government. It's highly likely that this Joker will strike again, and that the scale and impact will be no less than this incident. We will be issuing a reward notice as soon as possible, and we hope the public will actively provide any useful information. After the interview with Stancy, the broadcast returned to the studio anchor, who briefly urged citizens to cooperate with the investigation before the program shifted to entertainment news about Tony Stark. 3 minutes. Even after a massive explosion, the media's attention lasts only 3 short minutes. Watching the growth of his reputation points slow down, Yang-soo thought to himself with a touch of resignation. As expected, in America, where shootings happen every day, an explosion like this barely causes a ripple of attention. I was counting on the media to stir up the story for a while longer, so I could rake in another wave of fame, but it seems I miscalculated. Even though the media coverage died down quickly, the residents affected by the bank explosion still brought him a good amount of renown. Within just a few hours, Yang-soo had already gained over 800 points of legend value. Although the pace of reputation growth had slowed, with just a bit more patience, he would soon have enough to afford a black iron 10 draw. Knock, knock, knock. Yang-soo opened the door, took the pizza from the delivery guy, handed over a tip, and shut the door behind him. Chewing on a hot slice of pizza, he couldn't help but sigh. Thankfully, I didn't snatch too much cash. It's easier to spread it around in small amounts. It would have been a real headache if I'd gotten greedy. After all that trouble robbing a bank, I still have to spend my own money to buy groceries and cook for myself. The irony isn't lost on me. For the past few days, Yang-soo had quit his job at the Chinese restaurant and holed up in his place, barely setting foot outside. Watching his reputation value tick past 1,000, he forced himself to resist the urge to draw right away. He took a solemn shower, changed into fresh clothes, and then offered a prayer to the gods. Midway through invoking the Grand Supreme Elder Lord, a thought suddenly struck Yang-soo. Wait a minute, I'm an American now. I should be praying to Jesus and Christ instead. Convinced this made perfect sense, he quickly added their names to his prayers. With his mindset adjusted, he finally opened up the system panel. Host, Yang-soo. Descended roles, Bin Joker. Reputation value, 1084. Not bothering to linger on the still simple interface, Yang-soo immediately spent 1,000 points to start a black iron 10 draw. In the next instant, 8 streaks of dark light flashed, and 8 screens appeared before him. Another 10 black fragments, heavy as iron, hovered nearby. Yes, 2 characters in one go. My luck is really holding up. Yang-soo didn't pay much attention to the items and fragments he'd drawn. His excitement was all for the 2 characters now available for descent. Character, John Wick. Rank, Black Iron. Origin, John Wick. Skills, Master Marksman, Relentless Combatant. Possesses the pinnacle of marksmanship attainable by any human. As long as he avoids fatal wounds, a night's rest is enough to restore his formidable energy. The limit of mortal skill. The almost blunt skill description caught Yang-soo off guard for a moment, but then he understood. So, Black Iron rank represented the very peak of human ability, while Bronze rank was where the supernatural began to appear. From that angle, the fact that the Joker could cross into the extraordinary realm on sheer force of will alone was nothing short of astonishing. More importantly, this Joker, the one from The Dark Knight, is not the most deranged version out there. According to the system's description, this Joker hasn't completely descended into madness. Instead, he carries a certain philosophical depth, reminiscent of a judge or a redeemer. Yang-soo let out a gentle breath, collecting his scattered thoughts and shifting his focus to another character he had drawn. Character, Takumi Fujiwara. Rank, Iron. Source, Initial D. Skills, Street Racing, Gutter Drifting. Gains a significant technical boost while driving at high speed. Can pull off extreme overtakes on narrow roads. Profile, the AE-86 can climb mountains. The Audi A6 can climb trees. What? Climb trees? Not Suki. And is that car really an A6? Reading such a profile, Yang-soo momentarily forgot about Takumi Fujiwara's prowess. His mind was flooded with questions and complaints instead. It took him quite a while to calm his inner turmoil before he turned his attention to the 8 iron-ranked items he'd drawn. Sly Gun. Iron rank can attack enemies in front first, then those behind. Highly devious. Cheap Kidney. Iron rank can be exchanged for a smartphone. 5 Donuts. Iron rank delicious donuts that lift your spirits. Bloody Machete. Iron rank easily decapitates the dead. Happy Meal. Iron rank comes with soda, fried chicken, and pizza. Enjoy a good time. There was also toothpaste, toilet paper, and body wash. After going through these largely useless items, Yang-soo's expression grew complicated. He did his best to hold back a flood of snarky remarks, and looked instead at the 10 shards he'd collected. Under his gaze, the iron fragments floating nearby began to assemble themselves automatically. Soon, A brand new character appeared before Yang-Su's eyes. Character, Alway. Rank, Iron. Source, a certain public service ad. Skills, slightly drunk, revenge. After drinking, he inevitably becomes a target for other men. If attacked by another man and given black frame glasses, he can switch into Avenger mode and fight back. Profile, Brother Jia. No, don't do this, Brother Jia. Reading this character's profile, Yang-Su was left completely dumbfounded. Only after a long pause did he snap back to reality and look back at the system panel, unable to keep himself from shouting. Why do I always get these bizarre characters? Why is this happening? Bin, Alway, why not throw in Brother Jia too? Might as well give me a whole drunken team while you're at it. Unbelievable. He vented his frustration loudly for a few moments before gradually calming down. It was only then that he noticed the system had just sent him a new message. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Black Iron level character. System permissions have been further unlocked. Now, the host can transfer abilities acquired from drawn characters to other people for use. Anyone who receives an ability will be absolutely loyal to the host and will be unable to harm the host in any way. Seeing the new permissions granted by the system, Yang-Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, ability transfer? So, that means I can draw characters to acquire their abilities and then use those to build my own force. What's more, this new feature, when combined with the recently acquired Away ability, could be incredibly powerful. Away has the power to completely control other men. If I transfer this ability to someone else and have them use it to control enemies after they've gotten them drunk, it would be perfect. The more he thought about it, the more feasible the idea seemed. After all, it was precisely this unique ability that made Away a Black Iron level character. Without that skill, he would be entirely useless. A skill that could instantly grant ordinary people abilities to leap across social ranks was undeniably valuable. However, there was something undeniably strange about the way this ability was activated. Yang-Su pondered for a while, still feeling a bit uneasy. In the end, sticking to his principles, he decided to set aside the Away character for now. Although this meant giving up a powerful asset, he didn't feel any real regret. Once he finished dealing with miscellaneous matters, Yang-Su replaced his currently equipped Joker with John Wick. He planned to summon the Joker as an ally to help him boost his reputation points. As the new character took over, Yang-Su could clearly sense his body changing. His muscles tightened and strengthened, and his limbs moved with perfect coordination. All knowledge of firearms and human weak points flooded into his mind, becoming instinctual responses. Now armed with all the skills of a master assassin, Yang-Su practiced a simple set of combat moves in the cramped room. Then he disassembled and reassembled his handgun several times, only stopping once he felt fully adapted to John Wick's body and abilities. Afterward, he glanced at the still glowing system panel, hesitating about whether he should go out and find a suitable partner to team up with. I wonder how exactly the system's new ability transfer function works. Does it directly overwrite someone's personality with the summoned character, or is it more like my own situation, instilling knowledge and experience directly into their mind? If it's the former, that'd be straightforward enough. But if it's the latter, how does the system ensure loyalty? It's hard to wrap my head around. Just as Yang-Su was wavering over whether to recruit someone, a sudden flash of insight struck him. Why bother bringing someone else in and adding unnecessary risk? A vessel is indeed required for a character's descent, but the system never specified that the vessel must be human. Suddenly, Yang-Su recalled that during his rookie 10-pull draw, he had acquired an item perfectly suited for housing a soul. It was a second-hand artificial body from the world of Death God, a special mannequin designed specifically to harbor souls. In some ways, this artificial body was even more suitable than a human being as a container for a soul. With this thought, Yang-Su retrieved from the system's item storage a mannequin resembling those found in clothing stores. He examined it carefully, then gently leaned it against the wall. Driven by a sense of experimentation, Yang-Su switched the system panel to the Joker interface. He placed his right hand over the panel, attempting to use the system's new feature to extract the Joker character. As he operated, the image of the Joker on the panel began to emit a faint green glow, clear and weighty, reminiscent of polished bronze. The green light gathered, eventually coalescing in Yang-Su's hand as a card. This card was a deep shade of green, its texture akin to something sculpted from bronze. On the front, it bore the Joker's portrait and all related information. The back was covered with intricate runes, forming swirling magical arrays that rotated ceaselessly. Yang-Su studied the card in his hand. It seemed like a finely crafted work of art, though he couldn't discern anything out of the ordinary. He knew full well that, with his current abilities, any further study of this character card would be fruitless. So, he looked up at the artificial body nearby, and, without hesitation, acted. With a gentle flick, he tossed the card toward the mannequin's chest. A deep, muffled thud resounded as the card struck squarely in the center of the artificial body's chest. Immediately, the card began to emit a soft, eerie green light, enshrouding the mannequin completely. Gradually, the card sank into the artificial body, and the green glow faded away. Before long, the once lifeless mannequin was replaced by an entirely new figure. A man now stood in the room, his hair a dark, ghostly green, his face pale, a jagged scar splitting the corner of his mouth. He appeared as though just awakened, his gaze drifting in bewilderment as he took in his surroundings. After a slow sweep of the room, his eyes settled on Yang-Su, who was holding a handgun. Sensing Yang-Su's wariness, the man straightened up, placed his left hand at the small of his back, and, with his right hand, performed a deft flourish in front of his chest before bowing slightly in a gentleman's salute. As he bowed, he lowered his voice with a smile and said, "I am the Joker. Thank you very much for summoning me, boss." Seeing the Joker's amiable demeanor, Yang-Su relaxed just a little, lowering the barrel of his gun as he replied, in an even tone, "No need for such formality. I summoned you for my own reasons and purposes. But what I'm more interested in is whether you still retain your past memories." Yang-Su could no longer contain his curiosity, and asked his question without the slightest attempt at concealment. The Joker straightened up a little, folding his left arm across his chest while supporting his chin with his right hand. With a hint of regret in his voice, he replied, "I still remember some of it, more or less. I can recall every game I ever played with that little bat, clear as day. I also have the common sense of this world in my mind, and I'm well aware that this place is nothing like the world I came from. It's just, he doesn't exist here. What a pity. If the little bat were here too, this world would definitely be far more interesting." Though his words carried a note of regret, paired with the grin on his face, they sounded more like he was gloating over someone else's misfortune. This Joker has no idea that I once used his power. Staring at the clown's exaggerated smile, Yang-Su understood the situation at hand. He paused in thought, his gaze falling on the Joker, who was now twitching with restless energy. "Slowly," Yang-Su spoke. "I'm planning to kidnap the mayor of New York. What do you think?" The Joker's movements gradually came to a halt, and he began trembling violently. Seeing this, Yang-Su frowned, mulling things over in his mind. What's going on? Is he afraid? That doesn't seem like the Joker's style. Just as he hesitated, the trembling Joker suddenly burst out with a bizarre laugh, the sound layered with an excited, almost shrill scream. "Boss, this is just thrilling. I can take it up a notch, make it even bigger, even wilder." Lost in his own fantasies, the Joker flailed his limbs in twisted, erratic patterns. The manic laughter echoing through the cramped room made the entire place feel like a scene from a horror movie. Faced with this, Yang-Su kindly chose not to interrupt him. After all, he had once merged with the Joker's power and knew exactly what state of mind the clown was in. He was running simulations, plotting out the plan. As the Joker's strange performance came to an end, he stretched his slit mouth into a wide grin and spoke with manic enthusiasm. "Boss, why don't you join me? I've already come up with a brilliant plan. We'll kidnap the mayor, dig up all his dirty secrets, and expose every skeleton he's been hiding." Of course, that's exactly what I want. Yang-Su had always planned to stir up some chaos, so he was more than happy to accept the Joker's suggestion. But then his tone shifted, thoughtful. "It's just, with such explosive news, I doubt any TV station would dare air it." The Joker didn't answer. Instead, his smile grew even brighter, twisting into something almost inhuman. At that moment, Yang-Su found himself strangely tuned into the Joker's wavelength, and couldn't help but ask, "New York's Central Avenue, is that the spot?" Still silent, the Joker simply raised both hands high above his head, making a broad circle in the air to show that Yang-Su was exactly right. "But if that's the case, we'll need more people. Otherwise, it'll be hard to keep the situation under control." Seeing the eager look on Joker's face, Yang-Su continued, "Don't act rashly just yet. I have a group of people at my disposal. For now, I'll put them under your command. You can choose who will participate in the plan." Joker seemed disappointed. He had clearly been hoping to act immediately. Still, he let out a strange laugh and replied, "No problem, boss. I'll make sure everything is ready before we move." With Joker's promise, Yang-Su handed over all the information he'd gathered on the hostages at the bank. The two of them discussed for another half an hour, hammering out every detail of the plan before going their separate ways to carry out their tasks. New York, Hermann Memorial Hospital. A young man with blonde hair was kneeling by a hospital bed, his hands tightly clutching his mother's frail, withered ones. He bowed his head, his voice choked with emotion. "Mom, please, just hold on a little longer. I have money now. The hospital can operate. You just have to hold on, please." A doctor stood off to the side, looking on with a detached expression as he paged through the medical records. In his career, he'd seen too many farewells to life to be moved by the scene before him. After a long silence, the doctor set down the file, turned to the blond young man, and said in a calm voice, "Mr. Morit, I'm very sorry. Based on the tests, Mrs. Morit's condition is extremely serious. The surgery would be very high risk, and there's still an outstanding payment on your account." The young man trembled all over. He understood exactly what the doctor was implying. Looking at his weak mother lying there, he murmured, "I understand. As long as she can be saved, money isn't an issue." "Very well, Mr. Morit." The doctor nodded, then leaned toward the nurse and quietly gave her some instructions before leaving the room. Inside the ward, the woman slowly turned her head to look at her son, her voice halting and fragile as she forced out each word. "Joey, that's enough. I don't want any more treatment. Let's just let it go." "How could I possibly do that?" Joey jerked his head up, tears in his voice as he looked at her thin, worn face. "I still have money, Mom. Please don't give up." She looked at her anxious son and managed a faint smile, her voice barely above a whisper. "Joey, I don't know where you got the money, but I know that nothing good in this world comes without a price. And I know my own body. Even making it this far is already a miracle. I don't want to be a burden to you. Please, let me go for everyone's sake." Even as sick as she was, his mother was still thinking of him first. Joey's eyes filled with tears, his voice breaking as he said, "Mom, how could you ever be a burden to me? Don't dwell on it anymore. Trust the doctors and work with them. You're going to get better." With Joey's gentle reassurance, her mother, still burdened with worry, gradually drifted into sleep. Joey stumbled back from the hospital, dazed and numb, to his damp and cramped apartment. He threw himself onto the bed with force, wrapping himself tightly in his blanket. Curled up under the covers, his whole body trembling, he let out a desperate, powerless whisper. "What am I supposed to do? What can I do? The money I stole is already gone. What do I do now? Am I supposed to steal again, just like him?" On one side was his mother, tormented by illness. On the other, the looming risk of getting caught if he failed. "If I go through with it, there's a chance I'll be caught and thrown in jail. But if I don't, Mom, she won't make it. I never had a choice to begin with. Right from the start, Knowing there was no way out, Joey's eyes grew dark and determined. He was ready to follow in the footsteps of the clown played by Yang-soo and pull off a big job. Just then, someone suddenly unlocked and opened his door from the outside. Immediately, a voice that filled Joey with both fear and awe echoed in his mind. Well, looks like my lock-picking skills haven't gotten rusty. Long time no see, Joey. By the way, are you cold? You've been shivering nonstop." The words were light and playful, but the voice itself was deep, eerily so, sending chills down the spine. Hearing that soul-stirring voice, Joey flung off his blanket in a rush. Sure enough, he saw that all-too-familiar costume. His voice quivered as he spoke. "You are? Mr. Clown. Of course it's me. Interested in teaming up for another job? I promise the rewards will be worth your while. So what do you say, are you in?" Looking at that extraordinary grin on the clown's face, Joey didn't answer. Instead, he broke into a wild smile of his own. Seeing a kindred gleam in Joey's eyes, the clown yanked him off the bed and declared, with a touch of madness, "Then let's get going." Ever since the clown started recruiting, Yang-soo had been training, absorbing every bit of hitman knowledge that John Wick brought him. During his period of training, the buzz around the bank explosion had already faded. Aside from the occasional blip in his reputation score, there was nothing new. Give it a few more days, and even the citizens who had lived through the explosion would forget all about it, returning to their old routines. After burning through $10,000 at the firing range and mastering his body's every move, Yang-soo finally received a message from the clown. "Dearest boss, we'll be taking action tonight. Hope you can help us draw the authorities' attention." Reading the message, Yang-soo couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle. Who'd have thought? Here I am, the boss, getting ordered around by my own crew. But as for causing a distraction, well, I suppose I could oblige. The opportunity is right here, and it's perfect. I can use it to weigh your true worth. Yang-soo turned to look at the television, which was currently showing an advertisement for a midnight party hosted by the Stark Group. At that moment, Tony Stark, unaware that he was being targeted, was still brimming with confidence as he presided over the board meeting. Dressed in a custom-tailored suit, with a hint of height added by his shoes, and sporting his signature neatly groomed mustache, Tony stood at the head of the table. He looked relaxed as he glanced at the group of board members seated before him, casually asking, "So, what's on the agenda for today?" Before Tony's assistant Pepper could respond, a bald man suddenly sprang up among the board members, his deep voice cutting through the room. "Tony, the company's profits are down across the board. As far as I know, the military seems to be dissatisfied with us. They're reaching out to other companies. That's why many of us are concerned. Will this affect our stock price? Tony's easygoing expression instantly soured, turning to one of clear annoyance. Come on, you called an emergency shareholders meeting over something this trivial? This is hardly a trivial matter, Tony. There are plenty of competitors eyeing us. We need to defeat them and keep them in check. As he spoke, the bald man rose and walked over to stand beside Tony, his every movement and gesture signaling their alliance. Meanwhile, the seated board members exchanged a flurry of furtive glances, each with their own thoughts. Board member, hey, wait a minute. Wasn't Obadiah the one who organized this to impeach Tony? Why is he standing up there now? Board member B, beats me. I just heard there might be a payout, so I showed up. Board member C, clearly, this is all a setup by Stark. He's trying to force us in a line. Board member D, force us in a line? Then what do we do? Make a run for it. Board member E, how do we run? Should I pretend I've got stomachache? While the board members silently plotted with their eyes, Tony was feeling rather pleased that Obadiah appeared to be siding with him. Obadiah returned Tony's smile, as if they truly were members of the same camp. The board members who'd been lured here now lowered their heads, lost in their own thoughts. Tony, apparently satisfied to see the board's retreat, spoke even more casually. There's no need for concern. I understand your worries, but they're not really a problem. A new weapon is already complete, and when the time is right, I'll be the one to pitch it myself. Those board members who knew of Tony's capabilities couldn't help but look up, curiosity piqued. Obadiah seized the moment and said, Tony, why don't you tell our board what this new weapon is? If I tell them what it is, will they even understand? I'm not about to waste my breath explaining things to a bunch of outsiders. They only need to know that the weapon's blueprints are already with the production department. When the military comes to purchase, the company's stock price won't drop, and their dividends won't be cut. So that's all they need to care about. They don't have to know more than that. Tony's forceful reply left Obadiah momentarily at a loss for words. The board members, however, remained unruffled. After all, Tony Stark's sharp tongue was infamous. These shareholders had endured countless tongue lashings, all for the sake of profit. Seeing how easily they were cowed this time, Tony couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to himself, these old foxes who never act without seeing the benefit. Why are they so easily convinced this time? Obadiah, who had called the board meeting, saw the silence stretching between both sides and quickly picked up the conversation. Tony, can you have the weapons division hand over the blueprints for the new weapon? I want to take them to persuade some people at the Department of Defense. You know as well as I do, some of their opinions matter a great deal. Do whatever you want. Just ask Pepper when you need them. She'll give you the access. Knowing full well the character of the U.S. military, Tony had no objection to Obadiah's request. And with his goal achieved, Obadiah didn't press further. With his train of thought interrupted, Tony didn't bother to ponder why the board had been so pliant this time. Instead, he swept his gaze across the room, and a mischievous grin flickered across his face. I'm throwing a big party tonight, and consider this your invitation. If any of you feel out of your league, I'm not going to force you to show up. The hastily convened board meeting wrapped up in no time, thanks to Tony's promises and playful banter. On the way back, Tony glanced at Obadiah and asked for the hint of meaning. They were surprisingly easy to deal with this time. Did someone smooth things over? Tony, there are still plenty of people on our side, Obadiah replied, sounding perfectly sincere. They only care about how much they can pocket. As long as the profits keep rolling in, they wouldn't care if a pig ran the place. Tony looked utterly disdainful, his voice dripping with contempt. These old fossils just cling to their seats. They refuse to make way for any real talent, and all they ever think about is money, money, money. Would earning a little less really kill them? They're absolutely disgusting. Tony was in full-on tirade mode, and failed to notice Obadiah's face growing darker by the second. Still, Obadiah managed to agree, adding, they really shouldn't meddle in the company's affairs. This company doesn't depend on them anyway. Tony's smirk widened, his tone growing even more arrogant. Exactly. This company could run without anyone, except me. As Tony was busy bragging about himself, they had already arrived at the elevator. Obadiah, will you be joining the party tonight? Tony stepped into the empty elevator first, turning to look at the bald man still standing outside. Obadiah smiled and replied, I'll have to skip it. I have a meeting with some government officials tonight. You know how it is. They're never easy to deal with. That's a real shame. Tony grinned, showing he didn't mind at all, and then turned to his assistant standing by the elevator panel. Pepper, let's get through the rest of today's schedule quickly. Tonight, I plan to have some real fun. Obadiah, left standing outside the elevator, watched the door slide closed. Slowly, he let his kindly, elder-like smile fade, his expression turning cold as he took out his phone to send a message to the weapons division. Manhattan, New York City. The Amon Hotel at Crown Tower. This was one of the most exclusive hotels in the city, a perfect venue for honoring New York's vibrant party culture. Whether you wanted to unwind or throw a private bash, this was the place to be. And best of all, the hotel rooms were spacious. On the 14th floor, a massive rooftop garden covered 650 square meters. A team of staff bustled about, adjusting the sound equipment for the night's festivities. The hotel manager, dressed in a formal tailcoat, watched the workers with nervous anticipation. Are the sound systems all set? This event can't afford any mistakes. Lots of celebrities will be here, he said anxiously. Joey, one of the crew in a work uniform, paused his task and turned to flash the manager a broad, confident smile. Don't worry, our team is made up of professionals. As midnight approached, the anticipation for the wild party reached its peak. Boss, we've arrived. Happy Hogan, Tony's driver and bodyguard, pulled up at the hotel entrance and turned to alert Tony in the back seat. Oh, what a beautiful night awaits us. Tony glanced at the crowd gathering outside the doors, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Same as always, Happy, come up with me. Of course, boss. Happy stepped out first, tossing the keys to the waiting doorman and opening the car door for Tony. Soft opening music began to flow through the air as the party got underway. The guests were dressed to impress, their laughter and chatter filling the space above the clinking of glasses. A lavish spread of delicacies lined the long tables, offering guests a feast for the senses. Just as the party atmosphere reached its crescendo, a sharp gunshot rang out, clear and unmistakable. The seasoned Americans in the crowd recognized the sound instantly. The lively buzz was instantly replaced by panicked screams and chaos. At that very moment, the speakers, once pulsing with music, suddenly blared with a loud, impassioned voice. Nobody move. Hands up. Now put them on your head and get down. Anyone who dares to move, I'll shoot. Immediately after, a series of gunshots rang out, sharp and chilling, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The relentless bursts of gunfire left no room for disobedience. Everyone followed the command of truth, obediently crouching down with their hands clasped over their heads. At that moment, a few sporadic gunshots, mixed with barely audible groans, echoed from the entrance. Then, a middle-aged white man strode in, dressed in a black suit with slicked-back hair, holding a pistol firmly in his hand. He walked up to the stage, took the microphone from the clown-masked robber, and addressed the crowd with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. My name is John Wick. As you can see, I'm a robber. My friends and I are a bit short on cash, so we'd like your generous support. Of course, if you're reluctant to help, we have many ways to convince you otherwise. As he finished, Yang-Soo, playing John Wick, swept his gaze over the bowed heads of the hostages before continuing. So, I hope everyone will cooperate and not try anything foolish. Now, please raise your hands above your heads and slowly stand up. Everyone on your feet. Move it, move it. Two of the clown-masked robbers, one armed with an AK, the other with a shotgun, prowled among the hostages, keeping a watchful eye. Meanwhile, the robber from whom Yang-Soo had taken the microphone swiftly cleared several tables. Under the threat of truth, none of the hostages dared resist. Through the crowd came the sound of frightened sobbing, rising and falling amidst the tension. Once everyone had stood up, Yang-Soo walked over to the cleared tables, pulled out a handful of bullets, and shouted, "Thank you all for your cooperation. Now, please come forward one by one and place your valuables on the tables." He continued, arranging the bullets as he spoke. Necklaces go on the table with 1 bullet. Rings on the table with 2 bullets. Jewelry on the table with 3 bullets. Watches on the table with 4 bullets. As for the table without any bullets, put your phones and pens there. Once everything was set up, he continued, "Listen carefully, everyone. We're not asking for much. But if you're not willing..." A sudden trio of gunshots thundered through the room, making every hostage flinch, some women shrieking in terror. Under the intimidating presence of truth, the hostages quickly formed an orderly line, trembling as they placed their belongings on the tables. Tony, hiding behind the broad-shouldered bodyguard, raised his hands and asked in a low voice, "Happy, did you bring a gun?" Happy, moving with the crowd toward the table at the front, gave his body a slight shake, signaling that he had nothing. Even though he expected this, Tony couldn't help but feel disappointed. Damn it, why am I always this unlucky? If I get out of this alive, I swear I'll make a device to summon Jarvis without needing my phone. Joey, wearing a clown mask, stood in front of the table in Yang-Soo's place, constantly urging the hostages to move faster. Hurry up, don't dawdle. What's more important, money or your life? Darling, be good. Just give it all to them. I'll buy you more later. Under the combined pressure of her husband and the robbers, a woman reluctantly handed over her diamond necklace, earrings, ring, jewelry worth millions. As one hostage after another passed the table, It quickly became covered with all manner of incredibly valuable jewels. At this moment, Yang-su stood by the terrace, not participating in the robbers' looting. He appeared to be lost in the dazzling New York night, which was still alive with prosperity. But in reality, he was watching the steady stream of messages from his system. Hostage taken, gained 100 reputation from Tony Stark. Hostage taken, gained 30 reputation from Happy Hogan. Hostage taken, gained 1 reputation from Guest A. Hostage taken, gained reputation 1.1. Seeing the data reported by the system, Yang-su frowned slightly. Compared to ordinary people, these wealthy ones give me so much more reputation. Still, it makes sense that Tony would have such high value. But why does Happy have so much, too? Or is it because he used to be a director? As Yang-su pondered this, a commotion broke out where Joey was stationed. Please, I don't have any money or valuable jewelry. I'm just a waiter. The young man trembled, nearly in tears, as the gun was pressed against him. Yang-su, drawn to the disturbance, strode over. What's going on here? Joey leaned in and whispered. Boss, what do we do with this waiter? He doesn't have anything. No money. Yang-su muttered as he walked up to the shivering young man. His eyes narrowed, and his voice turned cold. You're putting me in a difficult spot, sir. If claiming you're broke was enough to get you out of this, then how am I supposed to pressure the rich ones into paying ransom? Or maybe I should do this instead. With that, Yang-su raised his gun, aiming it squarely at the young man's forehead. Wait. Don't do anything rash. You want money, right? Well, I have plenty of it. You must know who I am. I'm Tony Stark. I can give you all the money you want, just don't kill anyone. Standing behind the young man, Tony raised both hands high and stepped forward, his face tense as he looked at Yang-su. Yang-su arched an aya bro. So it's the famous playboy, Tony Stark. A former arms dealer now, trying to be a hero. Is that it? Though Tony had stepped out, the cold indifference in Yang-su's eyes made him almost instantly regret his decision. Still, he forced himself to sound calm. I just don't want anyone to die in front of me. That would haunt my dreams. Besides, even if you kill him, there's nothing in it for you, right? Faced with such a tempting proposal, Yang-su remained silent. His gaze flickered between the trembling waiter and the sweat-soaked Tony. After a long, heavy silence, he finally spoke, his words deliberate and slow. If you want to play the hero, then 100 million. Tony, tense as a drawn bow, couldn't process the number at first and blurted out, that much. Seeing Tony's moment of hesitation, Yang-su let out a cold laugh. How disappointing. Sensing the danger in the robber's eyes, Tony quickly stammered. No, wait. Okay. I'll pay. 100 million. It's yours. Just don't hurt anyone. Satisfied with this response, Yang-su nodded, then spoke in a peculiar tone. Someone, feed Mr. Stark? Well, a piece of cake. Joey moved swiftly, scooping up a large cake with one hand and presenting it to Tony. I never take food handed to me by others, Tony began, but Joey cut him off with the barrel of a gun pressed to his forehead. Staring at the cake, Tony understood immediately. This was a test of his obedience. After all, if he refused even a piece of cake, why would anyone believe he'd keep his word about the money? Under the threat of truth, he wisely took the cake and ate in silence. With the poor waiter no longer in the way, the robbers sped up their collection of valuables. Soon, Joey returned to Yang-su's side and whispered, Boss, we're all set. As Yang-su pondered the next move, he glanced up to see the robbers had packed all the jewelry from the tables. All 7 robbers, faces hidden behind clown masks, had heavy, bulging bags slung over their shoulders. After a quick survey, Yang-su leaned in and whispered to Joey, Take the crew and head back to the safe house as planned. I'll handle what's left. Joey nodded slightly, then quietly led the robbers to the wall, slipping away as they'd rehearsed, leaving no trace of alarm. At that moment, Yang-su picked up the microphone and addressed the hostages. Thank you all very much for your cooperation. According to the original plan, we should have left by now. But our Mr. Tony Stark here boldly declared he would pay 100 million to save all the waiters. I truly admire his generosity, so I agreed to his proposal and decided to spare these penniless servers. So, everyone, let's have a round of applause for merciful me and for the generous Mr. Tony Stark. The wealthy guests, stripped of their possessions, looked at one another in confusion, unsure what had just happened. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots in rapid succession snapped them back to reality. Frightened screams erupted, mingling with frantic applause, echoing through the night. Meanwhile, the robbers in clown masks seized the moment, slipping away unnoticed amidst the chaos. The applause and uproar lingered in the night air for about 5 minutes, only subsiding when Yang-su signaled for silence. Well then, Mr. Stark, please come up and collect your phone. With Yang Su's permission, Tony, clutching his bloated stomach, sifted through the pile of phones on the table until he found his own. At that moment, Yang Su suddenly raised his gun and pulled the trigger, aiming at Tony's head. The bullet whistled past, barely missing Tony's scalp, close enough to part his hair down middle. The terrified screams that erupted from the hostages were quickly silenced by Yang Su's icy warning. If there's no transfer confirmation within 5 minutes, the cake you just ate will be your last meal. With that, Yang Su jotted down an anonymous account number provided by the Joker gang. Still feeling the heat on his scalp, Tony hurriedly unlocked his phone and got to work. With a gun pressed to his head, Tony deftly accessed his private account, preparing to make the transfer. Just then, a discreet chat window popped up at the bottom of his screen. Tony shot a cautious glance at Yang Su, who seemed distracted. Then, while pretending to handle the transfer, quickly typed, "Jarvis, help! Good evening, sir. Was the lady at the party a bit too enthusiastic? Shall I bring you some medicine?" Jarvis's prompt and practiced response left Tony momentarily speechless. He glanced nervously at Yang Su, who was busy checking for the transfer notification, then hammered out a message in the chat box. SOS. As soon as Jarvis received the distress signal, he sprang into action. In just 30 seconds, Jarvis had pieced together the situation. "I understand, sir. Please hold on. I've already alerted company security and the relevant personnel." Under Jarvis's command, Stark Industries security firm mobilized instantly. At the same time, every on-duty police officer in New York, including the chief, received an emergency call from Jarvis. "What? Are you saying Tony Stark has been kidnapped? At the Amon Hotel? This isn't April Fool's Day." Chief George Stacy, roused from his sleep by an emergency call, felt a terrible sense of dread wash over him. "According to the information we have, I've checked security cameras at the Amon Hotel, and all alarms linked to the police station have been cut off. The hotel staff are out of contact, and I'm guessing everyone at the party is too." Though he didn't finish his sentence, he already understood just how troublesome this situation had become. "Damn it, I'm heading over right now." Chief Stacy hung up, hastily threw on some clothes, and dashed out the door. Thanks to the influence of the Star Corporation, every officer, whether on duty, off-duty, or even on vacation, was mobilized. Amid the piercing wail of alarms, teams raced toward the Amon Hotel, and even the U.S. military was put on alert. Meanwhile, Yang Su glanced at his phone, where a transfer successful notification had just popped up, and saw the system frantically flooding him with messages. Major case. Gained 5 reputation points from George Stacy. Major case. Gained 0.3 reputation points from Officer A. Major case. Gained 0.5 reputation points from Soldier Alpha. Yang Su ignored the system for now, turned to Tony, who was handing him the phone, and said, "You called the police, didn't you?" Hearing this almost blatant accusation, Tony's heart skipped a beat. He swallowed nervously and forced a smile. "What? I'm not sure what you mean. I was just transferring some money on my phone. How could I have called the police? You've been watching me the whole time." Yang Su responded nonchalantly, "Jarvis, we're artificial intelligence. Compared to strong AI that can learn on its own, an assistant that simply follows human orders is still the best helper we could ask for. Don't you think?" Having been exposed, Tony's panic vanished from his face. He simply replied, straightforwardly, "I bet news of my kidnapping has spread all over New York by now. Every cop in the city will be here soon. My advice, surrender now, and spare everyone a bloody mess." Just then, the sound of helicopter rotors thundered outside the terrace. A bright searchlight pinned Yang Su in its glare. Just as Tony thought the situation was under control, Yang Su suddenly rolled to the side, taking cover against the wall. A split second later, a massive hole was blasted into the spot where he'd just been standing, clearly the work of a sniper. Looks like these are Stark Industries people. If they were police, they wouldn't be this direct. As Yang Su expected, the helicopter above dropped a rope. 5 heavily armed operatives rappelled down in quick succession, immediately moving to shield both Tony and Happy. Glancing at the sniper whose aim followed the searchlight, Yang Su chose not to engage in a direct confrontation. He simply turned and left the terrace on the 14th floor. He moved swiftly through the hotel's interior hallways, ignoring the unconscious staff members who still hadn't woken up after being knocked out. Yang Su didn't bother with the elevator. Instead, he strode straight toward the emergency stairwell. After descending just 2 flights, the motion-activated lights in the stairwell suddenly went dark, replaced by the glow of green emergency lights. They've cut the power. Was it the police or the security company? The next instant, he noticed the fire door on the 10th floor being slowly pushed open. Seeing this, Yang Su lunged forward like an arrow. The moment the door swung fully open, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the person behind the door crashing hard into the wall. Without hesitating, Yang-Su burst out of the stairwell and, without even glancing, fired 3 quick shots at the right side of the doorway. The armed guard waiting on the right managed only a brief, pained cry before collapsing to the floor. Ignoring the wounded man, Yang-Su moved rapidly, spinning his body. He sprang up and delivered a vicious, all-or-nothing kick, landing it squarely on the head of the guard he'd sent into the wall, just as the man was struggling to his feet. The guard, stunned from the blow to his head, wobbled upright for a split second before toppling over again. With this threat dealt with, Yang-Su turned to the wounded security officer writhing on the ground. He finished him off with a soccer-style kick to the head, knocking him unconscious. Not wasting a moment, he stripped the gear and uniform off the man who hadn't been shot and quickly changed into the security outfit himself. While changing, Yang-Su caught a glimpse of the word emblazoned on the back of the shirt. Blackwater. Blackwater, huh? No wonder Stark Industries partners with the U.S. military. These guys mean business. Once fully equipped, a voice suddenly crackled in his earpiece. 9th floor, secure. Without missing a beat, Yang-Su lowered his voice, making it deliberately vague and urgent. 10th floor, secure. With that, he dashed once more into the stairwell, barreling down toward the lower floors at breakneck speed. By the time Blackwater's roll call reached the 14th floor, Yang-Su was already sprinting through the hotel lobby. Just then, a new order came through his earpiece. All units, report your names by floor. 1st floor, Wolf. 1st floor, Hound. 2nd floor. Knowing his cover was about to be blown, Yang-Su quickly pressed the trigger on a specially modified bomb he'd hidden in one of the hotel rooms. A deafening explosion thundered from upstairs, instantly drawing the attention of every Blackwater operative. Ignoring the frantic voices shouting in his earpiece, Yang-Su picked up his pace and raced for the hotel entrance. 3 armed guards standing watch outside spotted the figure in Blackwater gear rushing toward them. They barked out a harsh challenge. Who are you? Stop right there. Before he could finish his question, Yang-Su raised his rifle and unleashed a hail of bullets. Caught off guard, the armed men were instantly pinned down by the intense gunfire, forced to scatter and scramble for cover. Bullets thudded relentlessly against the walls they used as shields, while the 3 of them managed to form a tight web of crossfire, sweeping the area from multiple angles. From a moment he burst out of the fire escape, Yang-Su had been scanning the hotel lobby, taking in every detail. When the security personnel responded with intimidating warning shots, he executed a tactical roll, diving into the corner on the left and narrowly dodging the incoming rounds. The sharp, cracking sound of bullets smashing against the walls filled the air, mingling with the frantic shouts coming through his earpiece. Yang-Su exhaled deeply, taking a moment to recover and steady his breath after the wild sprint. Without hesitation, he angled his rifle across his shoulder and fired short, precise bursts at the ceiling, the lights, and supporting columns from every direction. Guided by the skills of a marksman at the peak of his craft, each bullet ricocheted at uncanny angles, skipping and bouncing around the hotel lobby like a deadly dance. The target has appeared in the hotel lobby. Before the squad leader could even finish reporting, 2 bullets caromed in from an impossible angle and struck his head, ending him instantly. With 1 man down, the triangular web of suppressing fire the 3 had formed immediately broke apart, leaving a glaring gap. Yang-Su seized this opening, springing from his cover in a blur of motion. He didn't bother to aim. Trusting his instincts, he fired several shots in quick succession, taking down the armed man hiding on the right. Then, with another swift tactical roll, he dodged the last enemy's desperate volley. As he sprang up, he fired back in the direction of the shots, 2 rounds to the chest, 1 to the head, eliminating the final sentry. With the enemies dispatched, Yang-Su dashed out of the hotel and sprinted toward the vehicle waiting for him outside. Meanwhile, up on the 14th floor terrace, Tony's relaxed expression vanished the moment he heard the commander report that the robber had escaped. But instead of berating the commander, he pulled out his phone and called out, "Jarvis, I'm here, sir. Track the robber's escape route and send the data to me, now." Tony instinctively glanced at the heavily armed security team beside him, who looked nothing like the good guys, and quickly added, "And send it to the NYPD as well. Have them pursue this robber." "A wise decision, sir." With the AI's prompt response, Yang-Su's figure appeared on Tony's phone screen. He watched as Yang-Su burst from the hotel and raced to a white sedan. Moments later, the car shot off like an arrow loosed from a bow. The screen swiftly switched to a map of New York City, and the car's position was marked with a bright red arrow, tracking its every move. Tony stared intently at the moving arrow on his phone, gritting his teeth as he spat out his words. "Forward all this information to the officers in real time. I want him caught, and when we do, I'll make sure he gets a taste of cake. Lots of it." "No problem, sir." Inside the command center, Chief George Stancy saw the message from Jarvis and immediately raised his phone, shouting, "Get the word out. Track him according to the route given here." Meanwhile, Yang-Soo was driving a modified car. As he passed one of the intersections on New York's 2nd Avenue, he deliberately brought the car to a halt. He waited there for several minutes, right through the red light, ignoring the angry blare of horns from the cars behind him. It wasn't long before the shrill wail of police sirens echoed from behind. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Yang-Soo saw several police cars rapidly closing in. The real show's about to begin. "Joker, don't let me down," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. With that, Yang-Soo switched into the persona of Takumi Fujiwara. In the next instant, he felt every subtle vibration of the car, as if he were one with the machine, perfectly attuned to its every nuance. He glanced at the traffic light, which was about to turn red, and slammed the accelerator to the floor. With a powerful roar, the car shot forward like a wild horse breaking free of its reins. "Hurry! Don't let him get away!" The police behind him couldn't wait for the light either. They floored their gas pedals, tearing after him at full speed. Thanks to Takumi Fujiwara's racing skills, Yang-Soo weaved effortlessly through the dense city traffic, even while being chased. He could sense that the endless stream of cars was no longer a hindrance, but rather perfect cover, obstacles that could block his pursuers, if only for a moment. Driving against the flow of traffic, he easily shook off the police cars in pursuit. Still, he kept a wary eye on his surroundings, ready for anything. After all, he was up against the entire New York police force. He couldn't be too careful. And sure enough, as Yang-Soo sped through another intersection, dozens of police cars came barreling towards him from the other side. "How'd they know to wait for me here? Is it because of Jarvis?" Confronted by the oncoming police, Yang-Soo seemed possessed by the spirit of a racing legend. His foot slammed the brake, his left hand jerked the wheel, his right hand shifted gears in a blur, and he yanked the handbrake. All these maneuvers were executed within mere seconds, just as the police cars closed in. Yang-Soo's car performed a flawless drift, spinning around in front of more than a dozen police vehicles, leaving a black streak of rubber on the pavement as he smoothly merged into a side lane and sped away. Watching the incredible scene broadcast through Jarvis, Tony shot to his feet and shouted in disbelief. "How is this possible? That was the optimal interception route. I calculated it myself." As he reeled from shock, Jarvis's voice chimed in. "Sir, Director Stacy is calling. He hopes you can provide the interception route once more." Snapping back to reality, a grin of excitement crept onto Tony's face. "Of course. Tell him to wait a moment." New York Street Racer has gained 85 reputation points from Tony Stark, 5 reputation points from George Stacy. Happy 30. Officer 0.5. Glancing casually at the system notifications, Yang-Soo gave a lopsided smile. As expected, Jarvis is tracking me. Though artificial intelligence was powerful, he didn't feel particularly nervous. His hands moved with rhythmic precision, spinning the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator, shifting gears. If only the car had a music player, Yang-Soo would have thrown on a tune like Fishing for Shrimps just for the fun of it. At that moment, a beam of light shot down from above, enveloping the entire car. It was a relatively small helicopter that had appeared at some point, tailing Yang-Soo's car from the sky. The cabin doors on either side of the chopper swung open, and a cameraman aimed his camera at the scene. It was obvious they were broadcasting this sudden street race live to the public. Bathed in the spotlight, Yang-Soo's eyes sparkled with defiant fire, a confident smile gracing his lips. With a quick flick of the wheel, his car vaulted over a low flower bed, evading the police cruiser waiting at the intersection. Under Yang-Soo's command, the white car weaved through traffic, picking up speed and overtaking vehicle after vehicle. Aside from the helicopter overhead and the police cars lurking at the intersections ahead, his pursuers had long since been left behind. He glanced at the growing number of small helicopters circling above and, at his reputation points, climbing ever higher on the system's panel. After a moment's thought, Yang-Soo switched on the car radio, eager to test his theory. Sure enough, an excited voice blared from the speakers, confirming his suspicion. "We've just received reports from citizens. There's a criminal racing the NYPD down New York Avenue. Let's see how the police handle this high-speed pursuit." Hearing the animated broadcast, Yang-Soo couldn't help but break into a grin. "Now, that is American style, isn't it?" With a playful remark under his breath, Yang-Soo twisted the wheel again, sending his car over another flower bed and eluding the police ambush at the intersection once more. Having dodged the blockade, a two-lane mountain road now stretched out before him. Just then, the radio erupted with startled voices. "The white car is heading up the mountain. The police cars are right on its tail." Yang-Soo, who had just overtaken several vehicles, caught this news and glanced at his rearview mirror. Sure enough, A number of police cruisers were locked onto him, not far behind. Clearly, these are all highly skilled drivers. No matter how many times he accelerated and overtook other cars, he couldn't shake off their relentless pursuit. The surroundings grew darker and more remote as he sped on. Without hesitation, Yang-Su yanked the steering wheel, shifted gears in a flash, and pulled the handbrake. At top speed, the car spun around in a dramatic 180, as if it had lost control. Under the astonished gazes of Tony, the pursuing officers and the live commentators, his car shot back down the road he had just come from. It wasn't until Yang-Su had overtaken a few more vehicles that a voice, brimming with excitement, crackled over the radio. A perfect drifting U-turn. He not only avoided a possible dead end, but also shook off the police cars chasing him. This car is unbelievably fast and nimble. Even with dozens of police vehicles in pursuit, all they can see are his taillights. As thrilling as that drift had been, Yang-Su could sense, from the car's faint tremors, that was reaching its limit. Sure enough, just as this feeling hit him, the front left tire suddenly blew out. The rim, no longer shielded by the tire, screeched against the road, sending up white smoke and spraying sparks in every direction. To make matters worse, the pursuing police cars showed no sign of letting up, and more police vehicles lay in ambush at the intersections ahead. Yet even in such dire circumstances, Yang-Su remained composed. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, refusing to let the car spiral out of control. After driving on for a moment, his exceptional skills allowed him to manage the wounded car with only 3 tires. Glancing once more at the swarm of police cars giving chase, he floored the accelerator, charging straight toward the city. On the winding mountain road, even missing a tire, his car didn't slow down. Instead, it kept accelerating, overtaking one vehicle after another. What is he thinking? He's actually heading back into the city. Doesn't he know that's the police's home turf? If he turns back now, he's bound to get trapped. Tony stared at the live stream on his phone, his mind struggling to process what was happening. He wasn't the only one baffled. Even the officers in pursuit didn't understand. But Yang-Su, driving a car with one blown tire, was perfectly clear-headed. The instant his tire burst, he knew escape by car was no longer possible. Though the vehicle could still barely run, its speed, agility, and handling had all taken a serious hit. No amount of skill could make up for the sheer difference in numbers and performance. As he expected, once his speed dropped, the sharp wail of police sirens, which had once sounded far away, now drew ever closer. With his superb driving skills, Yang-Su weaved deftly through the traffic and soon made his way back into the city. Dodging several ambushes lurking at intersections, he finally reached his destination for this trip, the gas station. Of course, he hadn't come here to refuel. His real objective was to crash right into it. Yang-Su quickly switched his in-game character to John Wick. In the next moment, he felt the car, which had been running smoothly, suddenly buck wildly like an untamed horse, making it nearly impossible to control. Clinging to the muscle memory from his brief stint as John Wick, he managed, just barely, to keep the out-of-control vehicle heading straight for the gas station. Such an obvious move instantly let everyone know exactly what he intended to do. "We have to stop him from doing something this crazy," someone shouted. Though everyone had the same thought, at that moment, no one could actually stop him. As the car hurtled closer to the gas station, Yang-Su swiftly flung open the door. At the split second before the car rammed into the pumps, he shielded his head with both arms and hurled himself out with all his might. A fleeting sensation of weightlessness swept over him, followed by a bone-rattling impact. His bones slammed against the hard ground with a dull, heavy thud. In that instant, Yang-Su felt as if an invisible hand had seized his insides and twisted them in agony. He tumbled across the pavement several times before finally managing to absorb the worst of the shock. Despite the searing pain, Yang-Su forced himself to his feet, staggering away toward the narrow alleyways of the residential area. Meanwhile, the now unmanned vehicle, like a raging beast, crashed through several fuel pumps before finally grinding to a halt as it lost power. But the most terrifying thing was yet to come. The overheated engine, battered by the violent collision, suddenly burst into roaring flames. The pursuing officers caught sight of the blazing car inside the gas station and didn't dare bring their own vehicles any closer. Seeing this, Chief George Stancy slammed his fist hard onto the table, his voice seething with fury. Damn it, he actually got away. He knew all too well that if the car was left to burn, it would surely ignite the entire gas station. An explosion at a gas station in the city could have catastrophic consequences, far beyond anything they could imagine. Compared to that, catching a single criminal seemed far less important. Shooting a bitter glance at the fleeing figure disappearing into the night, George barked out orders. Get the fire department here now. Deal with the gas station first. Forget about that guy, for the moment. Get some men to evacuate the area and set up a perimeter. Move. While the officers scrambled to fight the fire, Yang Su, battered and aching, had already vanished into the maze of the residential district. Though he wasn't running at full speed, both Tony and the racing commentators knew full well he had succeeded. Yang Su had slipped right through their fingers. Hiding amidst the towering skyscrapers, there was no need to worry at all about the helicopter above, its searchlight sweeping the night sky. After all, hoping to spot someone extraordinarily agile in a pitch-dark alley was nothing more than a foolish dream. As everyone expected, even though the helicopter circled the area for quite some time, it never managed to find its target. Once he darted out from the labyrinth of alleyways, Yang Su switched into the persona of Bin Bin, effortlessly slipping away from pursuit by adopting his face. He even had the audacity to double back to the scene of the crime, watching others put out the fire from behind the police cordon as if he were just another curious onlooker. So it was that, as the culprit returned to the scene to admire his handiwork, the police chief in charge of the firefighting, George Stancy, received a message far more terrifying. The mayor of New York has been kidnapped. Let's turn back the clock to the moment when every officer received the alert from Jarvis. The Joker, who had been keeping a close eye on the NYPD, watched as all the officers sped out in their patrol cars. A wildly exaggerated grin spread across his face, and he called out gleefully to his cronies. As expected of the boss, he cleared them out with barely any effort. Now, it's our turn to make a move. Amid their raucous laughter, a black and white patrol car with a shrill siren wailed through some unknown corner of the city, heading straight for the mayor's neighborhood. Disguised in a police uniform and with his face expertly made up, one of the henchmen flashed a fake badge to fool the community's security guards. The group quickly reached their destination. 2 men and the Joker stood at the mayor's front door and rang the bell. Before long, a slightly weary voice crackled out through the intercom. "It's so late. What brings officers from the precinct here at this hour?" The Joker hurried forward, his ghostly pale face hidden in the shadows, and spoke with urgent intensity. "Mr. Mayor, it's extremely dangerous here right now. You need to come with us to a safer location immediately." Perhaps startled by the Joker's anxious tone, the person behind the door replied nervously. "The mayor is already resting. I'm the housekeeper, but I haven't received any notification. Can you tell me what the danger is?" "It's normal you haven't been notified. The situation is developing too rapidly. A group of criminals has kidnapped several dignitaries at a hotel, and now the entire NYPD is occupied there. From what we know, the mayor is one of their targets as well. If you don't believe me, turn on the TV. Almost everyone knows by now. We need to move to a safe place as soon as possible." The clown's tone remained urgent, his eyes darting constantly to his watch, as if disaster would strike the very next second if the door wasn't opened. Startled, the butler hurriedly switched on the television, just in time to see a breaking report about the hotel kidnapping. The distant wail of police sirens mingled with the live coverage of the abduction on TV, sending the butler's mind into chaos. Panic creeping into his voice, he stammered, All right. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he flung open the front door from within. Standing at the threshold was a slightly plump, middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in pajamas, ready to receive his late-night visitors. But as the man caught sight of the ghastly, white-painted clown face with its grotesquely wide, blood-red grin illuminated by the hallway light, his pupils dilated in terror. Instinctively, without a second thought, he tried to slam the door shut. Yet the clown, ready for this, wedged his body against the door, blocking it. With a wide, unsettling smile, he flashed his teeth at the butler. No! The butler's desperate cry was stifled before it could escape, brutally silenced by the clown. After a decidedly ungentle round of physical persuasion, the butler led the trio to the door of the New York mayor's bedroom. Confronted by the thick, solid door, the clown pulled out a bomb, disguised as a gift box, and affixed it to the wood. Amid the clown's gleeful cheers, there was a thunderous blast, a deafening explosion that blew the bedroom door wide open. The commotion jolted the sleeping mayor awake. When he saw the clown-clad intruder saunter in from the hallway, his face turned as pale as a ghost. It seems, dear Mr. Mayor, you've known about me for some time now. Would you care to tell me where you got your information? The clown's twisted smile, split wide and stained with red, lent his face an even more menacing air. I know you. George once reported that you had robbed a bank. I have money. Please don't hurt me. As he spoke, the mayor scooted backward, desperate to put distance between himself and the clown. A wild, manic laugh erupted from the clown, so intense that tears nearly streamed from his eyes. The piercing laughter, coupled with the devilish, gaping red mouth, sent shivers through the mayor, who began to tremble uncontrollably in the clown's presence. After a long bout of laughter, the clown slowly regained composure. though his face contorted with madness as he addressed the mayor. "You're right, I once robbed a bank. But I never robbed a bank. I know I'm not myself, but I don't care whether I am me or not. What matters more is, there's something inside my head telling me." He paused deliberately, his gaze suddenly turning dangerously sharp. With a crazed voice, he screamed, "It tells me to obey, to obey, to obey." As he shrieked, the clown began pounding his own head with his right fist, each blow driven by wild desperation. He only stopped what he was doing when he smashed his own head open and drew blood with his hands. The Joker raised his blood-stained palm and seized the mayor, who was trembling like a frightened quail, yanking him forcefully up close. He fixed his gaze on the mayor, his grotesquely wide mouth stretching nearly to his ears, and shrieked, "Tell me, what should I do?" But the mayor just kept shaking his head, desperately insisting he knew nothing, that he didn't understand a thing. Seeing this, the Joker gradually calmed down and carelessly tossed the mayor aside. Then, he fetched a white cloth and a bucket of water, and, staring at the mayor of New York, murmured in a voice as chilling as the devil's whisper, "Now, I want you to give me everything. Ha ha ha." In the next moment, the room echoed with a shrill, maniacal laughter, mingled with the desperate sputtering of someone choking on water. Not long after, a police cruiser followed by a small van drove out of the heavily guarded, upscale neighborhood. Glancing at the system panel, where a distinctive 8-point reputation score flashed amidst the decimals, Yang-Soo lost interest in watching the rest of the spectacle. He hailed a cab and, as agreed, headed to the safe house to meet the Joker. With his usual generosity, he tipped the driver $10 before heading toward his destination. As soon as he entered, he spotted a live person tied up in the center of the lobby. The man's chubby body was tightly bound with rope, his hands secured over his chest. He lay on his side on the floor, his eyes dull as he stared at the door, as if he had just endured something unspeakably terrifying. When the door opened and someone entered, he started wriggling like a desperate worm. His mouth, gagged with a ball, could only let out muffled cries for help. In the safe house lobby, the middle-aged man writhed and crawled toward the entrance, his muffled pleas filling the air. Yet, a sly, chilling voice from behind shattered his fragile hope for rescue. "My little pet, you're still not behaving, are you? Trying to call for help? Hoping to leave me? That really breaks my heart." The Joker appeared from the shadows, brandishing a stun baton and a small leather whip, his expression full of wicked amusement. Bondage, a locked room, captivity, and whipping. Seeing the Joker emerge with such tools, Yang-Soo's face twisted in indescribable discomfort. The mayor, hearing the voice, began to tremble all over, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. "Boss, you're finally here. I've been waiting so long for you." The Joker seemed to relish the act of tormenting others. Speaking gleefully, he began lashing the mayor with fervor. The snap of the whip blended with the crackle of electricity, filling the room with a chilling symphony. Yang-Soo waited politely until the clown had fully indulged in his training session before speaking up. "So, did you get anything useful out of kidnapping him?" "My haul is far beyond anything the boss could imagine." The clown casually tossed his tools aside, laughing gleefully as he bounced over to a small delivery truck, waving Yang-Soo to follow. "What's this?" Before Yang-Soo could finish his question, the clown yanked open the back of the truck, proudly displaying its contents. At the very bottom, gold bars were carelessly stacked in rows. On top of the gold, various precious jewels and antiques glittered in the dim light. "And there's this, boss." The clown dug a large suitcase out from the corner of the truck and popped it open for Yang-Soo to see. Inside, stacks of colorful US dollars were thrown in haphazardly. Just a quick glance told Yang-Soo the cash alone was worth over $1 million. With a careless flick, the clown tossed the suitcase onto the ground, letting the bills spill out across the floor. He continued, still sounding nonchalant. "That guy has plenty of unregistered accounts hidden away. I'll need to give him a bit more persuasion before he coughs them up." Staring at the mountain of cash, the truckload of gold, antiques, and jewels, Yang-Soo couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Turns out, the fastest way to make money is still raiding someone's house. Despite landing such a windfall, the clown looked entirely disinterested, bored, even. Of course, Yang-Soo knew well enough that the clown truly wasn't the type to care about money, so he pressed on. "Anything else worth celebrating, besides all this loot?" At that, the clown hesitated, something Yang-Soo had almost never seen him do. After a moment of silence, he pulled out a video camera and handed it to Yang-Soo, his tone suddenly serious, almost cautionary, which was utterly out of character for him. "I'm really interested in what's on here, but as for you, boss, it might not be so entertaining." The clown's face twisted into a strange mixture of, "I'm warning you, don't watch it," and an emotion Yang-Soo couldn't quite name. Yang-soo could already guess what kind of horrors were recorded inside. Staring at the camera in the clown's hand, Yang-soo paused, then asked with deliberate meaning, "Does this have anything to do with children, secret cults, or those big, extravagant parties? And is it the kind of thing that would make a normal person physically sick just by watching?" The clown said nothing. He just kept nodding. Oddly, his mouth kept twitching as though he wanted to say something, but was forcing himself not to. His hand trembled as he pushed the camera closer to Yang-soo, silently urging him to take a look. The excitement in the clown's eyes was at odds with the worry on his face, making for a truly bizarre expression. "What's wrong? Did something else happen?" Sensing that something was off, Yang-soo cautiously reached out toward the camera, all the while keeping a wary eye on the clown. It was only then that he noticed, the moment his hand moved toward the camcorder, the clown's expression twisted into something grotesque. Its features contorted and writhed, as if it were locked in a fierce struggle for control with some unseen force. He also realized something else. Whenever he tried to touch the camera, the clown would shrink back, pulling its hands away again and again. "This clown is seriously suspicious, far more than I thought. Is there something wrong with the camera? Or is the problem somewhere else?" Yang-soo mulled it over for a moment, then, deciding to play it safe, said aloud, "Since you've already seen what's inside, I suppose there's no reason for me to watch it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, the desperate struggle faded from the clown's face, and its expression returned to normal. Such a dramatic change did not escape Yang-soo's notice. His mind raced. Is it the contents of the camera that are problematic? Or is it the clown? Or maybe it's simply the act of me picking up the camera? With these doubts swirling in his mind, he began to probe for answers, careful not to reveal his suspicions outright. The clown, for its part, responded with unusual candor, insisting that the footage inside did not align with Yang-soo's values and would have a negative psychological impact on him. That was why the clown didn't want him to see what was recorded inside. Although this explanation didn't quite match the clown's earlier, bizarre behavior, Yang-soo chose not to press further. Deep down, he was beginning to form a hypothesis. If my guess is correct, then the problem must lie with the clown. With this in mind, Yang-soo turned to the clown, who was sighing and muttering to himself, and said, "For now, convert everything we've snatched into cash. Share a portion with Joey and the others. Let those amateurs go. As for the rest of the money, put it all toward our upcoming plans. We'll pay for the best mercenaries, computer experts, whatever we need, we'll handle it with cash." The clown, snapping out of his daze, immediately straightened up and performed an exaggeratedly proper bow, signaling his agreement. After warning the clown to be cautious, Yang-soo strode away, not sparing a single glance for the mayor, who still lay unconscious from the beating. In the cramped, dilapidated room, an old, battered television set, passed through countless hands, broadcast the morning news. Last night at 10 p.m., a daring heist took place at the Aman Hotel in New York's Crown Tower. Reports indicate that the perpetrator was a burly Russian who called himself John Wick. After stealing the valuables, he tried to blow up a gas station to evade police pursuit. Though the officers managed to prevent this act of terror in the nick of time, the criminals still managed to escape. This individual is a master marksman and a highly skilled driver, an extremely dangerous fugitive. I hope everyone can provide any relevant leads to assist the authorities in capturing the criminal. Yang-soo munched on his takeout breakfast, watching the news broadcast with great interest. When the news segment ended, his eyes shifted to the system panel. Displayed there were more than 4,000 reputation points, and the number was still climbing, thanks in part to Tony. After the party robbery at the hotel, Tony had made a very public announcement. "If anyone can catch John Wick, I'm willing to offer a personal reward of $1 million US. With Tony's money power amplifying the message, this $1 million bounty for John Wick made the front page of every major newspaper, sending New York's police, citizens, and bounty hunters into a frenzy. The buzz also made Yang-soo's little treasury swell at an even faster rate. Watching his reputation points slowly tick upward, a trace of greed crept into his thoughts. If word got out that the mayor had been kidnapped, would that speed up my pace toward 10 consecutive bronze draws? It was a tempting idea, but unfortunately, over the next few days, news of the mayor's disappearance in New York City never surfaced. It seemed to have been deliberately suppressed. Whenever someone needed the mayor and couldn't find him, it was merely explained away as poor health, preventing him from attending public events. While ordinary citizens knew nothing of the mayor's disappearance, those with connections were well aware. As a result, New York City seemed calm on the surface, but beneath it, waves of unrest were surging. Through the information revealed by the system, Yang-soo deduced that plenty of people were secretly searching for the mayor's whereabouts. The most active among them was Kingpin, the crime lord of Hell's Kitchen and a major figure in New York's underworld. The agitation among those in the know kept Yang-Su's reputation points steadily rising. With help from all sides, he was drawing ever closer to his goal of 10 consecutive bronze draws. This only fueled his desire to bring the mayor out for a dramatic reveal in New York. But after careful consideration, Yang-Su forced himself to abandon the idea time and again. After all, there's only so much the average person can handle. If too many shocking events come out at once, people will simply forget the previous ones and only remember what's happening now. If the mayor's kidnapping were exposed, the reputation gains from the robbery case would plummet, and that just wouldn't do. With this in mind, Yang-Su intentionally waited a full week. Only when the reputation value from the hotel robbery had been reduced to its minimum did he finally send word to the Joker, instructing him to bring the New York mayor to Times Square. Without hesitation, Yang-Su led a group of professional outlaws, handsomely paid by the Joker, and launched a direct assault on the New York Times building in Times Square. Against these heavily armed and ruthless professionals, the building's security guards didn't stand a chance. They were overwhelmed before they could even think of resisting. For Yang-Su, this was a new experience, being carried to victory by a team of top-notch allies, not having to lift a finger himself. The mercenaries swiftly and efficiently disabled the building's security systems, and, as an afterthought, rounded up all the New York Times employees, keeping them under tight watch. At this moment, a middle-aged man with slicked-back blonde hair, dressed in a white shirt and black tie, stood beside Yang-Su, forcing a polite smile. This man was Murphy Johnson, the person in charge of the New York Times. He glanced around the room at the gun-toting mercenaries in black hoods and, still smiling nervously, asked, "Mr. Yang, is there anything you need from us? If it's about the bounty on the front page, we'll cancel it right away. I promise this won't happen again." He stole a wary look at the notorious outlaw, right in front of him, utterly perplexed. Shouldn't these highly trained mercenaries be going after Tony Stark, the one who put up the bounty in the first place? Why on earth were they here, of all places? There were no treasures, no celebrities, no hidden riches in this building. With a quick glance at the huddled hostages nearby, Yang-Su turned to the fawning Murphy and spoke with measured seriousness. "I want you to help me broadcast a live stream that will shake the world. A live stream? The hijackers want to go live? And it has to be earth-shattering." The moment he heard this, a terrifying thought flashed through Murphy's mind. This is an act of terror. Hijacking a media building. How is that any different from hijacking a plane to crash into a tower? These people were planning something big. A cold sweat broke out across Murphy's back as the realization hit. Yang-Su, however, couldn't care less about Murphy's panic. He ordered his men to march him at gunpoint to find a staff capable of running a live broadcast. As Murphy called out names, a handful of unlucky employees were dragged from the crowd. Under the intimidating gaze of truth, they hung their heads and shuffled dispiritedly to the control room. With these preparations complete, Yang-Su ignored the group of hostages, crouched on the floor with their hands on their heads. He simply took out his phone, sent a message to the Joker, and waited for their arrival. Meanwhile, a 7-seater van glided through the golden glow of the setting sun, heading straight for Times Square. Inside the speeding van, the mayor of New York sat nervously in an ill-fitting suit, unbound but under constant watch. He darted anxious glances around the interior, desperately searching for any chance to escape. But the mercenaries inside were alert and armed to the teeth, leaving him absolutely no room for hope. "The boss really moves fast. I'm still on my way there. Well then, let me cook up something fun." The Joker spoke to himself in a playful tone as he picked up his phone and dialed the emergency number. "Hello, is this the NYPD? I need to report a crime. The New York Times tower has been taken over, and the mayor is here too. Send someone quickly." With that, he hung up and tossed the phone straight out the car window. Once again, the Joker bared his teeth in a chilling, bizarre grin. It wasn't long before the van arrived at its destination. 2 mercenaries dragged the mayor, who was resisting with all his might, out of the vehicle by force. Ignoring the struggling mayor, Yang-Su strode up to the bouncing, carefree Joker and asked directly, "So what's your plan? Are you going to leak all his scandals to the public?" The Joker's previously cheerful face instantly fell, his tone full of impatience and disdain. "Scandals? Please, that's not my style. Every good show needs the perfect setup. And all those things he's done, they're utterly dull, as worthless as trash. No fun at all." Now Yang-Su's curiosity was piqued. He couldn't help but ask, "Then what do you want to do?" "I've already planted bombs all over New York in the past few days. I want explosions, explosions, and more explosions. I'm going to blow everything sky high." At this, the Joker became visibly excited, shrieking with delight. "I want the sound of blasts echoing through all of New York." "All right, I almost forgot. Besides scheming, the Joker's other greatest talent is blowing things up. Whenever he shows up, no matter what, there's always going to be an explosion. Watching the Joker's frenzied enthusiasm, Yang-Soo suddenly remembered what always accompanied his appearances. It wasn't just his manic antics, nor the scenes of blood and chaos, nor his unsettling words. It was that sudden, all-consuming chaos, when something stable detonated and the world became rubble. Night had fallen, and the rush hour had just passed. In Times Square, known as the crossroads of the world, countless tourists paused to take in the sights. They gazed up at the towering buildings and the dazzling neon lights, truly feeling the vibrant nightlife of the world's most powerful nation. But just then, disaster struck. Across Times Square, every giant screen that had been displaying ads, news, and music videos suddenly switched to a different feed. Even the New York Times television channel flickered and changed. A middle-aged man with neatly parted hair appeared on the electronic billboards of Times Square and on countless TV screens in homes across the city. He was none other than Murphy Johnson, the head of the Times newspaper. Tourists visiting Times Square in New York looked around in confusion as the sudden turn of events unfolded. Some citizens watching TV at home even began to vent their frustration at the unknown figure who suddenly appeared on screen. Those working in media, of course, knew exactly who this person was, but none of them could understand why he would do such a thing. This is the New York Times building. I am Murphy Johnson, editor-in-chief of the New York Times. Murphy's deep voice, tinged with a slight tremor, echoed through the night sky of New York City, pouring forth from televisions and giant electronic billboards. I am interrupting with breaking news. The mayor of New York City has been kidnapped, and we ourselves have been taken hostage. The New York Times has been taken over. Even a mayor's been kidnapped. Before the citizens and tourists could decide whether this was some sort of April Fool's joke, Murphy's next words left the baffled crowd even more bewildered. According to sources, the mayor of New York City has been missing for 2 weeks, and it has been confirmed that he was kidnapped. The masterminds behind this incident are the Joker, culprit of the bank bombing, and John Wick, mastermind of the hotel heist. They've joined forces, and right now, they're on the rooftop of the New York Times building. Now, let's go live to our frontline reporters for on-the-ground coverage. With just a few words broadcast live, it was as if a heavy stone had been hurled into a tranquil lake, sending shockwaves rippling in every direction. Media outlets with their finger on the pulse raced to follow up, eager not to miss out on the story's momentum. This is the Daily Bugle with a breaking news update. The New York Times has been taken over, and the mayor of New York has been kidnapped. This is the Manhattan District News. This is Fox. At that moment, reporters from every major network, and even correspondents from the New York Times itself, were dashing toward the Times headquarters. Sensational uproar. Gained 0.2 reputation from Citizen A. Sensational uproar. Gained 86 reputation from Tony Stark. Sensational uproar. Gained 20 reputation from Kingpin. Sensational uproar. Gained 46 reputation from Happy Hogan. Inside the TV station, Yang-Soo watched as system notifications flashed ceaselessly before his eyes. Even through the system's interface, he could sense the whirlwind engulfing all of New York. After all, this was the most explosive news since 9/11. And with the media's natural ability to spread information, it was only logical that all eyes would be drawn to this event. Meanwhile, the NYPD was thrown into utter chaos by the unfolding crisis. The shrill ring of emergency calls filled the air. Some officials and wealthy elites even phoned Commissioner George directly. A few enterprising reporters went so far as to haul their cameras straight into the police station, demanding live interviews on the spot. What's going on with the mayor being kidnapped? Why did Joker and John Wick suddenly join forces? Chief, with so many major incidents happening back-to-back lately, have you done any self-reflection? Inside the police headquarters, Chief George ignored the reporters' questions and had officers block anyone trying to charge in at the entrance. He remained inside, rapidly issuing orders to his team. Is the helicopter ready? Deploy the armed units. Move, move, move. And get in touch with the Federal Communications Commission right now. Have them cut the New York Times signal. This is a terrorist attack. But then, the broadcast from the New York Times channel shattered all his plans and assumptions. On screen appeared a man with ghostly green hair, a deathly pale face, and a wide, garishly red mouth, just like a clown. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the Joker. I'm delighted to see you all here. After greeting everyone with unsettling cheerfulness, the Joker snapped his fingers, signaling the camera to pan to the New York City mayor, who was tied to a chair. The Joker's gleeful voice echoed off-screen. I hope the relevant authorities will cooperate and not try to cut the broadcast, or else. As he spoke, a throwing knife flashed through the air and struck the mayor's right shoulder with chilling precision. The combination of a knife and the mayor's agonized scream made George halt his command to contact the Federal Communications Commission. Next, he watched as the Joker, bouncing with manic energy, approached the mayor, cradling a jacket bristling with explosives. A guttural cry rang out as the Joker yanked the knife free and casually tossed it aside. Then, from who knows where, he produced a stapler, pressed it against the gushing wound, and began to stitch the injury together with brutal efficiency. Thanks to a professional cameraman and a high-definition lens, the click-click of the stapler and the mayor's tortured screams were broadcast live into every home. A stapler can be used like that. This Joker must be an old army medic. No one else could be that practiced. The Joker's crude and ruthless treatment of the wound made everyone who'd ever handled a stapler involuntarily draw a sharp breath. Yet what he did next pushed Chief George to the edge, making him roar at his subordinates. Once the wound was stapled shut, the Joker gingerly picked up the bomb-laden jacket and draped it over the mayor. He even considerately tied them together with a thick rope. The Joker's put a bomb vest on the mayor. Where are the first responders? Why haven't they arrived yet? The officer in charge of communications, sweating profusely under Chief George's wrath, could only stammer back in panic. The area around Times Square in New York is completely blocked by crowds. We can't drive through. We'll have to go on foot. And even if they manage to get there in time, with their firepower, there's no way they can break through the building's defenses. Director George slammed his right fist on the desk, letting out a frustrated, guttural growl. Damn Joker, was this all part of your plan? Just then, someone burst in from outside. Footsteps hurried, voice charged with excitement. Director, the helicopters and armed personnel are ready to go. We can set out immediately. At those words, George sprang to his feet and rushed out of the office, making a beeline for the helicopters. Times Square, New York. On the rooftop of the Daily Times building. All around the top of the building, 5 or 6 small helicopters were circling restlessly. Several powerful searchlights lit up the rooftop, turning the night into day. These helicopters belonged to major TV networks, stations with real money and influence, the only ones who could afford such a setup. High-precision cameras extended from the cabins, while the reporters, buckled in at the waist, leaned halfway out into the open, gripping their microphones and speaking animatedly to the camera. It wasn't just one helicopter. Every single one was the same. Clearly, everyone was hoping to catch the first wave of breaking news. And as the star of this high-stakes drama, the Joker turned to face one of the cameras, bowing with elegance and perfect manners. Meanwhile, the other protagonist, the mayor of New York, stood by, face ashen, body trembling uncontrollably. Yang-Soo, standing with the cameraman, watched his reputation points climbing higher and higher, a look of pure delight spreading across his face. The Joker glanced up at the circling helicopters, pulled out a remote control, and spoke in a hushed, urgent tone. With such a grand stage, it's only fitting I open with a truly spectacular performance. That way, both you and I will have the time of our lives. Before anyone could react, he pressed a button in his hand. A deafening explosion erupted in the distance, flames lighting up the sky above City Hall, while a column of black smoke shot upward, tearing through the night. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the chaos caused by the blast. Oh my God, that's over by City Hall. I was just there this morning. No way. After kidnapping the mayor, he's blown up City Hall too. So, does this mean I don't have to go to work tomorrow? This is absolute madness. Whether they were watching the live coverage on TV or witnessing it firsthand, people screamed and launched in a frenzied debate. Consecutive explosions. Reputation gained from Tony Stark, 8. Consecutive. George Stacy's reputation, 0.3. After this bomb detonation, Yang-Soo was thrilled to discover that his reputation points on the system panel were nearly 10,000. While he was rejoicing, the person in charge of the New York Police Department was left completely bewildered. What? You're telling me City Hall was bombed? Director George, who was en route to the New York Times building by helicopter, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he received the news. This madman, what on earth is he trying to do? Not even bothering with negotiations. He took several deep breaths before grabbing his radio, gritting his teeth as he gave his orders. Ground units split off a team to investigate the blast site. Armed personnel and helicopters, find a vantage point as soon as you arrive. Be ready to take the shot at any moment. Beneath several searchlights, the rooftop was now as bright as day. The Joker, who had just triggered the bomb, let out a triumphant cheer and tossed aside the remote control. He leaned in close to the camera, threatening in a careless, almost playful tone. I've planted bombs in more than one place. There are plenty more. For every minute the police don't get here, I'll blow up another location. No sooner had he finished his chilling threat than the distant thrum of helicopter blades began to echo across the rooftop. That unmistakable sound signaled the police chopper's approach. The NYPD helicopter didn't land on the roof, but hovered just at the edge of the building. Director George, holding a bullhorn, stood at the open cabin door and shouted, "Joker, you're completely surrounded. Surrender immediately and release the hostages." The Joker, as if he hadn't heard a thing, calmly walked behind the chair where the mayor of New York was tied. Using the cover of this hidden spot, he pulled a gleaming knife from his suit pocket. He crouched slightly, bringing his head close to the left side of the mayor's, while his right hand held the knife, tracing it around the mayor's head in a chilling gesture. Seeing this, George's face darkened instantly, and the watching audience's hearts leapt into their throats. But the Joker ignored everyone's reactions, speaking to himself as if lost in his own world. "Do you want to know how I got these scars on my mouth? My father was a demon." As he spoke, he stared stiffly at the visibly tense Director George, his voice low and strangely excited. "One day, he was crazier than usual, and my mother grabbed a kitchen knife to defend herself. He didn't like that. Not one bit. So I watched him take the knife and stab my mother in the chest, over and over, laughing the whole time. And then he turned to me and said, 'Why so serious?'" As he spoke, the Joker shoved the knife into the mayor's mouth, casting a manic glance at George not far away. His voice trembled with a hint of madness. "So why so serious? Why not put on a little smile?" "That's why I gave myself a smile that will never fade." The Joker finished with a twisted grin, then pulled the knife from the mayor's mouth. With lightning speed, his left hand clamped over the mayor's mouth while his right drove the blade deep into the mayor's chest. Witnessing this, George instinctively tried to lunge forward and stop him, only to be forcefully restrained by his deputy. "Chief, the helicopter is over 3 meters from the rooftop. You can't make the jump." Meanwhile, viewers watching the live broadcast all covered their mouths in shock, too terrified to utter a sound. Pinned in place, Chief George fixed his gaze on the Joker, breathing hard as he shouted, "Joker, what are you trying to do? We can negotiate. Why do you have to kill? What?" The Joker released his bloody grip on the knife, raised a finger to his lips, and whispered, "Shh, quiet now, quiet. I avoided the vital organs, but you have only 5 minutes. Make your choice, kill him. Or wait until the bombs I plan to go off, 1 every minute, just like I promised." George, trembling with rage, glared at the Joker's grotesque smile and demanded through gritted teeth, "Joker, what is it you really want? This place is just too boring. I want to make things a little more interesting." Slowly, the Joker rose, pulling a remote control from his coat with unrestrained mockery in his voice. "Look at that." Without even noticing, another minute's already passed. George's pupils contracted in horror. He thrust his hand desperately toward the Joker, yelling, "No, wait." A deafening explosion split the night once more, sending waves of panic and screams through the city. Where was that? What just blew up? The school. The blast came from the direction of the school. 2 places have been hit now. Where's next? The Joker's latest detonation sent the city spiraling into chaos, panic gripping every heart. Everyone lived in dread of the next blast, wondering if it would happen right beside them. Standing at the helicopter's open door, Chief George Stancy was on the verge of collapse. 2 explosions had already rocked the city, and he still had no idea what the enemy truly wanted. Shaking with fury, George stared at the Joker as he pranced gleefully around the rooftop, then glanced at the dying mayor slumped in a chair, blood seeping from his chest, and cursed wildly to himself. Damn it, this Joker is a complete madman. Since I became a cop, I've never seen a criminal this deranged. No desires, no negotiations, no plans, just a madman who lives for destruction. As George cursed furiously in his heart, the Joker's voice sounded again, pressing on his nerves like a death knell. "Ding, ding, ding. Time's up again, Commissioner. What will you choose? Will it be this dying mayor of New York, or one of the other places with bombs that haven't gone off yet?" Wah! Before George could finish, the Joker pressed the button again. In the distance, a new explosion thundered through the city. Hearing the commotion from afar, Yang Su, who had been watching the control panel all along, noticed that the boost in reputation from this explosion wasn't as high as before. It seems people really do adapt quickly. After going through it a few times, they start to accept things they couldn't accept before. While he was secretly sighing at this realization, George, still reeling from the Joker's incomprehensible actions, finally snapped out of his shock. His entire body trembling with rage, he glared at the ever-cheerful Joker, unable to suppress the fury burning inside him any longer. He knew very well that if this kept dragging on, not only would his future be destroyed, he might not even be able to keep his job. At that moment, Commissioner George made up his mind. He was going to put an end to the Joker's madness. His eyes sharp, He looked toward his deputy inside the helicopter cabin and signaled with a gesture. Are the snipers ready? His deputy didn't let him down, responding instantly with a tactical hand signal. Snipers are in position, ready to act at any time. As the Joker prepared to press the remote detonator again, George, consumed by his murderous resolve, gave the order to fire without hesitation. His deputy wasted no time relaying the command to the hidden snipers lying in wait. The next moment, the sharp crack of a rifle echoed through the air. A bullet tore across the distance, whistling as it pierced the Joker just as he was about to press the detonator. A spray of blood erupted from his right chest, the force of the impact knocking the detonator from his hand. At that instant, a second bullet followed close behind, striking true once more and sending another burst of blood flying from the Joker's body. Yes, it's a sniper shot. They should have taken him out ages ago. What were the police waiting for? Serves him right. As citizens watched the Joker's body erupt in clouds of blood through live broadcasts and news replays, cheers broke out across the city. But watching the Joker take the sniper's bullets, Yang-Su felt nothing, not a ripple of emotion, and even found himself stifling a laugh. The force of those two shots sent the Joker tumbling backward, completely out of control. And then, something bizarre happened. As he fell, the Joker twisted his head toward the camera, forcing a chilling and twisted smile onto his face. That wicked grin, brimming with the triumph of a conspiracy realized, instantly sobered those who had begun to cheer. In that moment, everyone who saw that smile had the same thought flash through their mind. He was able to easily kidnap the mayor of New York, plant countless bombs, and hijack the New York Times building for a live broadcast. It's impossible for someone like that to be taken down so simply. There's something wrong here, something terribly wrong. As these thoughts took hold, the people who had just been cheering suddenly grew anxious, almost involuntarily. Yet none of them knew exactly what to fear or what to protect themselves against. The citizens merely looked around in confusion or stared intently at the screens, bracing themselves for whatever might come next. George, who also sensed that things had gone far too smoothly to be real, hurriedly grabbed his deputy's communicator and asked in a tense voice, "What's the situation? Can you confirm if the target could still be alive?" In a nearby high-rise, the sniper peered once more through his scope at the Joker, who lay sprawled in a pool of blood. He replied through his earpiece, "Reporting, sir." The bullet struck the target's chest and abdomen. He's lost all ability to move. Vital signs would need to be checked up close. You did well. Stay alert at all times. Yes, sir. After listening to the sniper's report, Commissioner George exhaled slowly, his doubts easing just a little. Yang-Su, who had just witnessed the Joker shot dead before his very eyes, showed not a hint of surprise, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. And sure enough, the unexpected happened, just as everyone subconsciously suspected it would. Outside Times Square, the giant electronic billboard suddenly flickered, and the Joker's face filled the screen. As soon as he appeared, everyone watching grew tense. What's going on? Wasn't he just shot? Does this mean he's still alive? Did he come back from the dead? Or is this a double? While the crowd anxiously speculated, the image on the screen began to change. On the screen, the Joker picked up a video camera with one hand, turned the lens toward himself, and said gleefully, "When you see this recording, I'm sure I've already been killed. And that means you didn't make the choice I offered you." So, at this point, the Joker paused, stretching his mouth into a grin that nearly reached his ears. With wild eyes, he leaned close to the camera and shrieked with manic excitement. "I've got a gift for you, a big, big gift." On the enormous billboard, as the Joker's unsettling laughter echoed out, a thunderous explosion erupted. A deafening blast rang through the city, and this time, the explosion's location was the New York Times building. As the first explosion hit, the basement and ground floor of the building were rocked by successive blasts. Boom, boom. The tremendous detonations thundered again and again within the Times building. Even though the crowds in New York's Times Square were kept at a distance from the blast zone due to the presence of the robbers, the violent shockwaves unleashed by the bombs still swept everyone in the square off their feet. Every citizen, whether directly affected by the explosion or not, stared in terror toward the source of the sound. At that moment, all they could see was the Times building, now completely consumed by fire and thick, billowing smoke. Amid this utter chaos, the giant electronic screens around the square continued to play the Joker's recorded message. His sharp, grating laughter echoed through the square, cutting through the screams and pandemonium that engulfed Times Square. Meanwhile, up in a helicopter broadcasting live above a rooftop, the reporters suddenly seemed to realize something was wrong. Their faces changed dramatically as they shouted in unison, "The whole building is shaking." No, it's not just shaking. The entire building is tilting, or rather, Viewers watching at home, following the live footage from a third-person perspective, already understood what the reporters meant. It's collapsing. The whole building is toppling to one side. Under the horrified gazes of all, the building thundered down floor by floor, the falling debris crashing to the ground with such force that the earth itself seemed to tremble. The police helicopter hovering near the edge of the building, piloted by a quick-thinking officer, managed to veer away from the doomed structure just in time. Witnessing the building's collapse, Commissioner George slumped helplessly against the cabin wall, his eyes hollow and his voice barely a whisper. This can't be happening. What are we supposed to do now? Confronted with a disaster of this magnitude, Yang-soo was left completely stunned. He had known the Joker intended to take his own life, but he never expected he'd leave behind such utter devastation. The deafening roar of the collapsing building snapped Yang-soo out of his daze. Every instinct in his body screamed at him. If he didn't act now, he'd be done for. Shaking off his shock, Yang-soo struggled to keep his balance on the now-tilted rooftop. He understood all too well. This building wouldn't hold much longer. He had to act, and he had to do it now. Realizing this, Yang-soo, who had never experienced such catastrophe before, felt his breathing quicken, his ears pounding with the frantic beat of his heart. Despite the danger, he forced himself to stay calm. His eyes darted quickly, taking in the helicopters in the distance and the neighboring buildings. With swift judgment, he decided, at this point, my only way out is over there. There was a neighboring building, shorter than the Times building and leaning in the same direction as the collapsing tower. If he could use the momentum of the collapsing building to leap onto the opposite rooftop, there might just be a chance to escape with his life. Knowing he had no choice, Yang-soo didn't hesitate for long and made up his mind on the spot. With the persona of John Wick empowering him, every muscle in his body tensed, his nerves fully engaged, like a high-performance machine revving up before a race. Steadying himself, Yang-soo quickly retreated until his back pressed against the edge of the rooftop. His strange actions drew some of the reporters' attention away from the catastrophe and onto him. What is he trying to do? But Yang-soo's next move left them utterly stunned. He took a deep breath, then suddenly exploded forward, sprinting with all his might. His entire body shot across the rooftop like a cheetah, covering the distance at breathtaking speed. As he reached the edge, Yang-soo pushed off hard with his right foot. In the split second before the building completely collapsed, his body soared into the air like a great bird taking flight. He arced gracefully through the sky, making a perfect leap toward the rooftop across the gap. In that moment, whether it was the reporters watching him or the viewers glued to the broadcast, everyone was left speechless. This feat was beyond anything they could have imagined. As Yang-soo flew through the air, his eyes were locked firmly on the opposite rooftop. His arms and legs churned desperately, trying to squeeze out every bit of momentum for just a little more distance. Before the eyes of thousands, Yang-soo seemed like the hero of some action blockbuster, leaping a full 3 meters across the void. After a few heart-stopping seconds, he felt his feet strike solid concrete. He immediately tucked into a tactical roll, letting his momentum bleed off safely. The reporters and viewers who witnessed this couldn't help but erupt in cheers, as if they themselves had shared in that audacious leap. It was only after a moment that they remembered this man who had just escaped death was one of the Joker's gang, a criminal. Instantly, a chorus of curses and jeers replaced their cheers, outrage spilling from the same lips that had just celebrated his feat. Unaware of all this, Yang-soo braced himself with one hand and staggered to his feet. Even though he'd absorbed most of the impact, his legs throbbed with a bone-crushing pain. Before he could catch his breath, a violent tremor shook the ground beneath his feet, nearly sending him sprawling again. Barely managing to stay upright, Yang-soo realized that the collapsed New York Times building had crashed into his current rooftop, sending a deep, thunderous shock through the structure. Shards of glass, bricks, and clouds of dust exploded outward, raining down like a storm. All around Times Square, the screams and shouts of panicked citizens and tourists echoed relentlessly. People scattered in every direction, desperately dodging the debris and falling glass from above. Some dropped to the ground, paralyzed by fear, while others ran for their lives, searching frantically for safety. Chaos reigned on every street. Cars collided, and traffic ground to a complete halt. People all around surged toward the buildings lining the street, scrambling to find shelter. Some darted into shops, while others crouched in corners, hands clamped over their heads, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. After a deafening, earth-shaking boom, the main structure of the building crashed down onto the ground. In that instant, clouds of dust billowed and debris flew in all directions, as if the end of the world had descended. The tremendous force of the impact made the ground quiver violently. Nearby buildings swayed, and the sound of shattering glass echoed in waves. Even the building that had just been struck continued to shudder and sway. Standing on the unsteady rooftop, Yang-Su dared not linger a second longer. He fired his gun to break open the locked door to the rooftop, then dashed down the stairs at breakneck speed. With only his phone's light to guide him, Yang-Su pressed himself close to the wall, inching his way through the emergency stairwell. He carefully avoided loose stairs and bits of falling debris that could come crashing down at any moment. By a stroke of luck, he dodged a chunk of ceiling that suddenly collapsed in front of him and leaped over a section of stairway that had caved in, finally reaching the exit on the ground floor. Stepping outside, Yang-Su was met with the sight of what was once a towering building, now reduced to a pile of rubble. All that remained were twisted steel bars and shattered blocks of concrete. A thick haze of dust hung over the ruins, making it impossible to see what was happening nearby. Taking advantage of the cover provided by the swirling dust, Yang-Su switched his appearance to that of Bin and slipped away from the scene without delay. Mere moments after he left, a fleet of police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks came racing to the scene, sirens wailing. A news helicopter that had been broadcasting live descended from the sky, quickly joining the rescue operations coverage. Meanwhile, director George Stancy stared resentfully at the now blackened digital billboard surrounding him. With a frustrated sigh, he turned to direct his officers to cordon off the area and assist with the rescue efforts. He also held out hope that they might catch the accomplice John Wick, hoping to make up for his earlier mistakes. But this, of course, was just wishful thinking. Yang-Su had already vanished without a trace. As rescue operations commenced, this drama, comparable in scale to the 9/11 attacks, finally drew to a close. By the time Yang-Su made his way back to his place from Times Square, it was well past 1 in the morning. Having just survived a brush with death, he gave his system a quick glance. Seeing that he could now perform a bronze 10 draw, he washed up in a hurry and collapsed onto his bed. I'll wait until I've had a shower and change before I try my luck at the draw. With that thought, Yang-Su drifted off into a sweet, exhausted sleep. The next morning, he got up early, but didn't open the system right away. Instead, he took his time with a refreshing shower, changed into clean clothes, and only then brought up the system panel. Host, Yang-Su. Descended identici. Bambin. Awe. Takumi Fujiwara. John Wick. Joker. Deceased. Reputation points. 18,560. When Yang-Su saw the word deceased, he couldn't help but furrow his brows before turning his attention to the inventory. As soon as he opened it, his eyes landed on the very first item, synthetic body, damaged. Seeing those words, Yang-Su felt a pang of regret. Such a valuable item, gone just like that. Still, the system's ability to automatically recycle broken items was a relief. With this feature, he'd never have to worry about cleaning up after a battle, nor waste time dealing with broken gear. After finishing his inventory check, his thoughts shifted back to the descended character, the Joker, and his mind churned with complicated emotions. The Joker ended up like this probably because of his chaotic nature. A Joker with this kind of trait would rebel against any form of order, especially loyalty, which would only restrict his chaos. The Joker must have figured out the system's limitations on him while digging up dirt on the mayor of New York, and that's when he set his plan against me in motion. Recalling the Joker's crude and ruthless attempt on his life, a theory surfaced in Yang-Su's mind. The system's restraints on the Joker must be very strong. Otherwise, there's no way he'd resort to such indirect means to kill me. The risks are just too high. If at the moment the building collapsed, I'd had the presence of mind to immediately do a bronze draw. With supernatural protection, at worst I'd probably only have been seriously injured. And honestly, the Joker's move ended up bringing me quite a bit of benefit. This single action alone was almost the equivalent of a 10 pull on the bronze draw. Looking at it that way, this wild gamble wasn't a loss at all. Still, I need to stay cautious. The system's power isn't a guarantee of absolute safety. The Joker is a perfect example of that. With all this clear in his mind, Yang-Su decided not to dwell on the Joker any longer. He steadied his emotions, made his customary prayers to the gods above, and finally opened the lottery page. Staring at the system interface, at the spinning wheel gleaming with a pale green metallic sheen. Please, don't let it be Brother Jia. Don't let it be Brother Jia. Yang-Su muttered this prayer several times before decisively tapping the 10-pull option. All right, let's witness the rise of a true lucky star. With his impassioned declaration, 10 streaks of green light flashed across the bronze wheel. In the blink of an eye, 9 item icons, 1 character page, and 10 bronze shards materialized in mid-air. Seeing that there was only one descended character this round, Yang-Su couldn't help but sigh. As expected, praying to gods and worshipping Buddha is nothing but superstition. It's completely useless. I just hope it's not Brother Jia. I don't want to end up forming some kind of duo. As he muttered to himself, the system suddenly sent over a lengthy message. You have obtained a bronze-level character. System permissions have been upgraded, and the host has gained the fusion privilege. This privilege allows the host to fuse with characters of the same tier, bronze, silver, gold, and starlight, using yourself as the core. Note: only one character can be fused per tier. Upon fusion, you will acquire all the fused character's powers, and you may also summon that character, thereby stacking their strengths. At this, Yang-Su's eyes lit up instantly. So, I can use the powers of 2 characters at the same time. And as my tier increases, I can keep stacking, up to 4 characters in total. How wonderful! Holding back his excitement, he continued reading with delight. Any character fused with the host will be removed from the regular draw and placed into a separate, exclusive character pool. This exclusive pool can only yield beings connected to that character, and the required reputation points are just 1/10 of that character's original tier. Finishing the message, a term immediately flashed through Yang-Su's mind. Exclusive card pool. That means at most, I'll have 4 exclusive card pools. Well, that's actually great. Even though the exclusive pool only gives things related to the fused character, it's such a bargain. For example, at the bronze level, a single draw costs just 100 points, and a 10 draw only 1,000. What a steal! After carefully weighing the possibilities, Yang-Su couldn't help but exclaim, "Well done, system. You've effortlessly found a way to get me to spend more." After a brief moment of celebratory fist-pumping, he looked over at the newly summoned character, his mood soaring. Character: the Dark Lord, Stone Statue. Tier: Bronze. Origin: Jackie Chan Adventures. Skills: Demonic Physique, Summon Shadow Army. Boasts a body as tough as stone, and can summon an army of shadow ninjas. Description: I'm lacking everything right now. Reading the character's profile, Yang-Su's eyes widened as he stared at the image of the dragon-shaped stone disc, bursting out in excitement. Holy, it's actually the Dark Lord. His reaction was understandable. Who could resist the temptation of waving a hand and instantly summoning a horde of loyal followers? After several deep breaths, he finally managed to suppress his excitement. At the same time, a bold idea sprang to mind. Should I fuse with the Dark Lord? If I absorb his power, I could also unlock his exclusive card pool. After all, the Holy Lord is an ancient demon monarch, the fiery king who represents the lead trigram of the 8 trigrams. At its peak, its power would surely have reached the silver tier, perhaps even gold. Even if its actual strength isn't quite so formidable, its indestructible soul and the abilities of the 12 talismans are enough to make anyone envious. No, I can't rush in. I have to wait a little longer, just a little longer. I'll wait until I've assembled 10 bronze tier fragments, then take my time making a choice. If nothing better comes along, I'll fuse with the Holy Lord while I'm still at the bronze tier. After much deliberation, Yang-Su finally made up his mind. With some difficulty, he turned his gaze toward the bronze fragments floating in the air. Almost as if responding to his eyes, the fragments swiftly began slotting together and merging in midair. When the 10 bronze tier fragments had combined, what appeared before Yang-Su was the likeness of a black man with short white hair. He couldn't help but arch an eyebrow at this character's portrait, hesitating for a moment as he muttered softly to himself. Morgan Freeman? Wait, does this mean this character is God? Now, that's exciting. Letting go of that flight of fancy, he turned his attention to the character description below. Character: Sloan. Tier: Bronze. Origin: Wanted Assassins League. Skills: Extraordinary Marksmanship, Bullet Time. If you flick the barrel at the precise moment a bullet leaves the chamber, you can make the bullet curve mid-air. With a heartbeat that reaches 400 beats per minute, you can slice bullets with a knife, leap over skyscrapers, and, well, supposedly, snipe enemies from 500 miles away. Just kidding. Profile: You might not believe this, but it was a weaving loom that sent me to kill you. After reading the introduction for this summon character, Yang-Su's urge to keep waiting died instantly. He immediately activated the system's fusion function, using the Holy Lord as the base material, and began the fusion process. A terrifying dragon statue, twisted and menacing in its design, materialized out of thin air before Yang-Su. The statue was a dark yellow overall, its scales exquisitely carved, gleaming with a metallic sheen. 12 octagonal recesses were neatly and precisely arranged across its body. The next instant, the statue began to tremble, emitting a deep, resonant hum that seemed to fill the air. As it vibrated with this strange energy, golden motes of light started to drift from the Holy Lord statue, and its entire form gradually grew indistinct. Watching those dense motes of light floating in the air, a peculiar idea suddenly occurred to Yang-Su. Should I recite an incantation? In Yu-Gi-Oh, they always do something like that. Before he could act on this thought, the lights in the air rushed toward him in a flash, merging into his body all at once. The moment the lights entered him, they fused rapidly with his organs, bones, and every single cell. At this moment, Yang-Su's mind was steadily absorbing those points of light, patiently awaiting the completion of his transformation. Time seemed to slip by unnoticed. A faint, unnatural tremor shook the cramped room, sending subtle vibrations through the entire house. When the tremors faded, a figure appeared in the room, a hulking, muscular being in beach shorts, with symmetrical dragon horns sprouting from both sides of his head. This strange creature was none other than Yang-Su himself. Transformed almost beyond recognition, he stared blankly at his newly outstretched hands. He looked up, taking in a familiar yet profoundly altered view. After taking several deep breaths of the mountaintop air, he remembered to fetch a mirror and examine his reflection. Staring back at him from the glass was a figure over 2 meters tall, with two 30-centimeter horns jutting from his forehead, long black hair cascading to his shoulders, and a pair of crimson beast-like eyes. No scales on my body, and no elongated face, dragon claws, or tail. Just by appearance, this is more demon than dragon. The power comes from that side. So this is what I look like after merging with the Lord. Gazing at his powerful form in the mirror, Yang-Su pondered silently. If I hadn't been the main vessel in this fusion, I'd probably have been completely assimilated by the Lord's power. He could feel an endless surge of strength within him, and a deep satisfaction in every movement of his massive frame. Yang-Su clenched his fists in an instant, a surge of heroism welling up from within, and couldn't help but shout. This really is a demon's body. Right now, I honestly feel I could go toe-to-toe with the Hulk. No sooner had these bold words left his lips than his towering, muscular form suddenly began to shrink, as if the air had been let out of him. In a matter of seconds, he reverted to his original human shape. Weakness and exhaustion flooded his body and mind. Like someone who had pulled 3 all-nighters cultivating, Yang-Su managed to toss himself onto the bed, groaning helplessly, "What the heck is going on? That must have been my true form just now. How come I couldn't even maintain it for 3 minutes? Even Ultraman lasts longer." He didn't even finish his grumbling before fatigue overcame him, plunging him into a deep sleep on the bed. After being unconscious for 2 days and night, Yang-Su's eyes snapped open. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang up from the bed in one smooth motion. Buhan-san is back again. He declared his return with a flourish, then jumped right into a set of classic morning exercises, stretching out his body. He could feel a constant sense of restraint pressing in on him, as well as a slow, steady flow of energy within. It seems that my human body now serves as a kind of stone statue, a seal binding my true form. If I can't use my true form, then maybe I can. Just as the thought formed, Yang-Su's eyes turned bestial, their red glow flickering with intensity. In the next instant, the shadows in the room seemed to answer his call and began to ripple and churn. Pairs of crimson eyes glimmered in the darkness, as ghostly shadows gradually solidified into form. One after another, they transformed into ninja warriors, ashen-skinned, their bodies wrapped tightly beneath black garments, armed from head to toe. The Shadow Legion. Each was a hardened warrior, a loyal death soldier, devoid of blood or tears, knowing only how to follow orders. When Yang-Su saw the troops crouched on the floor, and even standing upside down on the ceiling, a look of irrepressible delight spread across his face. With a playful heart, he commanded the ninjas to tidy up the room, perform acrobatics, give massages and back rubs. He kept them busy for several hours before finally dispersing the legion. Feeling that most of his energy had now been drained, Yang-Su couldn't help but sigh in amazement. With my strength, I can command the ninjas for hours on end. But I can't maintain my true form for more than 3 minutes. Even this is only possible because the fusion with me caused a glitch in the seal. I can't even imagine the kind of torment the Real Holy Master must endure. Wiping away imaginary crocodile tears for the true Holy Master, Yang-Su opened his system panel again, ready to test his luck. As soon as he pulled up the system, he remembered he hadn't yet checked the extraordinary items he'd drawn earlier. Curiosity piqued, he opened his inventory and began to look through it. Big Sprout Mushroom, bronze grade. One day, everyone will be able to control the Big Sprout Mushroom. Infinite Desert Eagle, bronze grade. Its existence is beyond compare. Windproof lighter that's never lost, bronze grade. The dream of every smoker. Luxurious car key, bronze grade. As long as you take it out, everyone will assume you own a car. Just assume, nothing more. Lightning 5-strike whip fist manual, bronze grade. Receive, dissolve, unleash. Shameful lollipop, bronze grade eat it, and you'll feel a deep sense of shame. The last cigarette, bronze grade when disaster strikes. A cigarette will appear. Gatling gun with blue flames. Bronze grade, the blue flames are just for show, don't overthink it. Legendary Wuling minivan. Bronze grade nominal capacity, 7 people. Real capacity, unknown. Cloak of Justice. Bronze grade, as long as you don't lose it, it will always cling to your shoulders. After reviewing all the bronze grade items in his inventory, Yang-Su, though mentally prepared for the possibility of drawing mostly useless items, couldn't help but sigh. Well, judging by what I've got, these items aren't going to be much help this time. He closed the inventory and glanced at his slowly growing reputation points. Over 8,000 at the moment. A gambler's gleam flashed in his eyes. Going all in is a kind of wisdom. So I'm betting everything. Holy Master exclusive pool, 80 draws go. With a single thought, the reputation points on the system panel suddenly plummeted, shrinking down to just 3 digits. 80 beams of dusky yellow light shot out, transforming in mid-air into a series of illusory squares. They arranged themselves in a perfectly orderly sequence, ranked from highest to lowest. Yet, 3 of the squares remained unorganized, drifting freely in the air. So it's possible for the exclusive card pool to produce descended characters. Curious, Yang-Su gently waved his right hand, and the 3 floating squares obediently hovered before his eyes. Then, the complete information of the 3 descended characters unfolded in front of him. One was a burly man with a braided ponytail, wielding a spiked club. Another, a red-haired muscle man with 3 distinctive beards, and the last, a disheveled middle-aged man in a suit. Seeing these 3 familiar faces, Yang-Su raised an eyebrow, glancing over their details with a peculiar expression. Character, Tolu. Rank, bronze. Source, Jackie Chan Adventures. Skills, superhuman physique, beginner chi magic. Can deadlift 20 tons of gold. A powerhouse who masters both physical and magical arts. Character, Black Tiger, Fu. Rank, bronze. Source, Jackie Chan Adventures. Skills, witty banter, martial arts mastery. Crow flying a plane, tornado destroying a parking lot. Elephant kick. Character, Reizu. Rank, iron. Source, Jackie Chan Adventures. Skills, escape unscathed. No matter the danger, he can always get out in one piece. Note, the moment I saw Jackie Chan running up a cliff on a falling train, I knew physics was dead. Last words of Dr. Reizu, PhD in physics. Having finished reading the profiles of these 3, Yang-Su's expression grew even more peculiar. He truly didn't know what to say. After all, their performances had always been so outstanding that it was hard to say they were truly useful. But to say they were useless didn't seem right either. He let out a silent sigh, stored away the 3 descended characters, and turned his attention to the vast array of items he had drawn. Glancing at the 8 bronze-level items at the very top of the list, a sudden question arose in Yang-Su's mind. Is there a guaranteed drop mechanism in the exclusive card pool? Do you need 10 pulls to get 1 bronze-level item? Suppressing these odd thoughts, he began reviewing all his winnings from this draw. Bronze level, Demon Chi of the Mountain, King Golden Rooster's Treasure, Talismans, Ox, Tiger, Horse, Goat, Rooster, Cup of Life. Iron level, Pufferfish, Bull Warrior's Mask, Dragon Fong, Dragon Fong. After going through all the items he'd drawn, Yang-Su muttered to himself, "This isn't great. After 80 draws, I've barely gotten half the talismans. If I want to collect all 12, I'll probably need at least another 100 draws, and that's assuming I get lucky. And besides, there are still the Dragon Fangs, embodying the physical might of the Dark Lord, that must be drawn." As he wrestled with the dilemma of whether to continue drawing prizes, he gently raised his right hand, summoning the illusory box containing both talismans and Dragon Fangs to his side. 8 Dragon Fangs and 5 talismans in total. This should be enough to restore half of my strength. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief as he gazed at the items before him, Yang-Su reached out and retrieved the 5 talismans from the shimmering box. Each talisman was octagonal in shape, no bigger than half the size of a palm. Etched onto their surfaces were vivid animal symbols: ox, tiger, horse, sheep, and rooster. Ox maximizes the possessor's physical strength. Tiger balances yin and yang, resolving conflicts between forces. Horse dispels harm and negative influences from the bearer. Sheep allows the soul to leave the body. Rooster grants telekinetic control over gravity. As he examined the talismans in his hand, Yang-Su hesitated for a moment. "I'm no stone statue. I can't embed these into my body right now. Am I supposed to swallow them whole? Or is there some other way?" Just as he was debating whether to gulp them down, the 5 talismans, as if sensing the energy within him, suddenly burst forth in a dazzling, radiant display. They levitated into the air on their own, and before Yang-Su could react, they shot straight into his body. In the next instant, Yang-Su's true form reappeared within the cramped confines of the room. A deep, resonant hum, strange and powerful, swelled and spread, accompanied by a magnificent, overwhelming aura. The 12 dragon fangs, also affected, flew out from a box and plunged into his body as well. The energy within him, which had just begun to settle, surged violently once more with the addition of the dragon fangs. As his power was awakened, cracks, like stones splitting, echoed throughout the room. These unusual sounds didn't last long. As the energy gradually calmed, so too did the noise fade away. Yang-Su could clearly feel that, with the return of the talismans and dragon fangs, the energy within him had grown several times stronger. His physical body, too, had been greatly enhanced, both in strength and resilience. Even his true form now stood 3 meters tall, his body nearly filling the entire room. With both energy and body reinforced, an unprecedented sense of comfort and a powerful satisfaction surged through him. It was no exaggeration to say that, at this moment, he could easily defeat 10 of his former selves before he had absorbed the talismans and dragon fangs, without breaking a sweat. Yang-Su, feeling utterly elated, cast a glance around the cramped, shadowy room and made up his mind at once. This room's just too small for me now. I need a much bigger place. Maybe I could even find somewhere to stay, lease a shop, and open an antique store. After all, what could suit a Dark Lord better than an antique shop? Just as Yang-Su was indulging in these dreams for the future, a wave of weakness swept through his body and soul. This is bad. It's happening again. Under the restraints of the seal, his demonic form was forcibly reverted to that of a human. Yang-Su, having returned to his original form, collapsed powerlessly onto the bed, gasping for breath. Now I can maintain my true form for 10 minutes. And what's more, I don't immediately pass out every time I transform back. Struggling with both hands and feet, he climbed off the bed and glanced at the remaining bronze-level items. Until my powers are fully restored, I have no intention of using anything like demonic energy. And the fountain of youth water produced by the Cup of Life can only preserve the youth and lifespan of an ordinary person. Plus it comes with the side effect that you can't stop using it. As for the King Golden Rooster's treasure, that's a real windfall. Instant financial freedom. No need to worry about money anymore. Although, with my current strength, making money would be a piece of cake anyway. After sorting out the items he had drawn and arranging them by category, Yang-Su finally lay on the bed in good spirits and drifted off to sleep. Near the edge of Hell's Kitchen stood a small antique shop. Though not large inside, the space was crowded with all sorts of objects, each one displayed with a flair that made them look impressive. At first glance, these things seemed ancient, storied, and highly collectible. But upon closer inspection, it was clear that these antiques had been unearthed just last week. At that moment, the shop owner was eating takeout and watching the news on TV. A week has passed since the Times Square bombing, and the NYPD still has nothing to show for it. Not only have they failed to apprehend the fugitive John Wick, they haven't even uncovered the Joker's origins. Which leads us to ask, seated at his wooden desk in the compact shop, the owner was hurriedly eating authentic Chinese General Tso's chicken. Before long, he tossed the cloyingly sweet takeout into the trash. Seeing the news shift from the grave bombing incident to Tony Stark's latest scandal, the owner rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The buzz from the bombing is fading, and my reputation points are about to stop climbing. He glanced again at the system panel, where his reputation points had barely climbed back to 1,000, and Yang-Su couldn't help but sigh to himself. And now that the Joker, the easiest chaos starter, is gone, I wonder if I should pull a 10 black iron draws and stir up some trouble. Tempting as the idea was, he quickly dismissed it. He knew all too well that if he created chaos with another made-up persona, he'd be drawing too much attention. Both the Joker and John Wick were people with no traceable origins, an obvious thread for investigators to follow. The NYPD, already under intense scrutiny, would never let such a clue slip by. They'd be relentless. And when it comes to facing off against official organizations backed by national or societal power, ordinary character cards simply wouldn't cut it. If anyone were to use extraordinary powers, there's a high chance it would attract SHLD's attention. By design, SHIELD is a special organization jointly funded by the 5 major powers, tasked with handling all sorts of bizarre incidents. But with America now at the peak of its strength, its headquarters naturally took root here. Within American borders, SHIELD keeps a particularly close eye on supernatural abilities. Just like with Thor's hammer, the moment it landed, it was discovered and promptly secured by them, barely a day later. Of course, with the power of his demonic form and 5 talismans, Yang-Su could easily bulldoze through SHIELD, whose agents are mostly just regular people. But then what? Let's not forget, S.H.I.E.L.D. is crawling with lizard people, Skrulls, to be exact. And Nick Fury still has 2 trump cards up his sleeve. Goose, the Flurkin, and Captain Marvel herself. In his current state, before fully regaining his strength, Yang-Soo really didn't want too much entanglement with them. Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D. is basically Hydra at this point. If his identity was exposed, who knows what kind of trouble he'd be in. As Yang-Soo's thoughts wandered, mulling over how to rack up reputation points, the tinkling of the antique shop's doorbell suddenly snapped him back to reality. The door swung open, and in walked a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, leaning on a cane. Without even glancing up, Yang-Soo greeted him listlessly. "Welcome. Is there anything you're looking for?" "I have something I'd like to ask." The man's words trailed off abruptly, his tone turning a bit urgent. "Where did the previous owner go?" "How should I know where he went?" But when Yang-Soo looked up and saw the man wearing sunglasses and holding a cane, his words shifted. "Actually, I'm not really sure. I only heard from the agent that the previous owner had some family trouble and left the shop to be transferred. If you don't mind, I could try to help you find out." The visitor didn't decline. He deftly took out a box of business cards, handed Yang-Soo one, and said gently, "Thank you. I appreciate your help. This is my card. If you hear anything, please let me know." "Thank you." Not bothering about how nimble this blind man's hands were, Yang-Soo glanced at the card before replying, "No problem. Matt Murdock, right? If I hear anything, I'll call you." Matt thanked him sincerely several times before turning to leave the antique shop. Watching the blind man's retreating figure, Yang-Soo smiled to himself. Daredevil, huh? Interesting. Looks like the previous owner of this antique shop wasn't just some ordinary person. Or perhaps I could boost my reputation points by targeting these superheroes and supervillains. Their value is far higher than that of ordinary people. With a mere lift of his right hand, Yang-Soo summoned several fully armed ninjas from the shadows within the house. "Shadow Legion, move out. Hide in the blind man's shadow. Don't let yourselves be discovered." The ninjas nodded slightly, then melted into shadows and slipped away in all directions. Daredevil, who hurriedly left the antique shop, didn't notice that his shadow had grown much larger. He distanced himself from the crowd, ducking into a secluded alley where he changed into a black uniform. Making his way through the filthy, perilous alleys of Hell's Kitchen, he finally stopped before a ramshackle, grimy old apartment building. There was a rapid pounding at the door. After a moment, a hoarse voice rang out from inside. "Who's out there?" "Claire, it's me." Before the words had even faded, the door swung open, and a woman with long hair ushered Matt quickly inside. Claire closed the door cautiously and immediately pressed him. "How did it go? Did you find any leads?" Daredevil shook his head helplessly. "The trail's gone cold. That antique shop already has a new owner. The new guy promised to help, but I don't think we have much of a chance." All the tension seemed to drain from Claire at once. Frustrated and on the verge of despair, she burst out. "What does the hand really want? Why would they blind the workers who serve them? It makes no sense." Though blind, Daredevil's other senses were razor-sharp. He could clearly feel the pain and turmoil in the woman before him. He gripped Claire's shoulders gently, his voice low and comforting. "I don't know what their real goal is, but I do know where their base is. No, Daredevil. It's too dangerous. I just can't." As she spoke, Claire, racked by guilt and fear, broke down, covering her mouth as she wept. Daredevil softly patted her trembling shoulders, reassuring her, "Don't blame yourself, Claire. Some things just have to be done by someone. You're only a night shift nurse. No one expects you to handle this. So leave it to me." While Daredevil was busy comforting others, he failed to notice his shadow quietly twisting into something unnatural. Walking through the streets of Hell's Kitchen, he was surrounded by crumbling walls covered in graffiti, rusted iron doors battered by the elements, and row upon row of dilapidated, neglected buildings. In sharp contrast to the lively, brilliantly lit-up town, Hell's Kitchen was the darkest, dirtiest corner of the entire city. Here, the night offered none of Uptown's soaring skyscrapers or glittering business centers. Anyone wandering around here is either a drug dealer or an addict, a thug for some gang, or a bandit waiting to strike. There isn't the faintest glimmer of light in Hell's Kitchen, only the deepest, most unrestrained darkness and sin. Following the trail left by the Shadow Corps, Yang-Soo strolled through the chaos of Hell's Kitchen, a place where all order had long since been lost. All around him, the wailing of police sirens and the sharp report of gunfire echoed through the streets. Yet, amid this extreme disorder, Yang-Soo felt an odd sense of pleasure and ease. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time he'd truly relaxed, wandering these streets without a care. He hadn't gone far before he spotted a figure slinking along the wall ahead, moving furtively. The man wore a black knit sweater, his head covered by a mask that even concealed his eyes. At the sight of this shadowy form, Yang-soo immediately recognized his target, Daredevil, Matt Murdock. Daredevil's full name was Matthew Michael Murdock. As a child, he'd been abandoned by his mother and raised by the prizefighter Jack Murdock, known as Battling Jack. Shaped by his father's hopes and his own experiences, Matt had understood early on that people's actions needed rules and boundaries. Holding tight to this conviction, Matt devoted himself to the study of law. But life's path is never a smooth one. Everything changed the day he saved a blind man from an oncoming truck loaded with chemicals. In the accident, radioactive chemicals spilled over Matt. Though the incident left him blind, it sharpened all his remaining senses to superhuman levels. Under the rigorous training of Stick, a blind martial arts master, Matt learned to master his extraordinary senses, becoming an exceptional fighter. What followed was the classic journey of a comic book hero. By day, Matt Murdock worked as a lawyer. By night, he donned his mask and became Daredevil, fighting crime in Hell's Kitchen. Recalling all he knew about Daredevil, Yang-soo continued to tail him through the night. It wasn't long before the two of them, one leading, one following, reached the front of a processing plant. Then, as if watching a movie, Yang-soo saw Daredevil take down the armed guards at the perimeter with swift, effortless moves. Witnessing this, Yang-soo couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Having a supremely capable enforcer on hand is a blessing. Without even lifting a finger, he slipped into the factory's interior. No sooner had he slipped inside than he heard someone nearby, rousing the others with a fervent, almost frenzied tone. If you want to succeed, go wild. Chase the money with everything you've got. You're not getting any younger. Why are you even thinking about rest? Get out there and make that money. Think of your families. You're the backbone holding them up. They're counting on you to survive. All of a sudden, an elderly woman shifted her gaze to a corner of the factory, and with a gesture, manually muted the speaker. The middle-aged man, abruptly silenced, looked at the plain-dressed old woman in confusion and whispered, "Madame Gao." But the woman paid no heed to his bewilderment. Her eyes remained fixed on the corner of the workshop as she shouted, "Come out. I know you're there." Hidden under the cover of the shadowy legion, Yang-soo was certain he hadn't been discovered. He glanced up at Daredevil, who was also concealed ahead, curious to see how he would handle the situation. A few minutes passed. When no one appeared, Madame Gao's expression turned icy cold. She slammed her cane forcefully against the ground with a resounding thud and shrieked, "Everyone, stop what you're doing this instant. Bring me the intruder." Inside the factory, all the blind workers looked up in bewilderment. Then, obediently following Madame Gao's orders, they set aside the white powder in their hands. Staggering and groping their way forward, they moved in the direction she indicated. The heavy shuffle of feet and the constant clatter of collisions grew louder, alerting Daredevil to the workers' approach. He dared not delay any longer. Leaping from his hiding spot, he dodged the workers' pursuit. Seeing someone break cover, Madame Gao pounded her cane on the floor repeatedly, directing the workers toward their quarry. Daredevil, drawing on his gathered intelligence, knew these workers had been blinded by poison. They were victims, not enemies, and he didn't wish to harm them. Instead, he relied on his extraordinary senses, weaving through the factory, evading their relentless chase. Compared to these makeshift, half-trained blind workers, Daredevil's agility and training were on an entirely different level. He not only slipped through their search with ease, but gradually closed in on Madame Gao. He understood well that the workers were mere puppets. Take down their leader, and everything would fall into place. But reality rarely unfolds as smoothly as one hopes. When Madame Gao saw Daredevil using the environment to shake off the workers and closing in on her with the speed of a hunting leopard, her face darkened. The old woman stood frozen as if shocked, and Daredevil quickened his pace, intending to capture her before she could react. Yet, when he was just 3 meters away, Madame Gao's hunched figure straightened in an instant. A terrifying aura burst from her, and with a single sweep of her hand, an invisible force sent her attacker flying. Daredevil spun twice in midair before crashing to the ground with a heavy, dull thud. Before he could cry out in pain, a howling sound rushed at him. Gritting his teeth against the pain that seemed to pierce his very core, he barely managed to roll aside, narrowly evading the next attack. Another dull thud rang out. The spot he had just dodged exploded in an instant, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Madame Gao, relentless as ever, leaned on her cane and strode forward, intent on finishing off Daredevil, who was sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood. Just as she raised her right hand to deliver the killing blow, a clear, ringing voice echoed from above. "Crow takes flight." The words arrived before the attack, but Madame Gao did not waste time, turning to face her new opponent. Instead, she shifted her body slightly and gripped her cane at both ends, poised and ready. With the seasoned reflexes of a veteran fighter, she expertly used the middle of her cane to block a flying double kick that plummeted from the sky. A thunderous crash followed. The force of the move blasted a huge crater into the concrete floor nearby. "Who are you?" Forcing her trembling hands to steady, Madame Gao fixed her gaze on the shadowy figure standing in the dust-filled pit. "I'm just a passing, hero of justice," came the reply. As the dust settled, a muscle-bound man appeared in the pit, wearing a deep blue vest and dark red trousers. His hair was styled in a fiery red starfish pattern, and even his eyebrows and the 3 thin whiskers around his mouth blazed the same vivid red. Madame Gao set her cane back on the ground, her spine curving into a stoop once again. She eyed the brawny newcomer, her voice raspy. "A hero of justice? You must be Chinese. Someone as skilled as you wouldn't be here for those foreigners, would you?" This old hag is as shrewd as they come. If it were anyone else, she'd have already lured them in with her tricks. Suppressing the urge to make a joke, Yang Su maintained his persona as the muscle man, his voice deep and authoritative. "I didn't come here specifically for them. I just happened to pass by and saw what was happening, so I decided to help. But you should know, we're not too fond of these things." With that, Yang Su took out a packet of white powder and tossed it at Madame Gao's feet. Madame Gao's pupils contracted sharply as she glanced at the ground, instantly grasping his meaning. She hurriedly protested. "I understand, hero, but I swear to the heavens, I never intended to take this stuff back. Not at all." She did not deny what she was doing, but still tried to appeal to his sense of kinship. Although Yang Su knew this old woman was a traitor, for the sake of the story, he kept up the righteous act. "I don't care about your excuses. All I know is this stuff brings nothing but harm. It must be destroyed." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura surged from within him, filling the entire factory. The message was clear. If she refused, he would crush her without mercy. Overwhelmed by the sudden pressure, Madame Gao's face turned deathly pale, and her hunchback bent even lower under its weight. Inside the factory, the blind workers were also forced to their knees by the overwhelming pressure, unable to move a muscle. Already injured, Daredevil coughed up 2 more mouthfuls of blood. Madame Gao, her hands trembling, struggled to steady herself with her cane. Summoning all her strength, she cried out, "Please, have mercy, righteous one. I promise you, I will destroy them. I will destroy them, I swear." Hearing her plea, Yang Su simply nodded with indifference and withdrew his terrifying aura. Even though the oppressive atmosphere had faded, Madame Gao was still shaking from head to toe, her breathing ragged and urgent. And she was not alone. Everyone else in the factory was in much the same state. They all gasped for air, like drowning people finally dragged ashore. Night Raid on the Lonely Elderly gained 26 reputation points from Madame Gao. Night Raid on the Lonely Elderly gained 32 reputation points from Matt Murdock. Night Raid gained Factory Euro .2. Glancing at the string of system notifications, Yang Su couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Suppressing the urge to complain, he maintained a calm expression as he spoke to Madame Gao. "I need you to do something for me." Seeing Yang Su's confident demeanor, as if rejection never even crossed his mind, Madame Gao managed to force an awkward smile. "Righteous one, whatever you need, just say the word. If I can help, I will help. I'm looking for someone very mysterious." Madame Gao waited for quite a while, but when Yang Su didn't elaborate, she hesitantly asked, Is that all, righteous one?" "That's all. That's about as much as I can say," Yang Su replied with a nod, signaling he had nothing more to add. Madame Gao fell silent at his answer, then spoke with some difficulty. "Righteous one, could you at least give me some basic information? For example, what this person looks like or anything at all? If I know nothing, it's very difficult to even begin." But Yang Su replied bluntly, "All I know is that this person is from an organization called the Oracle. They prefer to hide in the shadows of the rich and powerful. They use their influence to gather relics of the gods, hoping to gain unimaginable power. But as for who exactly is coming, I don't know. I don't even know their name, gender, age, or nationality. Oracle, relics of the gods? Could their target be the dragon bone?" The thought struck Madame Gao like lightning, but she still managed to test the waters with a steady voice. "Righteous one, may I ask, what exactly is the use of these relics of the gods?" Knowing she was probing for information, Yang Su nonetheless answered in his usual nonchalant manner, sharing the backstory he'd made up. Possessing a divine relic grants one power far beyond that of ordinary mortals, but also comes with extremely severe aftereffects. That's why we need to recover it, and keep it safe. Strange insider info. Gained 18 reputation points with Madame Gao. Strange insider info. Gained 27 reputation points with Matt Murdock. Yang Su didn't feel particularly excited about the reputation points he was earning from revealing the existence of a divine relic. After all, his true purpose here was to announce to others that two mysterious organizations had arrived in America. He wanted to create a powerful legend for those who might suddenly appear in the future, using it to intimidate organizations that seemed strong but had no real foundation. Groups like the Hand, a certain defense department, or even S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, these setups could lay the groundwork for even bigger moves to come. After hearing the explanation about the divine relic, Madame Gao let out a quiet sigh of relief. She realized that this overwhelmingly powerful man before her was clearly not after the dragon bone. After all, the dragon bone only served to sustain life. It couldn't grant anyone truly formidable power. Feeling much more at ease, Madame Gao quickly composed herself and began to strategize. Righteous One, we could go directly in search of the divine relic. Then we wouldn't have to track down someone whose identity is unknown. However, Yang Su dashed her hopes. It won't be that simple. The divine relic can only be awakened by someone who is truly compatible. Madame Gao was at a loss for what to do. After a long, uncertain silence, she finally ventured to ask, cautiously, Righteous One, could you tell me exactly what kind of divine relic we're looking for? Since I need your help, there's no reason to hide it any longer. Yang Su paused for a moment, then, as if he'd made up his mind, explained, the relic discovered this time is called the demon chi of the mountain. According to the records, only those with extraordinary strength can attract and awaken it. Hearing this, Madame Gao's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, she thought of a burly, muscle-bound man. But she didn't mention it right away. Instead, she changed the subject and asked, her face full of curiosity, Demon chi of the mountain, isn't it supposed to be a divine relic? Why does it have such a name? Yang Su answered meaningfully, where there are victors, there will always be losers. And the losers are always cast as the evil ones. His words didn't spell everything out, but the meaning behind them was perfectly clear to Madame Gao. After another long silence, she lowered her eyes and replied softly, Righteous One, I understand. I will do everything in my power to find the one with the divine mandate, as well as the demon chi of the mountain. Though Madame Gao's expression and words were sincere, Yang Su knew she still harbored doubts deep inside. After all, this old fox has managed to survive for years thanks to the dragon bone. She wouldn't be swayed so easily by a few words. Her apparent obedience now was merely the result of being intimidated and oppressed by overwhelming power. Yang Su silently shook his head in his heart, then, sticking to his role as a righteous hero, put on an even greater act. Since you've agreed to help, this factory must cease its operations. And these poor, blind people, let them return home safely. Of course, I won't hold you accountable for your past misdeeds. His deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the entire factory, carrying the weight of authority. Madame Gao, hearing his words, cast a guarded glance around the factory. She saw the blind workers sprawled on the ground, trembling yet visibly relieved, joy flickering on their faces. Deep down, she was filled with resentment. But under the force of Yang Su's intimidating presence, Madame Gao could only force a smile and agree. Just then, Daredevil, who had been lying on the ground coughing up blood, struggled to his feet, swaying unsteadily. With a voice barely above a whisper, he said, Let me help evacuate these workers. No problem. But, watching Daredevil speak while blood dripped from his mouth, Yang Su couldn't help but ask, Are you sure you can keep going? Daredevil wiped the blood from his lips, his tone weak yet determined. It's just a minor problem. I'll be fine. Yang Su regarded him with a look that said, This kid has potential, and replied, Go on then. With permission granted, Daredevil staggered toward the line of workers collecting their wages. Once all the workers had been let out of the factory, Daredevil spat out another mouthful of blood. Even so, he dragged his battered body over to Yang Su, pleading, Sir, I hope you'll burn this factory down. Otherwise, someone else will just use this place as a base for evil deeds. Yang Su glanced at Madame Gao, whose face had turned ashen though she dared not utter a word of protest, then looked at Daredevil, who looked ready to collapse at any moment. Without a word, Yang Su nodded quietly in agreement. Seeing Yang Su's response, Daredevil seemed to let go of a heavy burden. His tone suddenly relaxed. That's great. Before he could finish, he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Yang Su reached out and grabbed Daredevil by the back of his uniform, lifting him effortlessly like a kitten. Then, turning his gaze to Madame Gao, who was visibly shaking with anger, he said, I think what he said makes a lot of sense, don't you? Under the gaze of a true powerhouse, Madame Gao suppressed her fury and forced a smile, replying, "I think so too. I'll arrange for them to take care of it right away." Yang Su, on the other hand, acted as if he were oblivious to Lady Gao's frustration, waving his hand casually and letting her get on with her work. It wasn't long before the factory was packed with all sorts of highly flammable and explosive chemicals. As Lady Gao hurled her torch down, a muffled explosion echoed through the piles of volatile materials. Countless sparks burst forth, rapidly igniting the flammable goods nearby. In this deliberately arranged setting, the flames grew with terrifying speed, soon engulfing the entire factory in a raging inferno. Billowing black smoke and a blaze so bright it turned night into day drew everyone's attention from the surrounding area. Watching the ferocity of the fire inside the factory, a strange thought flickered through Yang Su's mind. Can that white powder burn? If it can't, won't the whole Hell's Kitchen get high off it? He shook his head quickly, dismissing any idea of putting out the fire. Forget it, can't be bothered. Anyway, I've got the horse talisman. It can ward off anything harmful to me. White powder's no threat. As for everyone else, what's a little high to them? Not my problem. Pushing these scattered thoughts aside, Yang Su handed a business card with his number to Lady Gao, whose face was pale and breath short. My number's on here. If you hear anything, let me know. Once Lady Gao, her hands trembling, took the card, Yang Su grabbed the still unconscious daredevil and walked out. On the street, now restless with chaos from the fire, Yang Su keenly sensed Daredevil's life force fading away. If I didn't need a way in, I wouldn't bother saving you. Well, lucky for you now. As he spoke, the shape of a horse gleamed in his pupils. A pure, radiant white light shone out, wrapping around the gravely injured daredevil, whose life was slipping away. But the next moment, Yang Su dispelled the healing power, stopping it from fully restoring him. Even though the healing only lasted a moment, Daredevil's condition improved significantly. Not only did his breathing and heartbeat return to normal, but the pallor from blood loss faded, replaced by a healthier flush. Soon, Daredevil, still being carried, stirred and woke, his voice weak as he asked, "Where am I?" "You're badly hurt. I'm taking you to the hospital. Don't even think about refusing. You could die at any moment." Hearing Yang Su's calm but unmistakably threatening tone, Daredevil paused, his attempt to struggle faltering. After a moment, he spoke weakly, "No, I can't go to the hospital. Can you take me somewhere else? I have a friend. She's a skilled doctor. I want you to bring me to her." Although Daredevil's suggestion was exactly what Yang Su wanted, he still pretended to hesitate and said, "Mister, are you sure you want to do this? If your friend's medical skills aren't up to par, it could really mean death." Daredevil hesitated for a moment, but then answered firmly, "Of course. This is my decision." Yang Su, fully embodying the role of a righteous hero, replied with a serious tone, "Then I won't try to stop you anymore. I just hope your friend is truly skilled." Once he heard Daredevil's agreement, Daredevil managed to weakly whisper the destination. Yang Su, who already knew the exact address, feigned surprise and said, "I must say, you're incredibly lucky. I just happen to know that place." Before Daredevil could respond, Yang Su adopted a cautionary tone. "Clench your teeth. Don't want you biting your tongue." "What a—" Before Daredevil could finish his sentence, Yang Su suddenly stamped his right foot with force, smashing a deep crater into the concrete beneath him. Immediately, a fierce, howling wind rushed into Daredevil's mouth and nose, shoving any words he wanted to say right back down his throat. A faint, mournful whimper echoed along the deserted, dark street. Carrying Daredevil, Yang Su raced through the night and soon arrived before a worn-down, shabby apartment building. This was the home of Claire Temple, known by some as Nurse Knight, who by all outward appearances was just an ordinary night shift nurse. Boom, boom, boom. Who's out there? In the dead of night, an urgent knock at the door made Claire, who had been waiting for Daredevil to return, instantly alert. She didn't make a sound, but quietly crept to the door and peered outside through the peephole. But the sight on the other side only deepened her anxiety and worry. Standing outside was a burly man with a starfish-shaped shock of red hair, someone who looked anything but easy to deal with. In the chaos of Hell's Kitchen, Claire had dealt with all kinds as a woman living alone, but with caution, she'd always managed to handle them. The problem was this intimidating brute was holding someone in his hand. She couldn't see the person's face, but she recognized the black uniform all too well. Daredevil. He's been caught. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Claire quietly retreated into her apartment and grabbed a pistol, feeling a reassuring weight in her palm. Taking a deep breath, she returned to the door and carefully cracked it open. "Claire, he's not a bad guy. Please help me." Even though his senses were dulled by the severity of his injuries, Daredevil still noticed the faint sound of the door opening. Claire, tense and on high alert, froze for a split second when she heard the weak but unmistakable cry for help as she opened the door. In the next instant, she snapped into action, fumbling to swing the door wide open. She dropped into a hurried crouch, struggling to support Daredevil's limp form, her voice trembling on the verge of tears as she said, "Daredevil, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Still reeling from his injuries and the wild chase with Yang-Soo, Daredevil managed a faint smile. "Claire." As she propped him up, Claire could see his clothes were torn to shreds, blood smeared from the corner of his mouth down to his chest. Her eyes filled with tears in an instant, and she frantically apologized, lost in guilt. "I'm so sorry, Daredevil. I'm sorry, it's all my fault." At that moment, Yang-Soo spoke from the doorway, his tone calm but urgent. "Miss, I think catching up can wait. You should focus on saving him first. Otherwise, this gentleman won't last much longer." Yang-Soo's reminder snapped Claire out of her panic. She quickly turned, draping one of Daredevil's arms over her shoulder and helping him into her apartment. Claire laid him down on the coffee table, and in a flurry of anxious movements, began administering first aid. Even with Yang-Soo's quiet assistance, it took her over an hour of frantic effort before Daredevil was finally out of immediate danger. "I am sorry, Daredevil. This is all my fault. I knew it was dangerous, but I still... Tears streaming down her face, Claire tended to Daredevil's wounds as she cried. "I never should have put you in such peril. This isn't your fault, Claire. This is what I chose to do. Even if you hadn't told me about it, once I found out, I would have acted anyway." In the living room, Daredevil, barely clinging to consciousness, spoke softly, trying to comfort the sobbing Claire. After a long while, as Claire's emotions finally settled, she turned to glance at Yang-Soo, who was sitting quietly on the sofa. Then, lowering her voice, she whispered to Daredevil, who was still lying on the coffee table, "Is he your friend? Or is he here to ask for your help too?" Her question made Daredevil hesitate. After a moment's struggle, he finally replied, "No, I'm not really sure who he is, but I don't think he's a bad person." After a brief pause, Daredevil began to recount his ordeal that night to Claire. "You're saying the one behind controlling the patient's family members was an old woman, and she's the one who beat you up this badly. And on top of that, there's something about a divine legacy and a secret organization?" Seeing the look of utter disbelief on Claire's face, Daredevil spoke with a helpless sigh. "I know it's hard to believe, but that's the truth." Claire frowned deeply, her eyes lingering on Daredevil's battered body, filled with unconcealed confusion. But she knew very well that Daredevil would never lie to her. There was simply no reason to. As unbelievable as it sounds, that's the reality. If he hadn't experienced tonight's event himself, Daredevil knew he would never have believed such extraordinary things could happen. Claire let out a long breath and smiled. "No matter what, he's the one who saved you tonight." As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at Yang-Soo, then lowered her voice to say to Daredevil, "Maybe you and I both owe him a thank you for stepping in and saving your life." Maybe so. Propping himself up with his weakened body, Daredevil struggled to rise from the coffee table. With Claire's support, he slowly approached Yang-Soo and spoke sincerely. "Sir, thank you so much for your help. May I ask your name?" Glancing at Daredevil, who looked ready to collapse without someone to steady him, Yang-Soo replied casually, "My name's Afyu. Of course, you can also call me by my nickname, Black Tiger." Daredevil considered this for a moment, then replied slowly, "Then I suppose I'll call you Black Tiger." Immediately, he suppressed the pain in his chest, gritted his teeth, and spoke each word with deliberate clarity. "Please don't trust Madame Gao. I can sense it. She's not a good person." "Of course I know she isn't," Yang-Soo replied. "And I also know she won't be of any help." Hearing Yang-Soo speak as if he already understood everything, Daredevil and Claire both froze, glancing at each other, 3 big question marks practically hovering above their heads. "How do you know that?" Claire couldn't hold back and pressed for more. Yang-Soo, however, answered calmly, "It's obvious. When I threatened her, she agreed far too easily. And she wouldn't even call me Dad, ahem. Suddenly catching himself, Yang-Soo cut off his own words with a fit of coughing, while his mind raced. Wait a minute. Afyu's quirky lines were supposed to be saved for naming his moves, weren't they? Why am I blurting them out, even in regular conversation now? After a few tactical coughs, and noticing the worried looks from the other two, Yang-Soo continued, "Madame Gao didn't even bother to ask my name, or which organization I belong to. It's clear she doesn't intend to get involved at all. She just wants to brush me off and send me away." Daredevil let out a silent sigh of relief when he realized the burly man before him hadn't believed Madame Gao. Claire, however, looked at Yang-Soo with evident worry on her face. "Since Madame Gao isn't going to help you," she said, Do you think she might tell someone else about this? Or maybe inform the oracle? Yang-su just waved his hand dismissively, his tone light and unconcerned. It doesn't matter whether she tells others or not. I'm just casting a wide net. The divine legacy was never meant to be easily approached. It's dangerous and shrouded in mystery. And do you know why we call it the divine legacy? At this point, Yang-su looked at his two companions, whose eyes were clouded with confusion, and spoke with a note of warning in his voice. They all originate from remnants left behind by fallen gods. If you can't control these powers, they'll consume you. And then, you'll become nothing more than a stepping stone for those dead gods to return. By day, a lawyer, by night, daredevil. Matt was intimately familiar with the darkness of the world through both his professions. After hearing Yang-su's explanation of the divine legacy, conspiracies immediately sprang to mind. Possessed by unknown entities, manipulated into walking toward death. With this thought, he shot an urgent look at Yang-su and pressed his question anxiously. I remember you said back at the factory, the divine legacy can only be awakened by a suitable person. Does that mean this suitable person must have traits similar to those of the deceased gods? Yang-su raised an eyebrow at Daredevil's eager inquiry. His expression won a mild surprise. After a moment's contemplation, he replied slowly, You're absolutely right. The divine legacy does indeed tend to choose humans with similar characteristics. Once someone is chosen, it activates instantly and begins to transform the human body. The frail bodies and minds of mortals stand no chance against such divine power. They're bound to lose control, causing immense chaos and destruction. I want to find the people of the Oracle before that happens. If I can't, then I'll be the one to destroy the divine legacy myself. Claire and Daredevil were both left reeling in stunned silence by Yang-su's explanation. Divine legacy. Reputation gained from Matt Murdock, plus 41. Divine legacy. Reputation gained from Claire Temple, plus 14. Judging by these reputation gains, focusing on these superheroes and villains isn't a bad strategy after all, Yang-su thought to himself, nodding silently at the system's message. When Daredevil snapped out of his daze, he looked at Yang-su with a serious expression and said, If you ever need anything, come find me. Yang-su nodded. If I ever find myself in need, I certainly won't stand on ceremony. Hold on, I have one more question. Claire, her face alight with excitement like a child who's just discovered that magic is real, turned to Yang-su. Could you tell me the name of your organization? When I was little, I always dreamed of receiving an acceptance letter from School of Magic. Seeing the eager glow on Claire's face and the way Daredevil's ears perked up, Yang-su smiled and replied. The organization I belong to is called Tiandu. In Hell's Kitchen, there stood a towering skyscraper, the tallest in the district. From its rooftop, one could gaze out and overlook the entire city. At the very top floor, standing behind his desk, Kingpin took a deep drag from a cigar handed to him by a subordinate, then slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. Through the swirling haze, he looked at the frail, stooped old woman standing not far away. Madame Gao, it seems the factory under your control has run into a bit of trouble. Leaning on her cane and staring at the hulking, muscle-bound figure before her, Madame Gao replied calmly. I did encounter some difficulties just now, but they're nothing to worry about. Kingpin's expression remained casual. So, it appears you have another plan in mind. After all, for Kingpin and Madame Gao to meet in Hell's Kitchen, it would never be over something as trivial as a single processing plant. Kingpin stubbed out his cigar, his eyes locking onto the aged Madame Gao with a pointed question. Madame Gao, can you tell me who destroyed your factory? If you can, I could help rebuild another one for you. But Madame Gao only shook her head gently, refusing his offer. That factory was merely a front for our convenience. And now it's no longer needed. I can sense a storm is coming. One so fierce, nothing will stand in its way. This is the wisdom of old age. Don't imagine you'll profit from this. Kingpin, whatever chips and resources you think you have, they're worthless. Truly, you're playing with death. Kingpin's laid-back demeanor faded as he gazed at Madame Gao, whose eyes seemed to see right through everything. So, already know? Madame Gao didn't answer. She simply turned, leaning on her cane, and shuffled toward the elevator. Just as she was about to leave, she paused and glanced back at Kingpin. One last piece of advice, be very, very careful. Someone has already arrived here, and you will never be able to defeat him. Kingpin made no move to stop her, silently watching as Madame Gao entered the elevator and disappeared. Only then did he turn away and walk over to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. His massive frame, clad in a tailored white suit, revealed a physique sculpted with clearly defined muscles. Bathed in the bright moonlight, Kingpin retrieved the letter delivered by a ninja whose fate was still unknown. To the Black Kingpin, personally opened, to the Chosen One, we shall bestow upon you power beyond the reach of mortals. bow down, and accept the grace of the divine. Oracle. Bullseye, who had been lurking in the shadows all along, noticed how distracted Kingpin appeared and spoke up as a reminder. Boss, this is nothing more than a ridiculous prank. No, Lister. Perhaps it's not a prank at all. Kingpin gently caressed the letter with his fingers, a pensive look settling on his face as he seemed to mutter to himself. This world truly harbors endless secrets and wonders. I can almost sense them now. They are real, simply hidden from sight. Kingpin shifted his gaze from the letter, looking down at the world below through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Whether it's wealth, power, or even physical strength, I've already reached the utmost limits of what an ordinary man can achieve. It's become nearly impossible for me to advance further, unless... Watching the fires flare up again and again in Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin slowly tucked the letter away and whispered with a trace of excitement in his voice. Finally, a group is willing to lead me into an entirely new world. I can't wait to evolve. I want it more than anything. When Yang-Su uttered the name, Tiandu, both Daredevil and Claire wore looks of confusion on their faces. But he didn't bother explaining to them. After all, every secretive organization must preserve some mystery. And though neither Daredevil nor Claire had ever heard of such a group, that only deepened the sense of enigma and wonder that surrounded it. Mysterious Organization gained 46 reputation points from Matt Murdock. Mysterious Organization gained 12 reputation points from Claire Temple. Glancing at the rapidly growing reputation numbers, Yang-Su reined in his urge to draw a prize and turned to Daredevil. Do you know who is the strongest person in all of Hell's Kitchen? Both Daredevil and Claire looked confused once more. Seeing their expressions, Yang-Su slapped his forehead as if suddenly realizing something. All right, for ordinary people, the strongest can mean many different things. Let me put it this way. Do you know who hold the most power in Hell's Kitchen? Faced with this sudden shift in the question, Daredevil caught on. You think the people behind the Oracle will use someone powerful as a stepping stone? To leverage his influence and help them select those who can awaken the divine legacy? When Yang-Su nodded gently in response, Daredevil fell silent, deep in thought. Drifting between the worlds of black and white, he naturally knew who held true power in Hell's Kitchen. It wasn't the newly appointed mayor, nor the repeatedly outmaneuvered New York police chief, but the real controller from the criminal underworld. Daredevil fell silent for a moment before finally uttering a name, Wilson Fisk. Of course, he goes by the name Kingpin now. Hearing this, Yang-Su nodded in satisfaction. I'm curious to see if the people from Oracle will choose him as their stepping stone. Thank you for your help. At this point, he paused, turned to Daredevil, and asked, So, what should I call you? We've been talking for a while, but I don't think you've introduced yourself. Daredevil hesitated briefly before replying, Just call me Daredevil. Daredevil, huh? Looks like people in the business have high expectations for you. Yang-Su didn't dwell on it. After a brief moment of reflection, he took out 2 business cards identical to the ones he'd given Mrs. Gao and handed them to Daredevil and Claire, reminding them, If you notice anything unusual, don't act on your own. Use this to contact me first. Once both of them had accepted the cards, Yang-Su bid them farewell and left without further ado. Arson at Night gained 48 reputation points from Kingpin. Arson at Night gained 10 reputation points from Lester Burnett. Arson at Night gained 0.2 reputation point from Resident A. Leaving Claire's place, Yang-Su strolled through the alleys of Hell's Kitchen, watching the system notifications refresh with a sense of deep satisfaction. He was especially pleased to see his total reputation points surpassing the 2,000 mark and still climbing. This is perfect. My plan was right all along. I can completely fabricate a non-existent organization and make use of these superheroes and villains. I'll have them all working for me, laying the foundation for my path to greater power. With a slight push of his foot, Yang-Su shot away from the spot and sped home at top speed. Even with excitement surging inside him, he didn't immediately jump into the lottery. First, he shed his disguise as a summoned character. Then, with a sense of ritual, took a bath and changed into fresh clothes. Once his mind was calm and composed, he opened the exclusive Grandmaster lottery and, as usual, prayed to the gods above for luck. Though he'd previously guessed that 2,000 points would only get him 2 talismans at most, that didn't dampen his joy or anticipation for the draw. Soon, 20 beams of light flickered one after another across the room. Yang-Su's gaze first landed on a lone, floating summoned character. Character, Valen. Rank, Bronze. Source, Jackie Chan Adventures. Skill, bear my name. Can be used as another summoned character, Tala, with the power of telekinesis. Introduction. Life is nothing more than a series of dizzying ups and downs, and more often down, 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 and down. Judging by how fancy the skill's name sounds, It basically just works like a substitute. With a casual quip aimed at Valen, Yang-Su turned his attention to the neatly arranged assortment of items beside him. He set aside some materials that could be used for casting chi magic, along with other objects that were no use to him. What remained in his hands were just 3 dragon teeth, and a snake talisman capable of making living beings or objects invisible. Without much hesitation, Yang-Su quickly absorbed all of them into his body. After a ripple of strange energy, the draconic transformation returned once again. Feeling his body and power growing even stronger, Yang-Su couldn't help but sigh in amazement. I'm still missing 6 talismans. Looks like I have to keep stirring up trouble again and again. This time, Yang-Su didn't wait until his energy was depleted and he was forcibly reverted to human form by the seal. Instead, he wisely transformed back of his own accord, avoiding another round of exhaustion and the risk of missing out on something important. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a shadow ninja, then extracted Valen, whom he had just drawn from the system. Holding the card representing the incarnated character, he gave it a sharp flick, sending it flying toward the waiting shadow ninja. The inspiration to use the shadow army to restrain the incarnated character came from how Dao Long used black chi magic to control Gon, Wen, Chui, and Shan, those 4 unfortunates. With shadow magic to control the body and the system to control the mind, if things still went sideways, then he'd have to chalk it up to fate. But honestly, Yang-Su wasn't at all sure if this plan would actually work. After all, shadow ninjas had their own energy, and as vessels, they might well reject any foreign power. That was why Yang-Su decided to experiment with Valen, who was already connected to the Shadow Legion. If this worked, he could consider staging a grand performance soon. But if it failed, there was no point dreaming of instant riches. He'd have to build up his strength bit by bit. As for why he didn't use ordinary people as vessels, well, the trauma left by the Joker was just too great. While Yang-Su was lost in these thoughts, the card in his hand began to emit a ghostly green glow, slowly enveloping the Shadow Ninja. Is this really going to work? Yang-Su couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. The next moment, the glow around the Shadow Ninja faded away. In place of the ninja, now stood Valen, with his long white hair tied in a small ponytail and dressed in a dark green suit. Immediately, Yang-Su sensed a strange energy link connecting him to Valen. It felt as if a great river had split off a branch stream, drawing water to sustain itself. Meanwhile, he was like a dam, able to cut off the source at any moment and leave the stream dry. As Yang-Su marveled at this uncanny sensation, a cheerful voice rang out. I am Valen. Thank you so much for bringing me back. Inside Fist Tower, Kingpin sat behind a vast desk on the top floor, exhaling thick white clouds of smoke. His eyes, cold and piercing, were fixed on the letter slowly surfacing from the shadows on his desktop. In this world, there were beings with extraordinary powers, and as the Underworld's king, Kingpin was well aware of their existence. His partner, the Hand, possessed precisely such mysterious abilities, though they always tried to keep this fact hidden, not wanting others to discover their secret. But for Kingpin, the local overlord, getting to the bottom of every outsider organization operating in his domain was never much of a challenge. Just as Kingpin reached for the letter, his trusted confidant, James Wesley, who had been standing by his side, spoke up to stop him. Wilson, you need to be more cautious. Don't touch something that suddenly appears out of nowhere. Yet, despite being a man who should value his life above all else, Kingpin shook his head and murmured, almost to himself. No, Wesley, you don't understand. I can feel it. My body and spirit have both reached their limits. If there's no path forward, I'll become nothing more than an ordinary man, full of weaknesses. With that, Kingpin ignored his confidant's warning, picked up the letter, and opened it. Wilson, what does it say? Seeing Kingpin quickly close the letter, Wesley leaned in and whispered his question. The letter says they'll be here in a moment. Kingpin folded the letter and tucked it back into the envelope, his tone growing menacing and sinister. I want to see just what kind of supernatural power this organization truly wields. If they don't live up to my expectations, I'll tear them apart with my own hands. He then handed the envelope to Bullseye, who was lurking in the shadows, idly shuffling a deck of playing cards. Check into this. I want answers now. I expect to know everything there is to know about this letter within half an hour. There's no need for all that, came a sudden, spirited yet elegant voice from outside the door. At that moment, everyone in the luxurious office, Kingpin, Bullseye, and the others, grew tense at the unexpected sound. A thunderous bang erupted from the other side of the door. The next instant, the office's heavy doors were blasted inward, flying clear across the room. As a professional assassin, Bullseye reacted instantly, slipping aside like a shadow as the doors flew past. And though Kingpin looked like nothing more than an immovable giant, his size was deceiving. Beneath that bulk lay muscle honed by years of training. Planting both hands on the desk, Kingpin vaulted aside with surprising agility, dodging the flying doors with a grace that belied his imposing frame. His confidant, Wesley, realizing he couldn't avoid what was coming, dove forward and hid under the desk. The heavy office door, blasted off its hinges by brute force, came hurtling through the air and crashed viciously onto the desk, smashing a deep crater into its surface. Now, aside from the sound of wood splinters scattering, the office fell into utter silence. There was Kingpin and Bullseye, who dodged the attack, and Wesley cowering beneath the desk. All three of them stared at the door, now embedded in the desk, and couldn't help but swallow nervously. A moment later, they tore their eyes away, all turning in unison to look toward the doorway. There, standing just outside, was a giant of a man, nearly 3 meters tall with his hair tied back in a braid, and a fierce, intimidating face, peering inside. Wesley, trembling, could barely keep his voice steady. "Boss, is that someone from the mysterious organization you mentioned? I seem to recall Kingpin being the fat one, so I guess that must be you." Varlon stepped out from behind Troll, swaggering into the office as Kingpin, Bullseye, and Wesley fixed their eyes on him. Bullseye, the professional assassin, instantly recognized Varlon as the leader and launched an attack to make a statement. His hands flicked rapidly, sending a volley of playing cards shooting toward Varlon, one after another. But in an instant, the shadows in the office solidified. Dozens of shadowy ninja figures emerged from the darkness. Blades flashed in the dim light, slicing every flying card into shreds. So, this is supernatural power? He summoned so many in a heartbeat. Kingpin and Wesley were breathing hard, tension thick in the air, while Bullseye grinned with manic delight. In the next instant, Bullseye swept his hands to his belt, producing a handful of throwing knives. Varlon eyed the Bullseye, who looked as if he'd cosplayed Dio, and sneered. "I'm here to meet your boss. What are you, a bottom feeder, doing getting in my way? If you know what's good for you, go crawl back to your hole. Once I've finished you off, then I'll have a proper chat with your boss." Bullseye barely finished his threat before his hands blurred into motion, unleashing dozens of knives in the blink of an eye. The knives collided midair, twisting at impossible angles to evade the Shadow Ninjas and home and straight on Varlon. The Shadow Ninjas reacted instantly, hurling shuriken at the airborne knives. Despite the bizarre, unpredictable paths of the knives, they were knocked from the air by the barrage of shuriken. What a pitiful effort, completely useless. Varlon's voice dripped with mockery, but before he could finish, the fallen knives suddenly began to glow red. A chorus of explosions echoed through the office, the blast of hot air scattering the shuriken in all directions. Riding the shockwave of the blast, the remaining knives hurtled straight for their target, even fiercer than before. Watching the flying knives aimed straight at his vital points, Varlon simply shook his head and gave a cryptic smile. He didn't even bother to dodge. Instead, he stood there and let the knives, each carrying explosives, draw near. "How ridiculous! Is this all you've got?" Bullseye scoffed, his laughter ringing out as he witnessed the scene. Yet, from the sidelines, both Kingpin and Wesley sensed that something was amiss. Sure enough, their suspicions were confirmed in the very next moment. The flying knives, slicing through the air at breakneck speed, came to an abrupt halt exactly 10 centimeters from each of Varlon's vital points. Suspended mid-air, the explosive knives seemed to ripple with waves, shimmering like the surface of a disturbed lake. Then, several shadowy ninja figures materialized, swiftly collecting each frozen knife from the air. All of Bullseye's carefully prepared explosive blades failed to cause Varlon the slightest trouble. So this is the power of the extraordinary. Shock flickered across the faces of Kingpin, Wesley, and even Bullseye, none of them able to conceal their astonishment. In that instant, a silent shadow ninja appeared right behind Bullseye, moving without a whisper. He gripped a gleaming long blade, and suddenly, a wet, slicing sound tore through the air. The blade drove mercilessly into Bullseye's back, its tip bursting clean through his chest. Before he could react, several more shadow ninjas emerged from the shadows, each drawing their own blades. Steel flashed in the light. One after another, the swords plunged in with swift, piercing thrusts. Bullseye, run through like a human pincushion, spat out a mouthful of blood. Though he was a professional killer, a former mercenary, and even once a circus knife target, he had never before been this close to death. In this moment between life and death, a strange flush crept across Bullseye's face, an unnaturally feverish red. But the emotionless shadow ninjas paid him no mind. With a practiced motion, they all yanked their blades free. Blood sprayed from each of Bullseye's wounds as the swords were withdrawn, misting the air with crimson. The ring of blades sliding back into their sheaths and the heavy thud of a body hitting the floor echoed through the office at once. Blood welled from Bullseye's many wounds as he collapsed, motionless, as if dead. At that moment, Varon's calm, steady voice cut through the silence. "Don't worry. I had them avoid your vital organs. It's just a few flesh wounds, nothing more. After all, stooping to quarrel with a pitiful little nobody doesn't suit my style." Even without Varon's reassurance, Bullseye's battle-hardened instincts told him his injuries weren't fatal. But something was off. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get up. All he could do was lie there helplessly. Flat on the ground, Bullseye forced his eyes wide, glaring at Varon with all the fury he could muster, his voice barely more than a hoarse rasp. "You coated their blades with poison, didn't you? You clearly possess overwhelming strength, yet you still resort to such underhanded tricks." In response to Bullseye's accusation, Valen remained utterly nonchalant. "All's fair in war and deception. And besides, if I hadn't let them use tranquilizers, losing just 2 arms would have been a lucky outcome for you. You really ought to be grateful to me." It wasn't just Bullseye. Even Kingpin and Wesley, who were merely watching from the sidelines, were stunned by Valen's shamelessness. They all understood perfectly well. If Bullseye hadn't been drugged and still had the strength to fight back, those black-clad, cold-blooded monsters would have truly torn him to pieces. Watching Valen surrounded by the shadowy ninja, Kingpin couldn't help but swallow hard. With his ranged weapons, Bullseye had always been their strongest asset, virtually unmatched in all of Hell's Kitchen. But now, even someone as formidable as him couldn't last 2 moves against this mysterious, extraordinary force. If they hadn't deliberately held back, Bullseye would have been hacked to death long ago. Powerful intimidation. Reputation with Kingpin plus 46. Powerful intimidation. Reputation with Bullseye plus 31. Powerful intimidation. Reputation with James Wesley plus 9. This small fry is taken care of. Now it's your turn, Kingpin. At this, Valen seemed to recall something. He turned to look at Kingpin, his tone light and almost cheerful. "If you're hoping your men will notice something's wrong and rush in to save you, well, I'm afraid I have to tell you, they're all fast asleep right now. Just like him." As he finished, Valen deliberately pointed at Bullseye, who lay slumped to the side. As the king of the Underworld, Kingpin could easily guess that all his men stationed in the building had already been dealt with. After all, Valen had strolled right into his private office and even smashed the door in. Still, having spelled out so blatantly made Kingpin's expression waver, his pride smarting. While his anger simmered, Valen's voice echoed again, this time colder, more detached. "Show us you have the strength and resolve to work with us. Otherwise, you have no reason to keep on living." Just then, Trull, standing at the doorway, fierce-faced and impossibly muscular, stepped into the office. Confronted by this hulking brute, with the atmosphere growing ever more frigid and deadly, Kingpin knew without a doubt, this was no idle threat. If he couldn't get past this ordeal, he really would die here. "Fine, let's get started then." Kingpin exhaled deeply and stepped forward to face Trull. He shrugged off his white suit jacket, revealing a body packed with muscle. The two squared off, eyes locked, each searching for a weakness in the other. In the next instant, the concrete floor beneath their feet exploded at the same time, and like bulldozers, they charged at each other. With a teeth-clenching whoosh, their fists, each as big as a cooking pot, collided in midair. At the instant their fists met, a tangible shockwave burst outward, swirling gusts of air through the office. Primal, untamed strength clashed, and in that split second, the outcome was clear. When both had unleashed their full power, it was Kingpin who let out a muffled grunt first, withdrawing his fist and stumbling backward. Trull, on the other hand, seemed unfazed. With just a shake, he charged forward again. Moving with a speed that belied his massive frame, he closed in on Kingpin in the blink of an eye and swung his pot-sized fist down. But the battle-hardened Kingpin knew better than to meet such force head-on. With a swift sidestep, he dodged the incoming blow and countered, swinging his fist at Trull's waist. A dull thud echoed, and the impact sent Trull's enormous body staggering back. Kingpin wasted no time, seizing the opening. He hunched his back, fists raised to guard his head, and rushed at Trull. Right jab, left jab, a wide hook. Kingpin unleashed every boxing and fighting technique he knew, his fists landing again and again on Trull's body. The steady drumbeat of blows reverberated through the office. Trull, knocked off balance, took over a dozen punishing hits before he managed to steady himself. Yet when Kingpin saw that his opponent had barely been affected by the onslaught, he chose not to press the attack. With a quick retreat, he widened the distance, adjusted his stance, and launched himself at Trull once more. As Kingpin closed in again, Troll bent his knees and brought his hands up to his chest, his legs tensing in preparation. With a burst of speed that seemed impossible for his size, he rammed into the unprepared Kingpin, sending him flying. Without a pause, Troll's right hand shot out, grabbing the airborne Kingpin and yanking him back, while his left fist came crashing down. Kingpin's reflexes were sharp. He immediately raised his arms to shield his head, blocking the blow with his elbows. His defense was quick and textbook perfect, yet Troll's sheer, unreasonable strength crashed right through, nearly knocking Kingpin's head off. Before Kingpin could react, the barrage came, fists like cannonballs hammered down, one after another. Thud! Thud! With each heavy blow, Kingpin was battered to the brink of a concussion. That's enough, Troll. You've won. Valen's dignified voice called out from behind. Troll obediently ceased his attack, dropping the nearly unconscious Kingpin aside as carelessly as tossing out the trash. Boss, are you all right? Wesley looked at Kingpin, who had been tossed aside, and hurried over in a panic to check on his condition. Watching such a deeply loyal and emotional scene between Kingpin and his trusted aide, Valen couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain and remarked casually, "You can relax. True knows how to hold back. If he can't even take a hit like that, then if he dies here, he's got no one to blame but himself." No sooner had Valen finished speaking than Kingpin, who had nearly lost consciousness from the repeated blows to his head, suddenly snapped his eyes open. With Wesley's help, he slowly pushed himself up from the floor. Kingpin leaned on Wesley, barely managing to stand. Breathing heavily, he stared at Valen, his voice brimming with resentment. "What is it you want? Is this all just to show off your strength and humiliate me?" Kingpin admitted that these two were formidable, but that didn't give them the right to come here and humiliate the Kingpin of the Underworld. Humiliate you? Is that really what you think? Seeing the mixture of indignation and confusion in Kingpin's eyes, Valen waved his hand dismissively and answered his own question. "You give yourself too much credit. What makes you think you're even worth humiliating?" Though Valen spoke with such nonchalance, the truth was Kingpin's combat abilities were formidable. There was no one in Hell's Kitchen who could match him. Even Spider-Man would have a hard time defeating him without going all out. That was why Valen had arranged for True, someone stronger, better trained, and willing to hit hard, to take on Kingpin. This way, Kingpin's attacks couldn't get through, while True's blows could break his defenses and strike him where it hurt. Hearing Valen's taunt, Kingpin snorted in defiance. But he didn't argue back, because he knew the man spoke the truth. Still, there are ways to deal with someone whose physical prowess surpasses my own. Kingpin withdrew his gaze from Valen and True, casually glancing at the cane beside his desk. As he was plotting how to take down True, Valen's voice rang out again. "Kingpin, would you like to gain strength and power that could rival True's, or even surpass his?" That enticing question caught Kingpin off guard. Still thinking about how to defeat True, he instinctively blurted out, "What do you mean?" Valen, meanwhile, acted as if he had no idea what was running through Kingpin's mind. He clapped perfunctorily and said, "Oh, nothing much. I'm just here to congratulate you. You've passed the test. We never intended to kill you. We simply wanted to see if you had the potential to join our organization." And now, Valen didn't finish his sentence, but instead shot Kingpin a look that said, "You know exactly what I mean." Having clawed his way up from the very bottom, Kingpin instantly recognized that look in Varan's eyes. He hurried to respond, "Of course I'm willing. It would be my honor." "Very good. Then let's begin," Varan replied casually, then summoned several shadowy ninja to surround Kingpin. What are you planning to do?" Before Kingpin could even ask, his trusted aide Wesley spoke up first, his voice trembling. With Bullseye, who had been pierced like a pincushion and was still lying on the ground, as a chilling example, Wesley felt a deep fear of these eerie ninjas. "I'm sending him to face a trial. This is a step he must take to join our organization." As Varan spoke, the darkness beneath the feet of the shadow ninjas surrounding Kingpin began to ripple like liquid. In moments, the spreading shadow enveloped both the ninjas and Kingpin, swallowing them whole. Wesley and the still-prone Bullseye stared unblinkingly at the strange spectacle. Both felt a surge of worry for Kingpin's safety, mixed with envy for such extraordinary power. Varan, however, paid no mind to their emotions. He spoke instead to the visibly anxious Kingpin. "Kingpin, they will take you to my Shadow Kingdom, where you'll encounter the divine legacy you must claim. Earn its approval, activate it, master it. If you cannot succeed, then you'll simply become part of my kingdom." Varan's cold words startled the already nervous Kingpin. "What do I have to?" Before he could finish his question, the shadows completely swallowed him up, and, guided by the ninjas, he was taken to the Shadow Kingdom. "Boss, will Wilson be all right?" Wesley and the still-prone Bullseye exchanged worried glances, their eyes fixed on the spot where Kingpin had vanished. Meanwhile, as Kingpin slipped into the darkness, his mind swam with confusion. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in an empty plaza. Other than a lingering chill in the air, he felt nothing wrong with his body. Looking around, he realized that the layout of the streets and buildings mirrored Hell's Kitchen almost exactly. Yet the place was cloaked in a dull gray mist, giving off an air of decay, twilight, and murkiness. So this is how Varon managed to send me those letters without a trace. Amazing. I can't believe there's a power so mysterious as this. Taking in the surroundings, Kingpin quickly deduced the nature of Varon's ability. Before he could voice his thoughts, a massive Chinese drum was carried out by the Shadow Ninjas. What's this? The Shadow Ninjas ignored his question, set the drum down before him, and departed without a word. This is the divine legacy? It looks like a drum. Jean Bing stared blankly at the massive drum before him. But what am I supposed to do? As he pondered his next move, the drum began to tremble, sending out a series of thunderous booms. With each resounding beat, thick black smoke surged from the drum, growing denser with every strike. After 9 booming strikes, the black smoke had spread to shroud the entire plaza in darkness. Suddenly, the swirling clouds of shadow above gathered into the center, converging in an instant to form a solid black sphere. The very next second, cracks split across the surface of the sphere, and it shattered into fragments that rained down like shards of midnight. In place of the shattered sphere, a ghostly image of a double-sided drum, wreathed in black mist, hovered in the air. What am I supposed to do? Should I just call out to it? Jean Bing muttered, his nerves frayed and excitement surging as he took in this utterly surreal scene. But before he could act, the spectral drum seemed to sense his presence. In a flash, it streaked toward him like a bolt of lightning. He barely had time to react before the apparition plunged straight into his body. In the next instant, Jean Bing's entire being surged with overwhelming power. His body expanded rapidly, swelling like an inflating balloon. Waves of violent energy erupted from within him, whipping up fierce gales that howled through the desolate shadow realm. Sensing these wild energies, Valen wasted no time. He expelled Jean Bing from the shadow world without hesitation. The shadow world itself rejected Jean Bing's changing form, and the moment the command was given, it kicked him out. Who am I? Where am I? Jean Bing blinked in a daze at his surroundings, looking for all the world like someone just roused from sleep. Slowly, he raised his hand, staring at the massive, ghostly green palm before him, and muttered as if in a dream. I am Jean Bing. I am the kingpin of the underworld. I had just gained power beyond imagining. I am a master of this place. As he spoke his own name and identity, his awareness returned in full. Feeling the explosive strength coursing through his veins, Jean Bing was certain he could crush his old self before the divine legacy with a single blow. His already imposing figure now stood over 3 meters tall, swollen by demonic energy into a living, towering wall. Wesley stared up at the colossal figure that had appeared from nowhere, 3 meters tall, each movement stirring the air with a gust, and could barely keep his voice steady. What is that? Still sprawled on the ground, Bullseye's eyes went wide, and he could only stammer helplessly, "Huh." Meanwhile, Valen and True remained unfazed, their expressions unmoved by the astonishing scene. Supernatural power. Gained 21 reputation points from Bullseye for awe. Extraordinary power. You have gained 13 reputation points with James Wesley. Extraordinary power. You have gained 103 reputation points with Kingpin, demonic aura. As the rush of newfound strength faded, Kingpin felt his entire body brimming with power. His senses heightened, his muscles magnified many times over. Then, a thought seemed to dawn on him. He slowly turned his head, lowered his booming voice, and asked, Valen, can I turn back to normal? Despite his efforts to restrain himself, his words still thundered through the office, making the glass tremble as if it might shatter at any moment. Valen, however, didn't answer his question directly. Instead, he simply started to count 3. Kingpin looked at Valen in confusion, waiting for an explanation, until Valen continued. 2. Is he counting down? The thought barely flashed through Kingpin's mind. 1. The moment Valen shouted the final number, the once immense and towering Kingpin, who had seemed unstoppable, suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. In an instant, all his newfound bulk and might vanished. Caught unprepared, Kingpin stumbled, his oversized body not yet fully shrunk. With a thunderous crash, he collapsed to the ground, making the floor shake under his weight. Only after he returned to his original form did Valen's voice resume, calm and matter-of-fact. The divine inheritance you possess is called demonic aura of the mountain. It allows the bearer to grow in size and power simply by eating. The more you eat, and the better the quality, the greater your strength and defense become, not just your size. You've just experienced the power it bestows, haven't you? But of course, with such strength comes a fatal flaw, Valen continued. Kingpin, now utterly naked, climbed awkwardly to his feet, his gaze burning with anticipation as he waited for Valen to reveal this flaw. Wesley hurried forward, quickly removing his own jacket to cover Kingpin's exposed body. Valen ignored the scene entirely, continuing as if nothing had happened. A divine inheritance is what a god leaves behind upon death. It acts on instinct, swallowing up its host to accumulate power, all in order to resurrect the long-dead deity. So, whenever someone activates such an inheritance, it stirs to life, following its primal urges. Unless the bearer's will is truly unyielding, strong enough to resist the desires that arise from within. Otherwise, as the inheritance grows ever more active and powerful, it will eventually consume its host completely. You'll become nothing more than a part of it, a stepping stone for the god's return. Kingpin adjusted the jacket hastily wrapped around his waist, glancing hesitantly at True standing by his side. He asked, a trace of uncertainty in his voice. Why did you choose me? He seems much better suited for this than I am. Valen chuckled softly, a smile spreading across his face as he explained. True is not the type who can handle hunger. The desire brought by the mountain's demonic aura is to eat. Every time you use it, you'll be overwhelmed by an intense hunger. If he were to use it, he wouldn't even last 3 days before becoming a part of the divine legacy itself. After listening to Valen's explanation, Kingpin, Wesley, and Bullseye all glanced over at the grinning troll. Then, Valen put away his smile and, in an extremely serious, solemn voice, spoke to Kingpin. Of course, if you're unwilling to accept the risk of death, we won't force you. As long as you haven't become too closely bonded with the divine legacy, we have ways to separate you from it and bring you back. Whether you want to continue or give up now, the choice is entirely yours. We won't interfere. After all, without a fierce, fighting spirit and a fearless heart, anyone who contends with the power of the gods is doomed to fail. After hearing Valen reveal these hidden truths, Wesley looked at Kingpin with worried eyes, clearly hoping he would give up. Kingpin's breath grew rapid, his fists clenched ever so slightly, and inwardly he struggled. Should he settle for a comfortable life of pleasure, or risk his life and become entangled in a contest with the gods? The former was safe and stable, but Kingpin knew very well that this opportunity would not come again. If he let it slip by, he would spend his entire life as nothing more than an ordinary crime lord. Before long, Kingpin suddenly burst out laughing, turning his gaze on Valen. I'm not giving up. I crave it. I've trained hard, clawed my way to power, all just to stand at the top. To ask me to give up a path that leads even higher, there's no way I could accept that. But, as Wesley tried to speak up and dissuade him, Kingpin's piercing gaze swept across Wesley's face, as if seeing straight into his heart. Knowing Kingpin's nature all too well, Wesley said nothing more. He simply lowered his head in silent submission. This is your choice. I hope you have the resolve to see it through to the end. Valen wasn't surprised by Kingpin's decision. After offering a simple blessing, he moved on to another matter. Kingpin, you should know that someone has come to Hell's Kitchen, chasing after the divine legacy. You need to stay alert. If you get the chance, kill him. Valen's words made Kingpin's heart skip a beat, and he asked quickly, do you know who he is? Is he powerful? He's a martial artist from Tiandu. His name is Ah Fu, though you might know him by his nickname, Black Tiger. He's also a holder of the divine legacy, just like us. Don't underestimate him. As the newest member of the organization, Kingpin quickly found his place and asked, a hint of humility in his tone. So what would you have me do? He was never the kind of fool who believed in peace and goodwill. When he joined the organization and gained power, he fully expected that trouble would follow. Ignoring the eager look on Kingpin's face, his expression practically shouting, I want to improve, Varlon replied with careless indifference, handle it as you see fit. As long as the mountain's demonic aura doesn't run wild, the Black Tiger will have no way to sense its whereabouts. While you're keeping yourself in check, take the opportunity to snipe at him a bit. See for yourself the strength of an old-school divine legacy bearer. Kingpin took a deep breath to steady his restless heart, then looked straight at Varlon and asked, why not just kill him outright? Having someone constantly chasing after you must be a huge hassle. It is quite a hassle. Varlon didn't deny it, but he simply shrugged, looking helpless. But right now, for various reasons, the organization can't spare anyone to deal with the Black Tiger. So, there are some less important matters, like this one, that we'll just have to handle ourselves. Understand, Kingpin responded, not pressing for details on why the organization wouldn't act. Instead, he voiced the question burning in his mind. I still don't even know the name of the organization, or what its purpose is. Now that you've fused with a divine legacy, I'll tell you. At this, Varlin's demeanor suddenly shifted, his eyes alight with fervor and intoxication. He slowly spread his arms, and in a voice as if singing a hymn, he said to Kingpin, "Our organization is called Oracle. Our goal is to continually absorb these divine legacies, and ultimately, to replace and become the god behind them. To become a supreme deity, greater than all things, wielding immense power. We will become the gods of this age, the ones before whom humanity kneels and offers worship." Replace the gods? Maybe it really can be done. Though Kingpin had guessed as much, hearing the organization's true purpose sent a wild surge through his heart. And it wasn't just him. Wesley and Bullseye, standing nearby, were both visibly elated, as if they themselves had been chosen. Seeing the three of them so clearly enthralled, Varlon nodded to himself in satisfaction. He had no fear of being found out. After all, the divine legacy was real and tangible, no illusion or empty promise. Only the harvest itself is real, beyond doubt. It's easy to fool someone who's already tasted the sweetness. It's like being told you've won $5 million, and instead of being asked for a fee, you actually receive $500,000 up front. Who wouldn't fall for something like that, no matter who they were? With a few words to wrap things up, Varlon left behind some shadow ninjas to serve as messengers, then led True away into the Shadow Realm. Having witnessed the Shadow Realm himself, Kingpin no longer found it at all surprising to see them swallowed up by darkness as they departed. With Wesley's support, Bullseye slowly rose from the ground. As the anesthetic wore off, his wounds stopped bleeding altogether. While the two men marveled at this, Kingpin's voice echoed through the room. "Wesley, Lester, what happened tonight? No one else is to know about it," he commanded. At his words, both men immediately straightened, their expressions turning solemn. They swore repeatedly that they would never breathe a word. Seeing their earnestness, Kingpin nodded with satisfaction. "It's time I put my newfound power to the test. I will wipe out every disobedient gang and seize complete control over New York's underworld. Total domination of the city's darkness will be mine. This is but the first step on my path to becoming a mighty god, though it is a small step indeed." His right hand clenched tightly, a savage grin spreading across his face, as though he were about to bend the world to his will. Kingpin's confident declaration ignited a rush of excitement in both Wesley and Bullseye. The sight of his towering, 3-meter frame left them with no doubt that his bold words were justified. Reputation points, 827. Seeing the new number appear on his interface, Yang-Su couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. In terms of gains, tonight's progress was quite impressive. Now that I've finished coaxing Kingpin, my depleted reputation points are about to bounce back. Good thing I didn't waste my effort inventing that organization as a distraction to draw attention away from myself. Besides, I can use Kingpin as a test subject. Let him try out some of the lottery items, see if I can earn reputation points through others' use. If that works, I wouldn't mind handing out all the extraordinary items I draw, letting others put them to use. With this thought, Yang-Su let out a quiet sigh. Lately, the pace at which he was accumulating reputation felt far too slow. There just weren't enough notable figures causing a stir at the moment. Only Valen, Trull, Sloan, and Alfred were active. But if he sent out someone of only Black Iron rank, he worried they wouldn't be able to hold their own. After all, the likes of Daredevil and Kingpin, who were now involved, possessed superhuman abilities. And the support talismans available were all auxiliary in nature, offering little in the way of offensive power. On top of that, since Tiandu was established as a Chinese organization, introducing Westerners as members would feel jarringly out of place. That meant Sloan couldn't be added to the side of justice. But if he sent Sloan to join Kingpin, the balance of power would tip too far in one direction. Bullseye alone, with his deadly playing cards, would already be a handful for Daredevil. Add in Sloan, who could curve bullets, and Kingpin, now fused with demonic energy, and Daredevil wouldn't stand a chance. He'd have no hope of survival. As for Alfred, the so-called righteous hero, he couldn't simply hand out dangerous divine relics to ordinary people on a whim. If the protagonists don't get any reinforcements soon, the story will become almost impossible to move forward. Maybe it's time to bring in some future defenders, Punisher, Jessica Jones, or Luke Cage. Let them team up early to face off against Kingpin, and their combined efforts could also serve as a test for the power of the divine legacy Kingpin now possesses. Having settled on a general direction, Yang-Su stretched lazily, murmuring to himself with some hesitation. There just aren't enough characters summoned yet. If I had a big enough roster, I'd take on the Americans head-on. Maybe I should stop drawing for the Shengzhou and start saving up reputation points to summon a silver-tier character instead. But after a brief consideration, Yang-Su dismissed this idea altogether. The power of silver-tier characters is simply too overwhelming for dealing with the likes of Daredevil and his small-time crew. It would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Besides, it's not as if a high-level force is absolutely necessary at this stage. If he could draw demonic energy from the exclusive card pool, or get the dragon or pig talismans, that would be enough to address any imbalance in fighting power. So, it seems the best course is still to stir up bigger, more dramatic events and quickly rack up enough reputation points. That means the next step is to send Alfred to find the superheroes and have them band together to take on Kingpin, who now wields the divine legacy. No sooner thought than done. Once Yang-Su made up his mind, he waved his hand and summoned a throng of shadow ninjas. As soon as they received their orders, the ninjas dissolved into streaks of darkness, scattering in all directions. In a dim alley, a striking woman with black hair and a leather jacket blocked the path of a man trying to escape. The man kept glancing nervously over his shoulder, as if desperately fleeing from some unseen pursuer. "Get out of my way. I don't have time for your games," he snapped, whipping out a knife and brandishing it. But the woman showed no sign of fear as the blade flashed before her. With a swift step forward, she closed the distance in an instant, landing a heavy punch that sent the burly, bearded man flying. Without missing a beat, she followed up with a snapping kick. There was a dull thud as he crashed against the wall. Watching him slide down in a heap, the woman casually pulled out a camera and snapped a photo. "Someone's paid for your whereabouts. If you're free, you're coming with me for a little trip." She paused, glancing at the still-twitching man, and added, "Looks like your schedule just opened up." Just then, a handful of shadowy figures appeared at the mouth of the alley. They seemed to be the ones pursuing the man. Seeing these garishly dressed newcomers draw near, the woman couldn't hide her irritation. "I just wrapped up a job, and I'm in a pretty good mood. But if any of you try to get in my way, let's just say you'll regret it." She ended with a cold, mocking laugh, but the newcomers neither sneered back nor uttered a word in response. They stood there, motionless, staring at the woman before them like a row of lifeless puppets. Their strange, unnatural response made the woman's irritation gradually shift into something heavier. Her expression grew grave, and a glimmer of panic flickered in her eyes. Their behavior left her unsettled, but she couldn't quite believe her own suspicion. Not until a man dressed in purple, his very skin tinted the same uncanny hue, stepped out from behind the group of puppets. "Jessica, what a surprise to run into you here. This is just wonderful," he declared. The moment she saw the man before her, Jessica instinctively took a step back, but she quickly gathered herself, locking her eyes onto the man with a fierce glare. She gritted her teeth, forcing out each word in a harsh, trembling shout. "Kilgrave, why are you here?" Facing Jessica's feigned bravado, the purple man smirked, his tone casual and mocking. "Jessica, just come with me. You know you can't escape my control." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jessica's angry expression froze. The tension in her posture slowly melted away. Watching her become as lifeless as a marionette, the purple man's smile widened in satisfaction as he strode up to her side. With a mocking flourish, he reached out to lift Jessica's chin, just about to lean in closer, when suddenly a deep, commanding voice rang out from afar. "Let the girl go. Leave her to me." Before the purple man could react, a booming shout echoed from above. "Crawflies the plane." "What the?" he blurted, instinctively looking back, just in time to see a pair of size 14 shoes hurtling toward him. With a resounding thud, a powerful kick smashed into the purple man's head, launching him clear off his feet and slamming him hard against the alley wall. Riding the momentum of his kick, Alfred spun twice in midair before landing solidly on the ground. He reached out and gently patted Jessica on the top of her head, activating the healing power of the horse talisman. A faint white glow shimmered over her, washing away the purple man's influence. Yet as soon as she was freed, Jessica collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. Seeing Jessica in such a wretched state, Alfred could only shake his head in silent sympathy. Wounds of the mind, he thought, are often far harder to heal than wounds of the flesh. Meanwhile, the purple man, still sprawled against the wall, clutched his face, now marked with 2 massive shoe prints, and howled in pain. His ceaseless, tormented wails soon drew Alfred's attention. But as the purple man saw the red star-haired powerhouse approaching, he abruptly stopped his shrieking. Instead, he shouted at Alfred, his voice rising in panic. "Who are you? What do you want? Stay away from me." Even as he yelled, the pheromones that granted him the power to control others began to seep outward once more. Watching the purple man, cowering in the corner, still scheming in the shadows, Afyu's lips curled into a cold smile as he quickened his pace. "I'm coming over. What are you going to do about it?" He advanced relentlessly, showing not the slightest sign of falling under control. The purple man, whose powers had never failed him before, saw this, and his expression fell apart. He shouted in a frenzy, "Why aren't you under my control? My powers never fail." Protected by the talisman, Afu grinned broadly. "Yeah, why do you think that is?" He strode right up to the purple man, who had curled himself into a ball. Afu's right hand formed a claw as he shouted, "Tiger Claw." With a sudden, powerful move, he clamped down on the purple man's neck and lifted him high into the air. Hero saves the damsel, gains 135 reputation points from Zebediah Kilgrave. Hero saves the damsel, gains 100 reputation points from Jessica Jones. As the purple man struggled for air, desperate and gasping, the puppets standing at the alley's entrance seemed to receive a silent signal. They all surged toward Afu in unison. Sensing the commotion behind him, Afu grinned, loosening his grip on the purple man. Without missing a beat, he called out, "Giant axe chops the tree." His clear voice rang out as his powerful leg swept down, snapping the legs of the man who fell to the ground. The purple man's wails rang out just as Afu shouted, "Watch out!" The springbok leap. He vaulted high into the air, spinning once before landing squarely in the midst of the oncoming crowd. As his right foot touched down, his left leg swung up high. Elephant kick. With a heavy, resounding thud, two of the control people were sent flying. "Mouse steals the cheese," he cried, his right palm shooting forward to strike someone's abdomen, sending them crashing back. Then, stamping his right foot on the ground, he called out, "A flock of useless chickens." His voice rang out again. Tornado wrecks the parking lot. Spinning rapidly on one foot, fists at the ready, his left leg swept through the crowd. Thuds echoed through the alley. A few seconds later, Afu watched as the whole group slid down the wall, defeated, and let out a long breath. It had taken barely a minute to defeat them all. The man in blue stood victorious, muscles rippling. Clutching his broken legs, the purple man wailed pitifully as he tried to crawl behind the wall and hide. Who are you? Why are you?" Before he could finish, Afu lunged forward, raising his right leg high with a cold laugh. "So, you like playing with hypnosis, huh? Such an enviable, no, such an infuriating power. Curse-breaking kick, steel-shattering strike, 18-hit chain smash." As a relentless barrage of devastating blows rained down, the purple man howled in agony. But after a few more hits, his cries grew weaker and weaker, as if he couldn't withstand the assault and was on the verge of passing out. Seeing that the purple man was already foaming at the mouth, Afu raised his right foot high and shouted, "Supernova crash." No sooner had his shout faded than the ground in the alley seemed to tremble violently. A deafening roar exploded, accompanied by the subtle crack of something shattering like an eggshell. Even Jessica, who had been slumped on the ground in a daze, was startled back to her senses by the commotion. After that forceful, bone-shaking blow, the purple man lost consciousness completely. Deadly strike on the chicken, reputation with Zebediah Kilgrave, increased by 201. Having contributed this extraordinary burst of reputation, the purple man was utterly cut off from any awareness of the outside world. Afu added a few more kicks for good measure, but when not even a whimper escaped, his enthusiasm for further displays of martial prowess quickly faded. He shaped his right hand into a claw, seized the purple man by the head, and dragged him straight over to Jessica. With a flick of his wrist, as if tossing out the trash, he threw the purple man down in front of the woman still collapsed on the ground. "Kill him." The cold, resonant command snapped Jessica completely out of her trance. She looked at the muscular titan before her, then at the purple man sprawled like a pile of filth nearby, and suddenly, a twisted smile broke across her face. Her laughter rose and fell, sharp and mournful as a banshee's wail, her body trembling uncontrollably. She desperately wanted, more than anything, to kill the man who had ruined her life. But she just couldn't do it. All of this, every tragedy, traced back to a single family trip. On that journey, her family's car collided with a military transport loaded with radioactive chemicals. In that catastrophic accident, she was the only one who survived. Exposure to the chemicals left her not only alive, but gifted her with speed and strength far beyond ordinary humans. With her newfound powers, Jessica didn't hesitate long before donning a costume and becoming the superhero Jewel. Everything changed when she crossed paths with Zebediah Kilgrave, better known as the Purple Man. He possessed a terrifying ability to control others through pheromones and spoken command. The instant they met, Jessica fell under his control, and he imprisoned her. For 8 months, 8 agonizing months, she endured captivity and manipulation. Even after escaping his clutches, the ordeal had left her almost incapable of revenge or even resistance. Now, with the Purple Man lying helpless as a corpse, she still couldn't bring herself to strike. Seeing Jessica so paralyzed by fear, Afu couldn't help but sigh. It's easy to defeat enemies in the mountains. The real battle is against the demons in your own heart. Murmuring this bit of philosophy, he strode forward once more, hoisting the purple man like a dead dog. Without a word of comfort for Jessica, Afu simply hurled the limp body toward her with all his might. As the sound of the hurtling body cut through the air, Jessica, half in a daze, instinctively swung a punch at whatever was coming her way. Bang! Jessica's fist punched straight through the purple man's chest, leaving a gaping hole. For a moment, Jessica was stunned, her face splattered with blood. Then, as if possessed by a murderous rage, she let out a piercing scream. It was you. It was you. Ah! Consumed by madness, she began to rain blows on the purple man's body, pounding relentlessly, just like tenderizing a slab of beef. Meanwhile, Alfred thoughtfully left a bit of the horse talisman's power in the purple man, keeping him barely clinging to life. Aya! The continual pummeling jolted the purple man awake from unconsciousness with agony, only for him to black out again from the pain. In this endless cycle of tortured screams and despair, the purple man was reduced to a bloody, sinewy pulp. Consequence of hypnotism. Reputation with Jessica Jones plus 301. Consequence of hypnotism. Reputation with Zebediah Kilgrave plus 500. Having finally avenged her greatest enemy, Jessica looked down at the unrecognizable mass on the floor. For the first time in ages, a relaxed and genuine smile spread across her face. With her pain and despair vented at last, she lifted her head to look at Alfred. After a moment of silence, she asked, "What do you want me to do?" Seeing how cooperative she was, Alfred smiled approvingly and pulled a business card from his pocket, handing it to her. "A taxi company?" Jessica glanced at the card, a puzzled look on her face. "Why are you investigating this?" "Investigating? That's not necessary," Alfred replied calmly. "I only need you to keep an eye on it, and when you get the chance, snap a few photos." He looked Jessica squarely in the eye and continued, "I won't hide it from you. There's a certain amount of risk involved. That place is the headquarters of the Russian mob, crawling with desperate criminals." Jessica waved the card dismissively, but her tone hinted at deeper questions. "So, you want me to find evidence of their crimes? Or was there another reason?" "There's another reason," Alfred nodded. "I have no interest in those Russian gangsters whatsoever. My real target is the kingpin of Hell's Kitchen's Underworld, Wilson Fisk, also known as the Kingpin." Wilson Fisk? The Kingpin? The Underworld Emperor? Jessica, who had always drifted through life as a third-rate private eye, drinking herself into oblivion, had never even heard the name. Seeing her utterly bewildered expression, Alfred was not the least bit surprised. He pulled out another business card and handed it to her. "If you want to know Kingpin's story, you can go talk to this guy." "All right," Jessica said, taking the card without hesitation. She glanced at it. Matt Murdock? A lawyer? What connection could there possibly be between an underworld emperor and a lawyer? Could it be? Does even a kingpin need a lawyer to defend him? This so-called emperor suddenly seemed a bit unimpressive. Afu paid no mind to Jessica's inner turmoil or confusion and continued speaking on his own. Although, for now, Kingpin and the Russian gang seemed to be working together. Their leaders believe that anyone with enough power and turf can challenge Kingpin for the top spot in the criminal world. Unfortunately for them, it looks like Kingpin might no longer need the Russians as muscle to solve his problems. What does that mean? Has Kingpin found even stronger support? And if your target is Kingpin, and he's about to cut ties with the Russians, why do you still want me to photograph those guys? Jessica tucked away the two business cards, looking at Afu with puzzlement. Facing her question, Afu paused in thought before answering slowly, "Because I want to know how they died." "What?" Afu's gaze grew serious as he looked at the increasingly bewildered Jessica, his voice grave and deliberate. "I suspect that Kingpin, or someone under him, has acquired powers beyond what any ordinary person should possess. And that kind of overwhelming force could bring about unspeakable disaster. That's why I need to find out who's been affected, so I can intervene and take that power back. If we let this force run wild, the entire Hell's Kitchen could be swept up in chaos." After hearing Afu's explanation, Jessica studied his earnest expression, silent for a moment before nodding slowly. "All right, I'll take your case. But..." She glanced with clear disgust at the mess on the floor. "First, you need to tell me how you know Kilgrave. And what's your connection to him? Unless you just happened to show up here by chance." At first, she hadn't noticed anything odd, but after calming down, she realized something was off. Everything that happened tonight was too much of a coincidence, as if someone had orchestrated it all behind the scenes. Faced with Jessica's suspicious questioning, Afu frowned, visibly conflicted. "Is it something you can't talk about?" Jessica's tone turned icy. "Or is there really something between you and him?" Afo made no attempt to deny his ulterior motives. He answered with disarming frankness. My being here isn't a coincidence. It was arranged by the organization. They sent me here to seek your help, and they also told me about the complicated history between you two. What? An organization? Now, there's some mysterious group involved. Jessica, who'd been drifting aimlessly for so long, was left utterly stunned, unable to make sense of any of it. Seeing how lost she looked, Afu sighed softly and replied, Have you ever heard of Tiandu, Heaven's capital? Never heard of it. Jessica quickly shook her head. My work experience isn't that impressive yet. Alfred, of course, knew she couldn't possibly have heard of this organization, so he proceeded to explain, repeating the same backstory he'd shared with Daredevil. Mysterious organization. Reputation points with Jessica Jones, plus 50. Oracle, Heaven's capital, divine relics, criminal kingpins. Is this even the world I thought I knew? Jessica stared at Alfred in utter confusion, feeling as if her entire worldview had been upended. Though she herself had superpowers, everything and everyone around her had always seemed so normal. This had led her to believe, for a long time, that she was the only one with such abilities in the world. And it was precisely this belief that had made her such an easy target for the Purple Man. After a long moment of stunned silence, Jessica slowly came back to her senses and didn't press further about how Heaven's capital knew about her. After all, when dealing with organizations of godly stature, it wouldn't be surprising to have a prophet or two in their ranks. Once she'd recovered, Jessica hesitated briefly, then looked at Alfred again, her expression serious. I'll take care of what you asked, but you have to promise me something. Don't trick me into doing anything criminal or immoral. Otherwise, she paused here, then pointed at the sprawled Purple Man, I'll make you end up just like him. Facing Jessica's threat, Alfred calmly patted his chest and promised confidently, I'm a righteous hero. There's no way I'd ask you to do anything illegal. Don't worry. Manhattan, in the heart of Queens, stood a massive casino. Warm golden lights illuminated the entire gaming floor, the decor as lavish as a luxury cruise liner. No matter which level you stood on, you could look down into the expansive main hall, filled with every kind of gambling table and device. But for reasons unknown, both the dealers and the guests had crowded together, their faces tense and fearful, all eyes fixed on the shaking entrance doors. Over a dozen security guards in suits, armed with M4A1 rifles, stood tense and ready, guns aimed at the thick, quivering security doors. Suddenly, the loud pounding at the entrance stopped. Yet none of the guards dared relax, every eye fixed on the doors in anxious anticipation. In the very next instant, with a thunderous crash, the immense iron doors were blasted off their hinges by an unstoppable force. The doors spun through the air, whistling as they tumbled for dozens of revolutions, before slamming into the ornate wall with a deafening crash, blasting a massive hole in the plaster. Standing in the breach for all to see was a towering green giant, over 3 meters tall, his entire body a terrifying mountain of muscle. Monster! Die, you monster! The air filled with the searing blaze of automatic rifle fire, as over a dozen weapons unleashed a hailstorm of bullets, enough firepower to shred any living thing in their path. Countless bullets tore through the air, gouging massive craters into the walls and floor, churning up clouds of dust and debris. Yet the giant, monstrous figure seemed completely halted by the relentless barrage, unable to advance even an inch. Round after round, the security guards emptied their magazines, only stopping when the barrels, warped and glowing from the heat, could fire no more. Gasping for breath, they slowly lowered their weapons. We must have killed it. There's no way anything could survive that. Not even a whale could withstand such firepower. Exactly. If it's still alive, I'll eat my gun right here. As they tried to reassure one another, a deep, thunderous voice exploded through the air. You've had your fun, haven't you? Now it's my turn. With a sweeping motion, the giant sent a gust surging forward, blowing away the dust that obscured him and revealing his enormous and scathed body. A monster. The sight shattered the minds of over a dozen security guards, who screamed in terror, raising their useless rifles and pulling the triggers, clinging desperately to a shred of hope. Die, all of you! The giant cared nothing for their fear. He stomped forward, each step shaking the ground, charging straight at the crowd. In less than a heartbeat, he was upon the guards. Without even raising a hand, the sheer force of his charge sent more than a dozen men flying, tossed aside by power too overwhelming to resist. Amid shrill screams and the sickening crack of bones, bodies crashed down from several meters up, slamming hard onto the unforgiving floor. So weak. Or maybe I'm just too strong. Ha ha! Surveying the chaos, guards sprawled everywhere, bodies scattered like broken toys, The giant let loose a wild, triumphant laugh. His booming voice shattered every pane of glass, every porcelain ornament in the hall, sending shards flying. Those staff and guests still cowering in the corners were hit by the shockwave, blood streaming from their ears, noses, and mouths. As the giant reveled in his laughter, a hidden door quietly slid open. Several burly men with thick beards burst out, each hefting a rocket launcher on his shoulder. Wasting no time, they leveled their launchers at the green giant standing in the center of the hall. With a roar, several grenade rounds ignited, streaking toward the giant in trails of scorching flame. I'm not just some mindless brute. Ha ha! Still laughing, the giant bent low, his massive hand slamming into the ground, uprooting an entire slab of thick concrete and hefting it up as a shield. With a deafening crash, the rocket struck the stone wall the moment they hit, erupting in a series of violent explosions. The hall was consumed by the tremendous blast, shockwaves rippling out in an instant, hurling shattered glass and ceramic shards in every direction. The thick, acrid smoke from the rocket explosion filled the grand hall of the luxurious casino. One of the burly men, sporting a full beard and hefting a rocket launcher on his shoulder, gazed at the swirling smoke with a blast had struck. With a mocking tone, he said, "No matter what kind of crazy thing it is, in the face of overwhelming firepower, it's nothing but trash." "Oh, trash, you say?" A clear, booming voice carried on a sudden gust of wind, scattering the dense smoke throughout the entire hall. The green giant stood behind what remained of a wall, his body entirely unscathed despite the explosion. On closer inspection, he actually looked even more powerful and imposing than before. Marvelous. The legacy of the gods. It's truly incredible. Ha! A savage grin twisted the giant's ugly face, and he clenched his right hand with a forceful snap as if to vent his excitement. "M.O. monster!" The bearded man who had just been joking now stared at the unharmed giant, his body trembling involuntarily. But it wasn't just him. Everyone in the room wore expressions of fear and tension that they could no longer hide. Still, their hands moved swiftly. They reloaded the rockets and prepared to raise their launchers again. "How ridiculous! You really think you can bring me down with toys like these?" Before he finished speaking, the giant stomped the ground, instantly blasting a deep crater beneath his feet. The men had just finished reloading. All it would take was a second to pull the trigger. But in that heartbeat, and with a thunderous crash, the giant crossed dozens of meters in an instant, landing right in front of them. It was as if a speeding train had collided with them head-on. With a deafening crash, the group was obliterated in a cloud of thick, red mist. And there, bathed in that crimson haze, the giant appeared more terrifying and demonic than ever. With a series of guttural cracks, the blood-stained giant stretched his body and looked upward. A wicked grin flashed across his face again. He bent his legs and, with a mighty leap, soared straight to the third floor. Another earth-shaking boom rang out as he used his monstrous strength to smash through the heavy doors of the VIP lounge. "I believe I've already said, I don't like being disobeyed, higher." Stepping from the crater into the room, the giant fixed his gaze on the man cowering in the corner. "So, can you tell me why you failed to do what I asked?" The man in the corner stared at the giant in disbelief, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "You're Kingpin." Realization hit him quickly. He dropped to his knees in terror, pleading, "Please forgive me. There's a reason for all this. We've been targeted by someone else. He keeps attacking us. We simply don't have enough men to hold him back." Before he could finish speaking, Kingpin reached out with 2 fingers, pinched the man's head, and lifted him effortlessly. "I don't like that excuse," he said. With a cold, emotionless gaze, Kingpin stared straight at the instinctively struggling higher, his voice as frigid as ice. "Besides, that's not a reason for you to stay alive. No matter how you try to justify yourself, you have defied me, haven't you? So, you should know what you need to do to earn your life back, don't you?" "Yes, I will be loyal to you forever. Everything I have, everything I am, belongs to you." Higher, dangling helplessly in Kingpin's grip, looked up at the figure before him, a demon in human form, and, on the edge of collapse, stammered his vow. "Good." Kingpin tossed Higher back to the ground, nearly snapping his spine in the process. "I'll give you one more chance," Kingpin said, flashing a fearsome grin. "Remember, you only get this one chance. Wesley will soon take over the business I want. You know what to do." Gasping for air on the floor, Higher nodded in forced agreement, a strained smile on his lips. Having accomplished his goal, Kingpin let out a mighty laugh, so thunderous it seemed it could shatter glass. The next morning, in the offices of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, inside the Triskelion, a bald man with a black eye patch sat comfortably in his office chair, savoring a freshly brewed cup of coffee. But as soon as he glanced at an urgent file that had just arrived, his dark expression grew even darker. Over 3 meters tall, green-skinned muscle giant possesses overwhelming strength in close combat, and his body can even produce shockwaves. When did Kingpin become so monstrous? I remember him being just a strong man, nothing like this. While he was still reeling in confusion, the office door swung open. A striking woman in a leather jacket, her figure commanding and presence unmistakable, strode in holding a USB drive. "Natasha, do you know anything about Kingpin?" the bald man asked, handing her the file. Natasha Romanoff, SHIELD Level 10 agent, known in the Underworld as Black Widow. Black Widow took the file but didn't bother opening it. Instead, she handed over the USB drive in her hand. "Director Fury, maybe after you watch this you'll understand why Kingpin has changed so much." Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., known as the King of Spies. With a resigned glance at Black Widow, Nick Fury took the USB and plugged it into his computer. There was only a single video file inside, less than a minute long. With a click of the mouse, Nick Fury began to watch, and saw a hulking green giant crash straight through a heavy security door, sending it flying. "Is that Kingpin?" He instinctively glanced at Black Widow, who stood quietly at his side. Although he had read Kingpin's profile in the files, nothing in those written descriptions could match the impact of seeing the man on video. Black Widow remained silent, simply nodding and signaling for him to keep watching. The video wasn't long, and Nick Fury soon reached the end. "The Legacy of the Gods. What is that? Does it turn someone into that?" The black and white surveillance footage had no sound, but that didn't stop Nick Fury, who could read lips, from understanding exactly what Kingpin had said. He drummed his fingers on the desk, lost in thought for a long moment, before finally turning to Black Widow. He must have come into contact with someone during this time, someone who caused such a drastic change. Have someone look into whether Kingpin has been acting out of the ordinary lately, or if he's met with anyone outside his usual circles. Black Widow answered crisply, then, as if conjuring it from thin air, handed him a file. "We received word that Kingpin is already gathering his men. It looks like he's planning to purge Manhattan's criminal underworld." Nick Fury frowned as he took the file, flipping through the pages at speed. After a while, he closed the folder, rubbing his bald head in frustration as he muttered under his breath, "Maybe it's time I reached out to an old friend." Morning broke, sunlight bright and dazzling. A man with a weathered but resolute face moved deftly along a hidden path, his expression marked by exhaustion. He wore a black vest emblazoned with a white skull beneath an oversized trench coat, the wind outlining the shapes of various concealed weapons. Before long, the man slipped into a dilapidated basement. The space was bare and a bit spacious, furnished only with neatly arranged firearms and a workbench. He entered his own safe house, but his posture didn't relax. The warning device he'd set earlier had already been triggered. Turning his gaze to the shadows in the corner, his voice was cold and distant. "Why are you here? What do you want?" "Frank, no need to be so hostile with me," the figure replied, stepping out of the darkness with a crisp French salute. Frank Castle, former Marine captain. After his family was murdered by the mob and the law failed him, he turned to his own brand of justice. He picked up the tools he knew best, dealing death to every criminal he encountered, wielding the hammer of vengeance for his family. When a one-eyed, bald figure appeared before him, the man known as the Punisher had no interest in small talk. He fixed Nick Fury with a cold, impatient stare as the man approached. "If you've got something to say, say it. We're not on the same side anymore." Facing the Punisher's rejection, Fury didn't seem to mind. He answered in a relaxed tone, "The reason I'm here, part of it, is because of you." "Me?" The Punisher arched his brows, his voice tight with suppressed anger. "Are you here to stop me?" No, Frank, it's not like that. I need your help." Knowing full well the temperament of his old acquaintance, the Punisher didn't press further. He simply looked at him in silence. He was well aware that this so-called hard-boiled egg in front of him was far more cunning than his tough exterior suggested. Seeing the Punisher's expression of "go ahead, keep talking, I'll just watch, not my concern," Fury had no choice but to lay his cards on the table. "I've encountered a supernatural force, and I need your help, my comrade. If we don't do something, it could bring disaster to all of New York, maybe even to America itself. You're a soldier. You wouldn't want to see that happen, would you?" After listening to Fury's words, the Punisher almost let out a bitter laugh. "A soldier? What kind of soldier? When I needed you, none of you were there. But when you need me, I'm supposed to jump at your call." His voice rose, sharp and cutting. "My wife and child were slaughtered by those gangs, and yet you all declared those scum innocent. Now you want me to protect that kind of trash? How can you even say that?" Faced with the Punisher, whose eyes were red with fury, a fleeting glint of scheming satisfaction flashed in Fury's eyes, though his face seemed full of sorrow. He spoke to the Punisher in a voice heavy with grief. I know you're in pain right now, but I have to tell you, if that supernatural force spreads, those parasites won't just survive, they'll thrive. The ones who will truly suffer will be the ordinary, law-abiding people. The Punisher, with his background in the military system, wasn't about to be swayed by these manipulative words. He simply fixed that black-hearted hard-boiled egg with a cold stare, waiting to see what else he could possibly say. Fury, unfazed by his distant attitude, took a phone from his trench coat pocket and tossed it over. At the same time, he continued trying to persuade the Punisher. What you want to do just happens to be exactly what I hope you'll do. But the Punisher seemed not to hear a word, his eyes glued to the data on the phone. When he saw the giant, Kingpin, take a hail of rifle fire without so much as a scratch, his brow furrowed even tighter. Kingpin has gained supernatural powers. According to our investigation, he's planning to unite all the gangs in Manhattan. Others might scoff at this, but you know exactly what that means. It means that with such powerful backing, the scum of the underworld will only become even more rampant, even more reckless. Although the Punisher hadn't spoken his mind, Fury could already read it in those fierce, almost predatory eyes. So he pressed on, twisting the knife. After Kingpin's move last night, his gangs have started to take action as well. The Punisher let out a long breath, put away his phone, and said slowly, I know what I need to do. But without heavy firepower, we won't break through their defenses. Then he looked at Fury. I need some tough guys. Really, really tough guys. Fury nodded. That's not a problem at all. As long as it's gear you need, I can get it for you. But if possible, I'd like you to leave someone alive. We want to investigate why Kingpin has changed so drastically all of a sudden. The Punisher said nothing, his gaze fixed on the guns laid out on the workbench. It was impossible to tell if his silence meant agreement or if he had something else in mind. Meanwhile, in the antique shop, Yang-Soo had just finished breakfast when he received updates from the shadow ninjas who were lurking near various targets. He learned about Kingpin's rampage at the casino, as well as the Punisher's meeting with Nick Fury to discuss how to deal with Kingpin. Watching the short video of the now monstrous, seemingly invincible Kingpin, Yang-Soo drummed his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. Kingpin caused such chaos with that demonic energy, and yet I haven't gained even a sliver of benefit from it. Looks like the plan to spread supernatural items around to collect reputation points is a bust. If that's the case, I should lift the restraints on the mountain's demonic energy and let it start corrupting Kingpin. At that very moment, Kingpin was feasting in a lavish restaurant, tearing into a thick steak with savage gusto, blissfully unaware that he would soon lose control. Having given up on passively waiting for gains, another question surfaced in Yang-Soo's mind. Why is it that when descended characters stir up trouble, I earn reputation points, but if it's supernatural items, I get nothing? He stared at the system panel, which was still playing dead, and couldn't help but grumble in a low voice. Could it be that the system needs descended characters as intermediaries to receive this signal? Unable to figure out the answer, Yang-Soo set the question aside for now and turned his attention to his next target. He watched the footage sent by the shadow ninjas and couldn't help but sigh, if only I could gather them all in one place. Otherwise, I'll be running myself ragged just to rack up reputation points around each of them. That's just too much hassle. The scene on his phone showed a burly black man taking enemy blades and bullets head-on, his body unfazed. Ridiculous Yankees. Do they really think they're my equals? At the top floor of Fisk Tower, Kingpin opened his gaping maw and crushed steak and bone alike, chewing and swallowing them with terrifying force. Standing to the side, Bullseye glanced at Kingpin, whose figure had grown even more imposing, and spoke up cautiously. Wesley went to negotiate with them, but he never returned. I'm afraid he's been. Lester, don't you think there's something seriously wrong with this? Kingpin paused his eating for a moment, his deep voice continuing. They all know how powerful I am, yet they still dared to provoke me. You mean? Bullseye suddenly caught on. A trap? Exactly. That's the only explanation. Someone's got their eyes on us, or rather, on the so-called divine relic. Having clawed his way up from nothing, Kingpin was never lacking in the wisdom to see through to the heart of things. At the mention of the divine relic, Bullseye blurted out, should we notify the Oracle? No need. If I can't handle something this trivial, then there's no reason for me to have been cultivated in the first place. Though he knew Kingpin had a point, Bullseye couldn't help but protest. But what if? There is no what if. Kingpin cut him off with a menacing grin twisting across his face. I can handle anything. Unable to sway Kingpin, Bullseye bowed his head, silently signaling his obedience. Meanwhile, Alfred emerged from the antique shop and wandered the bustling street, as if waiting for something. At last, as evening approached, he received a call from Daredevil Matt. The moment he answered, Matt's slightly urgent voice came through. Are you free right now? I've found clues about Kingpin and the divine relic. I might need you to verify something. Though Alfred knew everything was unfolding as planned, he replied in a tone of feigned surprise and anxiety. You found it this quickly. Where are you? I'll be right there. Sensing the anxiety beneath Alfred's words, Matt could only add, somewhat helplessly, don't rush yet. I've just found a lead, that's all. We'll talk in detail when we meet. It's too complicated to explain over the phone. Alfred didn't hesitate. All right, just tell me where to meet. I'll head over immediately. As soon as Matt named the rendezvous point, Alfred set off without delay. True to his martial artist's nature, Alfred neither drove nor took a cab. He simply sprinted all the way to the agreed location. Arriving in a flash, he spotted a man wearing sunglasses and leaning on a white cane, standing by the roadside. Surprised to see Daredevil make no effort to hide his identity, Alfred paused for a moment before stepping forward. Sorry to keep you waiting. Matt nodded. No worries, I just got here myself. Next, we're going to meet someone you're familiar with. At that moment, the blaring sound of a car horn pulled their attention away. Matt raised his hand and pointed to a spot not far off, where an old Ford was honking repeatedly, and said, She's waiting for us over there. Let's get in the car first, and I'll explain everything in detail. As he spoke, Matt started walking towards the battered vehicle, showing no sign at all that he was blind. Foggy, peering through the windshield, caught a faint glimpse of the driver's face and recognized who it was, so he followed Matt towards the car. As they drew near, the window rolled down, and a striking woman with dark hair leaned out. For your sake, I spent a fortune on this car. Don't forget to reimburse me. Jessica, Foggy, who'd already spotted her, put on an exaggerated look of surprise. Jessica shot him a look of utter disdain and retorted, Your acting is truly terrible. You gave me Murdoch's business card. You clearly wanted me to find him, didn't you? And now you're pretending you don't know anything? At least try to make it believable. I just didn't expect you two would reveal your identities to each other so quickly. That's all. Even after I saved him, he didn't come clean about who he was. Foggy glanced at Matt, who was dressed in a suit and about to open the car door. It was just a stroke of luck, Jessica said sheepishly, scratching her head. When I went looking for him, I happened to see him sprinting home all in black. I thought he was some petty thief, so I charged right at him. In the end, it was only when your name came up that we both decided to stop. Enough chit-chat. We need to get going, Matt said, folding up his white cane and slipping into the car. Foggy responded casually and opened the passenger door to climb in. As the car glided smoothly down the road, Matt began explaining the situation. I've received solid intel. Wesley, Kingpin's right-hand man, has been kidnapped by the Russian mob. They've even demanded that Kingpin himself come and negotiate. After hearing Matt's news, Jessica couldn't help but interject. That's obviously a trap. There's no way Kingpin would be stupid enough to just walk right into it. But Matt shook his head in disagreement. It's not about being stupid. He has no choice. He has to go. As the king of the Underworld, if his top lieutenant gets kidnapped and he doesn't show up in person, it'll destroy his reputation. And right now, when he's trying to unite all the gangs, he can't afford that. He then showed a video of Kingpin transforming into a giant, enduring a hail of bullets, and tearing up the floor to shield himself from a rocket launcher. Combining this with clues he'd uncovered, Matt laid out the possibility that Kingpin had merged with some kind of divine legacy. Alfred, who had already learned the truth, agreed with Matt's deduction, and Jessica, still a little confused, nodded along as well. Soon, under Matt's direction, the vehicle pulled up outside a factory on the outskirts of the city. He tilted his head slightly, focusing all his senses on the faint sounds emerging from the surroundings. Jessica was about to ask what they should do next, but Alfred stopped her with a gentle shake of his head. They haven't arrived yet, but I can tell there's already someone setting things up inside the factory. Hearing Daredevil's report, Alfred did a few quick stretches right there in the car, swiftly preparing himself for action. Wait, hold on a second. Jessica turned, staring blankly at Matt as he shrugged off his suit jacket, and finally couldn't help but ask, how do you even know what's happening inside the factory? And look, I mean no offense, but are you really blind? Though Jessica had fought him once, the idea of winning someone over with fists clearly didn't apply to her. To Jessica, Matt seemed nothing more than a faker pretending to be blind. After all, she'd never met a blind person who could give directions to a driver, let alone one who prowled the night as a vigilante. Since Daredevil's reputation hadn't spread yet, he had no choice but to reveal his superhuman senses to them. Better to clear things up now than risk a team falling out before the fight even began. Shrouded by the dimness of night, Yang-Su walked past one, then two, then 3 blocks, finally arriving at a brightly lit bar. Although it was already late, the bar was still lively with over a dozen patrons, their conversations loud and animated, filling the space with raucous energy. Behind the bar stood the owner, a burly, bald black man in sunglasses, leisurely polishing a glass, as if he had all the time in the world. When Yang-Su entered, the bar owner called out, "What'll you have?" but didn't pause in his cleaning. "I'll have a glass of milk, please," Yang-Su said, taking a seat at the bar and eyeing his target for the night. No sooner had he spoken than some rowdy drunks started jeering. "Go home and drink your milk, kid. Who comes to a bar for milk? I've got milk for you. Want a taste?" Ha ha ha. The bar owner didn't join the heckling. Instead, he deftly poured a glass of milk and slid it over to Yang-Su. "Here you go, sir, your milk. Enjoy." With that, he picked up his cloth and resumed wiping glasses. Ignoring the noisy crowd around him, Yang-Su took a sip of milk, closed his eyes, and savored it with obvious pleasure. The rich, creamy flavor lingers in my mouth, rises up to my head, and finally flows all the way down to my core. The bar owner unconsciously paused, staring in bewilderment at Yang-Su's blissful expression. Such an outrageous remark left all the drunkards in the bar so stunned that none of them could find a word to say. For a moment, the once rowdy bar fell into a deep and utter silence. Outrageous remark. Gained 33 reputation points from Luke Cage. Outrageous remark. Gained 0.1 reputation points from Drunkard A. Outrageous remark. Drunkard B. 0.2. After a brief silence, the drunks broke out in a new round of uproar. "My goodness, what a pelvis! What in the world is he even talking about? I've never met someone this entertaining. Get him another glass of milk? Put on my tab. Is this guy here to be a comedian? Huh?" The bar owner rolled over another glass of milk, smiling as he said, "The milk is courtesy of the gentleman over there." Yang-Su didn't hesitate, reaching for the glass of milk someone had bought him and raising it high above his head in thanks. Amid all the rowdy cheers, he downed the milk in one go. Setting down the empty glass, he looked at the bar owner who was coming over to collect it. "Nothing tastes sweeter than something free. Am I right, Mr. Luke Cage? Or should I say?" Yang-Su's voice paused for a moment before continuing. The more accurate address would be Mr. Carl Lucas. Carl Lucas was framed by his childhood friend, Rattlesnake, and sent to prison. While incarcerated, he volunteered to undergo the super soldier experiment, which granted him immense strength and skin that could not be pierced by blades or bullets. With these powers, Lucas broke out of prison, adopted the name Luke Cage, and returned to Manhattan, where he opened a bar in Hell's Kitchen. Luke, whose true identity had just been exposed, kept his hands busy behind the bar, but his voice dropped as he denied it. "Sir, you must have me mistaken for someone else. I'm not Carl Lucas. I don't even know who that is." "Oh, really?" Yang-Su tilted his head with a knowing smile. "Well, perhaps this will help you remember who you really are." With that, he produced a ruby the size of an egg and set it on the bar top. Luke, who'd been about to say something more, went wide-eyed at the sight of such a massive gem. With his experience and keen senses, he could easily tell whether the ruby was real or fake. Yang-Su casually tapped the ruby with his index finger and asked in an offhand tone, "Mr. Lucas, what do you think? With a gemstone this size, if I were to put it up for sale, how much do you think it would fetch?" "It's hard to say. A treasure-grade gem like this would have a starting price at auction of at least $1 million, and the sky's the limit after that." After giving his opinion with a hint of hesitation, Luke reluctantly tore his gaze from the gem and earnestly warned, "Sir, you'd best put that away right now and hire yourself a team of bodyguards to escort you out of here." Yang-Su shook his head with a gentle smile. "I don't plan on taking it back. I want to hire you to do something for me." With that, he slid the gemstone forward across the counter. Luke's eyes were fixed on the ruby, now within arm's reach. He swallowed hard, caught off guard by temptation. After wrestling with himself for a long moment, he finally forced his restless hands to stay put and glanced at Alfred. "What kind of big job are we talking about here? That you'd use something this valuable to hire me?" Yang-Su spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Only someone like you, whose body's been enhanced, could make a decent shield." Seeing Yang-Su's casual expression, Luke's voice grew dry. "So, is this job dangerous?" "It is pretty dangerous," Yang-Su admitted. Noticing Luke's hesitation, he added, "But don't worry. I've managed to find a few teammates who are at least somewhat reliable." Caught in a dilemma, Luke's gaze darted back and forth between the ruby and Yang-Su. The tension even turned his dark face a deep shade of red. Through his connection with Alfred, Yang-Su already knew the Kingpin hadn't shown up yet, so he wasn't in a rush and waited patiently for Luke's answer. Not until Luke finished his milk did he finally slam the glass down on the bar with a loud thud. His eyes rimmed red. He looked over and growled, "Fine, I'm in for this job." Now that Luke had agreed, Yang-Su picked up the ruby and tossed it to him. "Then let's get going." Luke fumbled to catch the gemstone, examining it closely as he spoke. "So soon? Is it really that urgent?" Rising slowly from his seat, Yang-Su replied with some frustration, "Not exactly urgent, but we don't have much time either. If we're any later, we might just miss our window." Miss the window equals a failed job, which means no ruby, which means all this excitement for nothing. As this thought crossed his mind, Luke quickly stashed the gemstone away, then called out loudly to the bar's patrons, "Gentlemen, I'm really sorry. We're closing early tonight. I have something urgent to take care of." The drunken crowd, still enjoying their drinks and banter, were in no mood to leave and began to protest loudly. It wasn't until Luke promised everyone 3 free drinks tomorrow that they finally hooped and hollered their way out of the bar. "Let's go," Luke said, shrugging into his jacket and locking up behind them. Yang-Su climbed into Luke's battered old Hummer, and together they sped off toward their destination. Luke may have been a black man, but his personality was nothing like most people expected. He'd said before he wasn't into weird beats or making a lot of noise. Behind the wheel, he didn't pester Yang-Su with questions, just asked how many people they'd be up against and who counted as allies. Midnight, on the outskirts of Manhattan, at a refrigerated goods factory. On the surface, this appeared to be a legitimate frozen goods factory, responsible for storing, packaging, and transporting products to major fast food chains. But in reality, the factory's most profitable business lay in human trafficking and the distribution of white powder. A harsh, pale light illuminated the factory floor, casting its stark glow over a space that, at night, was unbearably silent and cold. The atmosphere within was suffocating. Burly men, each clad in bulletproof vests and fully armed with AK rifles, stood at attention. Their eyes were fixed unwaveringly on the main entrance, not daring to even breathe too loudly. The only sound breaking the oppressive silence was the muffled grunting of Wesley, whose mouth had been sealed shut with black insulating tape. He was tightly bound with rope and suspended from a steel beam, swaying helplessly back and forth. Meanwhile, the boss of the Russian gang, Vladimir, sat brooding atop a forklift, his expression dark as thunder. Anyone, whether familiar or not, could see the barely contained fury and humiliation etched into his face. As the head of the Russian mob, it had been a long time since Vladimir had tasted such raw anger and fear. All of this was thanks to a man calling himself the Punisher, who had stormed through the entire gang single-handedly. He had pressed a gun to Vladimir's head and forced him to cooperate with his plan, threatening to blow his brains out if he refused. Having fought his way to the top, Vladimir was quick to comply, his self-preservation instincts overriding any rebellious urge. Yet he hadn't expected that the Punisher's demand would be to kidnap the right-hand man of Kingpin. Initially resistant, Vladimir's will was broken after being strung up and beaten. He had no choice but to obey. At this moment, the Punisher, Frank, was busy with something in a shadowy corner of the factory. Vladimir, simmering with resentment, couldn't help but steal a glance over. He watched as Frank dragged a large duffel bag from the darkness and unzipped it. Even from a distance, one look was enough to make Vladimir suck in a sharp breath. Inside the bag, it was packed with firearms and ammunition, not the kind you could find on the streets or buy from ordinary criminals. These were serious weapons, true military hardware. Grenade launchers, sniper rifles, machine guns, rocket launchers, and rows upon rows of high-explosive grenades lined the bag. Is this guy preparing for a war zone? Or is Kingpin really that dangerous? He wondered, his thoughts reeling. But the Punisher, who hated criminals with a burning vengeance, had no intention of explaining himself to Vladimir. He remained tucked away in the shadows, meticulously inspecting and assembling his arsenal. About half an hour passed. Then, from outside the factory, Daredevil's voice broke the silence, addressing Alfred and Jessica. There are 7 vehicles headed this way, carrying a total of 32 people. Kingpin is in the 4th car, right in the middle. It wasn't long before the vehicles pulled up to the factory gates, and the number matched Daredevil's prediction exactly. 2 sedans, 3 Humvees, and 2 vans. The cars at the front and back hadn't even come to a full stop before the doors began to swing open in quick succession. One by one, burly men leaped out and rushed straight to the Humvee in the center, which had already halted. The men lined up into 2 neat rows, standing solemnly to welcome Kingpin as he stepped out of the car. Jessica, who was hiding nearby, was taken aback by the grand display. Then, as if something occurred to her, she raised her right hand and started counting with her fingers, tallying up the number of people. He really wasn't exaggerating, she murmured, sneaking a glance at Daredevil hiding beside her, unable to hide her amazement. The man they're welcoming with all this ceremony. That's Kingpin, she continued, watching as the men formed ranks. While Daredevil and Alfred were keeping track of the crowd, the men who had been lining up to greet Kingpin suddenly dispersed. They hurried to the vans, pulling out all kinds of firearms and ammunition, gearing up for battle. Should we go in now, or wait until they're done negotiating and then make our move? Jessica asked as she watched the men arm themselves, turning to Alfred and Daredevil for input. But Alfred shook his head. Let's sit back and watch them tear each other apart. There aren't any hostages inside who need rescuing anyway. Daredevil gave a slight nod, agreeing. That works for me. Jessica offered no objections. Surrounded by his heavily armed men, Kingpin strode into the factory. No sooner had he entered than he saw Vladimir sitting atop a forklift. From the shadows, the Punisher had already set up a machine gun, taking careful aim at the group. Vladimir jumped down from the forklift, facing Kingpin and his entourage with blunt words. Kingpin, you're too greedy. We need to have a proper talk about how power is divided in Hell's Kitchen. The Punisher, however, had no patience for the squabbling of these criminals. Before Kingpin could respond, he squeezed the trigger of his machine gun. The gloomy corners of the factory flared with muzzle flashes, and the heavy weapon roared like thunder. Bullets, thick as an adult's finger and gleaming brass, rained down on Kingpin's crew. Kingpin, his body infused with demonic energy, and Bullseye, a former mercenary, sensed the danger the instant the gunfire erupted. Without a moment's hesitation, they dove and rolled away from their original positions. But the others weren't nearly as alert. Caught off guard by the ambush and the overwhelming hail of bullets, escape was impossible. The metal storm tore through their ranks in an instant, bullets shredding flesh and bone, leaving carnage in its wake. The heads of these men were blasted apart, brain matter and blood spraying everywhere. Their bodies were riddled with bullets, turning them into human sieves as fragments of organs and bones scattered across the floor. In just a matter of seconds, all 30 heavily armed men were annihilated. What a pity! Kingpin and the other one got away. As a seasoned veteran, the Punisher instantly realized that the ambush had failed. The overwhelming stench of blood and gunpowder up ahead jolted Vladimir awake from not far away. The moment he regained consciousness, he immediately turned to look toward the shadowy corner. In that instant, Vladimir saw the Punisher's expressionless face as he swung his gun in their direction. Eyes wide with terror, Vladimir threw up his hands and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Wait, we're—" But before he could finish, the thunderous roar of gunfire erupted again, a metallic storm ripping through the air and sweeping toward the Russian mobsters. The gangsters could only look on in horror as their boss was shredded to pieces before their eyes. And in the next heartbeat, the Punisher's muzzle swung toward them. Against the overwhelming firepower of a machine gun, their bulletproof vests proved as fragile as paper. The Russian gangsters didn't even have time to scream. One after another, they fell to the ground. Their bodies were torn to shreds, riddled with holes, as blood pooled across the factory floor, painting it crimson. Even the factory's thick walls and heavy doors were reduced to barely standing frames under the relentless barrage. When the roar of the machine gun finally faded, everyone in the gang had been wiped out by the Punisher, except Wesley, who hung suspended in the air, and the quick-thinking Kingpin and Bullseye, who had managed to escape in time. The terrifying cacophony of gunfire left the 3 people hiding outside stunned and breathless. Staring at the massive holes punched through the doors and walls, Jessica couldn't help but ask, "What the hell is that thing? How can it be this powerful? Are gang negotiations always this intense? Or am I just out of my depth?" Alfred shook his head, explaining to Jessica, "It's not your fault. That's the sound of a heavy machine gun. Ordinary people could never get their hands on something like that. Something must have gone terribly wrong." "Let's wait a bit longer," Daredevil suddenly interjected. "Let me check if that machine gun is still operable before we move in." Alfred and Jessica nodded silently. Even though they were far stronger than most people, they weren't invincible. As long as that machine gun was active, they'd be wise to steer clear. And aside from a main entrance, the rest of the factory was sealed tight. If they wanted to get in, they'd have to go through the door, right where the machine gun was aimed. Unless they blew the whole place up, breaking in would be nearly impossible. Back inside the factory, Kingpin, who had narrowly avoided the machine gun's onslaught, hid in a corner, his face twisted with fury. "Damn it, who the hell is after me to break out a heavy machine gun like this? If it hadn't been for that strange premonition just now, I wouldn't have had time to activate the divine legacy at all. I would have been shredded to pieces by gunfire." Staring at the factory wall, which now had a gaping hole blown clean through it, Kingpin felt a chill run down his spine. He pressed himself even deeper into cover, then peered out ever so cautiously at the person who had launched this sudden attack. Meanwhile, not far away, Bullseye, who had narrowly escaped being ambushed as well, showed no trace of fear or worry. In fact, a flush of excitement colored his cheeks. His eyes were fixed intently on the man who had just stopped operating the machine gun, a faint, enigmatic smile curling his lips. With the last of the interfering gangsters mowed down, the Punisher straightened up and slung the rocket launcher over his shoulder. He understood all too well that a machine gun, without the ability to lay down suppressive fire in an open area, was virtually useless against an enemy who could move without limit. Just then, Bullseye, dressed in a black trench coat, burst out from cover with the agility of a hunting leopard. As he closed in quickly, he flicked metal playing cards from his hand, one after another, each one spinning razor-sharp toward his enemy. It's Bullseye, Kingpin's man. The instant the shadowy figure appeared, the Punisher's mind conjured up Bullseye's entire dossier. But his hands didn't hesitate. His customized M4 thundered in rapid succession. Ringing shots echoed in the air as bullets struck the incoming metal cards, sending them spinning away. Knowing that he was no match for Bullseye in close combat. The man was a trained assassin. After all, the Punisher shifted his strategy. He stopped trying to intercept the projectiles and instead returned fire, aiming straight at his opponent. Bullseye, unable to match a gun's speed, only managed to deflect for a few seconds before performing a tactical roll behind a forklift for cover. Hidden, Bullseye swiftly drew 2 throwing knives, probing for information as he eyed the Punisher, who was reloading. You're the Punisher who's been active in Hell's Kitchen lately, aren't you? How did you know he'd show up here? And you even set up an ambush. The Punisher finished loading his weapon, advancing on Bullseye's cover with icy resolve. Bullseye, you're guilty. Guilty am I? Bullseye sneered, leaping from behind the forklift as 2 knives whistled through the air toward the Punisher. The Punisher's gun snapped up, expertly swatting away the blades aimed at his throat and heart. In the same motion, he unleashed a burst at his enemy, who had just exposed himself. But Bullseye was ready. The moment the knives left his hand, he rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the hail of bullets. Still, he'd underestimated his opponent's marksmanship. As he rolled, the Punisher had already anticipated his movement. Just as Bullseye was about to roll again, an alarm rang in his mind, a survival instinct kicking in, forcing him to freeze in place. Guided by the instincts that had saved him from death more than once, he twisted his body and leaped to the side. Sure enough, several bullets whizzed past, grazing his back. They struck the wall behind him, leaving behind a series of clear bullet holes. Once more, he dove behind cover, feeling a burning pain on his back as he glanced at the holes in the wall. Suddenly, a crazed smile crept across his face as he murmured, "If I'd been any slower, I'd be dead by now." The Punisher, having reloaded, pressed forward with his gun raised, closing in on the man behind cover. Watching the Punisher draw ever nearer, Target let out a low growl. "You think you've got me cornered?" As the throwing knife he drew glimmered with a red light. The Punisher didn't bother to guess what tricks his opponent might have. For a battle-hardened veteran like him, attack was always the best defense. Any hesitation, any hint of fear, only led to ruin. In the next instant, whoosh, whoosh, 2 throwing knives shot out from behind the cover. The Punisher fired twice, hitting both blades dead on. Yet, as soon as the bullet struck, with a sharp crack, the knives exploded, sending a cloud of razor-sharp fragments flying in every direction. Fighting the instinct to shut his eyes, the Punisher quickly raised his gun to shield his face, retreating in haste. At that moment, Target burst from cover, twin daggers in hand, lunging like the wind at the Punisher's exposed wrists. "Die," he snarled, catching his opponent off guard. Both blades found their mark, driving deep into the Punisher's wrists. Blood gushed from the wounds, soaking his sleeves in crimson. Target pressed his attack, slicing with both blades, intent on severing the tendons in his enemy's hands. Biting back the agony in his wrists, the Punisher swung his right leg, clad in a heavy tactical boot, hard at Target's most vulnerable spot. Driven by instinct, Target jerked his lower body aside, just dodging the devastating kick. But the evasive move threw him off balance, sending him crashing to one side. Rather than retreat, the Punisher hurled his gun aside and threw himself bodily at the staggering Target. Off balance, Target was knocked off his feet, rolling several times across the ground before coming to a painful stop. Coughing weakly, Target scrambled up, battered and disheveled. Seeing the Punisher's hands streaming with blood, a cruel, contemptuous smile flickered at the corner of Target's mouth. The Punisher raised his fists defensively, warily watching for the next attack. But he knew all too well, his wrists had been slashed open, the arteries severed, and blood was still pouring out. Any exertion would only tear the wounds wider, making it impossible to muster any real strength. "This is bad," he thought, feeling the numbness creep into his blood-soaked hands. A sigh escaped him, heavy with resignation. "Black Tiger, Jessica, are you both ready?" Daredevil sprang to his feet, his tone urgent as he called out to his companions. Receiving Daredevil's signal to move, Alfred let out a wild yell, "Jackal hunts the rabbit," and charged toward the factory like a predator on the prowl. Inside the factory, the Punisher and Bullseye were locked in a tense standoff when a sudden shout echoed through the space. Black Tiger pounces on the helpless lamb. Sensing the powerful gust of an attack coming from behind, the veteran assassin Bullseye snapped out of his focus. With a swift motion, he drew a throwing knife and flung it backward. Mouse steals the cheese. Spider nibbles at the earwax. Alfred twisted his body just in time, catching the spinning blade, and, without missing a beat, flung it right back at Bullseye. Bullseye dodged with a quick sidestep, a cold smirk on his lips as he abandoned his standoff with the Punisher and drew 2 more throwing knives. He closed the distance in a flash, raising both blades and driving them straight toward Alfred's chest. Tiger Claw grabs pudding. Alfred shouted, his hands transforming into claws as he snatched Bullseye's wrists with lightning speed, wrenching them aside in a single, fluid motion. Bullseye's arms went numb as his joints locked, and his knives clattered to the floor. Alfred threw Bullseye's arms wide, then tightened his right fist. Melon-crushing punch, he roared, and the blow landed with a crisp, bone-jarring crack. Bullseye staggered backward, reeling from the hard punch to the face. Shaking out his hand, Alfred said lightly, "Forgot to mention, that move where I took your blade? That's called Flying Mouse Steals the Treasure Box." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Alfred bellowed, "Rhino Stampede," and shot forward like an arrow loose from a bow, giving chase. Still stumbling backward, Bullseye suddenly clamped his right hand down like an iron vise. Before he could react, Alfred yanked hard on his arm, pulling him close. "Sweeping kick, tiger form, furious octopus," he called out. Bullseye, swept off his feet by the low kick, lost his balance and was battered by a rapid barrage of heavy punches, raining down like a storm. Elephant kick. With a final, thunderous blow, Alfred sent the airborne Bullseye crashing hard into the wall before he tumbled to the ground. Seeing Bullseye struggling to get up from where he'd landed with a thud, Alfred cracked his knuckles and grinned. "Bet you didn't see that coming. Called a kick, but it was actually a punch." Bullseye said nothing, forcing himself upright with a steely glare at the smiling Alfred. Without warning, he flicked his wrist, sending a handful of throwing knives whistling through the air. Alfred planted his feet, gathering his strength. With a shout, Black Tiger sweeps past the vulture. He leaped high, soaring above the deadly blades. While airborne, he closed the distance between himself and his distant foe with astonishing speed. Seeing Alfred flying toward him, Bullseye reached for even more throwing knives, determined to shoot his enemy out of the sky. But Ah Fu's leap was faster than Bullseye could have imagined. He had just flung 2 throwing knives when Ah Fu was already above him. Volcanic eruption. Ah Fu roared, his thunderous voice merging with the overwhelming force of his descent. Caught off guard, Bullseye was struck by a blow as heavy as a boulder crashing down. The impact sent him flying backward once more. With a heavy crash, he slammed hard into the factory wall. Sliding down from the wall, Bullseye felt pain searing through every inch of his body, as though he might split apart. How can he be this strong? I can't even put up a fight. He watched as Ah Fu approached again, trembling as he tried to stand, but found himself collapsing back down each time. Enemy easily defeated, gained 33 reputation points from Bullseye. Enemy easily defeated, gained 105 reputation points from Kingpin, Demonic Aura. Enemy easily defeated, gained 31 reputation points from Punisher. Just then, Daredevil and Jessica finally made their way fully inside the factory. The reason they'd taken so long was simple. They'd been sickened and startled by the piles of severed limbs scattered at the entrance. Jessica, in particular, looked pale, occasionally retching as she struggled to keep her composure. As long as these two are here, and Kingpin is nowhere in sight, he must be hiding somewhere. Ah Fu pointed at Bullseye, who was slumped on the side, and at Punisher, who was bandaging himself. Daredevil understood immediately, tilting his head to track Kingpin's whereabouts. At that moment, Kingpin, hiding in a corner of the factory, glanced at his trusted aide Wesley, still hanging, and at Bullseye, slumped on the floor. He felt truly trapped. If he ran now, people in the Underworld would see it as proof he wasn't fit to lead. Losing 2 of his most capable assistants would also be a huge setback. But if he charged out recklessly, as someone who had only just merged with the Divine Legacy, could he really defeat the seasoned Black Tiger? Especially since Black Tiger had 2 or 3 companions ready to back him up. He didn't hesitate long before making up his mind. Time to slip away. A boss doesn't always have to be brave. I'll figure out what to do about Wesley and Limes later. Right now, I just can't win in a head-on fight. Just as Kingpin resolved to make his escape, Daredevil's voice rang out. "Found him. He's over there." Kingpin, hiding, couldn't help but stick his head out for a peek. The moment he saw someone pointing directly at his hiding spot, he ducked back at once. "Damn it," Kingpin cursed under his breath, frustrated. "How'd they spot me so fast? Who is that guy?" Caught out, he saw Ah Fu approaching with an unfathomable smile. Knowing about his giant form, Daredevil and Jessica also edged closer, moving into position to back Afu up. Realizing he was about to be surrounded, Kingpin, never lacking in warrior spirit, gritted his teeth and stepped out from his hiding place to face his enemies head-on. He saw the three people closing in on him, their faces alert and guarded, but utterly devoid of fear. At that moment, Kingpin understood. These three, and even the man in the distance tending to his wounds, were not the least bit afraid of his transformation. Sensing trouble, Kingpin's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Now this might be a real problem. Despite these thoughts, he did not back down. He immediately activated the divine legacy, demonic aura of the mountain. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from within him, sending gusts of cold wind swirling through the factory. His body swelled with that surging energy, expanding wildly like a balloon being inflated. Very soon, a towering, green giant over 3 meters tall, muscle-bound from head to toe, stood in the middle of the factory. Watching this behemoth, every movement accompanied by a terrifying, roaring wind, even Jessica, who had seen him on video before, couldn't help but gasp in shock. The Punisher, who had just finished bandaging himself, was also startled by Kingpin's monstrous form. Even Daredevil, blind as he was, couldn't see the giant, but the sheer menace in the air froze him in place. But at that moment, Alfred burst out with a hearty, booming laugh. Ha ha ha. So the divine legacy really is with you. In that case, don't mind if I help myself. As soon as he finished speaking, the light of the Ox talisman glimmered deep in his eyes. Alfred's muscles swelled rapidly, growing tougher and heavier, his physique soon matching Kingpin's monstrous form. Strange power. Gained 123 reputation points from Kingpin, demonic aura. Strange power. Gained 110 reputation points from Jessica Jones. Strange power. Gained 36 reputation points from the Punisher. Strange power. Gained 13 reputation points from Wesley. Yang-Su, who was rushing to the factory by car, glanced at the system panel and quietly nodded to himself at the incoming messages. With things getting this lively, I might as well put on one last grand show. A goat talisman appeared in his hand, and then vanished into the shadows without a trace. The burly black man driving, Luke Cage, remained oblivious to Yang-Su's actions, focused solely on the road. Back in the factory, two giants, each over 3 meters tall and exuding overwhelming presence, now faced off. This scene, straight out of myth and legend, made everyone present hold their breath. Staring at Alfred, who was almost as strong as he was, Kingpin's lips curled into a fierce grin, and he boomed. No wonder Valen wanted me to seize the chance to kill you. So it turns out your divine legacy is just as mighty as mine. Valen, from the oracles? The information Alfred had shared flashed through Daredevil and Jessica's minds at the same time. Divine relics? They have those too. The Punisher, standing nearby, recalled the intel from that shady, bald informant, and glanced at Daredevil and Jessica without giving anything away. Alfred just smiled ambiguously and replied in a casual tone. Similar powers do tend to bring about a clear victor. In a way, it's true what they say. Those in the same trade are destined to clash. Before he could finish, the concrete beneath Kingpin's feet erupted, and his massive frame surged forward, tearing through the air with a roaring gust. Come on, then. Taste my screwdriver punch. The ground beneath Alfred exploded as well. Using the rebound from the shattered floor, Alfred spun himself forward, launching straight at his opponent. Let's do this. Kingpin, charging at high speed, raised a fist the size of a casserole pot and swung it mightily at the oncoming Alfred. Alfred shouted, "Crack a walnut with my skull," and slammed his forehead straight into Kingpin's fist. The pure collision of brute strength unleashed a terrifying shockwave, like a blast of physical force that shook the entire factory. In the next instant, Alfred shot backward like a severed kite, sent flying by Kingpin's punch. With a tremendous crash, he smashed into the thick factory wall. Jessica was the first to recover from the shock. She saw Kingpin standing at the center of the chaos, then immediately turned to look at the human-shaped crater in the wall, shouting in near despair. Is he out of his mind? Who in their right mind headbutts someone's fist? Daredevil didn't respond. His senses were so acute that the sudden explosion of noise had rattled him to his core. If not for his iron will, he'd probably have collapsed on the spot. Kingpin, having sent his enemy flying, flexed his fist to shake off the numbness. He looked straight at the black tiger climbing out of the crater, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Alfred steadied himself with one hand on the wall, the other clutching his head as he shook off the daze. That caught me off guard. I should have dodged. But Kingpin wasn't about to give him a breather. The concrete beneath his feet exploded again as he shot forward, ready to press his advantage. Trying to follow up on your win? Feeling the murderous intent bearing down on him, Alfred snapped back to focus and locked eyes with the charging Kingpin. In a flash, he sprang lightly into the air. Watch my flying crane snatches the shrimp. As he soared over Kingpin, Alfred twisted midair and landed precisely behind him. Without missing a beat, he crouched low and unleashed a powerful sweeping kick. Kingpin's punch had just smashed into the wall. His old momentum gone and new strength not yet gathered. His balance was thrown off by the sudden strike. Kingpin reacted quickly, twisting his waist in an attempt to stabilize his massive frame. But Afu wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. Every muscle in his body swelled even larger. Rabbit punch, mule kick, lobster claws, oyster shell. The rabbit punch cut off Kingpin as he was about to turn, and the mule kick sent him hurtling into the air with tremendous force. Lobster claws and oyster shell strikes battered Kingpin higher and higher, keeping him airborne. Without missing a beat, Afu leapt high into the air, coming face to face with him. Crow flying, he shouted, unleashing a powerful double kick straight at Kingpin's kidneys. With a blood-curdling scream, the massive body crashed back to the ground, carving out a deep crater. Météore destruction. As Afu spun in midair, his enormous fist, big as a casserole pot, came roaring down, trailing an aura of raw power. A thunderous explosion erupted from the pit, the shockwave rippling outward and making the very ground tremble. The factory walls all around shook violently, as if an earthquake had just hit. Everyone was left stunned, gaping at a battle that seemed ripped from the pages of myth or the silver screen. Extraordinary battle. Gained 199 reputation points from Jessica Jones. Extraordinary battle. Gained 199 reputation points from Daredevil. Extraordinary battle. Gained 99 reputation points from Bullseye. Extraordinary battle. Gained 99 reputation points from Punisher. When the tremors finally subsided, every eye in the factory turned anxiously toward the deep crater. Harrier landing. With a low shout, Afu sprang out of the pit and landed steadily beside Jessica and Daredevil. Did we win? Jessica asked, her voice shaking as she glanced from the crater to the now-deflated Afu. Daredevil, Punisher in the distance, and even Bullseye, who had just recovered, were all watching intently. Kingpin only recently fused with the divine relic, Afu said confidently. He's just using brute strength. He doesn't stand a chance against me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive, ghostly green hand shot out from the crater and slammed down hard on the ground. With a heavy thud, Kingpin struggled to haul himself out of the pit. Jessica's voice was panicked. Didn't you say he lost? How is he getting up again? Losing and getting up are two different things. Don't mix them up, Afu replied coolly. Ordinary people can only use the divine relic so much. It's not limitless. He's already reached his breaking point. As he spoke, Afu pointed at Kingpin, who had just crawled out of the pit. Look, see? He's starting to change back. Jessica looked where he indicated, and sure enough, the 3-meter-tall giant was rapidly shrinking, deflating like a punctured balloon. In no time, Kingpin's body returned to its original size, and he collapsed weakly at the edge of the crater. At last, it's over. That guy's power, just now, was terrifying. Jessica let out a long breath, voicing the relief everyone felt. Afu glanced sideways at Daredevil, Jessica, and the Punisher, who had all relaxed. Without hesitation, he threw cold water on their relief. Don't get ahead of yourselves. This isn't over yet. What do you mean? Before the question was finished, Daredevil suddenly whipped his head toward a corner and shouted, Who's there? Jessica and the Punisher, not far away, turned their eyes toward the same corner at the sound. As everyone's gaze gathered, a blond man in a green suit, his hair tied in a ponytail, stepped out from the shadows, clapping his hands. Clapping and smiling, he said, Not bad, not bad. I'm impressed you managed to notice me. Daredevil stepped forward, confronting this mysterious stranger head-on. Who are you? And how did you suddenly appear here? Or are you the one Kingpin called Veron? The suited man produced a cane with a vintage design, planted it in front of him, and rested his hands on its top, speaking with an easy air. That's right, I'm Veron. I'm also a member of the Oracle. Seeing his openness, Daredevil pressed on. What's your purpose in spreading the so-called divine legacy? But this time, Veron didn't play by the rules. He raised his right hand and waggled his finger with a mocking smile. I have no interest in talking to someone as clueless as you. Let him speak. With that, Veron pointed at Afu, standing to the side, wearing a cryptic smile. In 1974, your first time fighting freestyle in Southeast Asia, you won the championship. Then, for 3 years running, you defeated every Japanese karate master, won the All-Japan Freestyle Championship, and were hailed as the Bane of Karate, nicknamed Black Tiger. But in one match, someone went for the kill. You had every bone in your body broken, and you could never fight again. At this revelation, everyone turned to Ah Fu, shock written all over their faces. They had never imagined that the man who always cracked jokes in the thick of battle had such a fearsome history. Ah Fu looked genuinely surprised, stroking the 3 red stripes of his beard as he mused. You even know that? I thought all my information had been wiped. Hidden past, Daredevil's reputation plus 45. Hidden, Jessica Jones's reputation plus 41. Hidden, Kingpin, demonic aura, reputation plus 66. There are always ways, Varan went on, ignoring Ah Fu's feigned confusion. After all, the divine legacy that can heal you is a crucial part of the plan. If I'm not mistaken, the horse talisman that heals all wounds is on you, isn't it? After all, it's awakened now. There's no way you can hide it anymore. We really can't hide it anymore. Alfred agreed, then shot back. But you're in the same boat, aren't you? Indeed, we're making our own moves as well. Valen admitted without hesitation, sounding remarkably candid. Listening to their cryptic exchange, Daredevil and Jessica felt like cats with their tails on edge, restless, itching to uncover the truth. Yet with their enemy right in front of them, they couldn't just blurt out their questions. They weren't the only ones. Everyone present was burning with curiosity about what the two were discussing. Unfortunately, neither of them continued on that subject. Alfred glanced at Valen, then swept his gaze over to Kingpin, who was still sprawled by the edge of the pit. With a note of curiosity, he asked, So, you're here to reclaim the mountain demon's aura? Valen shook his head and answered honestly, No, I'm here to fully awaken it. As he finished speaking, he produced an octagonal stone engraved with the image of a ram, holding it up for all to see. No one understood what this meant, but Alfred's face suddenly changed dramatically. He whipped his head toward Kingpin. His reaction was so abrupt that Daredevil and the others, who had been watching closely, also turned to look. It was only then that they noticed Kingpin's figure was slowly fading, as if he were sinking into quicksand. Stop, Valen. Whatever you do, don't let him reach Kingpin, or the consequences will be dire. I'll try to hold off Valen. The rest of you, keep your eyes on Kingpin. And you over there, the one with the injured hand, come help us too. Alfred shouted urgently, his face tight with worry, as he charged straight at Valen. Daredevil, Jessica, and the Punisher had no idea what was happening, but they jumped into action without hesitation. Seeing the group rush toward Kingpin while the Black Tiger, Alfred, came to block his path, Valen's expression twisted from a mocking smile to an icy scowl. Think you can win with numbers? His voice dropped to a chilling coldness. That's never scared me. He struck the ground forcefully with his cane. Instantly, a thick, impenetrable shadow spread outward, engulfing the entire factory in darkness. Pairs of red eyes blazed in the gloom as ghostly figures took on solid form. Countless armed ninjas materialized inside the factory. The ceiling, the floor, the beams, the very walls, all were crowded with shadowy, murderous ninja silhouettes. In the next instant, more than 100 shadow ninjas surged forward like a swarm of bees, blocking every path Daredevil's team could take. They moved with practiced coordination. Some formed a barrier at the front, while those behind raised their hands in unison, launching a volley of throwing stars. A barrage of weapons rained down like a deadly storm, forcing Daredevil and the others to halt and turn to intercept the attack. Daredevil's cane whirled in a blur, knocking the incoming projectiles aside with a sharp, rhythmic clatter. Jessica was even fiercer. She grabbed a huge iron plate and wielded it as a shield. The Punisher, who had no superpowers, could only dodge while firing his shotgun to shoot away the flying projectiles. Although these weapons couldn't actually hurt them, they still hindered their advance. With another goal in mind, Warlock glanced at Alfred not far away, who had just punched a shadow ninja into oblivion and issued a new order. Don't fire arrows, don't throw shuriken. We can't risk hitting Kingpin by mistake. Receiving the order, the shadow ninjas silently put away their throwing stars and instead drew the long swords from their backs, charging forward. Just as the three caught their breath after escaping the barrage, they saw a group of shadow ninjas brandishing blades rushing at them. Ducking to the side to avoid a slash at close range, Daredevil swung his baton, landing a heavy blow to the ninja's abdomen right before him. Then, with a swift motion, he spun and swept behind, sending another shadow ninja flying with a powerful strike. Jessica remained as forceful as ever, grabbing a heavy iron rod and swinging it in wide arcs. No ninja could get close to her. Faced with the onslaught of these human-like foes, the Punisher kept squeezing the trigger, accurately blasting the heads of incoming attackers. After smashing another blade-wielding ninja with a single blow, Daredevil stepped back a few paces. He moved to the Punisher, who had just finished reloading, and spoke quickly. We don't know what Warlock's real objective is. But at this rate, there's no way we can stop him. Blasting another shadow ninja with his gun, the Punisher nodded. So what's your plan? I need you and Jessica to clear a path for me. Let me break through. The Punisher glanced at the ninjas blocking the road, then at the woman swinging the iron rod, and nodded in agreement. With their support assured, Daredevil took out a few more ninjas before shouting loudly. Jessica, help me clear the obstacles ahead. Sure, no problem, came her reply, cutting through the roar of chaos, reaching Daredevil's ears loud and clear. This is the place. Yansu looked at the cold storage factory ahead, then turned to Luke Cage. When you go in, if you see anyone getting ganged up on, help the side that's outnumbered. Luke said nothing. He simply nodded and got out of the car. But his expression looked a bit conflicted, as if someone had insulted him with a wad of cash. Making money is never easy, and some jobs just stink. Let's just hope the target isn't too much trouble. With a sigh, Luke walked into the factory, only to be stunned at the chaotic brawl unfolding before his eyes. Strange, shadowy figures with blades surged endlessly toward two men and a woman, the air resounding with gunfire and the whoosh of heavy objects being swung. Factory mayhem. Luke Cage gains 150 reputation points. While Luke stood there in shock, a group of shadow ninjas had already noticed him, raising their blades as they charged in his direction. Clang, clang. A grating screech of metal against metal pierced the air. Luke, now reinforced, showed not a single scratch even when blades struck his body. Though unharmed, he cursed under his breath at the sight of his clothes, now slashed wide open. With a swift motion, he sent the shadowy ninja who had just attacked him flying. As more razor-sharp blades came slashing his way, Luke, reduced now to little more than rags, stood his ground, taking the blows head-on without flinching. Ignoring the pain, he pressed forward, enduring the attacks from the shadow ninjas as he made his way toward Daredevil in the distance. Luke genuinely wanted to know what in the world was happening here. Daredevil, preparing to break through the shadow ninjas and reach Kingpin, sensed that someone undaunted by blades was approaching. He couldn't help but call out loudly. Who are you? How did you end up here? Someone asked me to come help you, but honestly, I'm not too clear on the details myself. Faced with Daredevil's question, Luke could only offer a vague reply, admitting he wasn't sure either. Watch out. Behind you there are. Before Luke could finish his warning, Daredevil reacted as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He spun and swept his cane in a wide arc, smashing the approaching shadow ninjas to pieces. What? These things aren't even human? I was holding back for nothing. Luke was both amazed and a little annoyed as he watched the strange figures burst into shadowy fragments. With a hint of irritation, he smashed a few more shadow ninjas, then glanced over at Daredevil, who was breathing a little heavier now. What are these things? And what exactly are you all doing here? Luke watched intently, curiosity written all over his face, as he studied this unusual man with his eyes covered. It's a long story, but right now, I need your help. Will you lend a hand? Luke punched through a few more shadow ninjas, glanced at Jessica and Punisher still locked in battle, and silently nodded. Daredevil wasted no time. I need to break through their blockade. I hope you can cover me. Luke didn't answer with words, but his actions spoke for him. With a fierce roar, he charged forward, shouldering the onslaught of shadow ninja blades to clear a path for Daredevil. Daredevil wasted no time, dashing down the newly opened path, agilely dodging the blades, slicing in from both sides. The two advanced one after the other, using Luke's powerful body as a shield to push forward at speed. Jessica and Punisher quickly noticed their move. Though both were surprised by the sudden appearance of this new ally, they stuck to the plan and continued to clear the way for Daredevil. Amid the hail of bullets, the whoosh of heavy clubs, and the clanging of slicing swords, Daredevil slipped nimbly through the shadow ninjas, heading straight for Kingpin. When they rushed to their destination, they were greeted by a bizarre sight. Kingpin was almost completely engulfed by the black substance, with only his head left exposed. Witnessing such a strange and revolting scene, Luke couldn't help but frown deeply. As for Daredevil, hidden from sight, he showed no particular reaction to the grotesque spectacle. He simply strode forward, reached for Kingpin's neck, the only part still above the swirling darkness, and tried to haul him out of the shadowy vortex that resembled a pool of thick sludge. Luke quickly positioned himself behind Daredevil, preparing to intercept any shadow ninjas that might charge at them. Kingpin, drained of strength, offered no resistance, and the vortex itself wasn't designed to imprison its victims. So, with little effort and no real obstacles, Daredevil managed to pull Kingpin free. Just as he was about to call Alfred over, Varen and several shadow ninjas emerged from the swirling shadows. Varen, his body only half exposed, lifted his right hand, sending invisible ripples of force wrapping toward Daredevil. Before Daredevil could react, he felt a surge of energy appear out of nowhere, hurling him backward. At the same moment, Kingpin was wrenched away by an unseen force, snatched from Daredevil's grasp. Damn it! Luke, noticing something was wrong, dashed forward. With a leap, he managed to catch Daredevil in midair, saving him from landing amidst a cluster of blades. Meanwhile, the Shadow Ninjas, who had been throwing themselves into the fray without thought, suddenly halted, then dissolved into streaks of shadow, scattering in all directions. As everyone stood in confusion, Varen positioned himself in front of Kingpin, who was now suspended in midair by some mysterious power. Raising the octagonal stone in his hand, Varen cast a cold gaze over the bewildered crowd and declared, "What a pity. I had planned to drag him to the city center before activating it. But this spot is close enough." With that, he slapped the sheep talisman onto Kingpin's body. A bright flash of light filled the air, but, unexpectedly, nothing else happened. Except for Alfred. Everyone looked around at one another, faces full of puzzlement. Yet none of them could see that, high above the factory floor, a ghostly image of Kingpin was hovering in midair. No matter how loudly it raged and shouted, not a single person noticed. Varen's hands moved swiftly, producing a card reminiscent of a playing card, which he pressed against Kingpin's body. Once he'd finished, his eyes swept over the group, cold and emotionless, as he spoke in a stiff voice, "Enjoy your stay." With that, Varen, protected by his shadow ninjas, vanished into the swirling darkness. "Wait, you!" Daredevil called out, but before he could pursue, another change swept through the scene. Kingpin's body began to emit a deep, eerie green light, which in the air coalesced into the spectral image of an enormous man in black suspenders. Suspended in midair was Wesley, Kim Bing, whose soul had been struck out by the goat talisman, and Bullseye, who was playing dead. All of them recognized the spectral figure. It was True, the very same shadow that had once followed Valen. Before they could process what was happening, True's apparition swiftly plunged into Kim Bing's body. In the next instant, the seemingly lifeless Kim Bing radiated a terrifying aura. His body began to swell at an astonishing rate, quickly surpassing 3 meters, then 4, until he loomed at 5 meters tall. Suddenly, this monstrous green-skinned giant burst open his eyes. With a gaping maw, he unleashed a beastly roar, a thunderous declaration of his arrival. At the sight of this green, muscle-bound titan, nearly tearing through the roof and emanating pure menace, everyone instinctively shuddered. The giant has descended. Gained 55 reputation from Kim Bing, sold that. Gained 199 reputation from Jessica Jones. Punisher, 99 reputation. Just then, the giant turned his head toward the city center, his heavy steps shifting in that direction. At this, everyone recalled Valen's earlier words. "We're not far from the city center," and finally understood their meaning. Boom! With each stride, the giant's pillar-like legs left deep craters in the ground. "We have to stop him. We can't let," Alfred began, but was cut off as the giant suddenly moved as if possessed. Where he had been walking slowly, his pace abruptly accelerated, charging toward the city center with singular purpose. Rumble! The factory's walls tore apart like tissue paper as the giant smashed through them in an instant. As his speed increased, his massive, unyielding body plowed through every obstacle in his path. The rushing winds generated by his movement shredded nearby buildings with ease. At that moment, a voice snapped Daredevil and the others out of their shock. "What are you waiting for? Get in the car." Snapping back to reality, they saw a Humvee idling at the factory entrance. Through the lowered window, they could see young Sue frantically waving them over. "No time to explain, get in," Alfred called, rushing to the back seat in a hurry. While Luke and Jessica hesitated, Punisher hefted a large bag and dashed toward the car, alongside Daredevil. Seeing this, the last two had no choice but to jump in after them. Once the 4 burly men were crammed into the back seat, Yang Su floored the accelerator, speeding off in pursuit of the rampaging giant. As they raced after him, the group could see the broad avenue now littered with rubble and debris, a path the giant had carved with brute force. In the distance, explosions rang out, and the anguished cries of nearby residents echoed without end. What's going on?" Luke, who was almost entirely in the dark, finally couldn't help but ask. Daredevil, who had once fought alongside them and forged bonds in battle, gave a concise yet precise explanation about the Oracle and the so-called divine relics, among other things. "This can't be. How is this possible?" Luke muttered under his breath, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Yet the strange, shadowy ninja from before, and that giant who seemed to have stepped out of a legend, both served as undeniable proof that all of this was real. Meanwhile, the Punisher stood silent and expressionless, but inside, his heart was churning like a raging sea. So you're here to stop this oracle thing, which means you're a team of heroes. Luke, who had been struggling to accept the truth, suddenly raised his voice, his tone filled with excitement. We wanted to stop them, but we failed. Daredevil's reply was heavy with regret, his words growing bitter as he listened to the distant sound of collapsing buildings and the cries of pain and terror all around them. The Punisher, unfazed by Daredevil's self-reproach, cut straight to the point. We can worry about that later. What really matters now is figuring out how to bring down that monster. The moment he said this, everyone instinctively turned to look at Alfred. Alfred didn't hesitate. He spoke up, giving a solution right away. Kingpin has already been consumed by the awakened divine relic. Other than using brute force to knock it down, there's simply no alternative. As Alfred's answer sank in, and they all pictured the monstrous form Kingpin had become, a heavy silence fell over the car. After a long pause, Jessica, sitting in the front passenger seat, suddenly seemed to realize something crucial and quickly spoke up. Why would the Oracle, after activating the divine relic, send it rampaging toward the city center? Her question snapped everyone out of their stupor. Logically, the Oracle should have wanted to keep the divine relic hidden and safe, not unleash it in the middle of the city. Yet here it was, causing chaos on a massive scale. As this thought dawned on them, all eyes turned once more to Alfred, seeking answers. Alfred understood what they were thinking. After a brief pause, he turned to Yang-Su, who was driving, and asked, "Should I tell them?" Yang-Su deftly swerved the car to avoid a massive boulder blocking their path, and answered casually, "Go ahead." At this point, there's no reason to keep anything secret. Now, everyone was staring at Alfred, eager to hear the truth. Letting out a long breath, Alfred finally spoke, his voice steady and deliberate. When a divine relic is fully awakened, it is driven by instinct to seek out the core of its god. That could be the remains of the god's original body, or perhaps a fragment of its soul, anything that could restore its vitality. And if it succeeds, the god who was once dead would break free from death itself. Hearing this, Jessica scratched her head in confusion and asked, "But you still haven't said, why does it have to go to the city center?" Before Alfred could continue explaining, the Punisher, who had been silent until now, took over the conversation. "Do you know why the city center is called the city center?" Faced with the Punisher's question, Jessica hesitated and replied, "Because it's bustling and the transportation is convenient." No sooner had she spoken than she regretted it, sensing that things couldn't be that simple. However, the Punisher nodded in agreement. "Your answer is a bit off, but it's close enough. A city can't just appear out of thin air. Almost all construction is built around a central point. So, in theory, starting from the city center, every place in the city is the shortest distance away." Suddenly, Jessica understood and couldn't help but exclaim, "You mean it, or rather, the Oracle. It wants to use the activated divine relic to pinpoint where the god's body, or maybe the soul, is located?" Alfred nodded, confirming Jessica's deduction. Luke, snapping back from the barrage of information, looked conflicted and puzzled. "Why are we trying to stop the god from coming back to life? Is it really necessary?" "That's a very good question. Why should we stop a god's return?" Yang-Su, who had been focused on driving, suddenly joined the conversation. "Because only when a god is dead does the remnant power get called a divine relic. But if the god comes back to life, that dormant power will awaken. Never mind what attitude a resurrected god might have toward humanity today. But even just the activation of the divine relic caused by the god's return is a major threat." As he spoke, he rolled down the car window, gesturing toward the street that looked like a wasteland, towering buildings damaged, crowds of people fleeing in terror, their cries filling the air. His tone grew heavy. "Many times, we simply have no choice but to stop it." Inside the New York Police Department, the operators were frantically answering the flood of emergency calls. "What? You're saying there's a giant running through Manhattan, destroying everything in its path? Your car, you just paid off the loan, and it got crushed by a giant that appeared out of nowhere. My house, I just started the mortgage, and now it's been smashed by the giant." Even though the operators couldn't quite believe in the existence of giants, the endless stream of emergency calls seemed to suggest the impossible was happening. While the police were still trying to verify the reports, major media outlets that got wind of the news could no longer sit still. Their reporters surged toward the site of the giant's appearance, like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Some reporters boarded helicopters without hesitation, determined to obtain first-hand information. After a wild, relentless charge that left countless homes in ruins, the muscle-bound giant was now closing in on its destination. Even though night had already fallen, the heart of Manhattan remained alive with noise and revelry. People enjoying the nightlife suddenly felt terrifying tremors pulsing beneath their feet, one after another. Is it an earthquake? No way. Earthquakes don't shake like this in bursts. It's probably some event, right? Maybe a parade or something. Just then, a barrage of explosions, the thunderous collapse of buildings, and distant screams erupted all at once. At last, they spotted a towering giant, 5 meters tall, its entire body a menacing green, charging straight toward them. With an overwhelming presence and sheer force, the giant smashed through anything in its path, sending obstacles flying and shattering them to pieces. A monster! There's a monster coming! Someone shouted, jolting the gathered crowd into action. Panic swept over everyone as they scattered in all directions, shrieking and crying out their terror and unease. In a single moment, the horrifying chaos shattered the city's vibrant nightlife, turning it into a scene straight from a disaster film. Wherever the giant passed, the aftermath resembled a war zone, countless wrecked buildings and vehicles strewn in its wake. This is the Manhattan Times, bringing you a breaking emergency bulletin. There's a giant, yes, an actual giant, 5 meters tall, rampaging through Manhattan right now. Judging by its path, it seems to have charged in from the suburbs. The reporter who had arrived first by helicopter gripped the microphone and delivered a loud, urgent report to the camera. Relying on the driving skills of Takumi Fujiwara, Yang-Soo deftly maneuvered through the panicked crowds and collapsing buildings. Racing against time, he drew close to the muscle giant. Before the car had even stopped, Afyu flung open the door and leapt out. Daredevil, Luke, Jessica, and the Punisher, all mentally prepared, followed suit, jumping from the vehicle as well. At that moment, Yang-Soo stuck his head out the car window and shouted, "Afyu, catch this first!" He tossed an octagonal stone toward him. Afyu, poised to charge the giant, heard the call and snatched the thrown object out of the air. Nearby, the Punisher, busy checking his weapons, caught a glimpse of the item, a stone engraved with the image of a horse. A divine relic? Looks a lot like the one Warlock has, he muttered under his breath. Before he could examine it further, Afyu nodded at Yang-Soo, tucked away the horse talisman, and charged straight at the muscle giant. As he advanced, the power of the ox talisman surged within him once more, causing his muscles to swell dramatically. "I'll take it on first," Ah-Fu declared, leaping high into the air and shouting, crows flying an airplane, as he charged toward the massive enemy. The giant, still running, hadn't noticed the attacker approaching from behind. Ah-Fu's legs slammed hard into its back, the impact echoing like an explosion. Struck by this heavy blow, the giant crashed to the ground with a tremendous thud, rolling dozens of meters before coming to a stop only after colliding forcefully with a building. Who did that? Another giant? Are they enemies? Run, run. Ah! The rampaging giant gains 0.4 reputation points from New York Citizen A. The rampaging giant gains 0.2 reputation points from New York Citizen B. The rampaging giant gains 0.6 reputation points from New York Citizen C. Yang-Soo glanced at the steadily climbing reputation points ever since the muscle-bound giant started its rampage, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as his plan unfolded perfectly. By now, the muscle giant had picked itself up off the ground, visibly enraged by Ah-Fu's kick. It no longer tried to run. With a furious roar, it turned and charged straight at Ah-Fu. Facing an enemy like a wild beast gone mad, Ah-Fu shouted, "Supernova destruction!" and unleashed the powerful punch he'd been saving. The onrushing giant also swung its massive fist to collide with Ah-Fu's. In the instant the two fists clashed, a terrifying force exploded between them. Waves of energy, almost tangible, rippled outward in all directions, shaking everything in their path. The ground, tall buildings, and even the helicopters filming the scene were all caught up in a shockwave, trembling violently. The helicopters rocked wildly in the air, alarms blaring, while the earth and skyscrapers below cracked under the force. When the power finally subsided, Ah-Fu's arm had been shattered by the impact, and he staggered backward, leaving deep footprints in the concrete with every step. But the giant hadn't escaped unscathed. Its own arm hung limp, the bones within seemingly crushed. At that moment, the Punisher charged in from the side, a rocket launcher on his shoulder, and several high-explosive grenades strapped to his chest. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger and fired a rocket straight at the muscle giant's head. Sensing the danger, the giant swung its battered arm up just in time to block the incoming rocket. With a deafening blast, the already broken arm was blown to pieces, but the giant's body remained unharmed. Even after suffering such grave injuries, the giant let out a furious roar and charged at the Punisher, this bothersome little insect. "Jessica! Luke!" Daredevil called out to them. Ah Fu's hurt. Only your strength can stand against it now. Leave it to me. Luke grinned, bent his knees for a brief moment of gathering strength, and then shot forward like a spring released. His thick, solid body hurtled like a cannonball, slamming hard into the giant's abdomen and sending him crashing to the ground in a heap. I must be out of my mind to be working with you people. Jessica cursed under her breath, turning toward a steamroller that had been flipped onto its side. With a low growl, Jessica heaved, lifting the entire steamroller above her head. After taking a few powerful strides, she let out a loud shout and leaped high into the air. Take this, steamroller special. With a tremendous crash, the steamroller came down hard, smashing into the muscle-bound giant and making him cough up blood. Luke, meanwhile, was sent flying back by the rebound and landed with a heavy thud, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Not that it seemed to bother him in the slightest. Off to the side, the Punisher silently reloaded his rocket launcher, while Jessica, undaunted, hoisted the steamroller again and brought it crashing down once more. Daredevil squeezed his blind cane helplessly, inwardly screaming, "What kind of monsters are these people I'm teamed up with?" It wasn't just him. Jessica's display of brute strength as she hoisted the steamroller left the bystanders, who hadn't managed to escape yet, absolutely dumbstruck. As Jessica smashed the muscle giant a second time, forcing more blood from his lips, Alfred's voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Put down that steamroller and let me handle this." Crow takes flight. With a deafening roar and the sound of wind howling, Alfred launched himself like a missile, crashing into the steamroller with immense force. The crushing impact pinned the giant beneath the steamroller, drawing anguished screams from him. Standing atop the steamroller, Alfred motioned for the visibly exhilarated Jessica to step back, then clenched his arm, still glowing with the healing power of the horse talisman. He fixed his gaze on the giant writhing under the immense weight, bent down, and raised his now massively swollen fists, bringing them down in a relentless barrage. His blows landed with savage, thunderous force, one after another, pounding the steamroller without mercy. All the while, he shouted, "Ora, ora, 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 ora." Pinned beneath the weight, the giant had no choice but to absorb wave after wave of punishing blows. The violent aftershocks from Alfred's pounding fists sent cracks spidering out across the once solid concrete ground, splitting it in all directions. Nearby, Daredevil, Punisher, Luke, and Jessica glanced at the ground, which now looked like it might shatter apart at any moment. Then at Alfred, who was still mercilessly pummeling the steamroller, and couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Nor were they the only ones. The ordinary citizens who hadn't fled far could feel the ground trembling beneath their feet and were seized with terror. They couldn't help but worry that this terrifying powerhouse might turn his attention on them next. After several minutes of this brutal assault, Alfred sensed that Kingpin, now fused with the demonic chi of the mountain and the power of True, was close to his limit. He stopped his relentless blows, raised his battered but rapidly healing fist high, gathering his strength, and shouted, "This is the final blow, Earth Shatter." With his fist brimming with power, Ah Fu brought it crashing down with a whistling force. The instant his punch struck the steamroller, a terrifying shockwave erupted, toppling the already crumbling skyscrapers all around. Even the overturned cars nearby were swept up and hurled away by the force of the blast. With a thunderous crash, the concrete ground, already riddled with cracks, finally gave way, collapsing into a massive, gaping pit. Standing atop the steamroller, Ah Fu did not burst out laughing in triumph. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the giant beneath, who was barely clinging to life. Just then, he sensed someone approaching slowly, and turned his eyes, alert and wary. He saw Jessica floating unsteadily toward the pit, her face still marked by uneasy panic. Watching her hover in midair, awkwardly struggling to steady herself, Ah Fu couldn't help but ask, "You can fly?" "Of course." Jessica wobbled in the air, exhaled with relief, and continued, "It's just been ages since I last flew. I'm totally out of practice." After explaining, her eyes moved to the arm Ah Fu had used to go toe-to-toe with the giant. "I remember your hand was..." Jessica hesitated, pausing before she finished. "How do you have 2 arms again?" With a casual shrug, Ah Fu replied, "That's thanks to the divine relic. Otherwise, I'd be done for." Then, shifting the topic, he said, "You should head out with Daredevil and the others. Better not stick around and get caught by the cops when they show up. As for Kingpin, leave him to me." As he spoke, he gestured to what lay beneath the steamroller. But Jessica looked torn, and seeing her hesitation, Ah Fu went on, "I need to use a secret technique to extract the divine relic that's fused into Kingpin's body." Sensing the finality in Ah Fu's words, Jessica didn't press further. She offered a couple of cautious reminders, then wobbled away into the air. Left alone in the pit, Afu's gaze grew deep and inscrutable as he looked down at the unconscious, muscle-bound giant. He flicked his right hand, and a ghostly green orb and a drum-shaped cloud of demonic energy drifted out from the giant's body. The whole process was effortless, nothing like the struggle others might have imagined. After stowing away the two floating objects, he turned again to Kingpin, who had reverted to his original form, missing an arm, deep in a soul-deprived slumber. A strange smile flashed across Afu's face, and, in a youthful voice entirely unlike his usual one, he whispered softly, "Kingpin, you really are a natural-born actor. Now, get some well-deserved rest." With a sudden surge in his legs, he sprang out of the massive pit, leaving only a resounding boom in his wake. The next morning, in the director's office at S.H.I.E.L.D., Director Nick Fury was studying a dossier when he heard the sound of someone knocking at his door. Without even looking up from his papers, he called out, "Come in. Director, we have a major problem." The Black Widow pushed open the door and strode straight up to Nick. "Give me a quick summary," Nick said, raising his head as he took the file she handed him. "That giant transformed by Kingpin has appeared in the suburbs. For some reason, it charged straight toward the heart of Manhattan. Later, it was taken down by a group of superhumans working together." Superhumans. Nick's tone was tinged with helplessness as he glanced at the few blurry photos in the file. "Do we know who they are?" The Black Widow shook her head gently, her voice calm. "All the photos are too blurry. It's nearly impossible to identify them that way. However, we've analyzed statements from local witnesses. Among this group, one of them is the Treasure Girl, who's been active for some time now." Nick tapped his finger on a particularly unclear photo, one where a man could just barely be seen hefting a rocket launcher. "What about Kingpin?" Catching his cue, the Black Widow nodded slightly, in understanding, and replied, "According to the information we've gathered, by the time the rescue team found him, he was already in a vegetative state. He's shown no reaction to the outside world, and even now, we have no idea why. It seems this is something science can't explain. At least, not yet," Nick said, closing the file slowly and looking up at the Black Widow. "I suspect there's an organization out there with the means to create superpowered individuals at will. And I'm sure their ambitions don't end there. Everything happening now is just the groundwork for something much bigger." As a seasoned agent, the Black Widow could easily sense there were far deeper secrets lurking behind these events. Nick paid no mind to her silence and continued, "We have to uncover the true purpose of that so-called godly organization. Otherwise, we'll always be one step behind." The rampage of the giant through Manhattan barely stirred a ripple on the internet or among the city's residents. In fact, not just New York, but even Manhattan itself seemed curiously quiet about the incident. It was as if an invisible hand had smothered and erased all news of it. The devastation the giant left in its wake was officially blamed on a freak accident, a gas explosion. No one could explain how a gas explosion could carve such a straight path of destruction, but that was the official story. Even though plenty of eyewitnesses tried to speak out, the overwhelming pressure kept the truth about the giant from ever coming to light. Yang-Su, of course, understood exactly what was going on. After all, it was common knowledge among those with power. There are some things ordinary people should never know. However, Yang-Su knew that this calm was clearly only on the surface. Underneath, turbulent waves were already surging. The proof was right there on his system panel, where the numbers were skyrocketing out of control. Two particular entries made it clear to Yang-Su that Oracle had now entered SFLD's sites. Mysterious Organization. Gained 100 reputation with Nick Fury. Mysterious Organization. Gained 135 reputation with Natasha Romanoff. Did the Punisher tip off the Baldy? Or did they figure it out themselves? As Yang-Su pondered this in silence, an excited, slightly anxious voice broke in. "Yang, were you even listening to me just now? You look totally spaced out." Yes. What were you saying? Could you go over it again, in more detail?" Yang-Su replied absent-mindedly, picking up the remote to turn on the TV. Luke, the burly black man, didn't seem to mind and said, still brimming with excitement, "I'm thinking of forming a team. The members would live as ordinary people most of the time, blending in with everyday life. But when unstoppable crises hit, they'd leave their normal lives behind and become heroes who could save the world." With a sudden burst of idealistic fervor, Luke leapt to his feet, his voice swelling with passion. "If we want to protect this city, to keep the people here safe, we have to join our strengths together. That's why I hope those of us with special abilities can unite, to become the guardians behind the city and the steadfast defenders of this world." Seeing that Luke was about to launch into a speech that sounded like, "From this night on, I'll stand watch over the city," Yang-Su quickly cut him off. "If your idea is so grand and inspiring, how many people have you recruited?" He paused, shooting Luke a teasing look. "Or is it just you?" At Yang Su's question, Luke scratched his bald head and replied a bit sheepishly. Daredevil agreed to join. Jessica kind of agreed too, but the Punisher wouldn't even talk to me, and after that fight with the giant, Black Tiger disappeared. Yang Su raised an eyebrow, a smile tugging at his lips. So you've come to me? Trying to use me to track down Ah Fu. That's part of the reason. Black Tiger is just too strong. Luke grinned at Yang Su, trying to appear friendly. I'm sorry, Luke. Yang Su shook his head. I'm not on the same team as him. We just have a kind of agreement, that's all. If you're hoping to recruit Ah Fu through me, that's just not going to happen. Sensing his recruitment drive was about to fail, Luke quickly added, It's not just Black Tiger I want. I hope you'll join us too. Looking at Luke, whose face was filled with anxious anticipation, Yang Su paused for a moment, then suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. It's not impossible for me to join you, but I have one small condition. Just say it, whatever it is, I'll make it happen. Luke waited eagerly for his response, eyes wide with hope. Don't be so nervous. It's just a minor request. There was a peculiar amusement in Yang Su's tone as he continued. If the Punisher joins, then I'll join too. Huh, the Punisher? Luke stared at Yang Su in bewilderment, his mind momentarily unable to process what he'd just heard. Ignoring Luke, who was still frozen in place, Yang Su turned his gaze to the news report on the television. The city's renowned entrepreneur and philanthropist Wilson Fisk has suffered a sudden illness and is currently undergoing emergency treatment at the hospital. So, without the help of a talisman, the soul can't return to its body. Is that it? Through the televised interview, Yang Su could see Fisk's soul drifting in and out of his own body, unable to fully merge no matter how hard he tried. All Fisk could do was scream hysterically at the camera, offering an enormous reward in a desperate attempt to find someone who could save him. Well, now that's a fascinating discovery. Maybe I can put this to some use after all. With that thought, Yang Su drew back his gaze and began coaxing the still-dazed Luke, encouraging him to go find the Punisher. Let's just hope the Punisher doesn't turn around and say, if Yang Su joins, then so will I. Watching Luke leave, Yang Su started humming a tune and continued to watch the news. The very next moment, the glamorous anchorwoman on TV suddenly received a note from the producer. She glanced at it, just a single look. The smile on her face vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness, and she spoke at once. We interrupt this program for breaking news. Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries, was attacked by local armed forces en route to Afghanistan for an inspection. At present, his whereabouts are unknown. The United States has mobilized search and rescue teams to begin an operation. Obadiah Stane, the second-largest shareholder of Stark Industries, has also issued an urgent statement calling for external assistance. Iron Man, huh? That was the first pot of gold for so many people. Should I get involved too? But what excuse should I use? Just passing by? Fellow sufferers in adversity? Or maybe something else? Yang Su's eyes were glued to the news, but his mind was already racing, plotting whether or not to intervene. Now that Tony Stark had been kidnapped, it meant that the $100 million extorted from him was no longer under anyone's watch. Using that ransom money to buy up Stark Industries stock at rock-bottom prices, just thinking about it was thrilling. With this in mind, Yang Su cheerfully contacted his intermediary, arranging to convert the anonymous account funds into legitimate income. At that moment, the artificial intelligence Jarvis, which had been monitoring the anonymous account all along, responded as well, repeatedly asking Tony whether to trace the flow of funds or to simply freeze the account. But unfortunately, there was no way for these questions to be answered at this moment. As an AI unable to reach its owner, it was not in a position to make any decisions. All it could do was watch as the illicit funds it had transferred turned into Stark Industries stock and slipped into someone else's pocket. From being a seriously injured ordinary man to being able to work metal and build the Mark I suit by hand, Stark's recovery won't be a quick process. In other words, there's still room for Stark stock to fall. Watching the stock price continue to dip into the red, Yang Su tentatively put in $1 million to test the waters. As the words, transaction successful, flashed before his eyes, Yang Su chuckled darkly and murmured, Is this the thrill of buying at rock bottom? What a rush! Majestic Kunlun Mountains beneath Jade Void Peak, a crystal-clear spring never freezes, even through the harshest winters. At this moment, Danny lay in the pool, his body encased in bone-chilling cold, awaiting a new transformation. Every inheritor of the Iron Fist, named through Kunlun's history, had faced this trial in the icy spring, a test of life and death. Those who failed would become nameless statues of ice beneath Kunlun's glacier. 3 elderly Taoists, their hair white, yet faces youthful, stood nearby, gazing at the foreigner with curled hair and a prominent nose submerged in the freezing pool. Danny practices pure yang internal energy. His chances of breaking through are much higher than most, said a white-haired Taoist with 3 long wisps of beard, stroking his beard with a smile. Another Taoist, sporting a full beard, shook his head with a long sigh. So what if he's the Iron Fist? If Haekong could be dealt with by a single Iron Fist, it wouldn't have been sealed in Kunlun's deepest reaches all these years. With that, the bearded Taoist frowned and shook his head, making it clear he had little faith in the outcome. Yet the 3 bearded elder just laughed. Junior brother, the deed is done. Leave it to them to handle, whether they succeed or not. It's all because Haekong is a scourge beyond measure, the old man said bitterly, a note of disgust in his voice. Not only can it devour both body and soul, but it can use them to create puppets of flesh and blood. If I could, I'd strike it down myself and reduce it to ashes. The third Taoist, whose face was smooth and beardless, gentle as a scholar, consoled him. Junior brother, don't let anger cloud your judgment. Though we could defeat Haekong, the cost would be too great and would bring harm to our disciples as well. Worse still, we cannot destroy it utterly, only seal it away. With a broad grin, the 3-bearded elder picked up the thread. And for that, we have you to thank, junior brother, for your clever plan. Letting a traitor from within our ranks steal it away has spared Kunlun from a future calamity. With that, he pressed his palms together in a gesture of respect and smiled at the other 2 Taoists. Second brother is wise, and third brother is steadfast. The bearded Taoist and the beardless Taoist exchanged glances, then returned the gesture with matching smiles. Elder brother, you are both wise and steadfast. As the 3 Taoists chatted cheerfully, the cold spring suddenly erupted, sending a spray of water that instantly froze into razor-sharp shards of ice shooting in all directions. With a sweep of his sleeve, the bearded Taoist released a surge of pure inner energy. It expanded into a massive protective dome, enveloping the entire area. All those icy shards, sharp as daggers, were stopped in their tracks by the barrier. Just then, Danny emerged slowly from the Kunlun spring, having broken through the final barrier. Pure, powerful yang energy surged around him. Danny stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. Elders, I have lived up to your expectations. I have mastered the supreme heart method of Kunlun. The 3 Kunlun elders tried to hide the look of disbelief in their eyes, thinking silently. The supreme heart method? What a joke. None of us are the sect leader, and he thinks he's entitled to learn the supreme heart method. He actually believes this basic martial art is some profound high-level technique. While Danny was still basking in his triumph, the bearded elder struck suddenly. With a flick of his right hand, an invisible force shot out. In the blink of an eye, it shattered Danny's protective aura and sent him flying. The elder with 3 wispy beards gently raised his right hand, halting the bearded Taoist from continuing his attack. He turned his gaze to Danny, who had tumbled across the ground but was already scrambling to his feet, and spoke slowly. Danny, you have passed the final ordeal. You are now the 66th Kunlun Iron Fist. There is nothing more we can teach you. With that, he produced a plane ticket and handed it to Danny as he approached, his voice low and solemn. Danny, it's time to go home. Elder, this is... Danny's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Are you sending me away? There are many things you must face on your own now. This place is no longer where you belong. With a sigh, the elder continued. New York. Everything you must confront is waiting for you there. New York, Danny murmured the name. So familiar, yet so distant. And for a moment, he seemed lost in thought. Manhattan, the top floor of the luxurious Fisk Tower office. I remember telling you to stay out of this, but you never listen, do you? An elderly woman, her hair streaked with white and her face deeply lined, leaned on a cane. As if speaking to thin air, with a hint of madness in her eyes, she said, You don't need to shout at me. I may be able to see you, but I can't hear your voice. And I can't touch you, let alone help you. With that, Mrs. Gao's eyes grew vacant, as if she were conversing with something in the void. After a long pause, she finally spoke. With or without your help, I will achieve my goals. The threat of a wandering spirit means nothing to me. The fact that I can stand here, in your private office, says everything that needs to be said. Wouldn't you agree? At that moment, a knock suddenly echoed at the office door. Mrs. Gao no longer paid any attention to the now soulless kingpin. She turned around and said, Come in. An elderly white man pushed open the door and entered, skipping any pleasantries as he spoke directly. While Kingpin remains unconscious and unable to awaken, his power has completely collapsed. For us, this is fantastic news. Not only can we swallow up his territory, but we can also continue with our own plans. Leaning on her cane, Mrs. Gao walked over to the sofa and sat down slowly before responding. That really is wonderful. However, just because things are going smoothly doesn't mean we can let our guard down. All our actions must remain hidden. After all, we still don't fully understand the true intentions of that organization, called the Oracle. The old man nodded at first, but then suddenly turned to Mrs. Gao in surprise and said, I thought you were only after the dragon bone. I didn't expect you'd also have an interest in New York's turf. That's enough. Not another word, the old woman said coolly. Some things are better left known only to us. Don't think you can say whatever you want just because no one else is here. If Mrs. Gao's expression changed instantly. Who's there? Her eyes snapped toward the door, and her hunched back straightened with sudden vigor. A terrifying aura radiated from her as she raised her hand, sending a surge of unseen force crashing toward the entrance. With a thunderous crack, the sturdy wooden door erupted as if struck by an explosion, leaving a gaping hole. Mrs. Gao's sudden attack jolted the old man to his senses. He spun around quickly to face the door. There stood a figure clad in black, with a mask covering his eyes. It was the now-renowned Daredevil. Mrs. Gao reacted with lightning speed, crossing the dozen meters to the door in a few swift steps and striking again with her palm. Daredevil responded instinctively, flicking his right hand to set his special blind cane squarely in front of him. With a heavy thud, the force rebounded off the cane and slammed into his chest, knocking him back with a powerful shock. Daredevil tumbled deftly across the floor, putting distance between himself and Mrs. Gao, who was now separated from him by the ruined doorway. Later that night, weaving his way through Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil crept home with utmost caution. No sooner had he flipped on the lights than Claire, the night nurse, spotted him sitting on the sofa. Startled nearly out of her skin by his silent presence, Claire let out a weary sigh. Could you at least give me some warning? You keep appearing out of nowhere. It's not good for my heart. Grumbling, Claire retrieved her medical kit and walked over to Daredevil with practiced ease. These past days, just what kind of forces have you been up against? You're covered in wounds. As she caught sight of the countless knife scars beneath Daredevil's clothes, Claire's voice trembled involuntarily. These days the gang wars have gotten out of hand, and a team of professional killers has arrived. It's been hard to handle them all at once. Daredevil gritted his teeth against the sting of the alcohol disinfecting his wounds, speaking in a low voice as if trying to distract himself. Their leader possesses some kind of special power, and his men are formidable fighters. I almost got trapped inside that building. Seeing this hero, always so brave and resolute, now so shaken and afraid, Claire felt her heart breaking. Fighting back tears, her voice trembling, she asked, Can you tell me what kind of force you're up against? His face pale with pain, Daredevil turned his empty gaze toward Claire and said quietly, Claire, if I had a choice, I wouldn't want you involved. This is dangerous, extremely dangerous. These people are nothing like Fisk's crew. They're more united, more mysterious. That's not a good enough reason, Matt. Claire didn't use his nickname this time. Her words were earnest and steady. The moment you came to me for help with your wounds, I was already in too deep. I can't just turn a blind eye when a friend is hurt. So Matt, please tell me, what kind of enemy are we facing this time? All right. Claire's sincerity rendered Daredevil silent for a long moment. At last, he spoke slowly. I'm sorry, Claire. I never meant to drag you into this. I'm not blaming you, Claire replied softly, sounding almost defeated. I just want to share some of your burden, even if it's only a little. After a long internal struggle, Daredevil let out a deep breath and finally said, The Hand. They're an outside syndicate. After Fisk ended up in a coma, they began to move in on Hell's Kitchen, seizing any territory left unclaimed. I've fought them several times. I've managed to take down a few, thanks to my training. But they're vicious, like warriors with no fear of death. Even when I've knocked them down, they still try to drag me with them. From Daredevil's description, Claire understood what kind of organization the Hand was. They weren't just a gang, they were more like an army. Maybe we should give up, Claire said hesitantly to Daredevil. Turn them over to the police, or to some higher authority. Otherwise, you can't possibly handle all of this alone. I know I can't take them on, but if we leave it to the police, Daredevil didn't finish his sentence, letting out a deep sigh instead. As a lawyer, he'd worked with plenty of cops through his cases. To say they were all corrupt would be too extreme. But to claim none of them had ever taken bribes, tipped off the gangs, or done side jobs. Given the current state of public safety in New York, that suggestion sounds utterly ridiculous. After a long silence, Daredevil finally managed a strained smile and said, Let me think about it. As a longtime resident of Hell's Kitchen, Claire could easily guess what Daredevil was worried about, so she continued her suggestion. If you don't trust the authorities, you could always team up with some like-minded friends. For example, that black tiger you met before, right? He seemed pretty solid to me. Just looking at him, you can tell he's strong and formidable. Claire's words brought to Daredevil's mind the image of a bald man dressed in black. He blurted out almost instinctively. The Defenders. After finishing bandaging Daredevil's wounds, Claire put away the medical kit and asked curiously, "The Defenders? What's that?" "It's a loose-knit group I joined not too long ago. They're all very capable people." With newfound confidence, Daredevil smiled as he recounted to Claire how the Defenders came together. The next morning, Yang-Soo was in his antique shop, eyes glued to the screen as he watched Stark Industries' stock price tumble, when his phone suddenly rang. Without looking away from the screen, he fumbled for his phone and answered. He had barely said, "You," before the caller's excited voice cut him off. "Yang, is the shop open? Are you there?" Recognizing Luke's voice, Yang-Soo answered casually, "Of course I'm here. I'm an old man on the job. My schedule is 007, you know." "Great. We're almost there." Luke cheered. "We? Who else?" Yang-Soo started to ask, but before he could finish, the door to the antique shop swung open. "Yang, we're here." Even before the call ended, Luke, grinning from ear to ear, appeared at the door alongside Daredevil. Yang-Soo nodded in greeting, then turned to Daredevil, who was dressed sharply in a suit and tie. "Attorney Matt Murdock, we meet again." "Hello, boss." Daredevil nodded politely in response. Before Yang-Soo and Daredevil could exchange a few pleasantries, Luke impatiently crowded in, his tone brimming with excitement. "Yang, are you interested in joining us for a gig? A real Defender's mission?" "A real mission?" Yang-Soo looked at them both, puzzled. "What are you planning?" Before Daredevil, Matt, could answer, Luke jumped in eagerly. "We're going to rescue some illegal workers who've been imprisoned by a group called The Hand. They smuggled in a batch of people and locked them up, forcing them to work." "The Hand? So they've finally shown up?" Yang-Soo raised an eyebrow. He still remembered the intel on The Hand, though he wasn't entirely sure what to make of it. It is one of Daredevil's main adversaries, a shadowy organization whose members are infamous as deadly ninja assassins. As for their leaders, the so-called Fingers, they are all immortal beings endowed with supernatural powers. They owe their unnaturally long lives to dragon bones stolen from Kunlun. So when word spread that dragon bones had surfaced in Hell's Kitchen, they descended upon the neighborhood in droves. What Yang-Soo couldn't quite figure out was the true nature of the Hand itself, because it had two different origins. One version traces back 5 centuries, when a man named Kajinobu Yoshioka led the Hand, transforming it into an international syndicate later known as the Snake Root. They began to worship an ancient primal beast, and from then on, the Hand evolved into a clan of ninja assassins. The other origin dates back even further, to a time lost in history, when traders from Kunlun founded the Hand and became known as the Five Fingers. After briefly recalling the origins of the Hand, Yang-Soo decided not to reveal what he knew. With a look of feigned confusion, he glanced at Daredevil and Luke. "If you're going to rescue people, you probably don't need me, right? It's not like I can fight or anything." "No, no, no." Luke grinned wide, his white teeth flashing. "Don't sell yourself short. Yang, you're important. Our team still needs someone who can really handle a car." "Seriously? Other superhero teams roll out in jets or even helicarriers, but you guys are driving." Though he was silently grumbling inside, Yang-Soo put on a look of curiosity and interest. "Tell me more." Seeing Yang-Soo's interest, Luke's eyes lit up, and he quickly explained, Daredevil has already started investigating in secret. He found out that the Hand not only keeps those immigrants captive, but also uses special drugs to control them, forcing them into hard labor, digging, hauling, all sorts of work. If any of them slack off, someone comes around with a whip. The more Yang-Soo listened, the more off it all sounded. Glancing at Luke, the big, empathetic black man, Yang couldn't help but think whips, cotton fields, fried chicken, watermelon. Luke was in the middle of his impassioned speech when he noticed Yang's distracted gaze and called out, a bit annoyed, "Yang, what's up with you? I'm telling you how much those people are suffering, and you look like you don't care at all." Snapping back, Yang-Soo forced a sheepish laugh and waved his hands. No, it's not that. I was just wondering how many people are joining the mission and what kind of car would work best." Luke, who had been on the verge of frustration, immediately brightened up, forgetting Yang-Soo's odd expression from earlier. "That's great that you're on board. Let me check in with Jessica and the Punisher, and I'll let you know when they respond. But even if they don't join us, Daredevil and I are going, no matter what." Yang-Soo also wanted to get to the bottom of the Hand's origin, so he nodded in agreement. Luke, excited to settle on a time for action, immediately dragged Daredevil along to invite Jessica and the Punisher to join their mission. Watching the two disappear into the distance, Yang-Soo's lips curled into a smile. Talk about a windfall. Everything's falling right into place. I'll tag along and get a clear picture of what's going on. Let's see if this project is worth my investment. Under the moonlit sky blanketing Manhattan, a slightly battered 7-seater van crept along through the shadows of Hell's Kitchen. "You run an antique shop. yet you're driving this old heap around? Jessica complained as she eyed the van with obvious distaste. And the steering wheel's on the left. Did you import this thing from China? Unlocking the door with a broad grin, Yang-Su replied, don't sweat the details. As long as it works, that's all that matters. And don't underestimate it. Not only can it carry people, but if you take out the back seats, it can haul cargo too. If we get into a fight, you'd be amazed at how many people can pile out of this thing. While Yang-Su launched into a passionate introduction of his miracle van, Jessica sighed and simply slid open the back door. The interior, though not as shabby as the exterior suggested, wasn't luxurious either, just your average vehicle. Jessica glanced around, saw nothing out of the ordinary, and casually picked a seat. With everyone aboard, Yang-Su turned the steering wheel and drove off to pick up the rest of the crew. The roads were crowded with police cruisers and black sedans roaring past, sirens wailing. From nearby alleys came the shouts of fighting and the sharp crackle of gunfire, pistol shots blending with bursts from rifles, chaos echoing in the night. America, land of civility, shootouts every day, Yang-Su muttered, shaking his head. Before he could say more, the van pulled into a secluded spot. Once they reached the agreed-upon meeting place, Yang-Su tapped the horn twice, then held it for a long blast, a signal. Hearing the code, Luke, the Punisher, and Daredevil slipped out from a house tucked in the corner. The Punisher raised an eyebrow at the sight of the battered miracle van, his expression a mix of disbelief and amusement. Luke, meanwhile, looked the van up and down in wonder. It wasn't every day you saw a ride like this. Daredevil's expression hardly changed. After all, with his heightened senses except his eyes, there wasn't much difference to him between this van and any other car. Seeing the three hesitate by the roadside, Yang-Su rolled down the window and called out cheerfully, "Don't overthink it, just hop in already." Without a word, the trio climbed aboard. After exchanging a quick greeting with Jessica, they each found a seat. No sooner had they settled in than Daredevil's keen senses picked up that something was off about this van. When he first got into the car, he noticed that, apart from Jessica, there were only 6 empty seats. But after sitting down, he had the uncanny feeling that a few more empty seats had somehow appeared, yet the total number of vacant spots in the car was still 6. How did 3 people get in, and there are still so many empty seats in the back? Daredevil, sensing something odd, didn't bother to hide his confusion and asked directly. Luke, the Punisher, and Jessica, intrigued by the strange question, turned to look behind them. Only then did they realize that, indeed, several extra seats had somehow materialized in the back of the car. Since Yang-Su was able to drive this particular vehicle, he certainly had no intention of hiding anything. This car is a bit special. It can carry a lot of people. I heard our mission this time is to rescue some stowaways, so I brought along. Otherwise, it'd just be sitting around gathering dust. After saying this, Yang-Su glanced at the dashboard, where his reputation points had increased, and joked in a playful tone. Attention, passengers! Please fasten your seatbelts. The veteran driver is about to depart. Before anyone in the car could respond, Yang-Su put the car in gear and pressed on the accelerator, heading straight for their destination. Daredevil didn't press further about the car. After all, everyone has their secrets. It wasn't worth prying. A van cruised smoothly yet swiftly through the nighttime streets of Hell's Kitchen. Yang-Su focused on driving, skillfully weaving through the relentless chases between police cars and unmarked vehicles. Inside the car, Daredevil began to share intel about the Hand, outlining the details of their rescue plan. So you're saying the Hand's members are all fearless? Almost every one of them a killer? After hearing Daredevil's information and the plan, the Punisher suddenly blurted out this out-of-the-blue question. Though not entirely sure what he meant, Daredevil nodded in agreement and warned in all seriousness. Don't underestimate these assassins. Their physical abilities may only be a bit above average, but they're definitely not easy to deal with. Everyone, stay sharp. The Punisher, Luke, and Jessica all nodded gravely, showing they understood. Catching a glimpse of the group plotting in the rearview mirror, Yang-Su couldn't help but flash a mischievous smile, like a mastermind behind the scenes. With a team like this, tonight's already loud and chaotic night in Hell's Kitchen was bound to become even more explosive and eventful. He drove the van to a factory that had been burned down but was now cordoned off with roadblocks. This was the same processing plant that, under pressure from Ah-Fu, Lady Gao had been forced to torch. As the van approached the destination, plastic barricades set up on the roadside blocked their way. Clearly, these were the Hand's method for preventing vehicles or pedestrians from getting too close. Should I ram through, or do we get out here and sneak in? Parking the van in front of the barricade, Yang-Su turned to look at Daredevil, who seemed completely unprepared for this turn of events. He'd always worked alone, so after a brief moment of contemplation, he said, "Let's get the van out of sight. Hide it somewhere no one will find it. But before Daredevil could finish his sentence, a man in an ill-fitting security uniform stepped out from behind the barricade. His gait was strange, his body swaying noticeably as he walked, looking more like a frail college student than a guard. Following American driving customs, the security guard walked up to the driver's side window of the van. He waited for Yang-Soo to roll down the window, only then realizing it was actually the passenger side, and that the seat was empty. The guard was momentarily stunned, but quickly forced out a stiff and awkward line. "Sir, this is a fire reconstruction zone. No unauthorized vehicles allowed. No parking either. Please leave immediately." Yang-Soo was just about to say, "We'll go right away," when the Punisher silently slid up to the passenger seat from the back. In the same instant, a gun shot out of the passenger side window like lightning. A deafening gunshot rang out, and the guard's head exploded. Blood, bone fragments, and inky black tendrils unseen by ordinary eyes splattering in every direction. And mingling with the gunshot was the Punisher's cold, mechanical voice. "You are guilty." Jessica, seated in the back, was clearly caught off guard by the violence and couldn't help but cry out, "What are you doing? Why did you shoot him all of a sudden? He was just a regular guy doing his job." "No, Jessica, that's where you're wrong." Yang-Soo cut in before the Punisher could answer. The way he walked, the way his body swayed, he was ready to dodge and attack at any moment, obviously the product of rigorous, professional training. And when he walked up, his eyes kept flicking to my throat, my heart, all the vital points. There's no way that man was just a security guard. Most likely, he was a hand assassin. Luke and Daredevil stood silently by, clearly agreeing with Yang-Soo's assessment. Glancing into the distance, Yang-Soo saw figures rapidly approaching, drawn by the commotion. Without hesitation, he yanked up the handbrake, and his feet danced between the clutch and the accelerator. With the engine revving madly, Yang-Soo's voice brimmed with anticipation. "Everyone, hold on tight." Feeling the van shudder and shake, Jessica's voice trembled with worry. What are you doing now?" Yang-Soo didn't answer. He just grinned, and Luke, Daredevil, and the Punisher all broke into matching smiles. After a few seconds of roaring engine, Yang-Soo felt the van's power peaking. He dropped the handbrake and released the clutch. The van shot forward with a lurch, Jessica's panic-stricken scream trailing after it. They crashed straight through the barricade, speeding into the ruins of the abandoned factory. With the accelerator floored and a slight turn of the steering wheel, they mowed down several people in ninja garb who tried to block their way, sending them flying one after another. Inside the speeding car, the group quickly caught sight of a heavy iron gate at the factory entrance. Seeing the gate drawing closer and closer, Jessica, convinced they were about to crash, kept shouting, "Brake! Brake! Hit the brakes now!" Amid the rising chorus of screams, Yang-Soo let off the gas, shifted gears with lightning speed, and finally yanked up the handbrake. With a long, piercing screech of tires, the van, racing at full tilt, spun sharply at the very last instant, narrowly avoiding a collision with the iron gate. The tires drew a giant black circle across the pavement, and the van came to a steady halt right in front of the factory gate. "Woo!" Luke shouted in excitement, flinging the door open and leaping out. Surrounded by the acrid stench of burning rubber, he eyed the heavy iron gate, muscles coiling as he bent his knees. The next moment, Luke launched himself forward like a cannon shot, and with a thunderous crash, he smashed the gate open. Glancing at the hand ninjas closing in from behind, Yang-Soo turned to the three about to get out and said, "Go on, help rescue them. I'll stay here to watch the car and guard the door. Hurry up, don't drag this out." The battle-hardened Punisher and Daredevil nodded to him, then raced after Luke into the factory. "Hang in there, wait for us," Jessica called out cautiously before charging in as well. Yang-Soo turned to face the swarm of approaching figures, his eyes gleaming with the power of the Ox Talisman. As razor-sharp blades slashed toward him, he didn't so much as flinch, letting them strike his body. There was a heavy, splitting sound, and the hand ninja's blades snapped in two against him. A Fuchs' iron body really lives up to its name. Yang-Soo grinned, brushing off the torn fabric of his clothes, but unlike him, I don't care for cracking jokes in the middle of a fight. Taking the blows head-on, he swung his right fist, driving hard into a ninja's chest and shattering the man's heart. Without missing a beat, he spun and swept his right leg, sending another attacker flying. Thud thud. With strength several times greater than these hand ninjas, Yang-Soo's every punch and kick kept them at bay, making sure none could break through and enter the factory. Whenever a ninja rushed him, he sent them flying with brute force and the seasoned skill he'd learned from a Fook. Tilting his head slightly, Yang-Soo listened to the shouts and gunfire echoing from within the factory and knew Luke and the others had the upper hand. He backhanded a charging ninja, rupturing his organs, blocked another slash with his arm, and then kicked so hard that his foe practically exploded. As blood mist burst into the air, Yang-Su's eyes caught a wisp of black energy swirling within it. At the same time, a strange pull emanated from within, as if that thing was somehow intimately connected to him. Could it be the black mist? Or is it something else entirely? Suppressing the ripple of emotion in his heart, he resisted the urge to recklessly chase after the dissipating black mist. With a sharp crack, he spun around and lashed out with a whip-like kick, obliterating the ninja before him. Once again, a wisp of black mist drifted out. The familiar sensation of attraction returned. The repeated abnormal occurrences made it abundantly clear to Yang-Su that this was no coincidence. Letting out a quiet breath, he made up his mind. I need to make contact with the hand and see what's really going on. I absolutely have to figure out what this thing is. If it really is some kind of black mist magic, then, as a still weakened Shungju, I'd be in serious danger. Though his mind raced through his next steps, Yang-Su's body did not slow. His movements in battle remained sharp and ruthless. With a swift kick from his right leg, he snapped the spine of a mutated hand ninja. The ninja's companion nearby simply watched the death unfold with a cold, emotionless gaze, brandishing a blade and charging forward without a flicker of feeling. They looked for all the world like puppets being manipulated by invisible strings. Is it because they want to keep the Dragon Bone excavation a secret that they have a bunch of mindless drones guarding this place? Or are all the hands ninjas like this? Not being a specialist in such matters, Yang-Su mulled it over for a moment before letting the thought go. Turning his attention to the ninjas swinging their blades at him, he stomped his right foot hard, sending shards of stone flying up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, Yang-Su spun around his right foot at blinding speed, generating a powerful gust that drew the stones closer. With each punch and kick, he struck the airborne stones with unerring accuracy. The fragments whistled through the air like cannonballs, blasting into the charging hand ninjas and sending them tumbling in all directions. When Yang-Su finally stopped spinning, every ninja lay sprawled on the ground, silent and motionless. He scanned the area. Seeing no more enemies approaching, he slipped back to the van to wait for Luke and the others to return. It wasn't long before Daredevil and his group emerged from the factory, escorting over 30 ragged, weary-looking Latin American migrants. But when the stowaways caught sight of the battered van parked at the door, they instinctively froze in their tracks, too afraid to get in. Their fear was palpable. They were terrified of being forced into labor again. Not even Daredevil and Luke's repeated reassurances could persuade them to move. In the end, it took several intimidating gunshots from the Punisher to finally herd the reluctant stowaways onto the van. Shortly after Yang-Su drove the group away, a cluster of ninjas escorted a young Latin American man with a thick beard into the factory. Inside the processing plant, the young man surveyed the traces of battle around him. Without even turning his head, he sensed someone approaching. Madame Gao, do you think our enemies have already caught wind of our plan, and that's why they're here to thwart us? If word about the Dragon Bone has truly leaked, we'll be at a serious disadvantage. If you have any plans, now's the time to share them. We're all in the same boat here. Plans? Perhaps. Madame Gao leaned on her cane as she drew near, her keen eyes also taking in the signs of the recent fight. As she spoke, her gaze landed on the door Luke had forced open with brute strength. She paused for a moment before continuing. But the time isn't right yet. We still need to wait for someone, or perhaps an entire organization, to appear. The young man glanced at Madame Gao, whose secrets seemed endless. His words were half murmur, half warning. The power of the Dragon Bone has begun to mutate. Not only does it no longer sustain our lives, but now it's starting to consume us. Our time is running out. We need to find a new way forward. At this, he paused, then turned to look directly at Madame Gao, whose face remained unreadable. After all, this growing weakness in my body truly feels like a living hell. Even if it mutates, it can still be used. Can it, gambler? And if the price of immortality is simply the soul, then in a way, it's still a bargain. The man with the thick beard, called Gambler, did not argue with Madame Gao. His silence was an unspoken agreement. Over their long lifetimes, they'd become obsessed with survival, driven to madness by their fear of death. To keep on living, these fanatics would stop at nothing, no matter how terrible. A heavy silence settled between them. Then Gambler looked around the factory once more and spoke quietly. The Iron Fist is here. He let out a slow breath. We have to get our hands on the Dragon Bone as soon as possible. It's the only way we'll survive. We'll see, Madame Gao replied, shaking her head. Slowly, she turned and made her way toward the door, her cane tapping with every step. Her words hung in the air, ambiguous. Best to get ready. With all this activity, we're bound to attract some unusual visitors. Gambler watched the old fox leave the plant, pondering the meaning behind Madame Gao's words. Meanwhile, After escorting a group of stowaways to immigration, the 5 of them made their way to Luke's bar. "Meal again, young?" Luke poured Jessica a tall pint of beer and glanced over at Yang-Su. The Punisher and Daredevil, both sipping brandy, perked up at the mention of someone ordering milk in a bar. Their curiosity piqued. Yang-Su shrugged and answered casually, "If you can make me a cappuccino, I'd be happy with that too." What is that?" "Is that coffee?" Luke looked slightly bewildered. "Forget it. No cappuccino or milk for me." Yang-Su muttered weakly, "Whiskey on the rocks, please." Relieved that he didn't have to make anything strange, Luke quickly brought him a glass of whiskey. Jessica, who had already downed a big glass of beer, only then remembered to ask Daredevil about the hand. Needing his friend's help, Daredevil didn't hesitate to share what he knew. 500 years ago, a man named Yoshinobu Yoshioka led the Hand and transformed it into an international organization. Later, they changed their name to the Snake Root and began to worship primal beasts, turning the Hand into a clan of ninja assassins. But because the Snake Root became so cruel and violent, a group of people with a conscience broke away from them. Those who left settled in Japan and formed the Chase to fight against the Snake Root. At this point, Jessica, still confused by these twists and turns, couldn't help but break in. "Weren't we talking about the Hand? What's this Chase and Snake Root stuff? Where does the Hand fit in?" Yang-Su took a sip of whiskey and lazily helped explain, "If the Hand could split into 2 groups, then splitting into a third isn't out of the question." "Exactly." Daredevil nodded, continuing, "As far as I know, when the Chase and the Snake Root both suffered heavy losses, a faction within the Snake Root seized the opportunity, reformed as the Hand, and swallowed the Snake Root from within. And the leaders of the Hand each possess extraordinary powers. They've come to Hell's Kitchen searching for even greater strength." Luke took a long pull from his glass of the water of life, then hesitantly asked, "Do you know what kind of powers they have?" "When I was rescuing people, I noticed the guards were odd. They didn't feel like normal people, more like puppets under someone's control." "I got that impression too, but unfortunately, I don't know for sure." Daredevil sighed, then turned to Yang-Su. "But he might know." At Daredevil's words, the Punisher, Luke, and Jessica all looked expectantly at Yang-Su. Yang-Su didn't dodge the question. He gestured with his thumb and forefinger, leaving a small gap. "A little, just a little." Before they could press him for more, he went on and revealed what he knew. "As far as I know, there are 5 leaders of the Hand. They call themselves the Fingers. Each finger is assigned to a different region of the world, overseeing the affairs in their territory. And the reason they've gathered here tonight is exactly because of that great power Daredevil just mentioned." At that moment, the Punisher, who had been quietly listening all along, suddenly spoke up. "Do you know what that power actually is?" Yang-Su didn't answer directly. Instead, he threw the question back. "What do you think is something that could drive a person in a high position to pursue it with such obsession? Just tell us already. Stop keeping us in suspense." Jessica, caught up in the gossip, couldn't help but shout out, "What if I told you that the current leader of the Hand is actually the founder of the Hand? Would you believe it?" Yang-Su glanced at Jessica, whose confusion had turned into utter disbelief, and continued. "The leader of the Hand, or rather, its founder, the true power they possess is immortality. They've been living in this world for at least 1,000 years. Immortality? Living for over 1,000 years? That can't be true." At Yang-Su's words, everyone's eyes widened with shock, faces full of disbelief. He went on, revealing even more. "The Fingers of the Hand originally came from another mysterious organization in China, Kunlun. These 5 were all traitors. After stealing a treasure that could grant life extension, they fled from Kunlun. If my guess is right, after their betrayal, they formed the Hand. Later, Jinshin Yashikata managed to seize control in a coup, renamed the Hand to the Serpent Root, and soon after, it split into the True Purity Society. In the end, under these founders, the Serpent Root reverted back to the Hand, which brings us to now. Revealing these secrets, you've gained 199 reputation points from Daredevil, and 199 reputation points from Jessica." Glancing at the new notifications popping up on his system panel, Yang-Su took another sip of his drink and thought to himself, all this talking finally paid off. The Punisher was the first to snap out of his shock. He frowned, looking conflicted. "So how strong are they then? After living that long, they're not on the same level as Kingpin, are they?" If that's the case, he glanced around at the group, his tone tinged with helplessness. "There's no way we could take them down. With enemies like that, unless Black Tiger takes the lead, we might not even be able to break through their defense." As he finished, this battle-hardened veteran couldn't help but sigh, weighed down with a sense of resignation. No, they're definitely not that powerful. Daredevil, who had fought Madame Gao before, was the first to deny it. "Oh, why do you say that?" Hearing this, Jessica instinctively looked at Daredevil, who was deadly serious. Not wanting his friends to lose hope, Daredevil put his pride aside and admitted, "I've fought Madame Gao before. She's one of the leaders of the Hand. She may be strong. She defeated me with just 2 or 3 moves, but that was only because her fighting style happened to counter mine. If it were Luke or Jessica facing her, they'd have the upper hand in terms of strength and physical power. They could easily overpower her. So, judging from this, the members of the Hand aren't at all on the same terrifying level as Kingpin." With Daredevil's first-hand account, Jessica and the others finally felt a little more at ease. What a shame. Luke sighed. If Black Tiger were here, even if their group was as tough as Kingpin, we wouldn't have anything to worry about. Jessica nodded in agreement, then shook her head. Black Tiger is formidable, but even he would need backup to take on Kingpin. Daredevil reassured the group, "Don't worry. I'm sure that, together, we can protect this city with our own strength." That's not very likely, Yang-Su thought to himself as he set down his glass. I'm planning to switch sides soon. After a bit of idle conversation about the Hand, Yang-Su made up his mind to leave and slip away to change his identity. If there's any action, just let me know directly. Still, after this attack on the processing plant, I have a feeling they'll be laying low for a while. They won't give themselves away so easily. Daredevil agreed and nodded. I'll keep tracking down the Hand's hideouts. If I find out what brought them to Hell's Kitchen, I'll let you know immediately. Jessica, the amateur private investigator, quickly chimed in with her own promise. Luke, the bar owner, and the Punisher, who had connections on the inside, both thumped their chests in assurance. After saying goodbye to Luke, Yang-Su drove Daredevil, Jessica, and the Punisher back to their places. As soon as they got in the car, Daredevil turned to Yang-Su. It's late. Let's drop Jessica off first. Otherwise, if some clueless punk crosses her path, she might just knock him out with a single punch. Jessica rolled her eyes at that remark, but didn't object to his concern. No problem. Yang-Su agreed easily. It was just a matter of stepping on the gas. After dropping Jessica off at her place, he turned the wheel and headed toward where Daredevil lived. Glancing in the rearview mirror at the 2 passengers in the back seat, Yang-Su spoke up. All right, out with it. With such a clumsy excuse to send Jessica away, I don't believe for a second you're just worried about someone getting hurt. Daredevil nodded candidly. You're right. I have something else in mind, something I couldn't say in front of the others. You wanted to contact Black Tiger, don't you? With the Punisher sitting right there, Yang-Su immediately understood. One was a lawyer who'd seen every kind of criminal, the other a veteran who'd clawed his way out of hell itself. These two would never be as naive as Luke and Jessica, never believing that justice always wins in the end. Moreover, they might not necessarily be on the side of justice. After all, what decent people would drive a van into the night just to get involved in a gang fight? Daredevil knew Yang-Su understood their intentions, so he spoke with no hesitation. I do hope you can get in touch with Black Tiger or the forces behind him, Tiandu. It's not just about dealing with the Hand. I'm even more worried that the Oracle might make a comeback. What they seek has always been hidden somewhere in Hell's Kitchen. Yang-Su had already been looking for an excuse to plant his own people inside, so now that such a perfect reason had presented itself, he certainly wasn't going to let it slip by. He paused, pretending to consider the matter, before replying, No problem. I'll get in touch with them. Thank you so much, Yang-Su. With the answer he'd hoped for, Daredevil finally relaxed a little. After sending Daredevil and the Punisher back, Yang-Su drove straight home. Once he returned to his place, he glanced at the reputation points in his system, which had finally started to slow down. Reputation points, 12,239. He then shifted his gaze to the Lord's exclusive lottery, now halfway to being fully powered. This time, Yang-Su didn't bother with any elaborate rituals like bathing or changing his clothes. He simply relied on his money power and forced his way through the odds. Murmuring softly to himself, he triggered the lottery. Initiate 100 consecutive draws from the Lord's exclusive pool, right now. With a single thought, his reputation points on the system panel dropped to 2,239. Before he could even lament how hard it was to earn those points, 100 streaks of dusky yellow light shot out, transforming in the air into shimmering, translucent frames. Without hesitation, Yang-Su focused on the 10 bronze tier items displayed at the very top. The exact number of bronze tier items confirmed what he'd suspected all along. The exclusive pool does have a guaranteed drop rate. You get at least 1 bronze item for every 10 draws. Having confirmed his theory, Yang-Su didn't dwell on it any further. He carefully examined the items he'd drawn. Bronze tier, Moon Demon Shi, Earth Demon Shi, Giant Shadow Mask, Talismans, Rat, Rabbit, Dragon, Monkey, Dog, Pig, Aurora's Eye. Iron tier, Dao Long's Medicine Pot, Gourd containing Water Demon Shi, Dragon Fong, Withered Staff. When he saw the last 6 talismans displayed under the bronze tier, Yang-Su could barely contain his joy. He almost leapt up with excitement. Thank goodness I didn't end up with just masks and demon chi. Otherwise, I'd be coughing up blood on the spot. Taking several deep breaths to calm himself down, he steadied his racing heart. He didn't even glance at the summoned characters floating nearby. Instead, he instantly transformed into his 3-meter-tall form. From the system's frames, he retrieved all the talismans and dragon fangs in one go. With 6 talismans clutched in his right hand and the remaining dragon fangs in his left, Yang-Su's face was alight with excitement. Other than the demonic fire aura, there's nothing I lack now. With a sense of ceremony, he tossed all the items in his hands high into the air. The talismans and dragon fangs didn't fall to the ground. Instead, they hovered in midair. Guided by an unseen force, they transformed into streams of light that, one after another, merged into Yang-Su's body. As each power returned, his energy surged rapidly, and his body began to expand in size. When the final dragon fang fused with his being, there was a sharp, cracking sound, like a stone shattering, that echoed all around Yang-Su. Amid the violent surge of energy, the petrification curse that Luope had cast for the Holy Lord was instantly broken. The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from him, and the night's clouds centered around Yang-Su spun into a massive vortex in the sky. Within the thick, swirling clouds, bolts of lightning flashed menacingly. An overwhelming pressure descended, enveloping all of Hell's Kitchen. Having gathered all the talismans and dragon fangs and broken the sealing magic, Yang-Su's body now stood 6 meters tall. Feeling the power coursing through him, he sighed with delight. Unparalleled strength. Rat grants life to inanimate objects. Ox enhances the bearer's physical strength. Tiger balances conflicts, capable of separating yin and yang. Rabbit bestows super speed. Dragon unleashes a devastating burst of explosive flames. Snake renders people or objects invisible. Horse removes abnormal influences caused by external forces within the bearer. Sheep allows the soul to leave the body. Monkey enables the bearer to transform into various animals. Rooster grants the ability to float and control levitating objects. Dog bestows eternal youth and immunity to all fatal attacks, though pain remains. Pig fires high-pressure, high-temperature laser beams. With these 12 distinct powers surging through him, Yang-Su felt invincible. He lifted his gaze to the swirling, lightning-laced clouds above, grinning broadly. Combining the rooster's ability to float with the rabbit's super speed, Yang-Su's massive body, without making a sound, instantly reached the heart of the cloud vortex. The lightning that danced within the clouds was drawn to the dense energy within him, and with a thunderous roar, bolts shot straight at him. Perfect! Yang-Su shouted with excitement, channeling the powers of the pig and dragon. From both his eyes and hands, searing, high-pressure crimson beams erupted, slicing through the oncoming lightning. Thunder boomed and rolled across the sky, white flashes and fiery sparks intertwining against the pitch-black night. The relentless explosions shattered the silence, startling countless people from their sleep. A cacophony of angry shouts, terrified screams, and blaring car alarms filled the air, mingling together in the chaos. The culprit behind their sleeplessness was now darting through the clouds at breakneck speed, evading the thunder with movements so swift he was utterly invisible. Bolstered by the immense energy within Yang-Su's body, the lightning bolts chasing after him simply couldn't land a hit. Even when a stray bolt happened to block his path, under the combined influence of the horse and dog traits, he felt not the slightest tingle. He simply burst through the thunder's barrier without slowing down. After playing among the storm clouds for over 10 minutes, gradually adjusting to the overwhelming power suffusing his body, Yang-Su invoked the traits of the monkey and the snake. Taking on human form once more, he vanished right from the heart of the raging thunderclouds. In less than a second, he shot down from the sky, returning to the small villa whose roof he'd split open with his enlarged body. With a casual wave, he restored the damaged parts of the house. Only then did Yang-Su, in high spirits, turn his attention to the messages from the system. Heaven's upheaval. You have gained 99 reputation points from the Punisher. You have gained 132 reputation points from Jessica Jones. You have gained 0.2 reputation points from Citizen A. I didn't expect that while testing and adapting to my abilities, I'd stumble upon such a pleasant surprise. Though delighted by these unexpected rewards, Yang-Su still suppressed the urge to make a grand spectacle of himself. After all, who's to say whether the hand is hiding some dark magic? And above them all stands the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. Now is not the time for arrogance. One careless move, and disaster could strike from the shadows. He quietly repeated the mantra, "Follow your heart," several times, then turned his attention to the other bronze tier items. He stowed away the assortment of iron tier odds and ends, along with the familiar lunar and terrestrial demonic energies, and took out the mask of the Shadow Legion. It was a sinister mask, ghostly green, with two eyebrows jutting skyward and a row of brown, flowing beard along the chin. Just holding it, he could feel a deep, shadowy power pulsing from within. With the system's protection, I can wear it without being affected, he mused. But once I take it off, any shadow soldiers I summon through it will vanish. After wavering for a moment, Yang-Su chose not to don the giant Shadow Legion mask. Not because it wasn't powerful, but simply because it was too hideous. Power is fleeting, but style is forever. Besides, the strength of the Shadow Legion wasn't indispensable. The 12 talismans outclassed it by far. Deciding to forego the mask, Yang-Su also recognized a weakness of his own. What I lack isn't just the fire demonic energy. I'm missing a wealth of magical knowledge as well. The control device was right in his hands, yet unlike the Dark Lord, he couldn't cast spells to wrest control of the Shadow Legion. And when confronted with targeted magic, he had no reliable means of defense. Brute force was his only recourse. Strangely enough, despite being one of the 8 demon sorcerers, the Shindu is actually a bit of a weakling. Any kind of chi magic seems to work on him. Thinking of this, Yang-Su looked at the giant shadow group's mask with a hint of frustration. Is there a way to use the rat's traits, animate a statue, and then have it put on the mask? He pondered for a moment, but soon dismissed this fanciful idea. Creatures revived in this manner wouldn't obey any commands, so it was pointless to waste energy on it. Since he didn't want to wear the mask himself, nor did he know how to steal its permissions, he decided to set it aside for now. After checking the items he had drawn, Yang-Su turned his gaze to the character still floating in midair. He reached out and summoned the system's projected, ethereal panel. The moment he saw this new character, Yang-Su's eyes sparkled. He was clearly delighted. Character, Daolong. Rank, Bronze. Origin, Jackie Chan Adventures. Skill, Grandmaster level Dark Chi Magic. Description, a powerful Dark Chi sorcerer capable of rescuing Shindu from the Underworld. Note, damn that Shindu, he tricked me. I need to download an anti-fraud app. To think it's Daolong, the master of Dark Chi Magic. Just what I needed. Fantastic. Although Daolong was utterly overwhelmed when facing Shindu, even so, his formidable spellcasting abilities couldn't be ignored. The only problem was, Yang-Su didn't dare let Daolong out to roam freely. After what happened with that joker, he had learned his lesson, not to casually release someone whose expertise was a perfect match for the situation. Who knew what kind of bizarre magic Daolong, as a sorcerer, might concoct to try and escape the system's control. Resolving not to release him, Yang-Su turned his attention to the final summon character. Character, Augustus Black. Rank, Iron. Origin, Jackie Chan Adventures. Skill, apprentice-level magic, relatively decent professional competence. Description, leader of Section 13, a secret organization in Los Angeles, as seen in Jackie Chan Adventures. Note, I used to be a staunch materialist, until I met Shindu. After reading Chief Black's description, Yang-Su was a bit puzzled. Huh, what does that question mark mean? Remembering how Chief Black managed Section 13, an organization as powerful as S.H.I.E.L.D., more like a public restroom anyone could stroll into when needed. He realized the question mark probably cast doubt on Black's supposed competence. Well, I finally managed to draw a proper, upstanding character, so I'll let you off without any complaints. Putting away the newly summoned characters, Yang-Su stretched with a big yawn, the smile never leaving his face. I have to admit, this time the lottery was truly rewarding. Not only did I collect the talismans and dragon teeth, restoring my power to its peak, but I even drew the Daolong character, which to a certain extent makes up for my weakness against demons. Feeling quite pleased, Yang-Su equipped himself with the Daolong persona. He was curious to see what it would be like for a magician who lives by his knowledge to merge with his own body. A flash of ghostly green light swept through the room, and an old man appeared, his hair completely white, his back slightly hunched, and a mystical sigil painted in the center of his forehead. He now wore a robe of black and purple, and clutched a gnarled wooden staff in his hand. As the character's presence successfully descended, Yang-Su immediately felt his mind fill with magical knowledge he had never possessed before. From the most basic ways to identify magical items, to the most intricate and esoteric spells, everything was at his fingertips. With such a wealth of detailed knowledge, Yang-Su felt as though he had become a true master of shadow magic. As he sifted through the magical lore in his mind, he came to an important realization. Characters based on knowledge function more like passive abilities, or rather, it was as if there was now a wise old mentor in his mind, ready to guide him. Once Yang-Su found the magic he needed, he eagerly took out the mask from the Shadow Syndicate. He planned to use Dao Long's magical expertise to seize control of the Shadow Army, just as the Lord had done. The moment he retrieved the mask from the system, the complete incantation for stealing command of the Shadow Army appeared in his mind. Let's give it a try. If I want to master this Dao Long persona quickly, I'm afraid you'll have to be sacrificed, he said with a villainous cackle, eyeing the mask in his hand. Let's see, bat wings, dried twigs, cow hair, he muttered, rummaging through the ingredients. I actually didn't draw a rat's tail. Looks like I'll have to send the Shadow Ninjas to fetch one. After a flurry of activity, Yang-Su, now looking every bit the elderly magician, stood before a cauldron bubbling with a purple liquid. He turned to the Shadow Ninjas beside him, who held an assortment of bizarre objects, and sighed, "It really isn't easy. If I hadn't won most of the materials I needed during the lottery, this spell would have taken much longer." After a brief lament, Yang-Su's attention returned to the cauldron simmering with its strange brew. The magical soul within him was stirring restlessly, eager to begin the ritual. Calming his racing thoughts, Yang-Su followed the recipe in his memory, adding each prepared ingredient into the pot one by one. With every addition, he chanted the corresponding incantation. These peculiar actions should have felt completely foreign to Yang-Su, but now he performed them with uncanny ease. All the ingredients were added to the large cauldron and left to simmer for dozens of minutes. The once boiling liquid suddenly became utterly still, even though the scorching flames continued to blaze beneath the pot. Seeing this, Yang-Su knew the magic had succeeded. A faint, involuntary smile tugged at his lips as he threw in the giant shadow mask he had prepared in advance. As soon as the liquid swallowed the mask whole, the contents of the cauldron began swirling around the mask without anyone stirring it. Before long, a thick black mist rose from the center of the vortex, transforming in midair into the image of a ghostly figure. At the sight of this apparition, Yang-Su understood that the authority to command the Shadow Battalion had been stripped away from its source. Gazing at the ghostly insignia floating above, he chose not to fuse with this newfound power. Instead, he produced a crystal-clear jade pendant, raising it high while chanting an arcane incantation. As Yang-Su finished his chant, the ghostly image in the air turned into a streak of black light, shooting straight into the jade pendant. In an instant, the once translucent pendant was stained pitch black. Moments later, the deep black hue receded, leaving a fierce, grinning ghost face etched on the surface of the pendant. "At last it's done. I'll call you the Giant Shadow Pendant. Ha ha ha." Staring at the ghostly emblem imprinted on the pendant, Yang-Su let out a twisted laugh as he named his creation. After a moment of laughter, he seemed to recall something, abruptly halting his sinister chuckle and muttering to himself. "Ha ha ha. That's the laugh of a Chinese villain. I shouldn't laugh like that. I need an he-hey. That's the laugh of a Western villain, the type I'm playing now." Once he'd had his fill of villainous laughter, Yang-Su let his energy flow into the giant shadow pendant. In the next instant, countless tiny red lights appeared within the pitch-black shadows. These were the eyes of the soldiers. At the same time, their bodies, formed from shadow, swiftly solidified from ghostly to corporeal. Apart from their heads, the soldiers' bodies looked almost like square blocks, immediately giving an impression of overwhelming strength and formidable defense. The members of the Giant Shadow Battalion were exceptionally heavy. Lined up together, they resembled a thick, impenetrable wall. Yet, despite the number of glowing red eyes, only a little over 20 soldiers materialized in the room. This was because the soldiers were so tall and burly that just 20 or so of them completely filled the space. Yang-Su grinned at the sight of these wall-like soldiers. He gave the jade pendant a gentle shake, commanding them to clean the room. In an instant, more than 20 men, each nearly 2 meters tall, dressed in black and built like living barricades, melted into shadows. They darted off to grab brooms, mops, feather dusters, buckets. Thanks to the Giant Shadow Battalion's ability to surveil enemies from the darkness and share whatever they saw with their controller, Yang-Su now had a powerful new advantage. Yang-Su noticed that although their bodies were large and powerful, their movements were surprisingly nimble rather than clumsy. Even when they used a feather duster to sweep away the dust, there was no sign of them overexerting themselves. It's a pity that, for now, the only thing I can do is transfer the control rights of the Giant Shadow Troop, he thought. As for the mask's ability to enhance the body, I have no way of stripping that away. After dismissing the giant shadows who had finished cleaning the room, Yang-Su looked at the mask simmering in the pot, which didn't seem to have changed much. He could only shake his head helplessly. Perhaps it was because the Blade Dragon's descent upon him, though it had achieved its purpose, still left him feeling unsatisfied. But there was nothing better he could do at the moment. After all, enhancing physical attributes was an inherent function of a mask, unless he destroyed the mask entirely and reforged it into a new magical artifact. Shaking his head in regret, Yang-Su cast a spell and fished the mask out of the pot. Maybe I could try fusing it with the Eye of Aurora, the one that lets you teleport instantly by shouting a place name. That way, I could create an Eye of Aurora that enhances the body. He gazed at the mask in his hand. The idea felt promising, but Yang-Su decided to set it aside for the time being. After all, with his current magical skills, still little more than a novice, he was nowhere near able to realize such a complex concept. Letting go of this vision for the future, Yang-Su returned to the cauldron, raising his curved wand. Black mist surged forth from the wand, wrapping itself around the cauldron. As the fog churned and swirled with a peculiar force, it gradually faded, and the once murky liquid inside the cauldron turned crystal clear. Yang-Su took out various magical ingredients, tossing them into the now boiling liquid one by one. A hoarse voice began to chant incantations in a language no ordinary person could understand, the eerie syllables spreading through the dark and filling the entire room. It felt as if some dreadful specter was lurking in a corner, waiting to take a life. At that moment, a shadow ninja emerged from the darkness, holding a severed arm. It approached the cauldron, respectfully offering the broken arm to Yang-Su. But Yang-Su did not take it. He simply continued his chanting and spellcasting. Driven by the flow of energy, the liquid in the cauldron boiled and surged, as if impatiently awaiting the next step. Meanwhile, the severed arm in the shadow ninja's grip began to respond to the magic. From the blackened wound, a stream of dark vapor rose up, gathering and swirling in the air. With a gentle wave of Yang-Su's wand, the black mist was drawn directly into the cauldron. The liquid, which had been bubbling and roiling a moment before, settled instantly, smooth as glass. Seeing this, Yang-Su stopped chanting and swept his free hand gently over the cauldron. In the next moment, ripples spread outward from the center of the liquid, one after another. Even stranger still, as the ripples shimmered across the surface, peculiar scenes began to unfold inside the cauldron. Snow-capped mountain peaks, ninjas who, upon death, dissolved into drifting ash, and an elderly blind man locked in a desperate battle. How odd. I cast a tracking spell. So what are these bizarre images supposed to be? Could these visions be connected to the black mist? If I recall correctly, Jingshin Yashigang was blind. Could that old man be him? Before Yang-Su could draw any more conclusions, the images within the cauldron shifted several times, finally settling on the backs of 2 women and 3 men. Then the scene grew blurry once again. Another ripple washed out, and an entirely new setting emerged. This time, it was a spacious yet concealed hall. The only illumination came from flickering torches along the walls, casting long shadows and lending the place a shadowy, secretive feel. Under the torchlight, 5 seats were arranged in a circle at the center of the hall, suggesting that among those in power here, none stood above the others. In the profound silence of the hall, a low, murmured conversation could be heard. Recognizing the voices emanating from the cauldron, Yang-Su realized these were members of the hand, their leaders, in fact, the so-called fingers. Listening closely to the fingers' discussion, he gleaned the current state of affairs within the hand. A few months prior, the fingers had somehow learned through undisclosed channels that the dragon bone was buried beneath Hell's Kitchen. Yet, due to the constraints imposed by Kingpin, they could only send a small contingent to investigate the area. But with Kingpin's influence gone and his balancing power removed, the hand quickly and forcefully invaded Hell's Kitchen. Such was the hand's situation now. At present, the hand's attention was focused on their 5 founders: Alexandra, Madame Gao, the gambler, Soanda, and Murakami. They had gathered here for one purpose: to claim the life-sustaining dragon bone. Alexandra was of European descent, the gambler hailed from Latin America, Madame Gao was Asian, Soanda was African, and Murakami was Japanese. These 5, so visibly different in background, sat side by side in their chairs, a tableau of perfect political correctness. As Yang-Su silently mused at the scene, Murakami, dressed like a ninja, spoke in a muffled tone: "Madame Gao, the factory basement you place such hopes on held only the faintest trace of energy. There's no sign of the dragon bone." On the other side, the gambler let out a cold, dismissive laugh. If it were that simple, would we all be here together? Seated, leaning on her cane, Madame Gao remained unfazed by the gambler's sarcasm. Her voice was level, utterly calm. Of course it isn't simple. There's still much work to be done. To my knowledge, there are others far more powerful than us lurking in Hell's Kitchen. They, too, may have their eyes on the dragon bone. Next to Madame Gao, Alexandra, the white woman, spoke in a relaxed tone. No need to worry about that. No matter what, we must get our hands on the dragon bones. We don't have much time left. I don't want to die just like this. I want to live much, much longer. Hearing such blunt honesty, everyone present fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. After a long pause, Soanda, the black man among them, couldn't hold it in any longer. He frowned deeply and said, "No matter how many people are after the dragon bones, or what strategies we have in place, isn't the most crucial thing still the location where the dragon bones are hidden? If we don't even know where they are, thinking about what comes next is simply laughable." Alexandra, meanwhile, gazed absent-mindedly at her own fingers, her manner as nonchalant as ever. "Don't be so nervous. I've already made preparations for that. Danny Rand's father, the current Iron Fist of Kunlun, once came into contact with the dragon bones. It seems he even left behind some clues. We can keep an eye on the Iron Fist, and through him, we'll uncover the whereabouts of the dragon bones. And there's another connection. Black Sky is linked to the dragon bones in its own way. As long as enough ninjas die, we'll learn where the bones are buried." "What do you mean by that? Even if Black Sky is connected to the dragon bones, what does that have to do with the number of dead ninjas? Someone, please explain this to me." Yang Su understood most of what was said, but this part left him confused. Unfortunately, it seemed everyone else was already in on the secret. No one spoke up to answer his question. After a long moment, Madame Gao finally broke the silence, her voice barely above a whisper. "The people from the Pure Ones have already arrived in New York, and they've made contact with the locals. Is it Stick and his apprentice, Electra?" Alexandra asked, smiling as she looked at Madame Gao. "That's right," Madame Gao nodded. "They seem to have figured out our intentions. They're searching for traces of the dragon bones, too, and it looks like they're even a step ahead of us." "Well, that's wonderful," Alexandra responded, not worried in the least but rather delighted. She said cheerfully, "This double agent is the most perfect vessel for Black Sky that I know of. If we succeed, there'll be no need for us to rush around like we are now." With that, she turned to Soanda and the gambler. "You two go track down the Iron Fist. Find him and nudge him onto the path to seek the dragon bones. As for me, Madame Gao, and Murakami will take care of Electra, Stick, and the Black Sky situation." No one voiced any objections to Alexandra's instructions, but Yang Su couldn't help his surprise. "That doesn't make sense. Why does the hand care so much about Black Sky? Is it just because of its power? Or is there a deeper secret about Black Sky that I don't know?" But there was no time for further thought. The fingers of the hand were about to adjourn. Yang Su wasted no time. He took out the Eye of Aurora and activated a spatial shift. Just as Lady Gao and the others rose to leave, an old man, who at first glance looked like nothing but trouble, materialized out of thin air in the secret chamber. The 5 fingers, each possessing extraordinary powers, instantly sensed the presence of this brazen intruder who had appeared without warning. They were momentarily stunned when they realized Yang Su had suddenly appeared among them. "Who is this? How did he just show up here? Do we have a mole?" Countless questions and suspicions, tinged with conspiracy, flashed through the minds of these 5 wily old schemers. A strange, unsettling chuckle snapped them out of their daze. Seeing they had regained their senses, Yang Su dropped the bizarre laugh, but his attitude remained outrageously arrogant. "So you're the masters of the hand, huh? I haven't got time to waste on small talk. I am Dao Long, and I am your master. Come, be my servants." At the same moment, this short, frail figure radiated a forceful presence that felt entirely at odds with his appearance. Sensing the power and the uncanny nature of his arrival, the fingers all realized, even without knowing the details, that this newcomer was no ordinary foe. A glint of understanding flickered in Lady Gao's eyes. She quietly took a few unobtrusive steps back, putting others between herself and the stranger. But the others, unaware of the truth and long accustomed to power, simply could not abide such a brazen challenge. The gambler was the first to step forward, glaring icily at Yang Su in Dao Long's guise. Old man, who do you think you are?" "Your master," Yang Su replied offhandedly, tucking away the Eye of Aurora and slipping on the giant shadow jade pendant. "Master, Fine, Fine, Fine." The gambler's voice turned venomous. "I'll shatter your bones one by one. I'll have you writhing on the floor, begging me to put you out of your misery. Empty threats, how laughable." Yang Su looked at the gambler as if watching a fool, his tone mocking. "You've lived this long, and all you've mastered is spouting threats. And even so, your so-called threats aren't even enough to tickle me." With that, he shrugged in utter nonchalance, openly ridiculing the gambler. The gambler said nothing more. With a sudden explosive step, he lunged at Yang Su like a panther pouncing on its prey. But Yang Su, now wielding the power of the Lord, watched the gambler's sluggish charge and couldn't help but taunt him aloud. To think you'd have the nerve, you pitiful gambler. How ridiculous, how laughable. The giant shadow jade flashed with a dark, ominous glow, and over a dozen towering, wall-like figures appeared out of nowhere. The gambler, sprinting at full speed, couldn't stop in time. He crashed straight into the newly formed wall. With a dull thud, Borg, who had been charging forward, was sent flying by the soldiers of the Shadow Legion. He tumbled across the ground several times before finally dissipating the tremendous force of the impact. Meanwhile, the Shadow Legion soldiers merely took a few steps back, showing no sign of trouble at all. Didn't you want to kill me? So why are you just cleaning up the place now? Yang Su stepped out from the path the Shadow Legion soldiers had cleared, glancing at the disheveled Borg as he scrambled to his feet. Then he looked toward Alexandra, Soanda, and Murakami, who stood at the front. I can give you one more chance. If you still refuse to submit, I won't hesitate to send you to your deaths. Before the five of them could react, Yang Su raised his staff and began chanting a spell to himself. Whatever he's up to, stop. Alexandra barely had time to warn the others when Soanda and Murakami, sensing the danger, had already charged forward. Surrounded at the front by Shadow Legion soldiers, Yang Su paid no mind to the two rushing at him. He simply raised his staff and shouted loudly, Gone. One. Kui. Shan. Otman. D. Shai. Soanda and Murakami shouted in turn, swinging heavy fists and sharp daggers as they attacked their enemy. Just as these blows were about to land, a thick cloud of deep purple smoke erupted around Yang Su, shrouding his figure from sight. Yet, within the swirling smoke, several faint silhouettes could be glimpsed. Suddenly, a powerful orange-red hand shot out of the purple haze, seizing Soanda's fist in a vice-like grip. On Murakami's side, the ringing clash of steel resounded. What? Soanda's eyes narrowed in shock. Nanny! Murakami's heart leapt. How had their attacks been stopped? There had been nothing there just moments ago. What was happening? Even as the thought surfaced, the hand gripping Soanda's fist tightened abruptly and yanked hard. Caught off guard, Soanda lost his balance and stumbled forward. At that very instant, the shadowy figure raised a massive fist and, with a relentless flurry of blows, pummeled Soanda's chest, crashing impacts and anguished cries mingling together. In mere seconds, Soanda endured dozens of brutal strikes to his chest. Moments later, as if bored with the game, the figure's right fist gathered force and, with a thunderous blow, sent Soanda hurtling through the air. He flew several meters before crashing down with a tremendous crash, smashing the conference tables and chairs to splinters. Meanwhile, Murakami fared only slightly better. At the moment of that metallic collision, he was struck squarely by a massive iron hammer and flung violently through the air. He coughed up blood as he soared before landing heavily in the hall. With the two men sent flying, the deep purple smoke swirling around Yang Su finally faded away. They saw four bizarre figures, clad in revealing leather outfits, with orange-red skin and hair. Each of them wielded a different weapon. One held a three-section staff, another a massive T-shaped hammer, the third a triple-bladed boomerang. The last one, though unarmed, had muscles bulging all over its body and a stern, imposing face, radiating an aura of strength and power. These peculiar beings were the Dark Assassins, considered Knife Dragon's most formidable dark energy spell. This spell required pouring an enormous amount of energy into special dark artifacts, allowing them to take on physical form and serve their master. Gon, Wen, Chui, and Shan, the four Dark Assassins, were conjured by Knife Dragon through four magical implements: the three-section staff, the bladed boomerang, the great hammer, and the anvil. Now, the authority to command this magic naturally fell into Yang Su's hands. Even though the artifacts themselves were gone, as long as the basic framework of the spell remained, he only needed to expend enough energy to weave it into existence once more. And for Yang Su in his current state, energy was hardly a concern. In fact, when recreating the Dark Assassins, he deliberately poured in even more power, bestowing upon them certain talismanic traits. Satisfied with his work, he shifted his gaze to Murakami and Soanda, who were trembling and struggling to get up from the ground. He also glanced at the gambler, Alexandra, and Madame Gao, who stood off to the side. With an expressionless face, Yang Su spoke. You'd better all come at me together. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance. It's not that I'm pressed for time, but I don't want to waste it on a bunch of useless small fry. As he spoke, the towering shadows behind him began to step forward with heavy, deliberate footsteps, joining the four Dark Assassins in a line. You all. The gambler and Alexandra stared in horror at these clearly inhuman creations. Murakami and Soanda, both gravely wounded, supported each other to keep from collapsing. Madame Gao, who had been trying to minimize her presence, now wore a look of utter dread. She never imagined that in the blink of an eye, two of their strongest would be defeated. Crushed your enemies, gained 166 reputation from Madame Gao, gained 176 reputation from Alexandra. Faced with such overwhelming power, none of them had the slightest will to fight. 500 years ago, when they confronted the uprising, Yoshinobu Kiko felt the same. Now, before the mysterious and powerful Yang Su, nothing had changed. Though unwilling to accept defeat, these ancient survivors, who had clung to life for centuries, would never rush out to die as cannon fodder, simply for the sake of pride. They all stood silently in place, seemingly waiting for Yang Su to state his terms before deciding whether to resist or not. At this moment, Madame Gao, who had blended into the background until now, slowly hobbled forward on her cane, her voice weak as she addressed Yang Su. "Gentlemen, we're not enemies here. Everything can be negotiated." "Oh, really?" Yang Su replied with a feigned impatience, his eyes sweeping over the gravely wounded Soanda and Murakami. Then, he glanced toward Alexandra and the gambler, who were furtively scanning their surroundings, clearly searching for a chance to escape. Drawing his gaze back, Yang Su's expression remained unreadable as he pulled his lips into a cold, emotionless smile. On his face, already far from trustworthy, this smile made him appear all the more sinister. Seeing that icy, unfeeling grin, Lady Gao and her companions were struck by a simultaneous thought. This is bad. He's about to do something. As soon as that thought surfaced, Yang Su raised his staff and began to cast a spell. In the blink of an eye, the four dark assassins burst apart, dissolving into plumes of deep violet smoke. No one present was foolish enough to think that this enigmatic figure had simply failed in his magic. On the contrary, everyone suspected he was up to something else, and soon enough, those suspicions were confirmed. The smoke shot rapidly toward Alexandra, the gambler, Soanda, and Murakami, engulfing them in a swirling haze. It was only when they were lifted by the smoke and began to feel themselves being corroded that the four finally realized what was happening. They flailed and screamed within the billowing clouds, struggling desperately to break free from their predicament. Lady Gao, one of the few survivors, paled at the sight, a look of terror for the unknown flickering in her eyes. Yang Su watched the scene unfold calmly, waiting for the magic to take full effect. This was not done out of cruelty, nor was it meant to torture the four. Rather, he was transforming them into something akin to magical creatures. In this way, not only would their combat abilities be greatly enhanced, but they could also vanish and reappear at will as clouds of smoke. Most importantly, Yang Su would gain 4 new minions, completely at his command. As the smoke churned and the dark energy surged, the magical transformation was swiftly completed. Once they landed back on the ground, the four stood in perfect unison before Yang Su. "Boss," they intoned and bowed their heads in submission. Noting how similar they now appeared to the dark assassins, a satisfied smile curled at Yang Su's lips. As he suspected, these four lacked the innate energy of the assassins who had been strengthened by special talismans. It hadn't taken long for the dark magic to completely consume them, turning them into his loyal claws and fangs. With a strange, chilling chuckle, Yang Su turned to the surviving Lady Gao. "Now how will you choose? Will you struggle to the bitter end, or will you pledge your loyalty to me?" As he spoke, he commanded the shadowy assassins to step menacingly toward Lady Gao. The newly transformed minions, still flush with the thrill of their newfound power, could not help but radiate an overwhelming aura of strength. Facing immense pressure, Lady Gao gripped her cane tightly, locking her gaze on Yang Su and his group of subordinates. When she saw Gon, Wan, Chui, and Shan, the struggle written on their faces filled her with a sudden sense of dread. At that moment, the emotion she had suppressed for so long burst forth all at once. "Ah, ha ha!" Lady Gao threw her head back in wild laughter, turning to face Yang Su as she slowly placed both hands on either end of her cane. Her expression had a touch of madness. Still laughing, she shouted, "If that's the case, then there can only be one answer." With a sharp movement of her knee, there was a crack as she snapped the cane in half. Her face twisted into a strange, unsettling smile, but her words came out without the slightest hesitation. "I hereby swear my loyalty to you." Ha ha ha. As soon as Lady Gao uttered her answer, it was as if a triumphant melody, Bethion, played in Yang Su's ears. Suppressing the sudden urge to smash a rock with his fist, Yang Su produced the cup of life. an artifact said to restore one's youth. With a touch of magic, he filled it with crystal-clear water, then had gone. The dark assassin, shaped by Alexandra, present the cup to Lady Gao. I will not mistreat those who serve me. Consider this an advance on your wages. When you drink from it, you will regain your youth. Without the slightest hesitation, Lady Gao took the proffered cup of life and drank deeply, gulp after gulp of the life-giving water. A transformation began immediately with each sip she took. Vibrant life force seeped into every corner of her body, repairing all that had been worn down and depleted. Her snow-white hair darkened strand by strand, wrinkles smoothed from her face, and her slightly stooped back gradually straightened. Rejuvenation gained 299 reputation points from Gone, Alexandra. Rejuvenation gained 248 reputation points from one, Murakami. Rejuvenation gained 254 reputation points from Chui, the gambler. Rejuvenation gained 260 reputation points from Shan, Soanda. Witnessing this miracle, the four who had been turned into dark assassins but retained a sliver of their own consciousness were left utterly stunned. They had never imagined that Yang Su possessed something so wondrous. In an instant, envy and longing consumed the hearts of the dark assassins. Though they had been granted formidable power, and even their decaying bodies had ceased to deteriorate, compared to being controlled by someone else's strength, they clearly yearned even more for a return to youth. Transformed from a frail old woman to a woman in her 30s, Lady Gao battled the urge to kill for the treasure and, with great reluctance, handed the cup of life back to Yang Su. Meanwhile, the other dark assassins could not tear their eyes away from the cup, their greed laid utterly bare. So it's true, once you're used to taking by force, honest work for real rewards is no longer an option. Expressionless, Yang Su calmly put away the cup of life, fully aware that this group of people was entertaining thoughts of betrayal at any moment. Despite projecting an air of overwhelming strength and dangling tempting promises before them, he knew well that these ancient beings, who had survived for over 1,000 years, were anything but gullible. They would never naively believe in such empty promises. But Yang Su didn't care much about their loyalty. His aim was simply to stir things up. He had never intended to win them over in the first place. At the same time, he wanted to test whether people who had been empowered by magic would bring him greater benefits in terms of reputation. His hypothesis proved correct, and indeed, the gains were quite impressive. How wonderful it is to work with people like you, Yang Su thought to himself. I can set you up without the slightest pang of conscience. Just as they were scheming about how to seize the cup of life, Yang Su's voice rang out. Excellent. You've all been strengthened now. I want you to take care of some tasks, preparations for the next phase of my plan. He swept his gaze over the distracted group and began painting grand visions for them. If you do well, you'll be handsomely rewarded. Is there something you need us to do, boss? Madame Gao, the first to enjoy the benefits, quickly spoke up, her eyes signaling to the other dark assassins. The rest came to their senses as well, forcefully suppressing their desire for the cup of life, and hastily asked, Boss, what do you need us to do? I need you to find a corpse hidden somewhere in Manhattan, a corpse that is long dead. At this, Yang Su paused, then continued thoughtfully. This corpse contains tremendous power, coveted even by the mightiest of sorcerers. Madame Gao and the dark assassins exchanged quick glances. They all felt that dragon bones fit the description of something dead and immensely powerful. Yet none of them spoke up, choosing instead to keep this information to themselves. Yang Su, who was well aware of the truth, shot a sidelong glance at the group, all of whom wore masks of ignorance. I've already given you your chance. Since you choose not to cherish it, there's nothing more to say. Yang Su's face remained impassive, betraying nothing as he continued. I'm going to set up a grand magical ritual. With it, I will awaken that dormant, mighty corpse, so that it will come seeking me of its own accord. With that, Yang Su turned his gaze to Madame Gao and the dark assassins. These ancient beings instantly understood the meaning behind his pause. He was waiting for them to declare their loyalty. Suppressing her reluctance, Gone Alexandra straightened her expression and spoke with resolve. Boss, just tell us what you need. We're ready to do anything that will lighten your burden. The others all nodded vigorously, echoing their agreement. With a group of eager supporters now before him, Yang Su's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Excellent. Since your questions come from genuine curiosity, I shall graciously reveal the answer to you all. I need to set up a ritual altar. The higher above the ground, the better. The altar should be placed right in the heart of the city, so its influence can quickly radiate throughout the entire metropolis. Additionally, I need you to prepare these materials for me. With that, he produced a sheet of parchment covered with a list of unusual magical ingredients: dried squid, bat fur, rabbit tails, and the like, and handed it over. The group exchanged glances, then sent Murakami, who appeared the most respectful and loyal, to step forward and receive the parchment. These are the things required for the ritual preparations. Gather them all, just as listed. The more, the better. He passed the parchment to Murakami, who bowed his head and raised his hands to accept it with utmost reverence. Once when Murakami had carefully put away the parchment filled with all sorts of magical components, Yang Su turned to Madame Gao and the Dark Assassins. That body, now departed, holds a truly extraordinary power. To awaken it will require a powerful and complex ritual. So, when the time comes to activate it, there will be quite a commotion. I'll need you to protect the ritual for me. At these words, the faces of those who already believed the body to be the legendary dragon bone darkened ever so slightly. Sensing the moment was ripe, Yang Su suddenly changed tack, his tone turning subtly insistent, as if gently urging them to declare their loyalties. Of course, once you've fulfilled your assigned tasks, I can recommend you for membership in the Oracle. Thus, you could gain far greater power and a long, long life. The Oracle? Madame Gao and the 4 Dark Assassins almost blurted out in shock, but managed to restrain themselves. They knew all too well what had become of Kingpin after he'd come into contact with the Oracle. He was now like a living corpse, lying unconscious and unresponsive in a hospital bed. As someone who could even see Kingpin's drifting soul, Madame Gao was 100 times more reluctant to have anything to do with the Oracle. The power it offered was undeniably real and formidable, but so were the side effects and consequences, truly terrifying. These high-ranking figures, who already possessed their own means of prolonging life, all had the same thought flash through their minds at once. We must never let his plan succeed. To hell with the Oracle and all that comes with it. All we need is the dragon bone to extend our lives. As for more power, that's just too dangerous. Afraid of death above all else, their consensus was reached in an instant. Though they had already resolved to sabotage Yang Su's plan from the shadows, on the surface, they feigned excitement and honor. Seeing these double dealers brimming with enthusiasm, Yang Su nodded in deep satisfaction. Meanwhile, inside the director's office of the Trifold Wing building, at this moment, Nick Fury was flipping through a hefty stack of documents. As he turned the pages, he couldn't help but rub his bloodshot eyes. His exhaustion was entirely due to the chaos caused by Kingpin transforming into a muscle-bound giant and wreaking havoc in Manhattan. The U.S. military, New York officials, powerful corporations of all sizes, even the president, had all made their moves in response to this incident. Some made subtle inquiries, while others applied direct pressure through their influence and wealth. He had lost track of how long it had been since he last rested, all in an effort to contain the fallout. Balancing and appeasing all sides, wielding threats and bribes, every decision landed squarely on Nick Fury's shoulders. Countless choices awaited his final word. After all, this was the first time a supernatural disaster had openly erupted before the public. One careless misstep could spell serious trouble. The only silver lining was that, despite everyone's differing interests, they all wanted to keep the ordinary public in the dark. That was the only thing saving Nick Fury from dropping dead on the job from sheer overload. Suddenly, a firm knock sounded at the office door. "Come in," Nick Fury called, lifting his head to glance toward the entrance. A white man in a business suit, his receding hairline unmistakable, stepped in at Fury's invitation. "So, Phil Coulson, do you have any more bad news for me?" Seeing his trusted subordinate, Fury managed a rare grin, the dark circles on his face momentarily softening. Coulson could only shrug with resignation, holding up a stack of files. "Director, I'm afraid there's plenty of bad news left to go around. Give me the highlights." "Let me get my thoughts in order," Fury said, massaging his tired eyes once more. Bad news that reached the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was never a trivial matter. Coulson walked over, handed the file across the desk, and began his report. "Our team searching for Tony Stark was blocked by the local garrison. They've made no real progress. The foreign gang, the Hand, has already moved into Fisk Tower. According to our risk assessment, it's likely they're investigating the cause of Kingpin's transformation. And your old war buddy sent word. He warns we should brace ourselves, says a major battle may be brewing." Fury didn't bother to open the file. He let out a long sigh, sinking back into his office chair. Staring blankly at the paperwork on his desk, it was a while before he finally muttered, "A physical disappearance. They really outdid themselves. It must be Tony Stark's reckless inventions getting in the way of some higher-ups making a quick buck." Judging by how the military-industrial complex was behaving, things didn't look good for Tony Stark at all. At this thought, Nick Fury couldn't help but furrow his brow. Given that this matter was tangled up with a deeply rooted military-industrial complex, he could only proceed with the investigation slowly and carefully. Keep pushing on the investigation into Tony. I won't let anyone interfere with this, he instructed plainly. Then Fury continued to Coulson. Now, tell me what's going on with the hand. Coulson nodded and continued his report. After Kingpin was left in a vegetative state, members of the hand began pouring into Manhattan in large numbers. They swallowed up the territory that once belonged to Kingpin, and they've been digging all over the city, as if searching for something. Is that so? Although it sounded like a question, there was a knowing look on Nick Fury's face, as if he was privy to some inside story. The hand has its own agenda. Keep people watching them, but as long as they don't make too much trouble, we don't need to interfere. Coulson responded in a low voice, then pressed on, Director, about that great war your old comrade mentioned. Hearing this, Nick Fury couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. What he feared most was the exposure of supernatural forces, and nothing drew attention like a massive battle. What's more, two enigmatic organizations, Heavenly Capital and the Oracle, seemed to be lurking in the shadows, making things even trickier. Relying on his sharp instincts as the king of spies, Fury was certain that there was a deeper truth behind Kingpin's transformation and rampage. However, lacking any meaningful clues or intelligence, Nick Fury found himself completely in the dark. This is really troublesome. What is it about Manhattan that draws in so many mysterious organizations? With a weary sigh, Fury turned back to Coulson and ordered, Have a thorough talk with my old comrade. Make sure to gather as much intel as possible. Understood, sir. Coulson replied earnestly with a nod. Did my comrade mention anything about what triggered Kingpin's rampage? Fury asked, glancing at Coulson as he prepared to leave for work. He didn't say much, only that it happened because someone from the Oracle made a move. I see. Go on, get to work, Fury said quickly. And if you get any relevant news, report to me immediately. Yes, sir. In a small antique shop nestled in Hell's Kitchen, Yang Su toyed with the pseudo-12 talismans, each bearing a sliver of divine power, as he plotted his next steps. Convincing the people from the hand won't be hard. The real question is, how do I balance the vast difference in strength between the two sides, so that when things reach a fever pitch, justice can prevail reasonably, while evil slips back into the shadows, undetected. On the side of evil, there is now a grand sorcerer for dark assassins who have been enhanced, and the young Lady Gao. Although both the dark assassins and Lady Gao are double agents, they're unaware that Blade Dragon has already betrayed them as well. Because of this, they dare not openly turn against Blade Dragon. At most, they can only sabotage things in secret or leak some information. But even if every single one of them were traitors, given the current combat strength of the Punisher League, it still wouldn't be enough to win. Yang Su himself cannot afford to expose too much, and both Daredevil and the Punisher are physically weaker than average. If they really had to charge headlong into battle, even taking down a single Shadow Corps soldier would be a struggle for them, let alone facing the rejuvenated Lady Gao, or the dark assassins who have been specially empowered by talismanic magic. This is precisely why Yang Su hasn't sent Kingpin's soul back into its body to bring him back into action. Partly, it's less stressful to manipulate a bunch of self-serving, cowardly veterans who are only half-hearted about their work. But it's also because he fears Kingpin's commanding ability and drive might be too strong. He could crush the Punisher League in an instant. Turning the imitation 12 talismans over in his hand, Yang Su fell into deep thought. The enemy's top-tier fighters, including Blade Dragon, total 6, not to mention a squad of Shadow Corps soldiers who are notoriously hard to bring down. On their own side, aside from himself serving as support and driver, the Punisher and Daredevil, with their relatively weak physiques, only count as one unit of fighting power. By this reckoning, the forces of justice are short by 3 in terms of combat strength. He can't let Alfred appear too early, since the final battle will rely on him to wrap things up. Even if he sends Bin Bin, the Chinese-looking character, out with the talismans, they're still short by 2 combat units. As for Wei, Yang Su isn't too keen on using that summon character, so he must find another way to fill the gaps in their ranks. Perhaps Iron Fist Danny, who has already arrived in America, could be roped in and brought to join the fight against the Hand. Even if this Iron Fist is a bit lacking, he should be able to hold out for a while when things get rough. As for the last combat force, Yang Su frowned, his gaze wandering around the antique shop. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the cover of a magazine lying on the table. Maybe I can pull him in too. If I do that, the fighting power on both sides should be about even. Acts of heroism and justice are always tempting for these so-called superheroes. After all, out on the dust-laden Gobi Desert, the scorching sun bakes the barren earth. Afghanistan, known as the graveyard of empires, has never been a place for sightseeing or leisure. With the help of the Aurora Eyes teleportation, Yang Su has visited here many times, but so far, he's come up empty-handed. Walking through the desolate, ruined city riddled with craters from gunfire and explosions, he muttered incessantly to himself. I miscalculated. I overestimated the tracking abilities of the shadow ninjas and underestimated just how well those terrorists could hide their base. Thinking of the legions of shadow ninjas he had sent out in recent days, only to find nothing at all, Yang Su felt a pounding headache. Maybe it's time to change my approach, and ask for a little help from Etienne. Through the senses of a shadow ninja, he caught sight of the nearby American military base and couldn't help but smile with delight. Invisible, Yang Su swaggered right past the guards, gliding effortlessly into the heart of the American base. He had barely set foot inside when he started to notice a few clues. These American soldiers didn't seem particularly interested in actually finding the billionaire Tony Stark. Aside from Colonel James Rhodes, the black Air Force officer, who led search parties out every day, the other soldiers and officers merely wandered around the base's perimeter, then scribbled up a report to cover their tracks. They just went through the motions, giving a surface-level explanation and not caring in the slightest whether Tony Stark lived or died. With a little gentle interrogation of several officers, Yang Su quickly pieced together what was really happening here. And in that moment, a flash of understanding shone in his eyes. He realized why Tony Stark had been kidnapped right under the noses of these soldiers. After all, at this point in time, their skills and discipline hadn't completely fallen apart. If Stark had been attacked, the air support from the base could have reached the scene within minutes. The terrorists might have been able to kill him outright, but kidnapping Tony Stark and getting away with it? That should have been impossible. Besides, with the American intelligence apparatus, tracking down someone who'd been taken shouldn't have been a problem at all. For things to have played out this way, there could be only one explanation. Tony Stark's godfather, Obadiah, must have struck a deal with the higher-ups at the base. They used the base as a transit point for smuggling weapons to the terrorists. The terrorists paid cash, Obadiah provided the weapons, and the base offered transportation. A seamless chain of mutual interest had formed. Within this chain, the terrorists got powerful arms to fuel their raids and plundering. Obadiah raked in more and more money, while the base received a mountain of funding from Congress. Everyone had a rosy future, except for the Afghan people, who were treated as expendable pawns. Yet Tony Stark, oblivious to these backroom dealings, kept inventing cutting-edge weaponry, disrupting this perfectly balanced chain of interests. After all, a missile costing $100 million apiece was far beyond the means of your average terrorist. Besides, if you fired off hundreds or even thousands of missiles a year and still hadn't wiped out the terrorists, that would be downright embarrassing. Right now, even the overseas bases don't dare to take things to that extreme. But the higher-ups in the organization certainly have the guts, plenty of it, in fact, to sell off billions worth of tanks, trucks, and rockets for profit. So now everything makes sense. They don't blindly upgrade their weapons, which means there's no excuse for more people to jump in and claim a share of the pie. They maintain a steady supply of arms, keep those backroom deals going with American officials, and secure congressional funding. Looking at it this way, Obadiah is actually a better fit for the expectations of the American military-industrial complex than Tony Stark ever was. No wonder Tony Stark shut down the weapons division the moment he got back. He's not the least bit worried about wild retaliation or about ending up with 36 bullets in his back under suspicious circumstances. It turns out he's already calculated that the military-industrial complex wouldn't go after him for this. In fact, they'd be happy to watch it happen. Once Yang Su figured all this out, he switched over to his Sloan persona, a half-mystic, half-con-man kind of character. Time to go talk him around, lay the groundwork for future use. In a remote, hidden cave, a bespectacled, scholarly-looking middle-aged man asked uneasily, Stark, is this really going to work? With such crude equipment, can we really do this? Tony Stark, dressed in a white tank top and sporting a neatly trimmed beard even in this dark, rough cave, didn't pause in his work. He answered with unwavering confidence, Trust me, son. As long as we finish building this, we can both get out of here. You'll be reunited with your family. All right, I understand. Ensign let out a soft breath and began assembling the suit. The two men were hard at work on a suit of white-gray iron armor, suspended in the air and being pieced together bit by bit. At first glance, the suit looked crudely made, large chunks of metal welded together in a patchwork fashion. The weld seams on the outside had been only roughly smoothed down, left exposed for all to see. It was a complete 3-knots product. No quality control, no after-sales service, no certification. But this rough-and-ready suit could actually move, and it was built for attack. Hanging from chains, the unfinished armor looked bulky due to the lack of proper optimization. Yet instead of appearing clumsy, it exuded a fierce and powerful aura. Pieced together from all sorts of scavenged materials, the suit gave off a wild, untamed steampunk vibe. When Stark finally completed the connection between the suit and the miniature arc reactor in his chest, he let out a slow, relieved breath. It's functional now. As long as this powers the suit, we're ready to go. Stark touched the circular device on his chest, feeling a bit anxious as he thought to himself. Right now, the energy it generates can only keep the suit running for 15 minutes. If I go beyond that time, the arc reactor will shut down and the electromagnet will stop working. The shrapnel embedded in my body will lose the magnetic pull and, carried by my blood, pierce straight into my heart. That little device in his chest was a miniature arc reactor, built from materials he'd had on hand, something that had allowed him to unleash an unprecedented level of ingenuity in a single attempt. He carefully patted the life-saving device on his chest, then began to put on the padded leather outer layer for protection against bumps and scrapes. Slipping his hands and feet into the sealed gauntlets, Stark called out softly, "Son, I'm ready. Help me seal the armor in the front, and tighten the helmet screws ahead of time, too." Lacking proper equipment and fine-tuning, the suit dub mark I was extremely rudimentary. It required someone else's help just to put it on, and even its movements had to be preset. "Hold on, Stark." After attaching the backplate of the mark eye, Son moved on to deal with the helmet. The terrorists seemed unusually quiet today, as their gang leader was busy indoctrinating the new recruits. Most of the men were out maintaining order and preventing accidents. Meanwhile, Stark and Son worked mostly in blind spots of the surveillance cameras, always making sure at least one of them appeared on camera. These staged actions were enough to keep the terrorists watching the monitors from noticing anything unusual. Far away, Sloan, who had received intel from the American military base, had come to this terrorist stronghold. He gazed across the valley at the group of men wandering around aimlessly with guns slung over their shoulders. A bunch of coerced conscripts with no real military training, yet they can stand their ground against celestial soldiers. Should I say they're surprisingly capable, or are they just puppets raised for this purpose? His hair and beard completely white, Sloan stared intently at the valley ahead. He slowly exhaled, then murmured to himself, "It's about time I made my move, and I might finally get to answer a question that's been on my mind since I first saw this scene in the movies." Drawing his Desert Eagle, loaded with endless rounds, Sloan strode toward the valley. He slipped invisibly between two bearded middle-aged guards at the base's entrance. Walking boldly through the camp, no one noticed the footprints appearing out of nowhere in the sand. Nor did anyone see how the swirling wind traced the faint outline of a person in the drifting dust. Though his invisibility had its flaws, in this loosely guarded, unequipped place, Sloan moved as if he were a ghost, utterly unimpeded. He hadn't enjoyed his leisure for long before he reached the heavy iron gate at the cave entrance. Beside the gate, two middle-aged men armed with rifles were pacing back and forth, obviously bored as they guarded the door. I was thinking I might be able to sneak inside, but that's clearly out of the question now. Well, this is the perfect chance to test my abilities. With that thought, he immediately revealed himself from his concealed state. The two sentries, bored a moment ago, were utterly startled by the sudden appearance of a living person right before their eyes. Panic-stricken, they raised their guns, shouting repeatedly at the figure who had materialized out of thin air. "Who are you? How'd you get here?" Sloan had no intention of explaining. He simply raised his gun and squeezed the trigger. In less than a second, 6 shots rang out. The two guards on the other side stared wide-eyed in shock before collapsing to the ground. Even in death, they couldn't comprehend how someone could just appear from nowhere in front of them. 2 shots to the chest, 1 to the head. Even Jesus would turn away in disbelief. Before he could revel in his handiwork, a dozen or so people came charging in from the valley, shouting loudly. Clearly, the gunshots from inside the cave had startled these terrorists. Each one of them brandished a semi-automatic rifle. The instant they saw someone standing in front of the iron gate, they raised their weapons and took aim. But Sloan, the moment he heard their footsteps, responded with a volley of gunfire toward the cave entrance. Before the terrorists could even steady themselves, his Desert Eagle spat out over a dozen bullets in a single second. With every shot, another head burst open and the bodies dropped in succession. The few terrorists still blocked at the back, seeing how swiftly their comrades fell beside them, lost the will to advance further. Instead, they stood their ground and fired back, unleashing a hail of bullets like a relentless barrage. But Sloan, having emptied his magazine, rolled to the side and took cover behind the rocky wall, narrowly dodging the incoming storm of bullets. He could hear the dull, heavy thud striking the stone behind him, knowing full well that this thin barrier wouldn't hold for long. Well then, it's time for bullet time. In the next instant, Sloan felt his blood surge, adrenaline coursing through his veins. With his heart pounding wildly, the boiling blood and adrenaline were delivered to every part of his body at impossible speed. All his senses sharpened many times over. Sloan, now convinced he could dodge bullets, broke into a wicked grin. "Now I'll show you, bullets and bend." With a flash, he rolled out from behind the rock and opened fire again. Strangely, he didn't seem to be aiming at anyone in particular, his shots appearing wild and random. Yet, these seemingly errant bullets, moving at speeds too fast for the human eye, curved miraculously in midair. Two terrorists fell instantly, blood splattering across the stone wall. In the next instant, a barrage of bullets from several rifles tore through the air, targeting the enemies who had just rolled out into the open. Sloan, who had just tumbled out from behind cover, was well prepared. With a forceful push of his right hand against the ground, he launched himself 2 meters away from his original spot, dodging the hail of bullets entirely. But he didn't stop there. Having shifted 2 meters inside the cave, his feet quickly made contact with the rock wall. In that split second, he pressed the balls of his feet harder against the stone, increasing his grip. The next moment, he seemed to defy gravity, sprinting swiftly along the wall itself. A monster. The terrorists who had just come in behind him saw this bizarre scene and were utterly stunned. They also witnessed the strange sight of their comrades collapsing one after another as gunfire rang out. Even the terrorists, who clung desperately to their faith, could not help but scream in terror. Every scream, just waste your time. Sloan dodged bullets as he fired back repeatedly, his gun issuing sharp reports, one after another. Once again, he never aimed directly at them, yet the terrorists all fell one by one. Meanwhile, on the other side, a bald man with tattoos on his face stood atop a platform in a spacious room, shouting to a crowd of ragged civilians below, "Join us. If you die in battle, you'll enter paradise, bread to eat, milk to drink." This man, who was shamelessly boasting about the blessings of dying in battle, was none other than the leader of the terrorist group. He had built his power by abducting people, brainwashing them, and using psychological manipulation. While the bald man was enjoying his twisted sermon, a middle-aged man rushed in, his face stricken with fear. He breathlessly told the bald man that outsiders had attacked inside the cave. The bald man's eyes widened. He grabbed the messenger by the collar, snarling, "How did the enemy get in?" I don't know." The middle-aged man, trembling uncontrollably at the sight of the leader's furious, distorted face, could barely get the words out. Seeing his terror, the bald man threw him violently aside. No longer caring about his ongoing brainwashing, he immediately ordered the others to grab their guns and charge deeper into the cave. At that very moment, a loud, urgent banging echoed from the iron door at the far end of the cave. "Ethan, Stock, open the door. We're here to move you. Hurry, open up." The armed terrorists shouted as they hammered on the door, glancing nervously over their shoulders. Little did they know, on the inside of that iron door sat a specially rigged bomb, set to detonate if the door was forced open. "Don't worry about them. Let's focus on what we need to do." Tony spoke softly to the anxious Ethan, reassuring him. "We'll get out of here. Don't let them shake you. Trust me." The terrorists outside the door had run out of patience. After banging on the door a few times, they simply forced it open with a heavy shove. That action immediately triggered the explosive device set behind the door. With a thunderous blast, both the terrorists at the entrance and the iron door were obliterated. "Excellent. It seems our earlier preparations paid off. We still have some time." Stark's tone was relaxed, but there was a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. "Let's start up the power system first. That's the most important thing." Ethan hurriedly set down his wrench and rushed over to the table, eyes fixed on the laptop in front of him. He kept glancing nervously at the shattered iron door while asking anxiously, "What do I do?" "Press the F11 key first. When the progress bar appears, let me know," Stark instructed, his voice cool and collected. "It's up. The progress bar's up," Ethan called out, his gaze locked on the ghostly green bar inching across the screen. "Now, hold down Control and the I key, then hit Enter." As Ethan initiated the power system, the progress bar on the laptop began to crawl forward bit by bit. 1, 2, 3. "Don't worry about it now. Come help me fasten the last few screws," Stark said, sounding composed, but his eyes never strayed from the progress bar on the screen. "We're 20 meters from a corner here. The 6th screw on the right leg needs 16 turns." It feels good. The arm movements are smooth, and manual control checks out. Following Stark's instructions, Ethan finished the final checks on Mark I. Then he hurried to the laptop again. When he saw the progress bar reach 45%, he muttered under his breath, "Not enough time." He turned to look at Stark, who was trying hard to keep calm, pushed his glasses up with a trembling hand, and said, "Stark, we don't have enough time." "We've got enough time. Stick to the plan." "We have a plan," Stark replied, trying to reassure him, though he wasn't sure what else to say. "Stark, I know we don't have enough time," Ethan insisted, grabbing a gun from the floor near the blasted door as he spoke. Without even glancing at the man encased in heavy armor, he gripped the gun and dashed out the door. "No, Ethan, come back," Stark shouted over and over as he stared at the progress bar, willing it to move faster. There's enough time, Ethan. Watching the sluggish progress, his anxiety grew. Ethan wasn't just the man who had saved his life. He was willing to risk everything to help Stark escape. Stark couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to him. With a cry, Ethan unleashed a volley of gunfire at the top of the cave as he ran, yelling as he went. He hadn't gotten far when, emerging from the darkness, he spotted an elderly black man in a suit, with white hair and beard, approaching. Although it's not right to judge someone's identity just by their clothes, Ethan still stopped in his tracks and couldn't help but ask, "Are you American?" Before the other man could reply, Ethan caught sight of a terrorist right behind him, raising his gun to aim. "Watch out, Bay." Ethan's warning had barely left his lips when the man in front of him swiftly lifted his own gun and pulled the trigger, firing straight at Ethan. There was no time for fear. Staring directly down the barrel, Ethan watched in astonishment as the bullet curved sharply the moment it left the gun. It made a full 180, arcing backward to strike the terrorist who'd been about to ambush them, killing him instantly with a shot to the head. Suddenly, the mysterious figure before Ethan darted to the side, pressing himself against the stone wall as if dodging something. A moment later, Ethan realized what the man was avoiding, but by then, it was too late. The terrorist, even as he died, instinctively squeezed the trigger of his rifle, spraying bullets forward. But none of those rounds hit their intended target. Instead, they slammed into Ethan, who was standing in the line of fire. Thud thud. Ethan stood there, dumbfounded, watching blood bloom from his wounds, pain radiating through his body. Even Ethan, who had long since resigned himself to death, couldn't help but mutter over and over in his heart, "Why me? Why me?" Earned Ethan 33 reputation points. Sidestepping the ambush, Sloane approached Ethan, who was now lying on the ground, groaning softly in pain, his face expressionless. Seeing that Ethan had taken 2 shots to the chest, Sloane offered a flat, triple apology. "Can't help it. Can't save you. Just accept your fate." Cough, cough. Ethan managed a weak cough, his voice barely audible. "You're here to rescue Stark, aren't you? He's in the cave. Just go straight in and you'll find him." Looking at the dying Ethan, Sloane unexpectedly let out a soft chuckle. "You should come with me. After all, every superhero's origin needs a sacrifice, and you fit the bill." With that, Sloane bent down, hoisted Ethan up with one hand, and strode toward the deepest room in the cave. Inside, Stark was anxiously watching a progress bar inch across his screen. Then, from the doorway, he heard a faint, fragile voice. "Stark, I'm sorry. I couldn't stick to the plan." He looked up with a start and saw a not-so-brawny black man dragging a blood-soaked Ethan into the room. No, Ethan." Stark's voice trembled as he repeated, "We had a plan. Hang in there. You still have a family waiting for you back home. They're all waiting for you to return." Propped up against the wall, Ethan coughed weakly, his words barely a whisper. "No, I don't. I have no family left. I lied to you. My family's already gone. Now I'm going to join them." Seeing Stark's face etched with sorrow, Ian's son, weak and exhausted, tried to comfort him. "Don't worry about me. I have no regrets left behind." Stark's voice trembled as he watched the blood flowing steadily from Ian's chest. "Thank you so much. You saved my life." "Then cherish it well," Ian's son whispered, his words both a gentle murmur and a solemn admonition. "Don't waste this chance." As his faint voice faded away, Ian's son closed his eyes for the final time. As a top arms dealer, Stark knew all too well that someone with 2 bullets lodged in their chest surviving this long was nothing short of a miracle. Even with the bulk of the Mark I suit partially obscuring him, Stark could see Eanson's body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Sloane slowly approached Eanson's lifeless form and crouched down, as if inspecting something. Seeing this, Stark, his grief spilling over into anger, shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing here? And what's your purpose?" "My purpose? I don't really have one. I'm just here to witness a few things." As he spoke, Sloane took out a stone engraved with the image of a dog and placed it in Eanson's hand. "To witness my humiliation? Or to watch me suffer?" Stark's face was still clouded with pain. "I'm not that twisted," Sloane replied with a nonchalant chuckle. "A friend of mine believes you have the potential to become a savior. So, I came to see for myself whether you might be the one he's chosen." "Savior? What do you mean?" Stark looked at the old man before him, who seemed to see through all things, momentarily dazed. A strange man, Tony Stark's reputation increased by 166 points. Sloane slowly stood up, moved to stand in front of Stark, and looked at him with a mournful gaze. "Do you know why weapons made by Stark Industries ended up here?" Stark didn't answer, but the conflict and remorse written on his face made it clear. He not only knew, but understood the whole story. Sloane sighed. "As I thought, you're not ignorant of these things. You just pretend not to know. Really, with your elite education and your status as an arms dealer, How could you not know what America has been doing all along? Weighted by both guilt and grief, Stark said nothing, his sharp tongue dulled, head bowed in silence. Sloane's tone shifted as he pressed. When you get back safely, what do you plan to do? Stark glanced at Insun, now completely at peace, and replied in a low, resolute voice. I'm going to shut down the weapons division. Stark Industries will never make weapons again. We'll just be an ordinary company. And then, Sloane's question lingered. Stark hesitated, a little lost. And then what? You don't really believe that simply because Stark Industries has stopped selling weapons, the problems here will just vanish, do you? Even if it's not Stark Industries, there will always be another Stark to take its place. Weapons will still be sold, one way or another. The ever-astute Stark understood all too well what Sloane was implying. Yet, shutting down his company's weapons division had already threatened the interests of many powerful people. With years of accumulated resources and reputation, he was just barely managing to hold on. If he pushed any further, it could easily end with him being found riddled with bullets in an apparent suicide at any moment. Stark's silence drew a long, almost mocking sigh from Sloane. So, you're not a hypocrite after all, just a coward. To know what's right but lack the courage to act on it. How utterly dull. Seeing Stark's head almost droop to his chest, Sloane's tone suddenly softened. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have expected so much from you. He paused, then added with a sigh, for one person to manage themselves well is already a tremendous blessing. How can I impose standards higher than my own on someone else? Please forgive my earlier harshness. The abrupt change earns Tony Stark 155 reputation points. It's fine. Sloane's sudden shift in attitude left Stark a bit at a loss. If his hands weren't trapped inside the Mark I armor, he might have scratched his head in confusion. Glancing at the computer screen, where the progress bar had reached 90%, Sloane asked again, Can you tell me what your original plan was? Stark hesitated, then cast a sorrowful glance at the now lifeless Insun. The plan was for me to wear the suit and lead the way, drawing enemy fire to protect Insun. Once we escaped the cave, I tried to detonate the munitions outside, creating chaos so Insun could steal a car and get away. It's a flawed plan, I know, but it was the best I could come up with under the circumstances. Stark assumed the old man in front of him would be escaping with them, but to his surprise, Sloane only nodded and pointed at Insun. As long as there's a plan, then go ahead and follow through with it. Wah! Stark had just begun to respond when a brilliant white light suddenly flared over Insun. More precisely, it was shining from the carved stone in Insun's hand. The light spread rapidly, then merged into the unconscious Insun's body. In a matter of moments, this strange phenomenon faded into the gloom of the cave. Before Stark could react, Insun, who should have been dead, suddenly cried out in pain. What is this? I feel like I just went to a very dark place. Where am I? Ethan, still reeling from the searing pain in his chest, looked at Sloane and Stark in utter confusion. Congratulations, you made it through alive. Sloane, observing Ethan's pain but living face, explained calmly. This is the power of the dog talisman, a loyal hound that guards its master from the grip of death. With its protection, you won't die, but the pain in your body will linger on. Once you've escaped from danger, you can get treated and make a full recovery. Mysterious power. Gained 212 reputation points from Tony Stark. Mysterious power. Gained 88 reputation points from Ethan, pseudo-dog talisman. Having finished his explanation of the talisman's power, Sloane turned to Stark, his tone almost admonishing. I'm entrusting it to your care for now. I hope you won't be tempted by this overwhelming power. And that, when the time comes, you'll make the right choice. Why are you helping me and Ethan? What do you really want? What's your goal? Stark, snapping out of his shock, fixed Sloane with a piercing stare, sensing hidden motives. Sloane only smiled serenely in the face of Stark's scrutiny. Just a friendly reminder. Remember what I told you before? I have a friend who believes you have the potential to be his savior. Do you recall that? Who is this friend of yours? Stark blurted out, then quickly added, And who exactly are you? Sloane made no attempt to hide anything. Answering openly, You can call me Sloane. As for my friend, you definitely know him. The two of you have met before. I know him. Stark was utterly bewildered. He couldn't imagine that he knew anyone with magical abilities. Sloane ignored the fact that Stark had become lost in a mental whirlwind. It was as if something had suddenly occurred to him, and with a hint of amusement, he added, Oh, that's right. He also asked me to pass on a message. He's very grateful for the $100 million you sent him. $100 million. The words detonated in Stark's mind like a thunderclap. He instantly realized who Sloane's friend was. John Wick. The very same criminal who had kidnapped a slew of wealthy tycoons and mayors and extorted $100 million from him. How did he know I was here? And what does this whole savior business even mean? Mysterious kidnapper. Gained 269 reputation points from Tony Stark. While Stark was still lost in confusion and doubt over John Wick's intentions and presence, a sudden jolt ran through his body. He immediately realized what it meant. The Mark I suit had successfully synced with the arc reactor's energy supply. At the same time, the arc reactor in the chest plate of the armor dimmed briefly, then glowed bright once more. The heavy steel armor now truly transformed, from a mere ornament into a ferocious instrument of war. After quickly adjusting to the agility of Mark I, Stark turned to look at Ethan and Sloane, who were struggling to get back on their feet. "Ethan, can you hold on? We need to get out of here right now." Ethan, his face drained of color, moved slowly but managed to raise his voice, though it trembled with exhaustion. "Don't worry. The power of the talisman is truly miraculous. I can feel the pain. My whole body should be limp and powerless. But its strength keeps my body moving, making my limbs follow my thoughts. It's simply unbelievable." Despite the pain contorting his face, Ethan gave a joyful smile, his appearance taking on an eerie cast. Sloane picked up a gun and handed it to Ethan, who was still coming to terms with the changes in his body. With a serious and stern tone, Sloane warned him, "This is a divine relic. Don't let the power of the dog talisman seduce you. Once we make it out, get yourself treated as soon as possible. Otherwise, the agony of those bullets buried in your body will haunt you." Stark wanted to ask what exactly the divine relic was and what these talismans were all about, but he knew that the Mark I's battery life was limited. If they stood around talking, they'd never make it out in time. "Ethan, Sloane, it's time to move. Otherwise, we'll be spending the rest of our lives in here." With that, Stark piloted the Mark I straight through the iron doors, taking the lead to clear the path ahead. Ethan nodded to Sloane, then, despite his cries of pain, followed nimbly behind the Mark I as they made their escape. Thanks to Sloane's earlier efforts, they encountered no enemies within the cave. All along the way were only corpses, lying sprawled on the ground, chests and heads riddled with bullet holes. Without stopping for long, the three quickly made their way to the cave's entrance. However, as they emerged outside, they saw the bald-headed leader had already arrived, backed by more than a dozen armed militants. Seeing this, Stark rushed to the front and raised both arms of the Mark I, activating the flamethrowers mounted on them. Flames, mixed with powerful blasts, swept toward the terrorists and their stockpiles of weapons and ammunition. For a moment, the attackers stood frozen at the sight of the fire-breathing Mark I. Only when the searing heat licked at them and the bald leader's furious shouts rang out did they snap to their senses and open fire. They raised their assault rifles, pulling their triggers and unleashing a hail of bullets at the iron giant before them. Some of the militants dashed over to man the Browning heavy machine gun, aiming its thunderous firepower at the flame-spewing monster. The deafening roar of the gun filled the air, each shot slamming into the armor, leaving deep dents in the steel shell. The only thing worth feeling relieved about was that they weren't using tungsten core bullets capable of piercing armored vehicles, but just the standard 127 caliber rounds. Otherwise, both Stark and the Mark I would have met their end right here. "Damn it," Stark cursed under his breath as the barrage of machine gun fire pinned him down. Forcing himself to hold his ground as he stumbled backward, his eyes darted around until he spotted a stack of ammunition not far away. With his target in sight, Stark swung his flamethrower vigorously, pushing forward against the relentless hail of bullets. At last, just as the right track of his suit was shredded by machine gun fire, he managed to bring the area stacked with all kinds of munitions within reach of his flamethrower. When the searing flames swept over the ammunition crates, a chain of explosions began to erupt, one after another. Infernos raged all around, and the terrorists scattered in panic, screaming as they scrambled for their lives. Taking advantage of the chaos, Sloane and Ethan, who had been hiding at the edge of the cave, rushed straight toward a row of off-road vehicles parked nearby. Despite the sweat streaming down his face from pain, Ethan moved swiftly into the driver's seat of one of the vehicles. He pulled out the tools Stark had prepared for him and got to work. In no time, a shrill horn blared as an off-road vehicle burst out of the base. Stark, still standing amid the burning munitions, received the agreed-upon signal and knew it was time to move. There was no need to keep fighting. He flipped open a panel on his left arm and brought his right fist down hard on the big red button. With a blast, twin jets of fire erupted from beneath the Mark I, and the heavy steel suit rocketed into the air with a mighty thrust. The terrorists, caught between flames and explosions, were powerless to stop the Mark I from taking off. Soon, it streaked across the sky, leaving a long white trail behind as it soared toward freedom. Ethan didn't drive far after escaping the base. Instead, he circled nearby, keeping an anxious eye on the sky. When he spotted those two white trails, he shouted excitedly to Sloane, "Stark made it out. Let's go find him." With that, he jerked the steering wheel and floored the gas, chasing after the suit as it traced a path through the sky. But because of its limited power supply, Stark's mark, I soon began to lose altitude. A series of terrified screams echoed out, and with a tremendous crash, the armored suit slammed into the desert, carving out a deep crater. Ethan leapt from the vehicle and rushed to help Stark, who was staggering out of the sandy pit. "Congratulations on your safe landing, Mr. Stark," Sloane joked with a grin as soon as he saw Stark climb into the car. But Stark was in no mood for banter. With urgency in his voice, he said, "Drive, Ethan. Get us out of here now. We're not far from that base now. We have to leave here as quickly as possible." But Ethan hesitated, glancing at the large crater, his expression uncertain as he asked, "Will the suit, will those people get their hands on it?" Stark, of course, understood that Ethan was worried the suit might be found by terrorists and turned into a weapon. Suppressing his anxiety about being pursued, Stark maintained a calm demeanor and explained, "Don't worry, Ethan. This suit isn't that advanced. As long as you have the right expertise and technical background, any military company could build something like it. What really matters is the compact energy source that powers it and allows it to move freely." Even though he was nervous inside, he couldn't help but tap his chest where the arc reactor was, pride shining in his eyes. Without this, the suit is just an industrial work of art, completely useless. Ethan, who had helped build the suit, thought back for a moment. Realizing there truly weren't any insurmountable technical hurdles, he let go of his concerns. He floored the gas pedal, and the car roared off into the distance. As Stark watched the crash site receding farther and farther behind them, he finally let out a small sigh of relief. Just then, Ethan suddenly asked, "So where are we going now? If we just drive aimlessly, I'm worried we might run into them." Stark, however, didn't seem particularly concerned. His voice was steady as he replied, "Anywhere, as long as we're getting farther from the terrorist base. Besides," he paused for a moment, his eyes growing distant and profound, his tone meaningful as he spoke in a low voice, "I'm also curious to see how long it takes them to find me." Ethan, behind the wheel, seemed to understand something and fell silent, simply focusing on driving. Sloane glanced at Stark, but didn't voice the question that was on his mind. He knew exactly what Stark was doing, testing the attitude of the American military. If they were found quickly, it would mean Stark hadn't been abandoned, and that his capture was just the result of a few people's secret machinations. If not, then it would mean that most of the military wanted to eliminate him. Fortunately, things didn't unfold in the worst possible way. They hadn't been driving through the desert for long before a helicopter appeared in the distance. The pounding of the rotors and the gusts of wind it stirred up finally allowed Stark, whose nerves had been taut, to relax a little. "I do have a few connections left," he quipped, turning to look at Sloane, who had remained mostly silent. But to his surprise, Sloane had vanished from the car without a sound. Stark grabbed Ethan, who had just stopped the car, and asked urgently, "Ethan, did you see when Sloane got out?" Ethan turned to look at the back seat, his eyes going wide in shock. Flustered, he stammered, "No idea. I just saw him in the rearview mirror." "How did he disappear?" Mysterious disappearance. Gained 133 reputation with Tony Stark. Mysterious disappearance. Gained 66 reputation with Ethan, dog talisman. Sloane, floating invisibly in the air, watched as Stark and Ethan boarded the military helicopter. He then took out a broad gold necklace, whispered a place name under his breath, and vanished without a trace. Once aboard the helicopter, Stark vouched for Ethan by name, allowing him to be taken to the military base hospital for emergency treatment. Ethan agreed to this arrangement. After all, the dog talisman's power could keep him alive, but couldn't heal his wounds. As a result, his body was stuck in the moment he was shot, forcing him to endure excruciating pain without respite. Shortly after the helicopter returned to Bagram Air Base, Stark quickly arranged for Ethan, now stabilized after emergency care, to board his private jet and leave Afghanistan. Everyone assumed he'd been traumatized and was desperate to escape this terrifying place. But the real reason for their hasty departure wasn't fear of terrorists. It was anxiety about the military. They worried that someone might notice Ethan's unnatural vital signs, discover the dog talisman's miraculous powers, and detain them both for further investigation. It was this fear that drove them to leave the base in such a rush, right after the bullet was removed. Ethan, who by all rights should have been confined to bed rest for weeks after surgery, was instead wide awake, thanks to the dog talisman, filling out his own medical assessment. Seeing Ethan alive and well brought Stark immense relief, but the challenges ahead quickly wiped the smile from his face. Divine relics, the dog talisman, immortal powers. What on earth is all this madness? And John Wick, what exactly is Sloane's goal? And what in the world is this savior? Not to mention, what's the U.S. military's real attitude toward this terrorist attack? And if I shut down the Weapons Development Division, what fallout will that bring? 1,000 tangled thoughts swirled together, leaving even a self-proclaimed genius like Stark anxious and troubled. Meanwhile, Yang-Su had just teleported back from Afghanistan. Before he could even take a sip of water, he received a message from Daredevil. Found a lead on the hand's next move. Already told the others to meet at the antique shop. Seriously, why do you all have to gather at my shop? Yang-Su sighed, glancing helplessly at Jessica, who was in a drinking contest with Luke, and at Punisher and Daredevil, deep in conversation about who knows what. It's convenient. Luke grinned, handing him a bottle of beer. If we need to spring into action, we can just pile into the car and go. Casually taking the beer, Yang-Su downed it in one go, then glanced over at Daredevil not far away, feigning curiosity as he asked, "Did you find some clue? What's so urgent that you called everyone over?" Daredevil, who had been having a private word with the Punisher, turned at Yang-Su's question and walked over to the counter. His tone grew a bit serious as he addressed Yang-Su and the others, who were still drinking straight from the bottles. "For what I found, Madame Gao has been making a lot of external deals lately. During this period, a huge amount of mysterious cargo has been flowing into Hell's Kitchen. All sorts of animal pelts, bones, plants, even dried up or rotting animal and insect carcasses." Jessica, always the one with the wildest imagination, suddenly brightened. She slammed her bottle down and spoke with a hint of excitement. "You mean to say, the Hands people are collecting all this stuff? Are they planning to brew up some bizarre potions, just like witches in the Middle Ages, to achieve their goals?" "That's entirely possible. Yang mentioned before that the leaders of the Hand are actually traders from Kunlun who've gained immortality. It wouldn't be surprising at all if they knew some secret sorcery." Big Luke, his deep voice steady, agreed with Jessica. He handed a beer to the Punisher, who had just walked over. "I think so too." Yang-Su nodded in agreement. "They've lived this long. There's got to be something strange going on." "So where's the cargo?" "Let's move now," the Punisher said, taking the beer without missing a beat, his tone sharp and unyielding. He was every bit the soldier. Once the target was clear, he acted at once, not bothering to ask for reasons. Daredevil, never one to keep secrets, answered directly, "It's at New York Bay." Then he began to explain why these shipments had become their new target. "Ever since we rescued those illegal immigrants, the Hand's operations have gone deep underground. They've stopped expanding, even giving up territories they fought hard for. By chance, I picked up on their recent shipping activities. And with their mysterious background, I think these things are likely part of their next move." Hearing this, Yang-Su's eyes flashed with sudden understanding. He thought to himself, these double-crossers sure move fast. They only needed a simple tip to suck Daredevil right in. And then, big, burly Luke, who often seemed a bit slow, revealed a cleverness that belied his appearance. He instantly sensed something was wrong and asked directly, "What's the Hand's purpose in gathering all these strange items at the New York harbor? Can you tell me the source of this information? I find it hard to believe this is just a coincidence." Faced with such a direct question, Daredevil hesitated for a moment before slowly replying, "It was my teacher who told me. I've also gone undercover to investigate. This is definitely the Hand's doing. The situation is real, not fabricated. Though I don't yet know the Hand's specific intentions, I've already discovered that tonight. They're planning to transport these items elsewhere. Can your teacher be trusted?" Luke wanted to believe Daredevil, but he was unwilling to trust a mysterious teacher whose background was unknown. After a long silence, Daredevil still didn't reveal who this mysterious teacher was, but his tone grew resolute. "My teacher is trustworthy, even if I can't tell you his true identity for now. But I can assure you, no one despises the Hand more than he does. My teacher is not our enemy." Despite Daredevil's repeated assurances and everyone's willingness to trust him, hesitation lingered in the air. Just as the atmosphere in the antique shop grew tense, Jessica suddenly spoke up. "Why does it matter who this teacher is? Our target is the Hand, not anyone else. Is it really that important who the teacher is?" Jessica's candid voice instantly eased the oppressive tension in the room. Everyone fell silent for a moment, then, with smiles breaking out, nodded in agreement with her words. The Punisher's voice, a bit stiff, rang out as well. "This fight might be dangerous. Too many people are watching the Hand's movements. They wouldn't expose themselves so easily. There's probably some sort of trap waiting. Maybe that's exactly why your teacher shared this intel." Luke and Daredevil both understood. They were likely being used as pawns, but with their limited strength, they had few options. The Hand had already made their move, while they were left in the dark, relying on outside help just to get any information. Even knowing they were being used, Jessica didn't show a hint of resentment. Instead, she spoke with serious determination. "If that's the case, we have even more reason to go to the harbor. Let's show them what we're capable of. Let Daredevil's teacher come find us for a real partnership." Hearing Jessica's confident words, Luke raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. She's right. We finally got a lead on the hand. There's no way we'd just give it up. The Punisher remained silent, but everyone understood exactly where he stood. Yang-Su wrapped things up, saying, "We finally got the news. If I don't go see for myself, I just can't let it go." With the Defenders' agreement, Daredevil spoke solemnly. In that case, tonight, we head to the docks together and confront the hand face to face. All right, the Defenders shouted in excitement, voices ringing with energy. But no one noticed the subtle glint in Yang-Su's eyes, half narrowed, a hint of a smile flickering on his lips. Under the bright moon, a slightly battered delivery van rolled steadily into the largest port in America. The so-called never work overtime, easy job mantra of the Free Federal Railways clearly didn't apply here at New York Bay. The port ran around the clock, mountains of shipping containers stacked high, waiting either to be sent out or picked up. Following Daredevil's intel, Yang-Su parked at the destination of their mission. After a moment, Luke craned his neck from the back seat, peering through the windshield, his eyes scanning the area. No one's here. Do we get here too early? Or maybe the intel was wrong, or the hand caught wind and moved things in advance. I doubt it. Yang-Su looked around as well, his tone a little uncertain. We left as soon as we got the tip. Jessica rolled down her window, letting her gaze sweep over the neatly stacked, towering containers in front of them, her tone tinged with irritation. If only we could see what's inside these metal boxes, we wouldn't have to worry so much. Maybe the intel was off. The Punisher muttered as he checked his weapons, glancing over at Daredevil, who had his head cocked, listening intently. No way. My mentor would never mislead me. Daredevil's voice was firm, unwavering. Hearing Daredevil's absolute trust in his mentor, even the usually easygoing Jessica and the ever-quiet Punisher found themselves at a loss for words. But neither said anything more, choosing instead to keep a close eye on every slightest movement outside. About 10 minutes passed before Daredevil, who had been listening intently, suddenly said, "Someone's coming." Yang-Su, just as sharp, noticed as well, a convoy of trucks slowly making its way toward them in the distance. As the trucks drew closer, their engines thundered through the night. The sound jolted Luke and the others from their drowsiness, snapping them to attention. "Everyone ready? It's time to move." Jessica, a little anxious, flexed her wrists and called out to the group. Before anyone could answer, there was a sudden, sharp clatter as the van door was yanked open and a figure shot out with lightning speed. It was Daredevil, unable to wait any longer, eager to prove something. Jessica hadn't even had a chance to comment on his reckless move before. The Punisher wasted no time. He raised a rocket launcher, aimed it squarely at the lead truck, and squeezed the trigger. With the rocket hissing through the air, an enormous fireball exploded in the night-shrouded harbor, lighting up the darkness with a thunderous blast. Was that reckless, or what? He didn't even check, just blew up the truck. It wasn't just Jessica and Luke who were stunned. Even the usually unflappable Yang-Su couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at the Punisher. The Punisher gave a casual explanation. "I didn't shoot directly at the truck. I was aiming for the open ground in front of it." Hearing this, everyone quickly turned to look at the blast site. Sure enough, the first truck was still intact. Instead, a flaming crater had opened up on the ground right before it. Before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a swarm of masked figures dressed in black ninja garb suddenly swarmed out from the containers behind the trucks. They glanced at the Punisher, who still held the smoking launcher atop the van, then at Daredevil, sprinting toward them. The ninjas split into two groups and leaped from the containers. One team charged straight at the oncoming Daredevil. The other squad dashed toward the battered van that had just fired the rocket. Chaos erupted across the scene. At the front lines, Daredevil was the first to clash with the ninjas. Relying on his superhuman senses and formidable combat skills, he quickly took down several attackers, though others soon swarmed in to tangle him up. Seriously, he's usually so calm, and now he just charges in like that. Watching Daredevil get mobbed by ninjas, Jessica couldn't help but grumble. But grumble as she might, she didn't hesitate for a second. She sprang from the open van door, heading straight for the advancing ninjas. Against these fearless, death-defying attackers, Jessica swung her fists with abandon. Her superhuman strength exploded with every punch. The lead ninja was sent flying, crashing into those behind him like a bowling ball scattering pins. Though Jessica's fighting technique was rough, relying mostly on raw power, she still knew when to press the advantage. Seeing the ninjas sprawled on the ground, she rushed in, delivering powerful kicks and punches to put them out of commission for good. She was clearing the field far faster than Daredevil, who was still tied up by the relentless ninjas. Who is this warrior? Such ferocity. Jessica's rampage immediately caught the attention of Madame Gao, who watched from the shadows. Before she could express more surprise, Luke, no less fierce, leaped from the van as well. Knowing full well the extent of Jessica's strength, he ran straight to back up Daredevil. With his unbreakable body and phenomenal power, he joined forces with Daredevil, and together they swiftly dispatched the remaining ninjas. The Punisher, armed with a submachine gun, a grenade launcher slung across his back, and several high-explosive grenades hanging from his belt, also stepped out of the vehicle. The rapid staccato of gunfire and explosions quickly took care of the mob of low-level thugs, who were felled in short order by the group of superheroes. As Luke looked at the ninjas sprawled across the ground, he couldn't help but break into a smile. He walked lightly over to Daredevil and spoke in a sincere tone. "Please forgive my earlier skepticism. Your mentor is someone worthy of trust." Daredevil nodded, but then shook his head. "You had every reason to be cautious. I was worried myself before." Before he could finish, a deep and striking female voice echoed from the shadows in the distance. "Sorry to interrupt your heart-to-heart, but don't expect an apology from me." That voice, it sounds familiar. Who could it be? Daredevil felt a sudden wave of confusion. Luke, Jessica, and the Punisher all turned a wary gaze toward the middle-aged woman who emerged from the darkness. They didn't know who she was, but it was clear she was in on some secret. And for her to show herself after witnessing their display of strength, unless she was out of her mind, meant she must be formidable in her own right. Jessica watched the woman with suspicion, her tone sharp and unyielding. "Who are you, and what are you doing here? If you can't give us a good reason, I won't hesitate to take you down." Madame Gao reacted as if she'd just heard a joke, the corner of her mouth curling into a contemptuous sneer. "Take me down? That's hardly funny. What makes you so sure of yourself?" Daredevil, who had been silent until now, finally recognized the woman as she spoke a few more lines, matching her voice to the elderly figure in his memory. His expression was one of astonishment, but he wasted no time and asked directly, "Are you Madame Gao?" Madame Gao didn't answer Daredevil's question, but the smile on her face only grew more pronounced. Jessica, Luke, and the Punisher all exchanged surprised looks at her tacit admission. Though they'd never seen Madame Gao in person, they remembered Daredevil mentioning that one of the leaders of the Hand, Madame Gao, was an old woman. Yet now, Daredevil was saying that this woman, who looked like she was barely in her 30s, was the very same Madame Gao. Jessica couldn't help but size up Madame Gao, a hint of envy in her voice. "If only I could look this young when I'm old." Suddenly, a thunderous boom rang out, the unmistakable blast of a grenade launcher. The ever-direct Punisher had tossed aside his submachine gun and fired a grenade straight at their obvious enemy. Mrs. Gao was certainly no pushover. She reacted instantly. With a swift roll to the side, she narrowly dodged the attack. But the shipping container behind her wasn't so lucky. With a thunderous explosion, a gaping hole was blasted open by the grenade launcher. Luke and the others wasted no time. They charged straight at her, determined to capture Mrs. Gao, who, for some mysterious reason, had become young again. As Jessica rushed toward her, the mocking smile vanished from Mrs. Gao's face in an instant. She raised her right hand and swept it forward in a fluid motion. Jessica, caught midair, was struck by an invisible force and hurled backwards at breakneck speed. Daredevil, who had already fought Mrs. Gao before, knew she could unleash these unseen attacks. The moment Jessica was struck and sent flying, he raised his hands and managed to catch her as she tumbled through the air. But as soon as he caught her, that invisible wave of force surged into Daredevil as well. With a heavy thud, both of them were blasted away, crashing hard to the ground. Thanks to Jessica's cover, Luke managed to reach Mrs. Gao first. He had barely raised his massive fist to strike. Mrs. Gao lunged forward, closing the distance and blocking his punch before he could swing. With a powerful blow, she struck Luke square in the chest. The invisible force punched straight through his thick muscles, hammering into his internal organs. Luke's body crumpled like a sandbag whose rope had snapped, and he was sent flying through the air. He hadn't even hit the ground before blood gushed from his mouth. Just as Mrs. Gao was about to chase him down midair for a follow-up attack, the Punisher, whose physique was clearly no match for these superhumans, finally caught up. Seeing his 3 teammates sent flying, he didn't hesitate. He hurled a high-explosive grenade, intent on blowing the enemy to pieces. As a leader in the Underworld, Mrs. Gao was fully aware of how dangerous grenades were. She didn't try to tough it out. Instead, she raised her right hand again, sweeping out with that unseen force. The grenade met the same fate as the earlier shell, blasting another hole in a nearby shipping container. At that moment, Mrs. Gao whipped out a short knife and flung it straight at the Punisher's head as he raised his gun. Unflinching, the Punisher fired immediately. His grenade round exploded, destroying the flying knife in a fiery burst. But Mrs. Gao used the chaos of the explosion as cover to close in. With a heavy kick, she sent the Punisher flying as well. He flew back just like Luke had, but this time he didn't cough up blood. It was clear she had held back a bit. In just a matter of minutes, the tide of battle had completely turned. The defenders had been defeated in the blink of an eye. This woman is terrifyingly strong. Jessica exclaimed, yanking the fallen daredevil to his feet. She's so much stronger than any enemy I've ever faced, by far. Daredevil, who had finally managed to regain his footing, watched Madame Gao warily, his face tense with caution. Compared to Daredevil, Jessica, though she had taken a direct hit from Madame Gao's enhanced attack, was far more resilient. Her body's ability to withstand blows meant she hadn't been taken down by that strike. In fact, it was Daredevil, caught in the aftermath, who ended up being more seriously injured. You really think you're a match for the hand with this level of strength? What a joke. Madame Gao glanced disdainfully at Luke and the Punisher, who were being helped up by Jessica, and at the ever-cautious Daredevil. Her tone was dripping with contempt as she began to reveal information. There are 4 more people in the hand, just as powerful as I am. You couldn't even take on me alone. What hope do you possibly have? And let me tell you, those other 4 have even been enhanced by an extra layer of magic. Physically, they're even stronger than I am. Meanwhile, Yang Su, who was keeping a close eye on the battle from inside the van, couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Seriously, do villains just spill the beans so blatantly these days? Is this really how they leak intelligence? Just straight up? Or maybe, does it make the information sound more believable if it's delivered like this? Madame Gao, oblivious to the fact that the mastermind was eavesdropping, continued to boast and let secrets slip with unshaken confidence. She raised her right hand, and suddenly scarlet points of light flared up in the surrounding shadows. In the next moment, hulking figures, each towering over 2 meters tall and as solid as stone walls, emerged from the darkness. These soldiers, clad in black ninja garb, encircled the defenders, trapping them in a tight ring. At the sight of these familiar uniforms and the dramatic entrance, Jessica couldn't help but cry out, "Shadow ninjas? No, wait, they weren't this burly before." Madame Gao let out the classic villain's 3-stage laugh, then graciously explained. These are the soldiers of the Shadow Legion. They share the same origin as the Shadow Ninjas. But while the ninjas excel at assassination and gathering intelligence, the Shadow Legion are warriors built for direct combat. Their fighting power is far greater. Same origin as the Shadow Ninjas. Daredevil, always quick on the uptake, immediately turned pale and demanded, "Are you connected to the Oracle, or have you already struck a deal with it?" Madame Gao shot Daredevil a look of approval for his intuitive question and kept on revealing secrets. "Of course. We've made a deal with the Oracle. All it takes is loyalty, and in return, we gain immense power, not to mention younger bodies. Why wouldn't we?" Jessica frowned, her voice filled with outrage as she shouted, "Don't you realize the danger of making deals with the Oracle? Even Kingpin ended up as a vegetable in the hospital after working with them. How could you possibly dare?" Madame Gao struggled to suppress the urge to roll her eyes, cursing inwardly. As if I'd ever want to make any damn divine Oracle trade. All I wanted was to find a dragon bone, quietly extend my own life. But then the Blade Dragon came crashing in. What choice did I have? Bastard. Her thoughts were churning like a raging sea, but her expression remained placid as she replied, "That was him. We are not the same." Daredevil, however, simply shook his head and spoke up. "There's no difference between you. Those consumed by greed will always be buried by their own desires. Even you're no exception." Madame Gao fixed him with a blank stare, her voice suddenly turning icy cold. "How ridiculous. You're the ones who will be buried. Soldiers attack." Guys, I hate to kill the mood." Luke swallowed hard. He glanced around at the soldiers of the Shadow Legion, each one a head taller and much broader than himself. Resignation crept into his tone. "We might need to fall back." At almost the exact same moment, the Punisher and Daredevil spoke as one, their voices grim. "They're not about to let us leave. Right now. I'm afraid leaving isn't even an option for us." Daredevil's voice was laden with gravity, and his face was even more so. At that moment, regret gnawed at him. Not regret for his own impending death, but for bringing his companions into this deadly trap. A cold, mocking laugh slipped from Madame Gao. "Heh, not bad. You actually figured out I'd never let you leave." Her voice dropped, every word heavy with menace. "Tonight, none of you will leave here alive." As if the words themselves were a death sentence, the Shadow Legion soldiers surged forward, closing in on the defenders. With a thunderous cacophony of blows, a ferocious battle erupted. Though called a battle, only Luke and Jessica could truly match their opponents in strength. The Punisher relied on modern firepower to hold his own against the fierce Shadow Legion soldiers. But Daredevil, lacking both the physical might and proper weapons, was instantly overwhelmed, battered back under the relentless assault. After a brief exchange of blows, his opponent spotted an opening and landed a punishing strike. Unable to dodge, Daredevil was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing hard to the ground. With a sickening thud, he hit the floor, a mouthful of blood bursting forth. Daredevil, Jessica, and Luke, still fending off their attackers, saw his battered form and worry flashed across their faces. Yet their own situation was far from hopeful. Brute force and resilience were all that kept their enemies at bay. They couldn't even break through the encirclement of the Shadow Legion soldiers, let alone attempt a rescue. The soldiers of the Shadow Legion would never let this opportunity slip by. With heavy, thunderous steps, they advanced toward Daredevil, relentless and unyielding. In this moment of crisis, Punisher could no longer afford to worry about the consequences. Risking the danger of being caught in the blast himself, he hurled a high-explosive grenade straight at the Shadow Legion soldiers surrounding him. He took a punishing blow head-on, then spun suddenly, ducking behind one of the soldiers for cover. Without pause, he lifted his grenade launcher and fired at the soldiers marching toward Daredevil. A grenade shot out with a piercing scream, blasting apart the Shadow Legion soldier who had raised his right fist high, poised to deliver a final, crushing blow to his enemy. Punisher had managed to temporarily lift the siege around Daredevil, but his own situation was far from ideal. Amid the thunderous detonation of the grenade, the nearby Shadow Legion soldiers were blown to pieces, scattering into shards of darkness. But Punisher, too, was caught in the shockwave of the blast. Although he had deliberately sought solid cover to avoid the full force, he hadn't escaped unscathed. The explosion hurled him off his feet, slamming him hard onto the open ground by the docks. Suppressing the urge to cough up blood, he groped for the grenade launcher that had landed just a short distance away. Having fought the Shadow Ninjas before, Punisher knew their nature all too well. As long as their master still breathed, more soldiers could be summoned at any time. Sure enough, he barely had time to catch his breath before, at Madame Gao's command, more soldiers materialized out of the shadows. These towering, powerful warriors stomped forward, their steps pounding the earth, advancing relentlessly on the struggling Punisher. He felt every bone in his body trembling, and even his internal organs seemed to cry out in pain. But Punisher couldn't afford to care. Gritting his teeth, he raised the grenade launcher and took aim at the advancing Shadow Legion soldiers, pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! A rapid volley of shots, and the violent explosions shattered the gathering soldiers into fragments. But this was no action movie. Punisher's grenade launcher did not have infinite ammo. Taking down the newly summoned soldiers and rescuing the battered Daredevil nearby had already pushed his weapon to its limits. He knew that if this fight dragged on, they'd all be run into the ground. So, Punisher tore every remaining grenade from his belt and shouted to Jessica and Luke at the top of his lungs. "I'll clear a path. You two get Daredevil out of here. Go now." Under siege and barely holding on, Jessica and Luke had no other choice. They shouted back, "Let's do it now." Punisher didn't hesitate for a second. He yanked the pins from the grenades and hurled them with all his might at the Shadow Legion soldiers surrounding the pair. A rapid series of explosions ripped through the air, blowing the enemy soldiers apart in great swaths. Relying on his enhanced body, Luke gritted his teeth and forced himself through the pain, pushing his way out of the blast zone. Jessica, meanwhile, seized the split second when the grenade shattered the soldiers and exposed a gap. She shot skyward with lightning speed, narrowly escaping the explosion. Madame Gao, watching from the sidelines, saw that everyone had withdrawn from the fight. She didn't immediately summon the Shadow Legion again, choosing instead to let Jessica and Luke break out of the encirclement. The two who made it out, Jessica and Luke, were spared the worst, thanks to their extraordinary strength. They weren't as battered as Daredevil or the Punisher. Even so, they looked thoroughly beaten, bruises blooming in every shade of blue and purple across their bodies, courtesy of the Shadow Legion soldiers. Had it not been for the Punisher's grenades buying them a moment, they would have ended up battered beyond recognition. Madame Gao's eyes swept coldly over the defenders, now gathered together. Her voice was icy and detached. "How pitiful you look! It seems greed didn't bury me after all, but it might just destroy you." As she spoke, her right hand swept outward again, and more Shadow Legion soldiers materialized one by one. Seeing the soldiers marching forward with heavy, relentless steps, the Punisher pulled out his remaining high-explosive grenades. His voice was stiff but resolute. "I'll hold them off. You get Daredevil out of here, and take the Hand's intel with you." Luke, still carrying Daredevil, eyed the slowly advancing soldiers and muttered, "They're moving pretty slow. We can make a run for it together." But Jessica sighed. "As much as I hate to admit it, Madame Gao hasn't taken her eyes off us for a second. Luke was about to argue, but the memory of being taken down by Madame Gao in a single move deflated him. He could only sigh in resignation. Just as the group had silently agreed to let the Punisher cover their retreat, there was a sudden whoosh overhead. A massive fireball ignited in the sky. The fireball hurtled down like a meteor, crashing into the midst of the Shadow Legion soldiers and erupting in a deafening explosion. The blast boomed, and flames blazed so brightly it was blinding. One by one, the soldiers melted away into black shadows. With a single strike, an entire wave of the Shadow Legion was wiped out. At that moment, a youthful, slightly unsteady voice called out from above. I rushed over as soon as I got off the plane. Looks like I'm a little late, but not too late, it seems. The sudden turn of events in the port left everyone stunned. Instinctively, all eyes turned upward toward the source of the voice. They saw a teenager in a white shirt descending gently from the sky. It was clear he was the one who had just wiped out the Shadow Legion soldiers with that enormous fireball. And as he landed, you could just make out a stone embedded in his palm, carved with the image of a dragon. Everyone stared in shock and uncertainty at the sudden appearance of this mysterious figure. But what truly unsettled them was the terrifying power behind the massive fireball he had unleashed. Mysterious Stranger has gained 245 reputation points from Daredevil. Mysterious Stranger has gained 129 reputation points from the Punisher. Mysterious Stranger has gained 376 reputation points from Jessica Jones. While all eyes were fixed on a newly arrived young man, the blaring horn of a battered van sounded behind them, drawing attention. Yang Su's voice rang out, reassuring the group. Don't worry, he's an ally sent by Tiandu. He possesses some of the power of the 12 talismans. He has wide-area attack capabilities, perfect for countering these shadow creatures that aren't strong enough. With a dramatic skid and a sharp brake, Yang Su brought the van to a steady halt behind the group. What took you so long? I almost thought you'd abandoned us and run off. Jessica shot a glance at the boy standing at the front, then turned to Yang Su with a note of complaint in her eyes. I didn't expect Madame Gao to be this tough. Black Tiger said she wasn't worth mentioning, remember? Explaining as he went, Yang Su climbed out of the van and helped the still-dazed Daredevil up into the vehicle. Staring at the crater blasted open by the massive fireball, Madame Gao's voice trembled with unease. You're from Tiandu too? Don't tell me you're another one like Black Tiger. Out at night, playing hero instead of sleeping. The boy, sounding a little reserved as if meeting strangers alone for the first time, replied, Of course not. I'm just a delivery guy. I don't have what it takes to go around playing the hero. Is that so? Madame Gao narrowed her eyes, suspicion mingling with caution. The boy ignored her skepticism and instead turned to Yang Su, as if waiting for instructions. Take care of her, Yang Su ordered, then added, After all, in a way, she and Oracle are both our enemies. The boy answered not with words, but with action, raising his right hand high. A crimson flame blossomed in the center of his palm, and a massive fireball began to form at astonishing speed. Sensing the overwhelming energy surging within the fireball, terror surged through Madame Gao's heart. Her instincts screamed a dire warning. If she took a direct hit from this attack, there'd be nothing left of her, not even ash. All I wanted was to sell some information. How did I end up in a life-and-death situation? Furious curses raced through her mind, but her hands never stopped working to set up defenses. One by one, soldiers of a Shadow Legion emerged from the darkness, forming a barricade against the attack, while simultaneously charging at the boy with perfect coordination. Seeing this, the boy wasted no more time gathering power. With a decisive motion, he hurled the fireball he'd been forming. The enormous fireball barreled forward, unstoppable, straight toward the onrushing Shadow Legion soldiers like a tidal wave. However, these soldiers were like snowflakes meeting a raging fire, just a brush against them, and they instantly melted away into pools of shadow. Lady Gao was no ordinary opponent either. Sensing danger, she sprang nimbly to the side and threw herself to the ground, narrowly dodging the massive fireball that hurtled her way. The fireball, missing its intended target, crashed down onto the open ground. With a deafening explosion, a terrifying shockwave swept outwards like a tidal wave, rumbling in every direction. Even the containers stacked nearby were tossed aside by the force of the blast. Where the fireball struck, the earth erupted into a gaping crater, and the searing, unnatural heat began to melt and warp the ground around it. Astonishment gained 126 reputation with the Punisher. Astonishment gained 311 reputation with Jessica Jones. Astonishment gained 215 reputation with Luke Cage. Astonishment gained 195 reputation with Lady Gao. Though he had missed his mark, the youth wasn't discouraged. His eyes sparked with brilliant yellow lightning. In the next instant, Two lightning-charged beams shot straight for Lady Gao's head. But instead of fear, Lady Gao broke into a triumphant smile. Suddenly, violet smoke billowed around them. Whirling blades, a massive war hammer, and a three-section staff spun wildly into view. With two sharp, thunderous blasts, the beams were violently shattered in midair. The defenders stood frozen, stunned by the surreal spectacle before them, or perhaps simply terrified by what they saw. For ghostly figures now stood protectively before Lady Gao. Their skin glowed a fiery orange-red, inscribed with mysterious blue tattoos that pulsed with strange energy. Clad in jet-black leather, their wine-red hair flowing, each wielded a three-section staff, bizarre throwing knives, or a great hammer, an ominous aura swirling around them. Everything about them screamed danger. They didn't even look quite human. Staring at these sinister, inhuman assassins who had materialized out of nowhere, Jessica stammered, What are they? I don't know. Luke swallowed hard, his face betraying his confusion. Even the battle-hardened Punisher was shaken by the sight before him. Inhuman presence. Gained 166 reputation with the Punisher. Inhuman presence. Gained 311 reputation with Jessica Jones. They had seen the muscle-bound monster that Kingpin had become, but the terror brought by these dark assassins was deeper and more primal. It was like the fear an ordinary person feels before a wild beast, terrifying but not uncanny. The dark assassins were like evil spirits intruding upon the world of the living, making everyone shudder to their very core. Gone Alexandra, holding her three-section staff, pulled the fallen Lady Gao to her feet and spoke in a flat, emotionless tone. The constant movements of the Shadow Core have been noticed. The Master sent us to check things out. So, it was them who pushed you into this predicament, wasn't it? With that, her gaze swept over the young man standing at the front, then at the defenders behind him. Without hesitation, Gone Alexandra flickered forward, charging straight at the seemingly frail young man. It was clear she had no intention of giving him another chance to attack from a distance. She meant to end him up close. A sharp whistling cut through the air when Murakami hurled his odd-shaped throwing blade as cover. The blade sliced through the air at a staggering speed, its edge gleaming with deadly sharpness. Naturally, the young man dared not ignore it. Lifting his right hand, he shot a crimson beam that knocked the blade aside. But by then, the plan had succeeded. Gone Alexandra was already upon him. Deprived of the safety of distance, even the fiercest firepower was now of little use. Dream on. Try this, my eye-blinding zap. From behind the young man, Yang Su's eyes shot out twin beams of dazzling yellow light. Gone Alexandra hadn't expected another ranged attack. Caught off guard, she had to hastily raise her staff and block the oncoming rays. But the young man wasn't just a bystander. Another crimson beam erupted from his palm. Just as it was about to hit, a massive hammer came spinning in from afar, smashing squarely into the crimson ray. The instant the two collided, a moderate explosion thundered out. Gone Alexandra used the blast shockwave to forcibly knock aside the yellow beams and leapt backward. Having driven Gone Alexander back, Yang Su tossed the boy a stone etched with a cartoonish pig and urged him on. Go for it. Give them everything you've got. They're dark assassins. No matter what you do, they won't die. As a former parent Punisher, he could hardly stand to hear someone egging a child on to mischief like this. He was about to speak up, but then he saw a flush of excitement bloom on the boy's face. Oh, what is? Before the Punisher could finish his thought, fireballs began flying from the boy's hands, and those twin yellow beams kept lancing out from his eyes. A relentless barrage of beams and fireballs hammered the enemy with overwhelming force. For a moment, the whole port was engulfed in thunderous explosions. The four dark assassins, along with Lady Gao, were blasted into chaos, scrambling in all directions like frightened monkeys, not daring to face the onslaught head-on. If it weren't for the fact that both the Dark Assassins and Lady Gao had been enhanced for speed and reflexes, they would have been blown straight to Kingdom Come. However, the defenders knew this situation wouldn't last much longer. Under such intense attacks, few could endure for long, whether friend or foe. So this is the true strength of a big organization. Just one young man, and he's got all these people running for their lives. Luke marveled aloud, watching the fireworks show from the sidelines with a relaxed air. Daredevil, having recovered, and the Punisher, who had just been about to launch into a lecture, both stared on in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Jessica slipped over to Yang Su and whispered, Who is he? What's his connection to Black Tiger? Connection? Yang Su was momentarily at a loss, hesitating before replying, I suppose you could say we're colleagues from the same organization. But if they're in the same group, how can their fighting styles be so different? Comparing the human artillery before her to the brawler Ah Fu, Jessica couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. Watching the boy's performance, like a walking arsenal, the Punisher couldn't suppress his envy. A little drool even escaped his lips. As a tech-based fighter himself, he longed desperately for that kind of firepower. Won't this blow them to pieces? We still have a lot of questions for them, Daredevil said, his steps a bit unsteady. The thunderous commotion outside seemed to have thrown his senses out of balance. Yang-Su waved it off, replying breezily, "Don't worry. 4 of them are dark assassins. Except for Madame Gao, they're not so easy to kill." Dark assassins? Hearing this unfamiliar term, the defenders all turned to Yang-Su, curiosity written on their faces. Faced with such a technical question, Yang-Su mulled it over for a moment before explaining, albeit a bit uncertainly. Dark assassins are kind of like demons from the Bible. They can't be killed, only sealed away. As long as the power of the dark assassin hasn't been stripped from them, the host can't be killed. They still didn't fully understand, but at least now they had some idea what they were up against. Daredevil pondered for a while before asking, his tone tinged with doubt. "So, you're saying they're basically immortal right now?" "More or less, unless someone vastly more powerful comes along and breaks the spell by force." With that, Yang-Su glanced at the dark assassins and Madame Gao, who were now dodging explosions in all directions, concern flickering in his eyes. Anyone capable of using this kind of magic is a grandmaster. This time, we're in real danger. Jessica frowned and shot back. "How can you say that? We're the ones with the upper hand right now. But we can't kill them. That means we're stuck in a stalemate." As a seasoned veteran, the Punisher knew all too well. Immortality is the ultimate advantage. As long as the suppression cannot be sustained, the balance of victory will inevitably tip in favor of the undying. That was exactly what was happening now. The Punisher had already noticed that the mysterious young man's rate of fire was beginning to slow. The Punisher wasn't the only one to realize this. Yang-Su had seen it too. After explaining the existence of the Dark Assassin, Yang-Su turned to the Punisher, whose eyes flickered with growing concern, and said, "Punisher, it's your turn." "What?" Startled by being called out so suddenly, the Punisher froze for a moment, then pointed at himself in confusion. "You want me to take on the Dark Assassin?" "Of course you. Who else?" "Me?" With that, Yang-Su reached into the van and pulled out a Barrett sniper rifle, handing it over. "Take out the Dark Assassin first. I have no idea how much longer he can keep up that barrage of fire." Glancing at the young man's already pale face, the Punisher said nothing. He simply nodded and accepted the rifle. The Punisher quickly adjusted the Barrett, then took aim at several brown figures darting through the hail of energy beams. A moment later, with a thunderous gunshot, Chue Suawangda's thigh exploded, sending him crashing straight to the ground. Immediately after, a torrent of yellow and crimson beams erupted, engulfing him in a cloud of violet smoke. With the Dark Assassin boxed in, trapped by the saturated hail of attacks, he was little more than a sitting duck for the Punisher. With just a quick word to the turrets, the Punisher could force his enemies to walk straight into their own doom. Bang! Another shot rang out. Shan Botu, who hadn't even managed to make a move, was instantly overwhelmed by the barrage of beams and sent packing. 2 more shots echoed through the night, and just like that, the Dark Assassin was wiped out, clean and efficient. The turrets, which had been firing relentlessly, finally fell silent. But the turrets going quiet didn't mean the Punisher would stop. He simply shifted his aim, targeting Lady Gao, who was now gasping for breath. A chill ran down Lady Gao's spine as she realized she was in the crosshairs. But drained as she was, it was nearly impossible for her to dodge this sniper's bullet. Bang! In the darkness, a bullet shot out, locked onto Lady Gao's head. She knew even if she survived this hunt, another deadly trap surely awaited her. Yet, she refused to give in. The instant the gun fired, she threw herself to the side with every last ounce of strength. Thunk! The bullet landed with a muffled thud, but it wasn't her head that was hit. Instead, her outstretched arm, flung up as she dove, took the blow. Ignoring her severed arm, the Punisher calmly swung the rifle again, once more taking aim at the barely breathing Lady Gao. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, a deep, hoarse voice rang out. "Stop!" The Punisher's finger froze on the trigger. He couldn't move at all. In fact, his entire body was paralyzed. What is happening? The Punisher screamed inwardly in a frenzy, yet not a single sound escaped his lips. "It's my curse," came the reply. "Whenever you try to hurt others, your whole body will freeze up. Oh, and by the way, the item I used to cast this curse, you were the one who gave it to me." As the raspy voice echoed, a stooped, short old man with white hair, draped in a black robe, appeared. Beside him stood a massive, shadowy soldier, clutching a severed hand. Watching the old man slowly approach, Yang-Su glanced over at the Punisher, who was gradually shaking off the paralysis. With a meaningful look, he asked, "You must be the one commanding the Dark Assassins, the powerful sorcerer everyone fears. Isn't that right?" At these words, Daredevil, Luke, Jessica, and even the Punisher were all stunned with disbelief. They stared at the elderly man, Daolong, their eyes burning with an intense curiosity. For them, it was the very first time they were truly face-to-face with a being that seemed torn straight from a fairy tale. Daolong did not answer. With a gentle wave of his staff, black mist coiled around the severed arm and reattached it to Madame Gao. Even after finishing this, he still offered no response to Yang-Su. Instead, he turned his gaze to the defenders, his voice tinged with sorrow as he asked, "Why are you trying to stop me? I'm nothing more than an ordinary sorcerer. All these spellcasting materials, I bought them with my own money. I haven't hurt anyone. Why must you persecute a poor, defenseless old man like me?" A heavy silence fell, so deep it felt suffocating. The defenders had considered charging straight in or bracing for some fantastic sorcery. But none of them expected the other side to take the moral high ground and accuse them first. After a moment of awkward quiet, the defenders, save for the blind Daredevil, shared uneasy glances, embarrassed. Without a word, they all took a subtle step back, nudging Yang-Su, who knew the true nature of sorcerers, forward as their spokesman. Catching the shifting looks, Yang-Su sighed helplessly. He stepped up to face Daolong, who looked as pitiable as a lost old man. "Playing the victim won't work on me," Yang-Su said flatly. "Don't think I don't know who you really are. A sorcerer who can command dark assassins is no ordinary man. They're powerful and terrifying dark wizards. You've done your share of dabbling with corpses and defiling souls, haven't you? The only reason you're putting on this act is because your dark assassins have been destroyed, and you can't summon them for now." At this, the defenders immediately straightened, their faces set with righteous determination as they turned on the old man who tried to play the victim. Seeing their resolve, the pitiful expression on Daolong's face vanished in an instant, replaced by cold indifference and a chilling stiffness. He glanced at the deathly pale Madame Gao, then looked over at the defenders, who seemed full of vigor. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. "Won't even bother to come down the steps. Are you so sure you've got me cornered?" Yang-Su let out a cold chuckle, then said confidently, 2 against 6, and we have the upper hand. How could we possibly lose?" The defenders all wore the same look of absolute confidence, as if victory was already in their grasp. "How could we lose? Who knows?" Daolong replied as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a cell phone. A cell phone? Seeing a sorcerer suddenly produce a phone left the defenders momentarily stunned. "My advice? You better start running. Otherwise," Daolong shot a glance at the defenders opposite him, then flashed the phone screen, displaying the number 911. Daredevil, the most perceptive of the group, muttered uncertainly, "Is he calling the police?" Luke, sounding a bit tense, echoed, It looks like it." Jessica and the Punisher both wore puzzled expressions, struggling to make sense of what was happening. Daolong surveyed their confusion and gave a cold, mocking laugh before dialing the number without hesitation. Then, he tossed the phone to Madame Gao at his side. With a bony finger, he pointed at Yang-Su and his companions, instructing her, "Tell them we were unloading cargo at the New York port when we were attacked by robbers. There was a black man, a masked weirdo, 2 Asians, a lunatic with heavy weapons, and a woman." With each description, Daolong's finger singled out a different member of the group. Jessica was instantly furious about his shout. "You're the one turning the tables here," when she suddenly took in the scene around her. What had once been a cramped port, boxed in by countless shipping containers, now appeared wide open. The open space was pockmarked with craters and holes, containers strewn haphazardly across the ground. Fires still smoldered at the edges of the pits, and the wreckage of cars continued to spew black smoke. Confronted with a landscape that looked as if a hurricane had torn through, Jessica's face drained of color in an instant. She wasn't the only one. The other defenders, realizing what the place looked like, felt their own confidence falter. Here they were, sneaking around in the dead of night to investigate someone else, having just beaten up a bunch of underlings, nearly blown up the port, and left everything in utter chaos. And, most damning of all, they had a black man with them. "Wait a minute. Are we the outlaws here?" When Madame Gao ended the call and looked at them with a mocking glint in her eyes, the defenders all stiffened, their gazes shifting involuntarily toward Yang-Su. After a long, heavy silence, Yang-Su let out a deep sigh, then suddenly shouted, "Run!" Without another word, he dove straight into the battered old van. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but quickly came to their senses and jumped into the van in a flurry. Luke, who was a beat slower to react, saw the van start up and roar to life almost instantly. He broke into a jog, chasing after the vehicle, shouting in panic, Wait. I'm not in yet. I'm not in yet. Daredevil was the first to respond, reaching out from inside the van and hauling the running Luke aboard. Luke had barely caught his breath before Jessica yanked down the window beside him. The two of them stuck their arms out the window at the same time, raising both middle fingers high, and shouted at Madame Gao and Dragonblade, F you. Reverse Order of the Heavenly Gang. Earned 299 reputation points from Daredevil. Reverse Order of the Heavenly Gang. Earned 399 reputation points from Jessica Jones. Reverse Order of the Heavenly Gang. Earned 299 reputation points from Madame Gao. Watching the defenders flee in disarray, Madame Gao's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. But the moment she caught sight of the 4 international gestures from Luke and Jessica, her gaze darkened with fury. Boss, we're not giving chase. Madame Gao's voice was low and raspy, brimming with resentment. It seems you're confused about something. Dragonblade shot a sidelong glance at the obviously disgruntled Madame Gao. They're not running from me. They're running from this country's official agencies, from their own self-righteous sense of justice. If I went after them, what would I even fight with? Ordinary magic barely works on superhumans like them. With that, Dragonblade ignored Madame Gao, summoning a fresh squad of Shadow Regiment soldiers. Using the Shadow Realm, they began transferring the scattered shipping containers filled with spellcasting materials. Once everything was moved, Dragonblade refused Madame Gao's request to leave together. He instructed her, the police officers arriving soon. You'll need to handle them. As long as you don't reveal any members of Heavenly Metropolis, do as you please with the rest. With these brief instructions, Dragonblade departed New York Harbor under the escort of his Shadow Regiment. Madame Gao was left alone amidst the wreckage of the port to face the wailing police sirens racing toward her. Not long after leaving the harbor, the defenders saw police cars screaming down the opposite lane. Good thing we got out fast, or we'd have run right into the authorities. If we'd gotten into a fight with them, we'd all be wanted fugitives by now. However, none of the defenders in the van paid any attention to Yang Su's muttering. They were all sizing up the somewhat young, bashful boy who had just pulverized their enemies like a human cannon. Yang Su, behind the wheel and noticing that no one was listening to his rambling, glanced at the rearview mirror and spoke up. Hey, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone? After all, we'll be working together from here on out. The young man heard this and gave a shy smile. His voice was slightly nervous as he spoke. Hello, everyone. My name is Bin. Just call me Bin. Daredevil, Punisher, Jessica, and Luke exchanged glances, then each introduced themselves in turn. My name is Matt Murdock. When I'm in action, people call me Daredevil. Frank Castle. You can call me Punisher if you like. I'm Jessica Jones, a somewhat well-known private investigator. Just call me Luke. Still working on a good nickname. Luke added with a crooked grin. And so, the brief round of introductions came to an end. Perhaps it was because of the presence of an unfamiliar face whose abilities were still unknown. Once the introductions finished, the defenders lapsed into silence, barely speaking a word. Within moments, the car was steeped in quiet. But in the darkness, their eyes glimmered, each lost in their own thoughts. After a long pause, Daredevil finally spoke, his tone hesitant as he addressed Yang Su, who was driving. Yang, if we hadn't chosen to run just now, do you think we could have taken down that sorcerer and Madame Gao directly? Yang Su didn't hesitate. He answered plainly, that would have been extremely difficult, impossible, really. The sorcerer might not have been able to use the Dark Slayer for the moment, but he still had the Shadow Legion at his disposal. And as for us, there's barely anyone here who could break through their defenses. Hearing this, Daredevil thought back to those creatures, each looming like a brick wall, and let out a weary sigh. But we have some serious backup now. Jessica glanced over at Ben, unable to understand. If Ben just throws one fireball and wipes out those monsters, we could charge right through and finish things in one go. However, Ben quickly dashed her hopes. I'm sorry, but that just isn't possible. The powers I have are easily countered by a sorcerer, especially one as powerful and cunning as he is. Remembering how the old man had forced them to retreat with only a few words, Jessica sighed in resignation and fell silent, looking deflated. It was clear the failed raid had left her discouraged. Luke and Punisher seemed to feel the same, both looking just as disheartened. Seeing his companions so dispirited, Daredevil blamed himself. This is my fault, he said quietly. If I hadn't insisted on investigating, none of this would have happened. Yang Su, hearing this, replied with a note of exasperation. This has little to do with you. As long as that sorcerer keeps using the hand to do his bidding, we would have run into this problem sooner or later, whether or not you suggested it. After a long silence, Punisher finally spoke, his voice low and gravelly, adding his agreement. That's right. Even if we manage to take out their shipment this time, What difference does it make? As long as that sorcerer is still around, we'll run into this kind of trouble sooner or later. To put it bluntly, it's just that we're not as strong as they are. The seasoned Punisher, hardened by countless storms, took the defeat in stride and didn't dwell on it for long. Suddenly, the usually silent Luke flashed a wide grin, his white teeth gleaming as he spoke heartily. We could bring in more people to help us out. Otherwise, those endlessly spawning shadow soldiers will be a real headache. After he finished, he blinked expectantly at the driver, who also seemed to have a vast network of connections. Yang-Su, who had been listening to the conversation in the back, spoke with a trace of frustration. All right, I'll see if I can pull together another 1 or 2 fighters from somewhere. Before Luke could get too excited, Yang-Su continued, but you all need to look too. Don't expect too much from me. All right. Luke agreed without hesitation and immediately began discussing with the defenders. In the dim light, Dao Long stood by a bubbling cauldron, gripping a withered wooden staff. The eerie glow from the mysterious liquid inside shone directly on his bloodless face, giving him an aura that was both enigmatic and terrifying. Tell me, all of you, how'd you fail? Dao Long asked as he waved his staff. For streams of black mist shot out from the cauldron and landed on the ground, transforming into 4 humanoid creatures with brown skin. My dark assassins, how could you be defeated by a handful of ordinary people with a bit of skill? Should I blame your incompetence, or was it my mistake for underestimating that group? As he looked at his dark assassins kneeling on one knee, Dao Long's raspy voice questioned them, his expression icy and indifferent. Boss, there was a reason for all of this. Gon Alexandra protested urgently. If it hadn't been for that person who appeared out of nowhere, we wouldn't have failed. From the other side, Sean Bothu quickly added, Boss, I know it sounds unbelievable, outrageous even, but we all saw it. That guy's eyes shot lasers, and he could shoot fire from his hands. As if worried that staying silent would make him the scapegoat, Hammer Soanda chimed in hurriedly. It's all true. That person didn't just throw fireballs from his hands. He could also fire red beams. And with those laser eyes, he was like a living turret, blasting us from all directions. Thank goodness we became dark assassins. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lasted nearly as long. Hearing their explanations, Dao Long turned his head slightly to the side and said almost offhandedly, Is that so, Madame Gao? Only the pale-faced Lady Gao stepped out from the darkness, kneeling on one knee as she replied, They're telling the truth. It's all because of that person who appeared out of nowhere. Otherwise, the soldiers of the giant shadow group alone would have been enough to handle the enemy. Dao Long's eyes narrowed slightly as he swept his gaze across these people, each harboring their own hidden agenda. After a long moment, he finally withdrew his piercing stare and spoke in a casual, indifferent tone. I'll let you off the hook this time. But if it happens again, well, we'll see then. With Lady Gao and her companions trembling in fear, Dao Long harvested another round of reputation points and effortlessly brushed the incident aside. Reputation points, 54,281. A low, sinister chuckle echoed in his mind. Ahaha, all that effort was worth it, bringing both supervillains and superheroes together in one place. To gather so many reputation points so quickly. Soon, I'll be able to do a silver tier 10 pull. Gazing at the number on his panel, Yang-Su, who had just finished his performance with Lady Gao, couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Thank goodness the pseudo-monkey talisman has such a powerful transformation ability. With it, I could disguise a shadow ninja as Dao Long. Otherwise, I really don't know how he would have shown up to drive away the defenders. Giving himself a mental pat on the back for his clever maneuver, Yang-Su instructed Binbin to find an empty room and rest. As for himself, relying on the resilience of his demonic physique, he spent the night poring over Dao Long's dark energy magic. The next morning, as he sat down to a Chinese-style American breakfast, Yang-Su glanced at the time and switched on the TV. As expected, the news was just reporting Tony Stark's return. On the screen, Tony Stark sat at the press conference, taking big bites out of a cheeseburger. Yang-Su grinned. No wonder he'll become Iron Man, facing a barrage of questions from all the major TV stations. And he's still so nonchalant. If it were some celebrity, who knows what kind of drama they'd pull. Yang-Su was genuinely looking forward to this Iron Man, the pioneer of the age of heroes. After all, as a rookie in the stock market, being able to go on a buying spree without worrying about losses sounded exhilarating. While he was lost in these thoughts, Tony Stark finished his burger and, with a vacant expression, spoke up, You know something? Actually, at this moment, I really miss my father. I never said goodbye to him at the end. The last time I saw him, I didn't say goodbye. Tony Stark's eyes were empty as he gazed into the cameras, his voice low and questioning. There's a question I wish I could ask him now. Did he ever hesitate, ever doubt, ever regret? Founding Stark Industries, creating a company that would make weapons capable of taking other people's lives. I really want to ask him, what does it feel like to be a merchant of death? Tony Stark slouched carelessly beneath the podium, speaking to the countless members of the media as if he were talking to himself. Seeing him in such a state of despair, every reporter with a microphone in hand felt their hearts skip a beat. An unbelievable thought suddenly flashed through their minds. It wasn't just the reporters. Obadiah Stane, sitting right next to Tony Stark, also sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly reached out to grab Tony, trying to stop him from continuing. But before he could act, Stark suddenly sprang to his feet, turned to the podium microphone, and shouted with clear and unwavering resolve. I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' Weapons Development Division. This decision takes effect immediately. As soon as his words fell, the entire room fell silent, then erupted in a tidal wave of noise. Nearly every journalist started shouting, fighting their way forward, thrusting their microphones as close as possible, desperate for more information. Even viewers at home watching the broadcast were left absolutely stunned by the announcement. After all, the Weapons Development Division was the golden goose of Stark Industries. Most of the company's profits came from that department. And in the very instant the news broke, institutional investors holding Stark Industries stock began dumping their shares. Retail investors scrambled to react, their screens lighting up with frantic trades. Everyone knew the massive financial upheaval triggered by this news was about to begin. But no one was more anxious or afraid than major shareholder Obadiah Stane. He quickly pulled Tony Stark away from the microphones, trying to prevent him from saying anything else. At the same time, he used his bulky frame as a shield, blocking a barrage of microphones and calling out with forced laughter. The main reason for today's press conference is simply to let everyone know that Tony is back. Everything else Tony said was just a joke between friends. But no one believed a word he said. Those who needed to sell off their shares did so without hesitation. After all, no one could guarantee whether Stark was really joking, and Obadiah wasn't the true decision-maker. Watching the press conference come to an abrupt and awkward end, Yang-Soo casually switched off the TV. He glanced at the computer screen, where Stark Industries stock, which had briefly rallied when news of Tony's safe return broke, was now plummeting again. A twisted grin spread across his face. Ha ha ha. From now on, just call me Yang-Soo, the stock market genius. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, who had been dragged beneath the enormous arc reactor, looked at Obadiah, who was pacing and rubbing his bald head, barely containing his anger, and spoke with a hint of guilt. We don't have to keep focusing solely on weapons. There are plenty of other ways to make money. Hearing such a naive statement, Obadiah clenched his teeth and replied in a low voice. Tony, you do realize how much damage your words could do to Stark Industries, don't you? There are a lot of shareholders holding our stock. If you make decisions like this without saying a word, there's no way they'll just go along with it. They'll be out for blood over this massive loss. Watching Obadiah pace anxiously, Tony Stark's sense of guilt grew even stronger. He hesitated and said, but what if I have something that would make them compromise? What? Before Obadiah could press further, Tony unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the small arc reactor embedded in his chest. Obadiah glanced at Tony's chest, then over at the larger arc reactor nearby. This is, before he could finish, Tony nodded. That's right. It's exactly what you think. Obadiah, ever the shrewd businessman, instantly cooled his temper. Casting a wary glance around, he gently buttoned Tony's shirt back up, all the while continuing his persuasion. I still think you're making this decision a bit too hastily. Why don't you get some proper rest first? Once you've thought things through completely, then decide. Tony was about to say something more, but when he saw his assistant Pepper and In-sun walking over from a distance, he held his tongue. At Obadiah's insistence, the three of them headed by car to Tony's private villa. Not long after the press conference, every business section in the media was splashed with Tony Stark's shocking remarks from the press briefing. As a result, Stark Industries' stock price plummeted by more than 4 or 5% in an instant, wiping out over $100 million in market value that same day. According to the less-than-expert opinions of market commentators, the nosedive was unlikely to stop in the days to come. Watching his steadily increasing shareholdings, Yang-Soo stroked his chin and let out a sly chuckle. I wonder if I'll end up becoming Stark Industries' largest shareholder all at once. Meanwhile, in Manhattan's chaotic Hell's Kitchen, Danny, fresh from Kunlun, was searching everywhere for clues about the hand and the dragon bones. But thanks to the sword dragon, the hand's activities had already become even more secretive and low-profile. These changes made it nearly impossible for Danny Rand, just an ordinary outsider, to dig up any useful leads. In a dim, deserted alley, a small-time thug in a suit and tie was slammed hard to the ground. I did have some contact with the hand before, but it was just business, nothing more. Besides, if those big shots had any secret deals or operations, would a nobody like me ever find out? The thug, dressed in a shabby suit and battered to the point of bruises and a swollen nose, spoke with a whimpering voice as he tried to explain himself to the white man with a head of curly blonde hair. Cowering in the corner out of fear, the thug's words did nothing to convince Danny. Though he also believed this man probably didn't know much, he didn't want to take any chances. With that thought, the golden glow around Danny's fists grew even brighter, making it clear he was ready to keep going. Seeing the look of reckless resolve on Danny's face, the thug quickly shouted, "Don't hit me anymore, please, no more. I really don't know anything about the hand, but I know someone who does. He's always targeting all kinds of gangs. He definitely knows the kind of stuff you want. Go find him." Danny knew that small-time thugs like this rarely had real information, so he didn't push further. He just replied flatly, "You'd better not be lying to me. If you are, I'll find you again." As Danny pressed in, the thug's eyes flickered with a barely noticeable murderous intent, though his voice stayed panicked as he shouted, "The Punisher. The guy who's always going after the gangs, he's called the Punisher. A while back, he even clashed with people from the hand. I don't know who he is, but he tracks gangs and can show up anywhere, anytime. And he's ruthless, almost never leaves anyone alive." Unfamiliar with this city, Danny had no idea that the thug had kept quiet about someone safer, the Daredevil. Instead, he'd been pointed toward someone even more violent and merciless, the Punisher. The Punisher? Goes after gangs, prowls at night. Danny frowned, quietly repeating the new information to himself. The light around his fists gradually faded. As Danny drifted into thought, the thug realized his chance. Scrambling to his feet, he bolted out of the alley as fast as he could. Danny could have easily stopped him, but since he already knew where to look for his next clue, there was no need to chase a thug who clearly didn't know much. "Are you sure you want to go after the Punisher?" A slightly youthful voice called from the mouth of the alley. "With your current fighting sense, you might not last more than 2 moves against him." Danny snapped out of his thoughts, his eyes turning sharp as he looked toward the source of the voice. A teenager, leaning against the alley entrance, wore a white shirt and spoke with a cocky, streetwise edge. "Who are you?" Danny asked, wary of this young man who seemed to know more than he let on. "The name's Bin. I'm looking for people willing to take on the hand with me. You seem like a good fit. How about teaming up with us? If I refuse, what will you, or rather all of you, do?" Although Danny had spent most of his time training within Kunlun and rarely encountered outsiders, that didn't mean he would trust a stranger so easily. "I mean you no harm," Bin started to explain, but seeing the guarded, unwelcoming look on Danny's face, he could only sigh and say helplessly, "Forget it. I'm not much of a talker. Let's see what you've got in a real fight." At those words, Danny let out a cold chuckle, immediately shifting into the opening stance of Kunlun martial arts. Noticing the stance Danny assumed, Bin pursed his lips, not out of contempt, but disapproval. He disapproved of Danny's belief that sheer skill with his fists would be enough to subdue him. Perhaps because Bin still looked young, Danny gave him a brief warning before attacking. "You'd better be careful. I won't go all out, but I won't hold back either." With that small reminder, he lunged forward, quickly closing the distance as he launched his fist toward Bin. Facing this clearly disciplined attack, not a trace of panic showed on Bin's face. He simply lifted his right hand, and a red fireball began to form in his palm. A thunderous boom split the air. The next instant, Danny was hurled backward by the explosion and crashed hard to the ground. Coughing as he pushed himself up, his face was clouded with confusion. "You can't beat me." Bin's slightly cocky voice rang out again. "I let my guard down. I should have dodged." Danny, still reeling from the fireball, realized this young man was no ordinary opponent. He wiped the soot from his face, then clenched his fists. Golden light began to shimmer around his hands. "This time, I'll show you my real skills. Get ready." The yellow glow. "This isn't the lightning 5-strike whip, is it?" Bin quipped instinctively, noticing the golden light flaring around Danny's fists. Danny let out a low growl, witnessed the power of the iron fist. He swung his fists, using a distinctive footwork to evade any possible attacks, rapidly closing in. But things did not go as Danny expected. Against his confident, iron-fisted strike, Bin chose not to dodge. Instead, he met the attack head-on. Bin's right hand gathered a massive fireball, which then dispersed and swiftly reformed around his fist, transforming into a brilliant, searing gauntlet. In the next moment, a golden fist and a blazing red fist collided. A scorching shockwave erupted, filling the alleyway. The sudden blast shook the very walls, cracking them with its force. When the shockwave faded and the dust settled, there was a familiar thud. Danny, the Kunlun Iron Fist who had used his true power, crashed to the ground once again. As the smoke cleared from the alley, Bin gazed at Danny, who lay sprawled on the ground, mouth open, eyes shut. Bin Bin shook his burning right hand and said, with a strange tone, "No matter how good your kung fu is, it's no match for overwhelming power, unless you're in a furniture store." Danny writhed on the ground for a while before finally catching his breath and struggling to his feet. He looked at his own disheveled state, then glanced at the carnage in the alley, his voice low and guarded. "Who are you? Are you here to investigate the hand, too? Or are you one of their lackeys?" Seeing that Danny was finally willing to talk civilly, Bin Bin gave a faint smile. "I'm from the heavenly capital. I've never heard of the hand. But the master of the hand, that's exactly who I'm after." With that, Bin Bin began to explain to Danny the whole story of how a dark sorcerer had taken control of the hand, revealing a startling secret, gained 199 reputation points from Iron Fist Danny Rand. Meanwhile, Yang-Su was curled up inside the antique shop, carefully maneuvering Bin Bin as he finally managed to talk circles around Iron Fist. Suddenly, the shop door swung open. An old man, thin and frail, wearing a tattered green robe and leaning on a cane for the blind, entered the store. For a blind man to show up here, at such a critical moment, and for no apparent reason, he could not possibly be an ordinary visitor. Yang-Su immediately guessed the true identity of this mysterious figure. A top-tier blind martial arts master, leader of the Chaste, and mentor to Daredevil himself, Stick. Though he guessed who his visitor was, Yang-Su still put on an expression of polite confusion. "Is there anything I can help you with, sir?" Stick ignored Yang-Su's question and instead spoke of something else. "I just arrived in this city and have been purposefully gathering information about those with supernatural abilities. But you, in your heavenly capital, I've never even heard of." From the very first sentence, Stick made his doubts plain, his attitude stiff and unyielding, as if to say, "I don't believe a word you're saying." Yang-Su was unfazed by this interrogative approach. After all, those who lack confidence are often the ones who bluster the loudest. He glanced casually at the old man, whose presence seemed to grow sharper by the second, and replied with deliberate nonchalance, "The Chaste is nearly wiped out by now, isn't it?" Stick's rising aura suddenly faltered, and his face darkened. Over the years, the Chaste had always been oppressed by the hand. Yet, thanks to the foundation laid by elders of a previous generation, and with support from local powers in Japan, they'd barely managed to hold their own against the hand. But once Stick got word of the Dragon Bone and led his people to New York, everything changed dramatically. Having always been at a disadvantage, they focused intensely on intelligence gathering, keeping close tabs on every whisper and rumor in Hell's Kitchen. Moreover, they kept a deliberately low profile, gathering information in the early stages and not acting rashly. The hand, preoccupied with their urgent search for the Dragon Bone, couldn't be bothered to hunt down the Chase spies, at least, not for now. In this situation, although the hand and the True Purity Society occasionally clashed, they were still able to get by together. But this fragile harmony vanished completely once Dragonblade cast his spell and took control of the hand. The empowered Lady Gao and the 4 transformed Dark Assassins all put aside their search for the Dragon Bone for now. They knew that as long as they avoided being noticed by Dragonblade, this was the key to their continued survival. With no immediate goal, the fingers of the hand turned their gaze toward the True Purity Society, their longtime rivals, finding their presence more intolerable than ever. So, under the joint assault of the Giant Shadow Gang and the Dark Assassins, the already weakened True Purity Society was crushed in one swift blow. Things got so dire that even Stick, the leader of the organization, had to seek out his long-lost disciple for help. This was also why Daredevil received the message summoning the defenders to the harbor. As for how Yang-Su knew all of this so clearly, it was because many of the sinister black magic spells involving body and mind were developed with the aid of the True Purity Society's ninjas, who willingly sacrificed their lives to assist in the experiments. Thanks to their wholehearted cooperation, Yang-Su's mastery of magic advanced rapidly. Stick fixed his gaze on Yang-Su, who appeared utterly relaxed and detached from it all, and enunciated every word. "How do you know all of this? I have no interest in the sordid dealings between your two organizations. I have my own matters to attend to. My aim is not the Dragon Bone. I'm after something else." The lightness in Yang-Su's expression slowly turned cold. "If any of you dare touch what's mine, I'll wipe you out completely." At those words, Stick's brow furrowed tightly, and for a moment he found himself at a loss. He had come here because his disciple, Daredevil, had told him Yang-Su is a good man, worthy of trust, hoping to see if they could work together. But things were turning out quite differently from what he'd imagined. This so-called good man was not only difficult to approach, but also seemed to hide his own agenda. Sudden reversal. Stick's reputation with you has increased by 122. Realizing he couldn't intimidate Yang-Su, the rigid Stick awkwardly changed the subject. Regardless of what you think, the hand's actions are extremely dangerous. If they're the first to find the dragon bone, the beast will descend upon this world, and it will bring destruction. Yang Su lounged in his chair, shifting to a more comfortable position, and looked at Stick with interest. So, do you want my help to defeat the hand, or are you expecting me to charge in a battle for you? Stick's attitude became sincere and direct. This is about cooperation. We'll work together to thwart the hand's plot. There's no question of using anyone here. We're all on equal footing. If necessary, I'm willing to be the first to lay down my life. Seeing the look of noble self-sacrifice on his face, a trace of disdain flickered in Yang Su's eyes. He knew that if he hadn't already shut down any chance for this old man to take advantage, who knew what kind of trickery he'd used to talk Yang Su into dying in his place. After all, when it comes to a stubborn old man who thinks he's righteous and is willing to give up his life to achieve his goals, there's really nothing he wouldn't do. Yang Su fixed his gaze on the old man, asking pointedly, "If we're going to work together, we need to be honest with each other. I want to know, what exactly is this beast?" The old man with the staff hesitated for a moment, then said somewhat uncertainly, "It's a long story." "Then make it short." Yang Su cut in, his tone edged with impatience, refusing to let the man wriggle out of answering. With a sigh, the old man shuffled over and sat down beside them. Everything begins in a place shrouded in mystery. It was the kind of sigh that only comes from an old man lost in memory, a feeling too deep to hold back. Long, long ago, so long ago that no one remembers exactly how much time has passed, there was a person, or perhaps a group of people, who called themselves the Fingers. Relying on their extraordinary abilities and methods, they seized control of everything, and thus the Hand Society was born. The old man drew a deep breath, his expression and voice growing grave. After the Hand Society had existed for countless years, someone within the organization uncovered a secret about immortality. At this point, Yang Su couldn't help but roll his eyes. Everything the old man had said so far was just empty talk. He'd managed to skirt around the existence of Kunlun and hadn't revealed who actually led the Hand Society. "I know immortality sounds like something out of myth and legend, but I can assure you, it's real." Noticing Yang Su's eye rolling, the old man assumed he didn't believe in immortality and hurried to explain. "The dragon bone contains a most peculiar power. Anyone who absorbs its energy can maintain a youthful body, and thus an unimaginably long life. This was discovered by a man named Jingshin Yoshitaka, quite by accident." The name sounded familiar to Yang Su, and suddenly he was wide awake, turning his gaze to the old man and waiting for the story to continue. Centuries ago, the Fingers of the Hand Society chose people to become the hosts of the beast, the Black Void. This mysterious beast possesses a strange and terrible power. It can corrupt the host's mind and body, transforming them into an immortal being. It can even twist an ordinary person into a creature with no emotion, pure and singular in purpose, a human weapon that knows only how to kill. "Hold on a second, I have a question." Sensing that something didn't quite add up, Yang Su interrupted the tale. Under the slightly disapproving gaze of the old man with the staff, he voiced his questions directly. "The Black Void is the vessel for the beast, but what does that have to do with the Hand Society searching for dragon bones? And another thing, why do the Fingers want to create the Black Void? If it's about world domination or something, I haven't seen them actually do anything." The old man with the staff simply shook his head, a knowing smile playing on his lips, and replied, "And how can you be sure they haven't already? The Hand Society has always hidden within the tides of history. Most of the time, no one even realizes they exist. The Spanish flu, the Texas chain explosions, the Tunguska event, the Chernobyl nuclear disaster. Many so-called disasters throughout history have had the Hand Society working behind the scenes, or even acting as the direct cause." The old man spoke with such certainty, as if everything he said were indisputable truth. Yet Yang Su remained unconvinced. After all, the old man hadn't produced a single shred of evidence. What he was saying sounded just like a conspiracy theory, nothing but speculation and what-ifs. And in the old man's words, the Hand Society seemed nothing more than a pack of madmen, maniacs who knew only how to destroy, as if their lives would only be complete if the world were to be annihilated. He had no patience for more talk of wild conspiracies, especially as the old man's accusations against the Hand Society grew more and more outrageous. Yang Su cut in, steering the conversation back on track. "The beast can control people and enhance ordinary humans. So, as its vessel, does the Black Void have any powers of its own? Or is it simply a killing machine, just a bit stronger than a regular person?" Realizing that his attempt to derail the conversation had failed, The old man with the staff could only swallow his frustration and continue. Of course, it's not limited to just that. The Black Void is much like the beast itself. It can unleash strange and wicked powers, transforming ordinary people into its followers, though not quite as powerfully. But those altered by the Black Void gain greatly enhanced physical abilities. Their vital weaknesses disappear, and their lifespans become extraordinarily long. As for the drawbacks, they're not much different from the beasts. Ordinary people become mere puppets of the Black Void, subject to its every whim. Even with all its wonders, granting ordinary people immortality is no easy feat, let alone bestowing it upon an entire group. There must be other limitations. Otherwise, the Han Society would not have remained hidden in the shadows all this time. As Yang Su pondered this, he shared his own suspicions with the old man. The Black Void isn't just a vessel for the beast. Perhaps it's more like a storage device, able to absorb other energies and convert them into its own power. Suddenly, a thought struck him, an idea so bizarre, yet with a disturbingly real possibility. That's not incorrect. Black Void does indeed require something else to sustain its power. The old man with the staff opened his pale eyes wide, as though he were staring into the Black Void. His voice grew grave as he declared, "It needs life, an enormous amount of life. It seizes the lives of others for its own use, and then shares that stolen vitality with its followers." His voice grew colder, more solemn with each word. The Han Society, in their quest to harness the power of the Black Void, would massacre an entire village without a second thought. This continued until the original Black Void was depleted beyond use, and then the second generation, Kajinobu Jingshin, emerged. Before the old man could continue, Yang Su interjected and finished the story for him. Kajinobu Jingshin leveraged the power of the Black Void, rose through the ranks, and ultimately gained control of the Han Society. And the followers of the original Black Void, having lost their master, turned their backs on the Han Society and founded the True Purity Order. "You're absolutely right." The old man nodded, and as if offering an explanation, added, "But the True Purity Order as it stands now holds no desire to meddle with the Black Void. All we want is to see it buried for good." At that moment, Yang Su tossed out a statement that left the old man visibly shaken. "Dragonbone can give rise to the Black Void." Lines deepened on the old man's wrinkled face as he forced a strained smile. I don't know why you would think that. Dragonbone can extend the lives of the fingers, yes, but it can't turn a person into a weapon of slaughter." The more he spoke, the softer his voice became, as if he already knew he could not hide the truth from the young man before him. Suddenly, his tone shifted, and his pale eyes fixed intently on Yang Su. "Did you figure this out yourself? Or did someone tell you?" "I guessed," Yang Su replied with an easy smile, then continued with his own speculation. "Dragonbone, Black Void, and Beast, they're all part of the same entity, or rather, three forms of the same existence. When a human absorbs too much Dragonbone, they become a vessel, the Black Void, which then invites the coming of the Beast. Then, the Beast is slain by those with ulterior motives, its body becomes Dragonbone once more, and the cycle repeats endlessly. The so-called exhaustion of the original Black Void must mean it was slain by the fingers, its body becoming the source of their immortality. As for Kajinobu Jingshin, the second-generation Black Void, whether it was his extraordinary combat talent or something else, he harnessed the power of the Beast to turn on the fingers and seize power for himself." Having finished his theory, Yang Su turned his gaze to the old man, whose expression was now distant and dazed. "All this time, you've been evasive, never willing to reveal the whole truth. Are you afraid that I might crave the immortality promised by the Dragonbone, the loyal followers created by the Black Void, or the formidable power granted by the Beast? Or is it that you yourself wish to possess these things, that you want to claim them all for your own?" The old man with the staff remained silent for a long time before finally speaking in a low, heavy voice. But instead of responding directly to Yang Su's accusation, he began to tell a story. Not long ago, there was a child whose village was invaded by the Hand. The villagers, almost all of them, were sacrificed to the Black Void, and that one surviving child was taken away, forced to grow up in a world of despair and pain. In the end, that child became the leader of the Jinshuan Society. The old man paused, his pale eyes meeting Yang Su's gaze, and he spoke with unwavering resolve. "The Jinshuan Society is made up of countless survivors. Bearing the weight of their hopes, I will never waver, not even for a moment. Even if it means my death, I will drag the very root of all this evil down into hell, to suffer the endless flames." Having declared his resolve with such seriousness and firmness, the old man then turned to Yang Su, who seemed lost in thought, and said, "I've laid everything bare before you. Now, Mr. Yang Su, who are you really? Hearing this question, spoken in Mandarin tinged with a faint Japanese accent, Yang Su raised an eyebrow and looked at the old man with a half-smile. The old man seemed to have revealed a lot, but in truth, apart from some details about the beast and the black void, he'd said nothing truly useful. If Yang Su hadn't deduced the true nature of the dragon bone himself, he doubted the old man would have even told a single story. With all this in mind, Yang Su raised his right hand and tapped lightly on the table, speaking in a casual tone. I'm just an ordinary person who happens to know a few secrets. Out of curiosity, and for a few other reasons, I got involved with Daredevil. If you're thinking of using me, or tricking me into anything, forget it. And as for that hidden, all-powerful group you call Heavenly Capital, I have nothing to do with them. At these words, the old man instinctively furrowed his brow, clearly taking Yang Su's response as a deflection. His voice grew a bit stiff. Even if the beast has the potential to destroy New York, to shatter the order of the world, you'd still just stand by and watch? Yang Su gave a nonchalant laugh, his demeanor becoming even more relaxed. Let's not even talk about whether the beast is actually capable of that. And even if it is, I'm hardly the one who should be worried. There are plenty of people more qualified to step up. Aren't you one of them? Ever since being refused, the old man's brow had remained tightly knit. After Kingpin's transformation into a giant, it was from his own disciple, Daredevil, that he first learned of Yang Su's existence. They had even sent people to investigate him, but all they could uncover was his history of working illegal odd jobs. As for how Yang Su suddenly made his fortune and became the owner of an antique shop, they knew absolutely nothing. Lacking any solid intelligence, the old cane-wielder could only assume that some powerful and mysterious organization had recruited and developed him. It was precisely because of this that, even when the Jinchuan society was on the verge of collapse, the old man persisted. He hoped to use this young man, who had just joined a secretive group, as a link to reach the mysterious organization behind him and seek powerful support. Yang Su, of course, could easily guess what the old man was up to, despite the cane-wielder's apparently sincere demeanor. He probably saw Yang Su as a green youth, naive and easily manipulated. From the moment he walked through the door, the old man had tried to pressure Yang Su into revealing his backers with loaded questions. His intentions were far from pure. Seeing Yang Su's attitude, "Say whatever you want, I'm just listening," the old man began to feel a headache coming on. After all, striking a deal with someone whose motives are a complete mystery is never easy. Yet for the old man, simply turning around and leaving was not an option. With the Jinchuan society already crippled, he alone stood no chance of defeating the Han Society. Let alone now, when the Han Society was being aided by the giant shadow group, and had their enhanced fingers as well. The old man fell silent for a long while before finally pressing further. "So, what's your view on the Han Society? Why would I share any opinion with you?" Yang Su replied with a cold sneer, then added, "Or do you really think I'm naive enough to trust someone who's been trying to get the better of me from the get-go? And most importantly, you don't even have any bargaining chips to negotiate with me right now." With that, Yang Su cut the conversation short, his face full of disdain, and motioned for the old schemer to leave. He had no patience for someone trying to get something for nothing. On the coast of Los Angeles, in the basement of Tony Stark's luxurious villa, after he, Pepper, and Ensign had returned home to recuperate for a while, Stark headed straight for the villa's underground workshop. During this period, Stark made full use of the computing power of his artificial intelligence, Jarvis. In no time at all, he managed to draft the blueprints for the Mark I armor. At the same time, he trimmed away some of the more cumbersome parts, simplifying the bulky frame to enhance its agility. While tinkering with the virtual model, Stark asked Jarvis, "Jarvis, how did the tasks I assigned to you while I was away go?" "Sir, I'm sorry. There's been a bit of a problem." Hearing Jarvis's slightly magnetic electronic voice, Stark unconsciously paused what he was doing. Jarvis continued, "After your disappearance, sir, I detected a large outflow of funds from the secret accounts I was monitoring. But due to the limitations of my authorization, I do not have permission to track the flow of the funds." A spark of interest flickered across Stark's face. With a casual gesture, he backed up the simplified armor design and then authorized Jarvis to follow the money trail. Moments later, Jarvis's voice sounded, "Sir, the tracking is complete." At the same time, a projection appeared over the workbench. A large flat projection took shape on the desk, displaying various money laundering methods, along with the entire route of the funds. Quickly skimming to the end, Stark's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. This guy is actually using the money he extorted from me to buy up my company's stock." As the information appeared before him, Stark's breathing became rapid and uneven. "As you can see, sir," Jarvis added, "right on cue. At the current rate of Stark Industries stock decline, if that account invests all its funds, I believe he'll become one of the company's shareholders, and a highly influential one at that. Stark clenched his jaw and growled, "Hack that account. I don't want to becoming a shareholder of Stark Industries." "As you wish, sir." Jarvis responded without hesitation and immediately set to work. "Wait, hold on, Jarvis." Stark clicked open the account's personal profile. With a sweep of his hands, the information expanded to fill most of the screen. "This isn't John Wick. Who is this guy?" Staring at the photo of a young Asian man on the profile, Stark was utterly baffled. After a brief moment of confusion, he snapped back to focus. "Jarvis, 5 minutes. No, I want all his information in 3. "Yes, sir." In less than 5 seconds, Yang Su's complete profile appeared before him. As he read through the information, Stark's confusion only deepened. That fast? He doesn't have any secret identity? Based on calculations, this profile has a 99.9% probability of being genuine, Jarvis replied, as if assuring Stark there was nothing suspicious about the man at all. "Before I was kidnapped by terrorists, this young man somehow inherited a fortune and became the owner of an antique shop. And while I was missing, the money John Wick extorted from me was also funneled to him through various legal channels." The more Stark looked at the situation, the more something felt off. Almost unconsciously, he pulled out a stone engraved with a small dog's image and pondered aloud. Could it be that Sloane doesn't want me to crave the stone's mystical powers, but instead want me to hand this over to him? Inside the vast, shadowy chamber, only the flicker of torches set in the walls and the faint moonlight from outside offered the barest hint of illumination. At this moment, Dragonblade was gripping a long wooden staff, tirelessly stirring the bubbling liquid in the cauldron before him. He chanted mysterious and peculiar incantations, his aged voice deep and commanding. As the spells rolled from his lips, the potion in the cauldron began to boil, swirling into bizarre and dazzling colors. Strange bubbles surfaced and burst, releasing waves of pungent, unsettling aromas that filled the air. When the potion reached a rolling boil, Dragonblade shouted into the vast, empty chamber, "Gone. Wen, Chui, Shan, come forth." At his call, a thick purple smoke swirled into existence, coalescing into 4 distinct silhouettes that stood in perfect formation before the cauldron, where the magical concoction simmered. Whether because Dragonblade seldom summoned them, or because the scene itself was too mysterious and ominous, even Alexandra, Murakami, Swanda, and Botu, creatures that had lived for countless years, felt a profound sense of dread. After all, they had hidden some vital truths from the very one who controlled their fate. Because of this, every time they faced Dragonblade, guilt gnawed at them relentlessly. Especially now, as he brewed some unknown magical potion, performing arcane rituals beyond their comprehension. Ignoring their evasive glances, Dragonblade's expression remained cold as he produced a gnarled staff from within his robes. "You've kept such a monumental secret from me. Truly, you've made me work so hard to uncover the truth." At the chilling calmness of his words, the 4 felt a sudden urge to break free, to lash out, but discovered to their horror that their bodies would not respond. They were utterly paralyzed. Dragonblade's ancient, deadly voice echoed once more. "The Dragonbone can grant a life that endures the ages. It can also forge the Black Void. So, those of you who have survived by siphoning the power of the Dragonbone, could you not also serve as vessels for the beast?" The 4 captives were so terrified, their souls nearly fled their bodies. If not for their immobility, they would have collapsed to the ground in sheer terror. At the same time, deep within, they cursed furiously, desperate to know which traitor had revealed this secret. Dragonblade, however, had no intention of explaining how he had uncovered their deception. With a flick of his staff, a beam of rainbow-colored light burst from the cauldron, enveloping the assassins in its glow. In that instant, it felt as though thousands of blades were slicing through their skin, flesh, organs, even their very souls. Yet trapped by the spell, racked by unimaginable pain, not one of them could utter a single scream. After about 2 minutes, the rainbow light, now entwined with 4 writhing masses of crimson flesh, surged back into the cauldron. Enduring agony of the soul gained 399 reputation points from Gone Alexandra. Enduring agony of the soul gained 399 reputation points from Sean Botu. Perhaps it was the overwhelming torment, or perhaps the loss of the Dragonbone's power. The dark assassins, pinned in place by magic, wore faces of a sickly pallor, their reddish-brown complexions now drained of color. Without so much as a glance at them, Knife Dragon reached out and snatched the dried squid and pufferfish from the hands of a giant Shadow Corps soldier, tossing them straight into the pot. The moment these ingredients touched the iridescent, glowing liquid, they dissolved rapidly, merging seamlessly into it. The assassins, just barely recovering from their searing pain, watched this scene unfold with a deep sense of despair. Given their experience, it wasn't hard to guess Knife Dragon's intention, to harness this energy and forge a dark void. And that meant the power of immortality had truly departed from them. Should they lose the strength of the dark assassin that sustained their existence, they would vanish in an instant. Knife Dragon, engrossed in his magical experiment, paid no mind to the thoughts of these disposable pawns. Satisfied to see the ingredients fully dissolved, he accepted an enormous ruby from the giant Shadow Core soldier, cradling it in his palm. The formidable energy coursing through his body, along with the 7-colored radiance from the pot, began to flow into the ruby. In the next instant, a brilliant red light burst from the gem, illuminating the dim room entirely. Within the pot, the iridescent liquid, heated by the flames, transformed into rainbow-hued bubbles that drifted into the ruby. The mesmerizing, otherworldly spectacle even managed to spark a flicker of wonder in Alexandra, Murakami, Soanda, and Botu, who had all but lost hope. Watching the gem gradually take on a kaleidoscope of colors, Knife Dragon spoke with a trace of schadenfreude in his voice. You only ever thought to use dragon bones to reap the beasts, yet you never realized the dark void is the true treasure. The dark void, a treasure? If they could move their lips, all four would have showered Knife Dragon with scorn. As a vessel capable of holding beasts, it was certainly formidable, but hardly qualified as a treasure in their eyes. Though all four had gained immortality through the dragon bones shaped by the dark void, they never regarded it as precious. To them, it was a human-shaped weapon of doom, one that harmed both wielder and victim alike. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it would ultimately lose its mind and become a puppet for the beast. As always, Knife Dragon ignored the opinions of these expendable tools. The rainbow-hued bubbles continued to flow into the ruby, leaving behind intricate, mysterious patterns of shifting color within. Under Knife Dragon's guidance, these dazzling patterns gradually joined together, forming a complete whole. Within the massive gem, a magnificent and enigmatic motif emerged. Once the design was fully realized, Knife Dragon immediately tossed the ruby into the air. Suddenly, in a nearly sealed room, a gentle breeze began to stir, and from the ruby, ribbons of rainbow light extended outward. Carried on the swirling currents, these radiant threads wove themselves around the ruby, shaping a vast, mysterious sigil that encompassed the entire chamber. The vibrant liquid inside the cauldron transformed into countless bubbles that floated up toward the ceiling. Those scattered bubbles gathered in the air, merging into one enormous, shimmering bubble, glowing with all the colors of the rainbow. A strange energy surged from within this giant bubble, and in an instant, a cloying sweetness filled every corner of the room. That scent carried a peculiar power. Just a single breath was enough to make one feel a surge of mysterious vitality coursing through their veins. Even the four who had become dark assassins, their bodies now vastly different from ordinary people, could sense this life force flowing within them. As the four struggled, trying to draw in more of this intoxicating air, a shadowy figure flickered within the heart of the great multicolored bubble, as if something was being born inside. Each time the shadow's form became clear, it released an aura of creation, hinting at the birth of a new minion. Knife Dragon couldn't help but smile with satisfaction at the sight. While he waited for Black Void to emerge, a sudden surge of powerful energy burst forth from the emptiness above. This energy followed some invisible connection, streaming across the void. It poured directly into the bubble, fueling the shadow's transformation from immaterial to flesh. Nourished by this perfectly attuned power, the presence inside the bubble rapidly took on physical form. As the body of Black Void solidified, its bond with the void grew ever stronger, drawing even greater power from that endless expanse. Before them now stood a creature fully realized. A beast clad in pitch black, hardened scales, its claws and fangs sharp, its visage fierce and terrifying. With a raspy voice, Knife Dragon murmured in awe, "Such a powerful body, though lacking a spirit. This is a first-rate vessel indeed. If I could just inject demonic energy into it first, I might be able to craft a demon of black mist. What a shame." Though he spoke of regret, his expression betrayed no true disappointment. The magic he had cast was tailored to the unique bond between Black Void and the beast. No outside force could easily sever it. Because of this, the beast continued to channel torrents of energy from the void, forging a new body, a vessel to serve as its anchor and shell in this world. Ordinarily, the Hand Society would slaughter Black Void before its transformation was complete, then fashion its body into dragon bone, harnessing the now masterless power within to maintain their own immortality. But Knife Dragon had no intention of turning the forming Black Void into dragon bone. nor did he wish to bring some unknown entity into the world. From the very beginning, his goals had been far more complex. At that moment, the mysterious pattern woven from rainbow light in the air exploded with dazzling brilliance. Streams of radiant lines shot out from the ruby, piercing straight into the body of Black Void as it floated within the bubble, each one sharp as a blade. In an instant, a surge of vibrant, life-filled energy was projected from the beast. Following the dazzling patterns, this energy flowed like a mighty river, pouring ceaselessly into the enormous ruby suspended in midair. In that same moment, the intricate design woven from multicolored light erupted in a brilliant radiance. The glowing lines shooting out from the ruby intensified several times over, drawing an energy with ever-increasing force. Suddenly, fierce roars brimming with rage echoed from the void. The overwhelming, terrifying bellows caused the entire room to tremble. The moment Alexandra, Murakami, Soanda, and Botu, still frozen in place, heard these tremendous roars, a boundless terror swept through their bodies, so powerful that even their forms began to waver and dissolve. Yet, facing this sudden, furious outcry, Daolong was prepared. 3 phantom images wreathed in dark light emerged around him. A double-faced drum, a flower, and a lotus bud. The trio circled him at great speed, absorbing some of the beast's crushing pressure. Though Daolong could not understand the language of these bestial cries reverberating through the room, their meaning was clear. Once again, you despicable, shameful thieves. I curse you. Your soul will suffer eternal torment in hell. A vile wizard thief has gained 999 reputation points with the beast. Glancing at the ruby, nearly flooded with rainbow light, Daolong murmured as if speaking to himself, or perhaps in response to the fury. What I wanted, I've already taken. You're of no use to me now. With that, he raised his gnarled staff and severed the connection between the Black Void and the beast in an instant. Curse you, thief. I will return for you. The beast's final, raging cry faded away. The brilliant patterns streaming from the ruby snapped in a flash. The massive bubble that had been nurturing the Black Void burst, dissolving into vibrant, multicolored light and merging with the mysterious symbols swirling around the ruby. And in that moment, the bond between the beast and the Black Void was completely severed. The sound of furious, unwilling howls vanished entirely from the chamber. Having completed all this, Daolong recalled the 3 strands of magical energy he had summoned for protection, then reached out and caught the 7-colored gem as it drifted gently from above. The incomplete remains of the Black Void, like useless refuse, fell to the ground with a dull thud. Startled by the terrifying roars, Alexandra, Murakami, Soanda, and Boto snapped back to their senses at the sound. A strange and mysterious sorcerer has gained 299 reputation points from Gone Alexandra. A strange and mysterious sorcerer has gained 299 reputation points from Sean Botu. The soldiers of the summoned shadow host carried the remains of the Black Void over and placed them before him. After carefully storing away the rainbow-hued gem brimming with powerful life energy, Daolong began to inspect the remains. The flesh has decayed, the energy is drained. It must have been the beast that, upon severing the connection, siphoned everything away. Now that it has lost all vitality, it's of no further use. It didn't take Daolong long to judge that the Black Void, once a vessel, had completely lost its value. Then, as if struck by a sudden idea, he gave a benevolent smile. His gaze shifted to the dark assassins, whose faces were etched with terror. Might as well make some use of this waste. With a sweep of his staff, a jet-black mist spiraled from the curved tip, enveloping the Black Void's remains and breaking them down. The remains quickly disintegrated, while the inky mist, now tinged with a crimson glow, surged into the bodies of the assassins. All 4 could sense, unmistakably, that vitality was returning to their bodies, just as if they had never been stripped of their life force. At that same moment, the magic binding them unraveled. As soon as the restraints vanished, the 4 dropped to one knee without hesitation and spoke with deep reverence. Thank you, boss, for forgiving our deception and granting us new life. We are willing to face any peril for you. Daolong listened to their sycophantic praise with a stony expression, as if he were hearing nothing but empty bluster. Once their vows of loyalty had run their course, Gone Alexandra, urged on by the glances of the other 3, ventured to ask in an uneasy voice, Boss, wasn't your goal to find the dragon bone and summon the beast? Why? Daolong glanced at the assassin fishing for information, his lips curling slightly. You're overthinking it. My goal isn't the beast, but another far greater being. But now, with the beast's unsolicited support, I no longer need to go to such lengths to seek its vessel. Upon hearing Dao Long's words, even Alexandra, hardened assassin though she was, felt a wave of dizziness sweep over her. She knew all too well. The beast's roar had nearly crushed her just moments ago. If something even more powerful were to appear, the backlash would be catastrophic for both friend and foe alike. She only wanted to survive, not to get entangled in some earth-shattering event. Nor was she alone. The same thought flickered through the minds of the other three. They exchanged anxious glances, their eyes filled with dread and uncertainty. Dao Long, seemingly oblivious to their silent exchange, produced the rainbow gemstone as if to show off. His gaze, fixed on the gem, brimmed with obsession. He appeared utterly entranced, as though possessed by some unseen force. In the dimly lit room, faint moonlight filtered through the tightly shut window, mingling with a hazy glow of torches to illuminate what little space there was. A hunched, white-haired old man gazed in utter fascination at the gemstone in his hand, which shimmered with a strange, otherworldly light. He mumbled under his breath, lost in his obsession. By harvesting the life force from the beast, I shall forge a new vessel for him. Of course, at first, he will be terribly weak, but as his strength returns, he will grow ever more powerful, until he reclaims his rightful place. And when that time comes, I will weather disaster after disaster under his protection. Ha ha ha. Witnessing this bizarre scene and hearing the old man's hoarse mutterings, along with his deranged laughter, the four onlookers instinctively swallowed hard. The same thought flashed across their minds. This old lunatic has lost his mind. Mysterious Madman has gained 299 reputation points from Murakami. Mysterious Madman has gained 299 reputation points from Choi Soanda. Having raked in a hefty sum of reputation points with his twisted villainous laughter, Dao Long finally stowed away the radiant gemstone, looking quite satisfied. His smile faded, and in a raspy voice, he ordered the shadowy assassins around him. Proceed with the ritual, as usual. Not only that, I want the effects of the ritual doubled. We must pave the way for his return. Though their hearts recoiled at the prospect, the four individuals forced themselves to nod eagerly, feigning excitement. Knock, knock, knock. Nick Fury, eyes fixed on the dossier in his hands, heard the urgent rapping at the door. Without looking up, he called out, "Come in." "Director, we've discovered something quite unexpected." Agent Hill, dressed in her form-fitting uniform, strode briskly into the office and handed him a file. "What's this?" Fury asked, accepting the document and regarding his trusted subordinate with his one good eye. Agent Hill spoke in a low, steady tone. "We've been gathering evidence of superpowered criminal activity at Upper New York Harbor. Someone tried to erase some of the traces from the battle, but based on accounts from arriving firefighters and police officers. And after our agents swept the area with specialized equipment, we're confident of our findings." Nick Fury opened the file, studying its contents with care. The clash between the defenders and the Hand had caused quite a stir at New York Harbor. Though afterward Madame Gao's shadowy soldiers had done their best to clean up the scene, Dao Long's earlier prank of calling the police left them with too little time to cover everything up. They managed only the most critical evidence. And so, through various means, S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to piece together what had really happened at the harbor. The files on the defenders and the Hand appeared on the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's desk at the exact same time. Scanning through the stacks of photographs, Nick Fury quickly zeroed in on the ones taken at the New York Harbor. Pointing to a cluster of photos, some crisp, others blurry, he looked over at Agent Hill. "This one here, what is it?" "These were taken at the harbor," Agent Hill replied. "But this shot is by far the most important." As she spoke, she indicated the photo at the very center of the file, though it was also the blurriest of them all. It showed a white silhouette plummeting rapidly from the sky, a fleeting moment barely captured, leaving the impression that it was a person, though nothing could be seen clearly. The poor quality of the photo made it obvious. Someone had snapped it in a rush, likely with a phone, trying to catch an impossible moment. The other blurry photographs were shrouded in streaks of red and yellow light, obscuring everything. Even human figures disappeared behind the glare. In contrast, the sharp photos revealed only the aftermath. The harbor's open areas pocked with craters and holes, shipping containers scattered haphazardly. Evidence these images had been taken long after the chaos ended. New York Harbor suffered massive destruction. These scenes were shot when the authorities arrived at the scene, Agent Hill explained. Listening to her, Nick Fury studied the material in front of him, lost in thought. Based on the side investigation, we're almost certain this level of devastation was caused by a single individual, she added. One person? Just one person could do all this? Fury stared at the photos, his brows knitting together in disbelief. He struggled to imagine what kind of being could unleash such havoc. Aside from Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, Fury had never seen a human, or any creature, capable of this scale of destruction. As for the rampaging kingpin, that hulking brute standing close to 6 meters tall, Fury wasn't even sure if he counted as human anymore. Most crucially, Fury could tell that the carnage in the photographs wasn't caused by conventional explosives or firearms. That meant someone had managed to throw an entire city district into chaos, without warning, using nothing but their own power. While listening to Agent Hill's report, Fury finished skimming through the documents. "It looks like I need to have a serious talk with an old friend," he murmured, his single eye glinting. He gave Agent Hill a meaningful order: "Bring Frank Castle here." If he refuses, Fury added, "Just tell him, Punisher, your old friend wants to see you." After Agent Hill slipped out the door, Fury flipped open the Defender's file. He gazed at the photo of Matt Murdock, dressed in a sharp suit, sunglasses on, white cane in hand. He knew all too well the tangled history between the Defenders and the Hand. Ever since the Kingpin lost control, Nick Fury had been keeping a close watch on both sides. Not only did he collect detailed information on every member of the Defenders, but he also gathered whatever he could on the Hand. However, the Hand operated in deep secrecy, and only a sliver of their information had come to light. That was why he paid special attention to Matt Murdock, the man who called himself Daredevil. After all, this man harbored a fierce vendetta against the Hand, a group rumored to possess supernatural powers. Now, calling Frank Castle in was part of Fury's plan to uncover the whole story. Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, beneath the scorching, desolate expanse of the vast desert, a ragtag band of armed men, their clothes tattered and faces grim, scoured the sands with relentless determination. "I found it!" One of the fighters, his skin bronzed by the sun, shouted as he raised a wide, imposing mask above his head. Soon, a bald man with a large, burned scar stretching across his face strode over, flanked by his followers. With his right hand, the bald man took the mask. His left hand, almost unconsciously, brushed the burned patch on his cheek as a sinister smile twisted his features. "Give me Obadiah on the line. I have a gift I'd like to send him." In a pitch-black underground workshop, the darkness was split by a single shout, "Jarvis!" In an instant, the entire room blazed with light, revealing a dazzling collection of classic and modern luxury cars beneath the stark white glare. "Sir, I'm here," came a slightly mechanical yet courteous voice, echoing through the vast space. "Shall we continue with the Mark II project?" Tony Stark's face lit up with excitement. "Of course. I've been waiting for this moment." Jarvis, ever the even-tempered AI, replied, "No problem, sir. All components of the suit have been completed and delivered." Hearing Jarvis's report on the armor, Stark responded with a confident grin. "Jarvis, let's jump straight into the testing phase." With that, Stark stepped onto the mechanical platform. 6 robotic arms emerged from the console, and under Jarvis's precise control, began to assemble the completed Mark II suit onto Stark. With a symphony of whirring machinery, the gleaming silver armor quickly locked into place around him. The Mark II was crafted from high-grade steel, superior in both defense and flexibility. Compared to the rough-and-ready Mark I, the Mark II was a true work of art. What's more, the new suit was wired directly to Jarvis's operating system. It could scan targets, pinpoint locations worldwide, and monitor the wearer's vital signs. In every sense, this suit stood as a pinnacle of industrial civilization. Stark accepted the silvery white helmet from a robotic hand and placed it over his head. "Jarvis, are you online?" A steady voice resonated from inside the armor. "Sir, at your service, at any time." "Good. First, activate the helmet display. Then begin running diagnostics on all related systems." Stark watched the user interface appear before his eyes and continued giving instructions. "Also, integrate all the surrounding environmental conditions." "Certainly, sir." Jarvis's tone remained composed as ever. Stark moved the helmet, and everything he saw was swiftly processed by Jarvis's high-speed calculations and added into the database. A few seconds later, Jarvis reported, "Sir, the upload is complete. Everything is ready." A thrill of excitement lit up Stark's face. "Initiate the virtual walking program. Loading your personal walking patterns. Calibrating the virtual environment." Stark quickly added, "And check the external shell controls while you're at it." "Yes, sir." Starting from the legs, every movable component of the armor flexed experimentally, revealing an intricate network of inner circuits. After a cascade of mechanical transformations, Jarvis announced, "Testing complete. Preparing to shut down power for data analysis." However, Stark had other plans. Check the weather conditions and air traffic control, and begin monitoring ground control communications. As a limited artificial intelligence, Jarvis instantly deduced Stark's intentions and offered a cautious reminder. "Sir, I must advise you that before any actual flight, the suit still requires extensive data simulations." Jarvis, sometimes you need to think ahead. It's better to learn to run before you learn to walk. Unable to refuse Stark's command, the interface before his eyes abruptly shifted, displaying icons reminiscent of a racing game. Jarvis gathered all relevant data, converting it into precise distance readings. It wasn't long before all the pre-flight checks for the Mark II were complete. 3, 2, 1. Flames erupted from the suit's hands and feet, white-hot and roaring. The powerful thrust launched the heavy Mark II into the air. Under Stark's control, the steel armor tilted forward ever so slightly, while Jarvis continued to gather and analyze the streaming data all around. In the next instant, the repulsors in the palms and soles unleashed a tremendous surge of power. The Mark II shot down the car track, picking up speed with every passing second. With the wind howling past, the armor rocketed out of the garage and, without hesitation, soared skyward. At first, as the silver Mark II took flight, Stark's nerves made him overcorrect, causing the suit to wobble noticeably. But he quickly adjusted, using the levels displayed on the UI to steady his posture and direction. With the wide-open sky before him and nothing to obstruct his path, the suit could finally fly free, unrestrained. The howling wind roaring in his ears only served to heighten Stark's excitement. Under his command, the Mark II suit hurtled straight toward the brightly lit city center. "The Mark II handles beautifully," Stark exclaimed in midair, soaring freely as he praised the suit with genuine enthusiasm. With the integrated AI's scanning and analysis capabilities, not only could the suit adjust its field of vision according to its surroundings, it could also collect and analyze data from any area Stark focused on. Even at blistering speeds, the suit could zoom in from hundreds of meters away and clearly see a little kid on a Ferris while savoring an ice cream. "Jarvis, let's see how high the Mark II can go," Stark asked directly. "What's the altitude record for the State Route 71 Blackbird?" "Sir, the record for fixed-wing flight is 85,000 feet. With his target set, Stark shouted, "Records are meant to be broken. Let's do this." At his command, the suit made a sharp, agile turn in midair and shot straight upward. The rush of wind blared in his headset as Stark shouted in exhilaration, "Higher! Let's go even higher!" But he failed to notice the frost forming on the suit's exterior. As the altitude increased, the freezing became more severe. Stark shattered the altitude record for fixed-wing flight, but before he could even celebrate, the Mark II, now completely encased in ice, shut down, and Jarvis went silent. All lights inside the suit flickered out in an instant. The Mark II hung, suspended for a heartbeat, then plummeted earthward. Now Stark found himself trapped inside a steel coffin, thousands of meters in the air. From this height, even if he was lucky enough to leave a whole body behind, it would be a miracle. As he plunged at breakneck speed, Stark screamed, his voice shrill, "Jarvis! Deploy the auxiliary flaps! Jarvis!" But the control panel was pitch black. The suit offered no response, spinning and tumbling in a wild, uncontrolled descent. "Quick! I have to get rid of this ice, fast!" Stark shouted, nerves stretched to the breaking point, using the sound of his own voice to keep himself focused. Suddenly, a white light burst from his pocket, flooding out to envelop both Stark and the Mark II. Bathed in this radiant glow, the thick ice coating the suit began to dissolve. As the ice melted away, the Mark II powered up again, and Jarvis rebooted at that very moment. The dark panel flickered to life. A cascade of icons flashed before Stark's eyes. Jets of flame erupted once more from the suit's palms and feet, giving him a powerful burst of thrust. With the AI's assistance, Stark quickly stabilized his flight posture. With over 1,000 meters still between him and ground, the Mark II came to a steady halt in midair. Inside the armor, Stark showed no sign of relief or excitement after surviving the ordeal. Instead, he gazed solemnly at the fading light around him. "Jarvis, what was that white light surrounding us?" "Sir, analyzing now." The display screen replayed the entire process of the white light's disappearance, gradually slowing the footage until it froze on Stark's pocket. "It's the power of the dog talisman." Though he had suspected as much, Stark still found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, at Luke Cage's bar, young Sue felt the energy within him being drawn away into the distance. Instinctively, he raised his eyebrows ever so slightly. Luke, the bar owner, immediately noticed this small gesture and quietly asked, "What's wrong? Is it the hand making a move? Or did you get some kind of special news?" "It's nothing. I was just thinking about how to deal with the hand and that mysterious sorcerer," Yang Su replied, masking his unease with a casual excuse. Luke sighed and shook his head, handing over a glass of liquor. "The hand, huh? They really are trouble. Every one of them has some bizarre ability, and they're all formidable." A brief silence fell as Yang Su simply sipped his drink without answering. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Luke finally voiced his doubt, his tone uncertain. Is that sorcerer really that powerful? The sudden changes with the fingers, was it really all his doing? He's only stronger than you can imagine, Yang Su said with a helpless shrug, setting down his glass. A sorcerer who appears out of nowhere is the easiest kind to deal with. But even so, he was able to use outside forces to drive us back with ease. Luke tilted his head dismissively. He just happened to find our weak spot, that's all. Maybe so, Yang Su replied offhandedly, raising his drink again. Seeing this, Luke didn't press further and went off to tend to the other patrons. Savoring his drink, Yang Su began to ponder his next steps. Thanks to his demonic constitution's natural affinity for dark magic, Dao Long's magical knowledge was now almost fully absorbed. And judging by the surge of energy just now, Iron Man's appearance was imminent. Iron Man himself wasn't much of a problem, but what followed him, the influx of aliens, mutants, and supervillains, that was the real concern. After all, reputation points are born from emotional fluctuations. If a whole crowd of people starts stirring up trouble, it only raises everyone's psychological threshold, making it harder to harvest reputation points. So the next step was clear. Before Stark's rise as a full-fledged superhero truly ushered in a new era, there had to be a grand, decisive move. Only by seizing enough reputation points, now, could he unlock even stronger characters to set even greater plans in motion. Moreover, this grand operation is the perfect opportunity to publicize all the carefully fabricated backstories that have been prepared. With this goal in mind, Yang Su made a point of taking the stage in person. Of course, the more fundamental reason was that there just weren't any powerful avatars available to lead the charge. After all, the number of characters he could send out was truly limited. John Wick, Sloane, and Alfred each had their own trajectories to follow. True and Valen had exited the scene after Kingpin's rampage. None of these figures were suitable for stepping into the limelight. Aside from the hidden Ace Away, and Takomi Fujiwara whose driving skills had just been enhanced, only Razu and Chief Black, both rather weak, were left to use. But that wasn't too big a problem. After the recent harvest of beast energy, combined with Yang Su's current mastery of dark energy magic, plus the demonic energy he'd drawn, he could easily use these characters as plug-ins for gathering reputation. Having sized up his available forces, Yang Su set down his empty wine glass. He promptly ordered another whiskey on the rocks, then turned his thoughts to the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. There's an old saying, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a house on the verge of collapse, but the moment you try to kick it down, all sorts of monstrous forces burst out to beat you senseless. The real reason Captain America was able to take S.H.I.E.L.D. down in the end was the help of numerous moles within. In that kind of situation, it was more an internal struggle between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the infiltrating Hydra. Because both sides knew each other inside out, even all manner of bizarre black tech proved useless against their opponent. If an outsider tried to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D., it wasn't just about Nick Fury's ultimate trump card, Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Even a seemingly harmless orange tabby goose, the Flurkin, will be more than enough to give anyone a run for their money. Not to mention things like the Tesseract, or those energy weapons that could disintegrate matter. Given all this, it was best not to confront S.H.I.E.L.D. head-on until his own forces were stronger, though it was still possible to bluff them with borrowed authority. The move to the New York harbor was meant to bait S.H.I.E.L.D., while also planting seeds of wariness about Tiandu in their minds. With such a commotion at the port, Yang Su was certain S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't remain ignorant. Even though he'd sent Lady Gao to clean up the aftermath, that didn't mean she could wipe away every trace. S.H.I.E.L.D. might be riddled with Hydra agents to the point of being dubbed Snake Shield, but that didn't mean its formidable intelligence-gathering abilities could be underestimated. Given the unique habits of American intelligence agencies, wiretapping phones was just business as usual. S.H.I.E.L.D., with even greater authority, would be all the more thorough. Who knows if they planted bugs throughout various departments, and were using their networks to monitor every report that came in. Late at night, after finishing his drink, Yang Su said goodbye to the busy Luke and strode straight out into the night. After casually dispatching a few bandits who had been trailing him, quite literally ripping out their hearts, Yang Su mused to himself, well, now I've gathered all the offerings I need. Perhaps this is the perfect moment. Without further hesitation, he produced an ornate necklace, murmured a brief incantation, and his figure vanished on the spot. Now transformed into his blade dragon form, Yang Su gripped a staff half his own height, inlaid with shimmering, multicolored gems. He gazed at the towering building before him, which loomed eerily in the night, and whispered under his breath, "The Eye of Aurora's spatial shift can't penetrate this place. Is there some special defense at work?" In the next instant, a subtle, imperceptible glimmer flickered across the gem at the tip of his staff, as if guiding Yang Su forward. According to the gem's guidance, the dragon bone should be right here. Yang Su slowly shut his eyes, sending a surge of formidable mental power, along with the gem's faint glow, probing into the depths beneath the building. I never imagined that something as trivial as a dragon bone would warrant such elaborate protection. Having pinpointed the exact location, Yang Su gently tapped the air with his staff. Invisible ripples in space gradually spread before him, then coalesced into a dazzling, rainbow-hued portal. Through the portal, he could glimpse a vast subterranean cavern, and not far off, an enormous stone gate. Well, isn't this something special? He chuckled softly. In a blink, his figure passed through the radiant circle. As Yang Su emerged before the massive stone door, the rainbow portal behind him quietly sealed shut. He immediately sensed the place was shrouded in a peculiar energy. The stone door in front of him appeared to be the only way in or out. Yet Yang Su had managed to slip in by channeling a magic force akin to that of the Black Void. Feeling the strange power that filled the underground space, he pondered. So, this is the power of Iron Fist. Or perhaps, it's another outcome of Kunlun's research into the power of the beasts. Setting aside his curiosity for now, Yang Su turned his attention to the force pulsing behind him, resonating with the energy of the rainbow gem. There, in the vast underground chamber, lay the colossal form of an ancient beast, stretched out across the empty ground as if in deep slumber. Even after centuries of death, the enormous corpse continued to radiate energy, fighting back against the strange forces around it. Yang Su, no taller than 2 meters in his human shape, seemed utterly insignificant before this massive carcass. The beast's body was now shriveled and desiccated, all flesh and blood long since vanished, leaving only a layer of scales and bone holding together its once mighty frame. Though only a skeleton remained, any ordinary person stumbling upon this sight would be struck utterly speechless in shock. However, Yang Su didn't feel particularly shocked, not to mention whether its so-called strongest form was any match for his current self. Even its mysterious mastermind was someone he'd already encountered. So this is a fully formed Black Void? Although phrased as a question, Yang Su's tone was resolute. Or perhaps, the very remains of Jingshin Yashiga. Looking at it now, I clearly overestimated those 5 useless fools. They couldn't possibly have killed the fully transformed Jingshin Yashiku. It was the people from Kunlun who made the move. With a casual wave of dismissal, Yang Su belittled Alexandra and her companions, then began surveying his surroundings. It didn't take him long to draw his conclusion. It was the people from Kunlun who lost. Even though they lured Jingshin Yashiku here with tactics, this place where his powers could be fully unleashed, still, he lost in the end. But with his last ounce of strength, he severed the connection between the Black Void and the beast. Cut off from its source of power, unable to be replenished, the Black Void was slowly ground down and perished within this seal. As he pondered his deductions, Yang Su also sensed the fierce vitality within the dragon bone, every bit as potent as a rainbow gemstone. It must be that this sealed-off space prevents the energy of the dragon bone from dissipating, leaving it trapped here. Feeling elated, Yang Su lifted his half-human-tall staff and struck the ground with force. A faint, resonant hum rippled through the cave, probing the surroundings in subtle waves. From the gem at the staff's tip, a 7-colored radiance began to stream outward. The scattered light and the reverberating sound intertwined in a strange harmony, swiftly forming a rainbow-hued circle around the upright staff. At that moment, an extraordinary power emerged, weaving the circle, the sound, and the staff into a seamless whole. The ornate staff stood at the very center of the circle, like the heart of a magic formation. Even when Yang Su released his grip, the staff remained upright and motionless, held in place by some invisible force. Guided by the echoing sound, with the staff as his anchor, Yang Su walked to a precise spot. There, he pulled out a human organ, courtesy of the good-hearted bandit, and tossed it to the ground. The moment it landed, rainbow flames flared up on the organ, instantly transforming it into a bizarre, multicolored rune. He didn't linger. One by one, he began placing various human organs around the magnificent staff at the center. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, the ever-burning, ever-vanishing flames flickered over Yang Su's expressionless face. When the final organ found its rightful place and turned into a strange, 7-colored sigil, the echoing sound faded into silence. Glancing at the densely packed runes within the circle of light, Yang Su announced, as if making a proclamation. The preparations for the ritual are complete. Let's begin. No sooner had the words fallen than the staff at the center burst forth with a dazzling, multicolored radiance. All the runes etched on the ground began to shine brilliantly in unison. In the next instant, every beam of light slowly lifted away from the staff and runes, drifting upward into the air. As they rose, the lights gradually drew together, converging bit by bit. When the last of the light had gathered into a single, enormous orb, it ceased its ascent and hovered in midair. At that moment, Yang-Su drew out a wisp of magical energy, shaped like a blossom, and cast it directly into the orb of light. The instant the magical energy merged with the glowing sphere, it immediately doubled in size. A deep, guttural howl echoed out from within, like the furious roar of a demon. As if in answer to that call, the skeletal remains of Black Sky began to quake violently. If one listened carefully, it almost sounded as if they, too, were howling. Amidst these ghostly, dreamlike cries, an immense surge of life force spilled forth from the dragon bones. A thunderous boom exploded through the void, as the life force collided head-on with the strange power left behind by Kunlun. In that split second, the underground cavern shook and trembled, and a terrifying energy storm surged through the vast space. Caught in this violent clash of forces, Yang-Su braced himself, steadying his stance by sheer willpower. He pulled out the pseudo-tiger talisman, capable of balancing yin and yang, and hurled it into the air. A blaze of white light flashed across the entire chamber, and the raging energy storm evaporated in utter silence, as if it had never existed. The two restless energies, once wild and untamed, now began to calm and settle. Yang-Su glanced up at the talisman floating overhead, keenly aware of the energy within him vanishing at an alarming rate. He hurriedly channeled the life force from Black Sky into the orb of light. Meanwhile, atop Fisk's building, a sharp-eyed middle-aged woman in simple clothes regarded the four dazed assassins. "What's wrong with you all?" she demanded. Slouched on the sofa, Gone Alexandra barely managed to lift her eyelids and muttered weakly, "I've realized that old guy's insane. I want to run, but I just can't get away." "Me too." Sean Bodu, sprawled across from her, feebly raised a hand in agreement. When Murakami, though sitting upright, spoke in a drained, hollow voice, as if all his strength had been sapped. "We don't have a choice. Who knows what else Dao Long is hiding up his sleeve to finish us off?" Exactly. He's bound to have other sources of information." Chui Suwangda couldn't help but chime in. "That leaves us only one option. Find someone to take him out, or else..." Madame Gao didn't finish her thought, but everyone there was sharp enough to instantly grasp her meaning. Before they could reach an agreement, a sudden chill swept over all five of them, their hearts seized by a wave of inexplicable terror. In perfect unison, they all sprang to their feet, a flicker of panic flashing through their eyes. Lady Gao, who no longer possessed the power of the dark assassins within her, felt it most keenly. Her voice was tense as she asked, "What's going on? Why am I suddenly so uneasy?" The other four regained their composure as well. It was as if a realization struck them all at once, and their eyes met in silent, mutual understanding. Then, they all cried out in terror at the same time, "That lunatic is going to use the black void to resurrect something. We don't even know what it is." Although Lady Gao didn't know the exact details the dark assassins possessed, she grasped the implication of their words. It could only mean that Dao Long intended to drain her precious dragon bone, her very source of life, for his own secret purposes. Her expression darkened further than ever before. This matter had crossed a line she could not tolerate. If she lost the power of the dragon bone, her dreams of immortality would come to an abrupt, bitter end. That alone was enough to drive her to madness. If Dao Long had offered her the cup of life, the relic said to restore youth and grant longevity, there might still be room for negotiation. But now, there was no cup of life, not even the faintest hope left to cling to. At such a desperate moment, Lady Gao no longer bothered to feign neutrality or insignificance. She looked at the four bewildered assassins and declared in a loud, commanding voice, "I know where the dragon bone is buried. If you don't want to spend your whole lives chained to Dao Long like dogs, go and alert those so-called defenders, and the Iron Fist from Kunlun who's just arrived, and gather every ninja who's ever been tainted by the Black Void's power." Lady Gao's face twisted with fury as she growled, "I want Dao Long dead." Seeing her so resolved, the four, who already harbored doubts, exchanged hesitant glances, then nodded in firm agreement. Meanwhile, deep within the underground cavern, Yang-Su was channeling the life energy of the Black Void into the glowing sphere that was nurturing the demon. Unaware of the traitors plotting his downfall, he was oblivious to Lady Gao's group preparing to close in on him. Yet, even if he had known they planned to ambush him, Yang-Su would not have abandoned his plan. He continued pouring life energy into the sphere, letting it surge unceasingly into the growing, demonic cocoon. With each pulse of power, the glowing orb swelled even larger. A rhythmic thumping, like the beat of a colossal heart, echoed through the underground chamber. As the sound reverberated, darkness began to seep from the center of the orb, spreading at a terrifying pace until it stained the entire, once pure sphere. In that moment, Yang-Su seemed to see the demon itself, arms curled around its knees and eyes tightly shut, peacefully absorbing energy within the now pitch-black cocoon. It was a demon with 2 pairs of emerald green horns sprouting from its head, a bulky frame with crimson skin, the body of a minotaur, and a face as fierce as a stone lion. Yet, what struck him as most bizarre was that the creature was, inexplicably, wearing an enormous pair of boxer shorts. With his gaze pulled back from the dark mass hovering in the air, Yang-Su broke into a broad grin. Now that's more like it. He drew out the withered wooden staff and gave it a gentle wave. Thick, shadowy energy surged from its tip, instantly enveloping the once glimmering, now dim jeweled staff. In no time, beams etched with strange black runes shot from the gemstone, piercing straight into the black cloud above where the demon was incubating. The rune beams met no resistance. They plunged directly inside. Almost immediately, the runes upon the beams began to glow, as if they were extracting the power of a beast. The gemstone of the staff's tip started to devour and store the life energy that had been transformed by the nascent demon. As its own nurturing energy was siphoned away, the demon, slumbering inside the dark mass, let out a guttural, instinctive wail of terror. At that moment, the black mass writhed violently, struggling to sever the beams that were draining its lifeblood. But Yang-Su was well prepared. He wasn't about to let it throw any tricks. He flicked the withered staff again, and a sweep of dark energy washed over the runes on the floor. Clusters of black light began to rise, coalescing in the air, just as they had at the start of the ritual. When the black light merged into the swirling mass, the demon within let out a shriek of utter desperation, the kind only heard when death is imminent. Before the echo of its scream faded, the black mass went still, no longer resisting as its energy was drained away. There was not another sound from the demon inside. It had become as silent as a stillborn. Seeing this, Yang-Su nodded in satisfaction. I only need your body. I have no use for your soul. The energy refined through the black mass can still be used to forge a few more demon bodies. So what if I don't have powerful characters at my command? So what if the system's useless and can't keep control? I'll just make my own. I refuse to believe that when both the body and the soul of a descended character are under my control, they could possibly betray me. A low, chilling laugh echoed from his lips. Inside Luke's bar, Matt Murdock, Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, Stick, and a long-haired woman clad in ninja attire had gathered. Brought together by information from the hand, every face in the room was set in grim seriousness. The heavy atmosphere seemed to press down, thickened by their collective silence. We've been fighting tooth and nail, and now it turns out we're supposed to be on the same side? Is this some kind of joke? Jessica muttered from her perch atop a pile of junk, clearly struggling to process the turn of events. Things always seem to unfold in the most unexpected ways. But they're not lying, Stick, standing next to Daredevil, replied. He gestured toward the long-haired woman and continued. Elektra can sense it too. The power of the Black Void is being forcibly seized by someone. Maybe the hand was telling the truth this time. Still, why didn't they reach out to the Punisher and Yang-Su? Jessica, growing increasingly frustrated, turned on Luke and Daredevil. Even you two? Are you suspicious of them? Or do you honestly think those hand thugs are more trustworthy than your own allies? No, Jessica. Daredevil shook his head, his tone gentle. It's not a matter of trust. It's just not the right fit. Luke spoke up in agreement. He's right. Yang and the Punisher just aren't suited for direct combat. We're up against powerful sorcerers and an army of shadow soldiers who have no fear of death. We can't both protect them and defeat our enemies at the same time. Oh, come on. By that logic, Ben alone is worth more than the rest of us put together, Jessica scoffed, nearly laughing in disbelief. You're hiding something from me, aren't you? Standing quietly to the side, the long-haired woman, Erica, suddenly spoke up. It's not exactly hiding. We're just afraid that the organization behind them might covet the power of the Black Void. That's still a lack of trust. I'm not a child. Don't try to placate me with excuses like that. Jessica let out a bitter laugh, her dissatisfaction clear. Daredevil, you were the one who invited them in the first place. And now you're the one pushing them out, saying they, or their organization, have ulterior motives. Don't you realize how ridiculous that sounds? Jessica's reproach made Luke, the founder of the Defenders, lower his head in silence. He'd been so enthusiastic inviting them to join, and now he was the one quietly excluding them. Luke sighed to himself, but tried to reason with her. Jessica, I get why you're upset. But right now, we have bigger things to deal with. Once we take care of the hand so-called Dragon of the Blade, Daredevil and I will both apologize to Yang and the Punisher. Daredevil chimed in. When this is over, I'll apologize too. After repeated assurances and persuasion from the two men, Jessica reluctantly agreed to work with them. While Daredevil and the others were deep in discussion, a large squad of ninjas, following the Finger's orders, made no attempt to hide. They moved openly, leaping across the rooftops and through the streets of Hell's Kitchen, heading straight for a tall building with clear intent. Despite such a bold display, the darkness and their shadow-hued attire kept them hidden from prying eyes. Meanwhile, deep underground, Yang-Su glanced at the enormous, nearly depleted carcass as he prepared to finish his work. Under his control, a jet-black radiance flared from the gemstone atop his staff. The runes tethered to the dark or pulled taut, slowly drawing the soulless demon, its body fully formed but empty, into the heart of the gem. However, the speed at which the beams dragged their cargo was rather slow, like a calf straining to pull a heavy cart. Yang-Su was not surprised by this. After all, in terms of energy level, a demon formed from black void and earthly demonic chi was far superior to a mere staff. Even if it lacked a soul, it was still an excellent vessel. The staff's ability to contain the demon's body was mostly due to their shared energy source, as well as the arrangements Yang-Su had put in place. High above, the massive orb of black light, guided by the glowing inscriptions, flowed with an eerie yet harmonious grace into the seemingly insignificant black gemstone. The whole process resembled stuffing an elephant into a refrigerator. Open the door, put it in, close the door, astonishingly simple. With everything completed, Yang-Su retrieved the pseudo-tiger talisman, which had been floating in midair, balancing the energies. Creating these pseudo-12 talismans is truly wonderful. Not only can it enhance the power of descended characters in battle, he mused aloud, but when needed, I don't even have to bother controlling them myself. Just feed them energy, and that's that. How fantastic! After this brief moment of satisfaction, Yang-Su took the staff, now black as ink, ancient in design, and radiating a sinister power, firmly in hand. He donned the Eye of Aurora, then raised the withered wood staff in his right hand and the demon staff in his left, pointing both toward the void. Within the subterranean pit, thick with Kunlun's energy, he forcibly opened a circular black portal to the outside world. Without hesitation, Yang-Su strode through the portal, emerging once more before the towering building where his journey had begun. He had barely arrived before he found himself surrounded by hundreds of ninja clad in tight-fitting garb, their very presence exuding murderous intent. Well, Yang-Su, still wearing Daolong's face, quipped with a mocking tone. Looks like those useless fools have turned against me already. A smug grin curled at his lips, as if the surrounding ninjas were nothing more than rotten vegetables and spoiled eggs. Now that her cards were on the table, Lady Gao made no effort to hide herself. She stepped out from among the ninja ranks. Her gaze locked onto Yang-Su, who wore Daolong's features, and she spoke in a low, grave voice. What did you do to the dragon bone? Yang-Su's smile didn't fade. He twirled the demon staff in his hand, his voice hoarse and sinister. The dragon bone? Oh, it was absolutely delicious. The moment she heard that, and felt a strange, familiar aura emanating from the staff, Lady Gao's face went pale. The dragon bone has been completely devoured by Daolong. Not even a crumb remains. The thought made Lady Gao snap. She shrieked, her voice high and frantic. Kill him. I want him dead now. Instantly, dozens of ninjas, clearly seasoned killers, drew their blades and charged straight at him. The others pulled out poison darts, needles, and other deadly projectiles, hurling them toward their enemy. How laughable, Yang-Su scoffed. Did you really think they could do anything to me? They're nothing more than puppets. As soon as the words left his mouth, countless soldiers of the giant Shadow Corps emerged from the darkness. Their broad bodies, like towering walls, blocked the barrage of flying blades, and their fists, as large as soup tureens, sent knife-wielding ninjas flying with a single blow. You should know these ninjas can't stand up to my soldiers. Why even bother? In terms of brute strength and defense, the soldiers of the giant Shadow Corps were formidable enough to defeat even a normal AFU. Granted, part of this was due to the protection period for newcomers, but no mere rabble could ever compare to them. Hardly any ninja could withstand even a single punch from these soldiers. After that, they were usually left barely breathing. If not for the powerful vitality granted by being puppets of Black Void, they would have been killed outright by a single blow. The soldiers advanced, unfazed by the rain of throwing weapons, and began to pound the ninjas with overwhelming force, each punch crushingly decisive. In less than 5 minutes, a dozen ninjas lay sprawled on the ground, limbs twisted in unnatural directions. Many more were simply crushed and dissolved into clouds of black smoke that drifted away on the wind. Yet, despite this one-sided slaughter, Yang-Su remained vigilant. He knew the full extent of the giant Shadow Corps' strength, but he also knew that Madame Gao, who had commanded them for so long, would not be out of plans just yet. Just then, Chui Soanda, who had been lurking in the shadows, leapt from a tower dozens of meters high behind Yang-Su. Empowered by the force of gravity, he raised his massive hammer overhead, roaring as he prepared to bring it crashing down upon his enemies. To think you'd reveal your true intentions right in front of a wizard. Are you all comedians, or what? Yang-Su bet. He gave his staff a casual flick. A black circle of light appeared directly beneath Chui Soanda. Within the circle was a vision of the ninjas still locked in battle with the giant Shadow Corps. With a thunderous crash, like a missile explosion, the embattled ninjas were blasted dozens of meters away by a massive shockwave. Those with some luck were instantly reduced to black smoke, gone without a trace. The less fortunate were hurled through the air, every bone in their body shattered, yet they still struggled to crawl back and fight on. Though many of the ninjas were taken out by their own leader's attack, the giant Shadow Corps also suffered heavy losses from the surprise assault. Now's the time, Madame Gao shouted, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow toward the now thinned ranks of enemies. Seeing her sudden charge, Yang-Su raised an eyebrow and waved his staff, cloaking a nearby giant shadow soldier in a swirl of black energy. With expert, nimble footwork, Madame Gao slipped past the intercepting soldiers, weaving through the gaps until she stood face-to-face with Yang-Su. She planted her right foot forward, her body curving into an archer's stance as her arm coiled back. With a sharp exhale, she unleashed a punch brimming with power, aimed straight at her enemy's head. In the instant before Madame Gao could land her blow, a dark shadow surged up from the ground. In an instant, the figure transformed into a towering giant, shielding her from the deadly punch with its broad chest. "It's useless. My strength can shatter it." Lady Gao sneered at the soldier who had appeared before her, her expression twisted. "I'll smash you next." Yet, the fist that brimmed with such overwhelming power was halted by an invisible force, completely unable to strike down. "What's this?" Faced with this sudden turn, Lady Gao was momentarily stunned. But she knew retreat was not an option now. Clenching her fist tighter, she launched another heavy punch, swinging it with a howling wind behind it. The gigantic shadow soldier raised its own massive fist in response and hurled a crushing blow to meet hers. A thunderous crash rang out. Lady Gao felt a jolt of numbness shoot through her arm as her body was blasted backward by the tremendous force. The giant shadow soldier, now even larger and clad in armor wreathed with black mist, stomped hard on the ground. With a deafening boom, the towering figure charged straight at Lady Gao, clearly intent on striking again while she was still airborne. As a massive fist, wrapped in a razor-sharp gale, hurtled toward Lady Gao's chest. 3 sharp bursts tore through the air from behind her. Before the shadow soldier could land the blow, it was shattered by a barrage of swiftly flying weapons: a staff, a triple-bladed ring dagger, and a great hammer. Daolong's enhancement magic is truly impressive. It actually boosts a soldier's power by a whole level. No wonder he dared to go after the restored Lord of the Sacred, right after empowering the Dark Slayers. Ignoring Lady Gao, who had just been rescued by the Dark Slayers, Yang-Su murmured in quiet awe at Daolong's formidable magic. Meanwhile, after rescuing Lady Gao, the Dark Slayers exchanged a few quick whispers among themselves, then fixed their burning gazes on the staff, radiating with the aura of the Black Void. Their intense, almost scorching eyes naturally caught Yang-Su's attention. Glancing at the staff in his hand, he curled his lips into a scornful smile and said, "If you want it so badly, then come and take it." With that, Yang-Su swung the staff, sending forth a swirl of murky black energy that enveloped 5 of the giant shadow soldiers. When the armored, even larger shadow soldiers appeared around him, Yang-Su drove his staff into the ground, his voice cold and hoarse. "The final purpose of your existence is to test their strength. Give it everything you've got, then die in despair." In the next instant, the 5 giant shadow soldiers dissolved into streaks of shadow and sped across the ground, charging straight for the Dark Slayers. Drawing on their seasoned combat instincts, the 5 quickly reacted, dodging the shadow soldier's sudden, phantasmal assault. At the very moment he evaded, Sean the Gambler spun around and charged at the nearest soldier, thrusting his left foot forward and swinging a powerful punch from his right hand at waist level. Madame Gao advanced in an oddly unsettling manner, her palms striking out in rapid succession, sending shockwaves blasting toward the oncoming enemies. The other three moved with fierce speed, swinging their weapons with all their might, aiming to smash the giant shadow soldiers at every vulnerable spot. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted from undead puppets slaughtering each other to a 5-on-5 pitched battle, each side locked in deadly combat. Thanks to their thick hides and the extra armor of swirling black energy, the mass-produced giant shadow soldiers actually withstood the Finger's assault and even managed to return a few blows of their own. One side couldn't break through the defenses, while the other couldn't land a solid hit. For the moment, neither side could claim the upper hand. Meanwhile, Yang Su took advantage of the chaos to finish off the horde of puppet ninjas corrupted by the power of the Black Void. Suddenly, he turned his head, eyes narrowing as he caught sight of figures approaching in the distance. A cold, mocking smile curled on his lips as he drew a card, as insubstantial as a phantom, and slipped it into the dark jewel at the tip of his demon staff. The distant figures were none other than Stick and his companions, following the clues provided by the hand to track down this very spot. As soon as they arrived, they saw the Dark Assassin and Madame Gao locked in fierce combat with the giant shadow soldiers. Looks like the rumors were true. They really have fallen out with that sorcerer called Dao Long, one of them exclaimed. But the Hands people seem to be on the losing side, another observed. Hovering in midair, Jessica was the first to take in the battlefield, a swarm of ordinary giant shadow soldiers pummeling ninjas to pieces with devastating punches. Meanwhile, the Dark Assassin and Madame Gao, both familiar faces, were fiercely brawling with even larger shadow soldiers, matching them blow for blow. We'd better get over there and help. If Dao Long kills them, we'll have a hard time taking him down on our own. Luke called out, charging straight into the battlefield, which had already been reduced to rubble. We're with you. Stick, Daredevil, and Elektra followed close behind, springing into action. Why can't we just let them tear each other apart? Jessica complained as she flew. Do we really have to step in and help? Yet she didn't slow down a bit, soaring straight into the fray. As she shot ahead, Jessica shouted, "Out of my way! If I flatten you, don't blame me." With both fists raised high, she dove from the sky, aiming a thunderous strike down onto the heart of the chaotic battlefield. But just then, a black ring of light suddenly appeared in her path. A moment later, a bald man in a black trench coat leapt out from the circle, meeting Jessica's descent with a crushing punch. Unable to dodge in time, Jessica was struck with a resounding thud, sent hurtling towards Stick and his group. Sensing the perilous roar of the impact, Stick and Daredevil reacted instantly, yanking Elektra aside just in time. With an explosion like a bomb going off, the ground shook beneath their feet, the entire area trembling from the force of the blow. Cough, cough, cough. Who is this? Jessica, trembling all over, dragged herself out of the crater, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. A terrifying force has gained 210 reputation from Jessica. A terrifying force has gained 200 reputation from Erica. A terrifying force has gained 120 reputation from the Stick Elder. You all look pretty weak. The bald man landed lightly from the air, not even stirring up a speck of dust. He glanced at Jessica as she crawled out of the pit, then looked over at Luke and the others, who stood tense and ready for battle. With a slight chuckle, he said, as Mark Twain once said, "Right here, no one passes." As they faced the bald man blocking their path, Luke's already dark face grew even darker. But before he could speak, Daredevil called out from behind in a grave tone, "Who are you, and why are you stopping us?" The bald man smiled again and adjusted the collar of his black trench coat. He answered gently, "You can call me Black. As for why I'm standing in your way, it's because I'm working for the Oracle now. Don't you know what Blade Dragon is after?" The Stick Elder pressed sternly. "The Black Void is dangerous, and so are the beasts. Those things aren't for reckless kids like you to meddle with. It seems you've misunderstood something." Black's gentle smile faded, and his tone turned cold. "I'm not here to negotiate with you. And until my mission is complete, nothing will stand in our way. Whether it's the Black Void, the beasts, or you, makes no difference." As the standoff lingered, Jessica staggered over, eyes wary and locked on Chief Black. "I'm short on time." He swept his gaze across the group, then beckoned with a taunting gesture, as if to say, "Come on, then. So who's first? Or are you all coming at once?" Such blatant provocation instantly infuriated Jessica, who was still reeling from that heavy punch. She didn't bother with words. Instead, she hefted a massive boulder and hurled it straight at Chief Black. With a deafening crack, shards of stone exploded everywhere. Not because the rock hit the ground, but because Black shattered it with a single punch. Shattered stone with one punch gained 60 reputation from Stick Elder. Shattered stone with one punch gained 55 reputation from Erica. Stick Elder and Erica, unaccustomed to such displays, couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Even though Jessica, Luke, and Daredevil weren't quite as shocked, their expressions still soured. After all, among the people they knew, few could pull off a feat like that with such ease. Suppressing his apprehension, Luke shot a glance at Daredevil, then raised his fists, each as big as a sledgehammer, and charged straight at Chief Black. As Luke's powerful blow barreled toward him, Chief Black calmly raised his right fist to meet it head-on. At the very instant their fists collided, Luke was the first to be sent stumbling backward. He barely managed to steady himself after several faltering steps, forced to absorb the brunt of that overwhelming strength. You're tougher than I thought. Though he spoke, the sheriff's movements never faltered. In a blur of motion, he closed the distance, appearing in front of Luke just as he regained his footing and without hesitation, launched another punch straight at Luke's body. Caught off guard, Luke couldn't dodge in time. The blow lifted him off the ground. But Sheriff Blake didn't pause for even a moment, his steps relentless as he pressed the attack. The second punch, a third, a fourth, Luke, now suspended helplessly in midair, was utterly unable to evade the barrage. Each heavy blow landed with a dull, bone-rattling thud, until finally, with a thunderous crash, Luke's body was sent hurtling away. He tumbled through the air like a battered kite, limp and powerless, before smashing hard into the ground. Sheriff Blake shook out his hand and remarked coolly, "Looks like you're not quite as tough as you thought." Ugh, cough, cough. Sprawled on the ground, Luke struggled to rise, but a sharp pain seized his chest. He tried to speak, but a mouthful of blood forced its way out, followed by a fit of coughing that stained the ground with red. "Luke, how could it be over so quickly?" Daredevil muttered under his breath, almost in disbelief. He had never expected the fight to end in a matter of seconds. It was pure domination. Losing focus in a fight is a bad habit, you know. The sheriff's cold words rang out at Daredevil's ear, making his scalp prickle with alarm. Before he could react, two harsh, muffled blows landed, and both Daredevil and Erica were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. As the two of them hit the dirt, Sheriff Blake darted forward with a burst of speed, appearing right before the old master. With a sudden double-fisted strike, he unleashed a surge of force that sent the old man flying after his students. Now, the three of them, master and disciples, lay together, coughing up blood. Having finished, Sheriff Blake turned with a smirk tugging at his lips. He set his gaze on Jessica, who wore a look that clearly said, "I don't get it." He addressed her. "You're the one who threw that rock at me, weren't you?" Glancing at her friends, sprawled unconscious on the ground, Jessica managed a strained smile. "If I said it wasn't me, would you believe me? What do you think?" Sheriff Blake replied, tightening his fists and advancing with a cold sneer, like a cat toying with its prey. Suddenly, a streak of golden light shot through the darkness from afar, slicing through the night with a piercing whistle and heading directly for them. The golden figure closed the distance in a heartbeat, raising a fist and aiming a powerful punch straight at Sheriff Blake's face. The sheriff reacted instantly, meeting the incoming blow with his own raised fist. With a thunderous impact, the two clashed, and both were forced to stagger backward. During this time, the figure within the golden light deftly used a footwork technique reminiscent of the Taiji style to redirect force. After coming to a quick halt from his backward retreat, he immediately charged again toward his enemy. In contrast, Chief Blake dug in with his right foot, forcefully bringing himself to a stop with sheer brute strength. No sooner had he halted than he saw the curly-haired white man, once more clenching his fists and charging straight at him. But this time, the attacker's steps were much more solid and methodical, each movement executed with practiced precision. With several heavy, powerful strides, he closed the distance in a flash, his iron fists crashing down like massive sledgehammers. Facing such a terrifying onslaught, Chief Blake grinned fiercely, raising his fists to meet the blows head-on. But this time, the young man with the curly hair had learned his lesson. He avoided a direct clash of strength, opting instead to skillfully redirect force and block attacks. A flurry of explosive impacts filled the air as the two traded punches and kicks in a furious exchange, the thunderous shockwaves echoing without pause. From time to time, the ferocity of their battle whipped up violent gusts that stirred clouds of dust and sand. Their intense duel left deep footprints gouged into the solid concrete, marks of their efforts to absorb and redirect power. The commotion from their fight drew Yang Su's attention. Sensing a familiar energy signature and detecting a subtle agitation from the sealed area behind him, his brow furrowed slightly. Danny Rand is here now. Did they alert him as well? Was it deliberate, or just an accident? Or perhaps, Madame Gao, this too was part of your plan? Yang Su cast a glance at those battling the enhanced shadow soldiers, then sent a secret magical order. Take care of him. I still need to study the Kunlun energy from the pit. Don't let him run off with it. Receiving the order, Chief Blake's eyes flashed sharply. The look he gave Danny instantly turned savage. In the very next moment, a surge of dense black aura erupted from him, his overwhelming presence spreading out like a tidal wave. With a roaring explosion, a powerful shockwave blasted outward from Chief Blake, sending the approaching Danny flying. As the black smoke and swirling dust settled, a monstrous figure appeared. Over 3 meters tall, muscles bulging, with a pair of twisted horns atop his head. What is that thing? Could he be like Kingpin? Jessica's eyes were wide with fear, the memory of Kingpin's rampage flashing through her mind. She wasn't the only one. Luke, still coughing up blood, and Daredevil, barely able to stand, were both momentarily stunned. Even Stick and Erica, who had only read reports of Kingpin's transformation, blanched at the sight of this terrifying power up close. The demonized Chief Blake fixed his gaze on the alert Danny, his voice booming and guttural. Give it everything you've got. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he vanished with a thunderous sonic boom, leaving only a blur in his wake. Although his eyes couldn't track the enemy's lightning-fast movements, Danny's instincts screamed a frantic warning. If I can't block this attack, I'll die. Under the crushing pressure of impending death, the golden aura that had only covered his fist suddenly surged to envelop his entire body. His protective energy erupted in a dazzling display, a tidal wave of force rolling outwards. Golden light flashed in Danny's eyes. With a furious roar, I see you. He launched a punch. A thunderous boom, more terrifying than any before, exploded across the land, making the very ground tremble. Lady Gao and the Dark Assassin, caught off guard by this slight miscalculation, took the full force of the giant shadow soldier's blow and were sent flying. Luke, Jessica, and the others stared wide-eyed, their attention locked on the outcome of this clash. As the dust settled, Sheriff Black, with his twin horns, stood in the center of a massive crater. Expressionless, he gazed at Danny collapsed in the pit, sprawled out in the classic Yamcha death pose from Dragon Ball. You're still not quite there. Time for you to step back and reflect. Victor has gained 199 prestige points from the old master of the staff. Victor has gained 299 prestige points from Luke Cage. Yang-Su wasn't at all surprised that Sheriff Black emerged victorious. With a body forged from the Earth's demonic energy and more than half of the Black Void power, combined with Sheriff Black's seasoned combat experience. With such an outstanding combination, if he couldn't deliver a crushing victory, Yang-Su really needed to reconsider whether he should keep stirring up trouble. Now, standing in the pit, Sheriff Black stylishly channeled his demonic power, commanding the earth itself. Without so much as a movement, the ground beneath him lifted him smoothly out of the crater, as if he were riding an elevator. This magical scene harvested another wave of prestige from the crowd. Looking every bit the demon, Sheriff Black strode unhurriedly toward the unconscious Danny. As he approached, Yang-Su, standing before the seal, could feel the Kunlun energy growing ever more violent, as if it might burst forth at any moment. A self-activated protection? So, this isn't just coincidence, he remarked, glancing at Lady Gao as she struggled to evade the giant shadow soldier's pursuit. With the situation well in hand, Yang-Su gave his devil's staff a gentle wave, summoning reinforcements. He had no intention of leaving with nothing to show for it. He wanted to leave these people with an unforgettable impression. Otherwise, they might really believe that Oracle was some benevolent organization. Not far away, a dark portal opened in the street, and a young man in a white shirt stepped out, looking up toward the source of the recent commotion. Just as Sheriff Black was approaching Danny, a sudden shout rang out from behind. Don't even think about it. Moments later, huge stones and steel beams came hurtling through the air, whistling as they crashed down. It was clear Luke, Daredevil, and Stick were trying to buy time with this tactic. But Chief Blake simply waved his hand, and countless sturdy stone pillars erupted from the ground. In an instant, a thick wall rose up behind him, blocking the barrage of thrown objects. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the wall shattered, and a hail of sharp stones, under his control, ricocheted back toward the ambushers. As the stones whistled through the air, Stick and his disciples, quick and keenly aware, dodged aside, leaving the tough-skinned Luke to take the brunt of the onslaught. Ignoring Luke, who was left bruised and battered by the barrage, Chief Blake raised his half-man-tall palm and swung it back with tremendous force. With a resounding smack, he sent the leaping Jessica flying, slamming her hard into the ground. Having cleared his path, Chief Blake seemed unaware that the power of Kunlun had sensed Iron Fist was in danger and had begun battering against its seal. A peculiar, low humming reverberated through a space undetectable to ordinary people. Just then, Two brilliant yellow beams shot in from afar, scorching a deep black and red trench across the ground. The force of the rays was ferocious. Up close, one could see arcs of electricity flickering along the scarred earth. This sudden upheaval not only halted Chief Blake's advance, but also momentarily calmed the restless energy of Kunlun. He looked up at the young man, striding quickly toward them from the distance, and with a note of exasperation, he quipped, "What is this, a parade of heroes? Are you all lining up to take a beating, one after another?" The newcomer replied with a broad, easy grin, "You've got all wrong. I'm not here to take a beating. I'm here to settle things." Jessica, staggering to her feet, saw who it was and shouted in delight, "Abin, what are you doing here?" Abin's smile faltered, and he replied with a helpless chuckle, "Don't call me that. You can call me Bin Bin, or just Bin if you like, but please, not that name." Huh. Jessica barely had time to ask before a deafening explosion interrupted her. She looked over and saw that Bin Bin had forced Chief Blake back with a blazing fireball. In the next moment, two narrow beams of light shot from his eyes, aimed straight at the hulking enemy. Caught off guard by the sudden energy attack, Chief Blake twisted his massive frame with a powerful jerk, narrowly dodging the direct hit. Even so, the magical blast left a charred wound on his enormous, transformed arm. But before anyone could cheer, the scorched injury began healing at an alarming speed. Seeing this, Bin Bin let out a wry laugh and voiced what everyone was thinking. "People who can heal themselves are my worst nightmare. What do we do now?" The assassins lurking in the shadows exchanged quick, worried glances. "Everyone in Tiandu says we can't beat him. Maybe we should just run." It wasn't just them who felt like retreating. Even a usually stubborn old man Stick was considering whether it was time to escape. However, Sheriff Black only let out a cold laugh, as if mocking them, then lifted his right foot and stomped down heavily. As if responding to his command, the ground began to shake violently at that very moment. Thick stone pillars rumbled as they rose from the earth. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Countless pillars surged upward with astonishing speed, quickly enclosing the area completely. When the commotion finally subsided, what appeared before them was no longer a street in ruins. Instead, a wall more than 10 meters high now encircled them, its surface as dark and solid as the night itself. In this instant, everyone felt like frogs trapped in a deep well, able to see the outside world only by craning their necks toward the distant opening above. Witnessing this miracle-like spectacle, Erica and Jessica murmured in disbelief, How is this possible?" Old Man Stick, Night Demon, and Luke simply collapsed to the ground, shaking their heads and forcing bitter smiles. Meanwhile, the Dark Assassin and Lady Gao were hurled back again, slamming hard against the newly risen, formidable wall. Yet even the pain from such a blow couldn't mask the shock and terror etched across their faces. Despairing Strength gained 299 reputation with Gone Alexandra. Despairing Strength gained 199 reputation with Old Man Stick. With such a huge commotion, even in the dead of night, there should be plenty of ordinary folks noticing something's wrong, right? But why isn't there any reputation notification? Or perhaps, since none of these events involve the descended characters, it's impossible to gain reputation from them. Lost in thought, Yang Su was abruptly brought back by the renewed surge of Kunlun energy behind him. Glancing at his still-stunned companions, he gave Bing Bing a simple order. "Let's end this game. I'll support you with everything I've got. Don't worry about a thing." Receiving the order and the full supply of power, Bing Bing's eyes instantly flared with the image of a dragon. A powerful aura erupted from him, and searing heat surged through the nearly sealed space. In the next moment, a pillar of blazing flames shot skyward. The thick walls surrounding them trembled under the assault of the raging fire. Bathed in the flames, the dragon pattern in Bing Bing's eyes grew even brighter, even more dazzling. He raised his arms, and the roaring fire gathered around his hands. Brilliant crimson flames coalesced in his palms, burning so intensely they seemed to chase away the darkness of night. Then, like laser beams, 2 fiery columns blasted forth, piercing straight through the towering walls that enclosed them. Immediately, his hand moved in sync with his body, and with a crackling sound, 2 crimson beams of laser sliced through the wall as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. In the next instant, a torrent of flames erupted around Bin Bin like a volcanic explosion, blasting apart the walls that had just been severed. The thick barricades meant to keep them locked in were blown to pieces, sending giant chunks of debris flying in all directions. At the same time, under Bin Bin's command, the flames swept up the shattered stones that should have scattered, hurling them like cannonballs straight at Sheriff Black. Having accomplished all this, the flames coiled in his hands and transformed into several long whips of fire, which lashed out and wrapped around the elder's stick and his group, binding them tightly. With a powerful tug, he yanked them out of the danger zone, away from the blast's reach. Looking at Luke, Jessica, and the others, Bin saw their faces smudged with ash, their clothes warped and wrinkled from the intense heat. He quickly urged, "You all need to leave now. This move will only hold him off for a short while. I can't guarantee I'll have the restraint to protect you during the fight." Though his words were gentle, everyone understood the underlying message. He was making it clear they were liabilities. If they stayed, he'd have to divide his attention to shield them. But in this moment, there was no room for argument. Even the aftermath of the battle could easily sweep them all away. Before Bin could say more, the sound of rocks shattering thundered through the air. Looking up, he saw Sheriff Black, fists raised, smashing the hurtling boulders to pieces with sheer force. Witnessing this, Bin felt the temperature around him surge anew, the dragon pattern in his eyes blazing even brighter. Yangsu's energy was being drained at an alarming rate. Vast reserves of power rapidly transformed and gathered in Bin's hands. A terrifying aura burst forth from him, the gathering energy stirring up wild winds that howled through the night. As Sheriff Black pulverized the falling rocks, Bin, his power fully charged, shouted, "Take this, my chi blast!" A massive crimson beam shot through the darkness, slicing a blinding path toward the enemy. The searing heat swept outward, warping the very air, and the brilliant beam all but set the night ablaze. The furious flames and scorching heat waves rippled through the sky in wave after wave. This concentrated dragon fire, at its highest intensity, crossed the distance in an instant and engulfed its target. Sheriff Black, now transformed into a demon, was towering, far larger than any ordinary man. Yet the onrushing crimson beam enveloped his 3-meter-tall frame completely. Facing this devastating, annihilating blast, Sheriff Black showed no trace of fear. Instead, his eyes shone with raw excitement. A dense ring of black mist exploded from his body. With a furious roar, he thrust out both hands and, defying all logic, braced himself against the laser cannon. The overwhelming force that met him compressed the once expansive beam into a narrow, trembling line, held at bay by his monstrous strength. During the clash between the two, countless bolts of energy shot out in all directions, while a terrifying wind pressure swept across the area again and again. These two are both so powerful. No wonder they are from that mysterious organization. Luke, Erica, and Jessica braced themselves against the gale unleashed by the energy blasts, their faces filled with disbelief at the scene before them. Even those who couldn't see, like the old man with the staff and Daredevil, could sense their senses being scorched by an overwhelming, terrifying energy. Not far away, the Dark Assassin and Lady Gal muttered in a daze, "Are they even human anymore? Our opponents are people like this? How are we supposed to fight that?" Having just harvested another wave of reputation points, Yangsu was in high spirits as he signaled his newly enhanced shadow soldiers to halt their pursuit. He then turned his attention to the Kunlun energy shield behind him. It surged and battered against the seal, as if responding to the overwhelming force on the battlefield. "The strongest fighters on both sides are under my control. I'm curious to see if you'll play this out the way I want," Yangsu thought, a sly grin spreading across his face as he watched the unfolding drama with delight. He intended to use the current stalemate to set a trap for the Kunlun energy and, at the same time, confirm whether this kind of power, capable of obliterating several city blocks in an instant, could destroy the demon born from the fusion of Earth Demon Chi and Black Void. As Yangsu watched intently, Officer Blake, who took the brunt of the energy cannon head-on, offered up the answer, "It can't." Transformed into a demon, Chief Blake roared in fury as he absorbed the energy blast. Thick black mist poured from his body, making him larger and even more formidable. With a deafening roar under the pitch-black night sky, Chief Blake vanished, replaced by a monstrous demon, howling in madness. The spreading black mist swirled around the demon. With an earth-shaking boom, the demon erupted from the heart of the energy blast, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. A shockwave exploded outward, shattering the energy cannon in an instant. Scorching light and flame burst in all directions, blasting crater after crater into the ground. Bin was caught in the backlash and sent flying, spinning several times mid-air before crashing heavily to the ground. Standing, there was a hulking, 5-meter-tall humanoid demon with twisting horns, a coat of reddish-brown fur, and the fierce visage of a yellow-maned lion. With a thunderous roar, the demon unleashed an intimidating cry that sent shivers through everyone present. Even the streets around them buckled and crumbled, and nearby skyscrapers shook violently. Is this the same kind of berserk transformation as Kingpin? The same thought flashed through everyone's mind as they witnessed the scene. But then, a far more urgent question surged up in all their hearts. The people of Tiandu have already lost. Who could possibly stand against this demon now? Who could hope to stop it? Just then, the restless energy of Kunlun, as if sensing the terror in the air, suddenly fell into a deep calm. But in the very next instant, that energy surged and contracted like a tide, gathering itself into a single point before violently crashing against the seal ahead. A sharp, brittle sound, like shattering glass, rang out again and again. With a thunderous crash, a golden pillar of energy smashed through the seal, and, with Yang Su's silent consent, shot straight toward Binbin, who was struggling to his feet. While everyone else was paralyzed by fear, wondering how to face the demon that now seemed utterly out of control, a dazzling streak of golden light tore through the pitch-black night, merging with Binbin's body before anyone could react. In that instant, a surging, mighty power coursed through him. At the same time, the dragon-shaped patterns in his eyes flared with brilliant golden light, so radiant it seemed to chase away the darkness of the night itself. What is this? It's the power of the divine dragon. As confusion spread among the crowd at Binbin's transformation, a voice rang out from behind them.